Heavy rains, floods, cold waves, extreme heat, and perpetual daylight. Natural disasters strike in succession, and humanity struggles to survive, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope in the cracks of despair. For Wen Chaoyue, who has fought for survival in this apocalyptic world for 5 long years, the driving force behind her existence is her mother's unavering words. Survive. In a twist of fate, she finds herself reborn before the calamities commence anew. Her mother still lives. This time, she is determined to stockpile resources, engaging in a frenzied spree of purchases before the impending disasters, intent on exhausting her last penny to fill her space to the brim. She vows to ensure a better life for her mother than anyone else could provide. As for the grievances against her worthless father and despicable men, she will not let them go unpunished. She will repay them in kind. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Mind empty. Wishing everyone enjoyment. This narrative lacks a male lead. Please indulge in your own ships. When Chaoyue jolted upright in bed, her chest heaving violently, the fabric of her tank top soaked through with cold sweat, clinging to her skin. In the oppressive heat of summer, she felt an unsettling chill. It felt as though something was lodged in her throat, her breathing rapid and labored, as if the very air had become thin. The sensation of death felt all too real. That icy, suffocating despair seemed to linger on every inch of her skin. Her fingers instinctively clenched the bed sheets, her fingertips paling as if to affirm her own existence. Silence enveloped her, and a gentle moonlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, draping her bedside like a delicate veil of silver. Wen Chaoyue's gaze was vigilant and uncertain, akin to a beast awakening from a nightmare, poised to confront any lurking dangers. Yet, as her eyes adjusted to her surroundings, her pupils constricted in shock. Is this her room? The familiar desk, the well-known wardrobe, and even the tattered plush bear resting quietly by the bedside, everything felt achingly familiar, causing her heart to race. When Chaoyue's gaze fell upon the mobile phone on the bedside table, a device rendered useless in the apocalyptic world, her fingers trembled slightly as if fearing to touch some fragile dream, and she slowly picked it up. The moment the screen illuminated, her breath nearly caught in her throat. Beijing time, July 1st, 2097, 11:28 a.m. This date. This time. Had she been reborn? A myriad of images flashed through Wen Chaoyue's mind. Natural disasters, cities collapsing, loved ones lost, her solitary struggle for survival. Those memories pierced her heart like a sharp blade, and her breathing quickened, her chest heaving violently as if she were on the brink of asphyxiation. She had actually returned to a little over a week before the calamity began. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping at the door interrupted her thoughts. Chaoyue, what's the matter? Did you have a nightmare? The voice was tender and familiar, laced with a hint of caution, as if afraid to disturb her. It was her mother. When Chaoyue's eyes instantly filled with tears, her throat constricted as if something were lodged within, rendering her speechless. She nearly stumbled as she leapt from the bed, her bare feet meeting the cold floor, rushing toward the door. With trembling hands, she grasped the doorknob and flung it open. Outside the door, Wen Chaoyue stood there, her face etched with concern. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her silk pajamas bore the creases of having just risen from slumber. Wen Chaoyue's vision blurred as tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. She rushed forward, enveloping Wen Chaoyue in a tight embrace, as if grasping the last lifeline. Mom, mother, her voice trembled, barely managing to form complete sentences. Wen Chaoyue was taken aback by her daughter's sudden action, yet quickly regained her composure, gently patting her back and soothingly murmuring, "Don't be afraid, my dear, it's alright." GHT. Did you have a nightmare? She inhaled the familiar, comforting scent of her mother, a warmth she once thought she would never experience again. If this were a dream, she wished never to awaken. Her fingers clutched tightly at Wen Chaoyue's clothing, her body trembling slightly. Wen Chaoyue sensed her daughter's distress, her heart aching profoundly. She tenderly stroked Wen Chaoyue's hair, whispering softly, "Fear not. Mother is here. Mother is here." At last, Wen Chaoyue could no longer contain herself, and wept openly. Her sobs were filled with terror, relief, and an overwhelming tide of regret and anguish. She cried with a heart-wrenching intensity, as if she sought to expel all the despair and loneliness from her past life. Wen Chaoyue refrained from probing further, simply holding her tightly, allowing her tears to soak into her garment. She understood that her daughter must have endured something harrowing to be so utterly undone. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, following the death of Wen Chaoyue, who was tragically killed while trying to protect her, Wen Chaoyue found herself teetering on the brink of death. Numerous times, she wandered through desolate wilderness, gnawing on tree bark and consuming soil, betrayed by those she once trusted, and she had since ceased to shed tears. "Mom, I miss you so much," Wen Chaoyue sobbed intermittently for over half an hour, embracing her long-lost mother as if attempting to expel the grievances of the years. Wen Guanyu simply guided her to the living room sofa, silently holding her and wiping away her tears. She pondered the nature of the nightmares that haunted her daughter, who had always been remarkably resilient and rarely cried. It was the first time she had witnessed such profound sorrowed as when Chaoyue gradually calmed her tumultuous emotions. When Guanyu went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of warm water, speaking softly, "Chow Chow, it's all right. Have some water. It's just a nightmare, there's no need to fear, for mother is here." "Mom, I'm not just having a nightmare. When Chaoyue looked down at the glass of water in her hands, realizing she had not seen such pure and clear water in what felt like an eternity, could it be that she had been granted a second chance? She had been searching for supplies alongside the seekers when a powerful earthquake struck, creating a massive chasm in the ground. Before she could process the shock, she was pushed into the abyss by someone from behind. It was Wen Xiangyang. The thought of him darkened Wen Chaoyue's expression, and she averted her gaze, concealing the undercurrents of resentment and fury from Wen Guanyu. They had supported one another through nearly 2 years of the apocalypse. After her mother's death, in the 4th year of the catastrophe, they were reunited and joined his team, tearing the first base together and undertaking missions, striving to survive against all odds. Having endured numerous trials and tribulations, she believed that they had established sufficient trust to confide in one another. However, reality dealt her a crushing blow. "It's all right, take your time. We can discuss this gradually," said Wen Guanyu, gently stroking her daughter's head in comfort as she noticed Wen Chaoyue's silence and introspection. Gazing at her mother's youthful and beautiful visage, so remarkably untouched by the passage of time, it was hard to believe that she would turn 40 next year. Her appearance bore no evidence of age, perhaps due to her scholarly demeanor cultivated through her work. Yet in just a year, the hardships had aged her by more than a decade. "Mom, what I am about to say may seem unbelievable, but it is all true. In a few days, the oppressive heat will subside, giving way to rain, not merely a light drizzle, but torrential downpours beyond our imagination. Within 3 or 4 days, we will find ourselves trapped here, unable to escape." July 10th will be marked as the onset of the apocalypse. From floods to extreme cold, from sweltering heat to perpetual night and day, and acid rain, the world has transformed into an unimaginable reality. There is no food, no water or electricity, no nations, no order. The entire world has crumbled, resulting in countless casualties. When Chaoyue endeavored to convey the state of the world during the apocalypse in the most succinct manner, focusing solely on the specific disasters, while glossing over her own survival experiences. In the end, I joined a base, but during a mission, I met my demise. Chapter 2. Mother Wen Guanyu is a university professor, specializing in literature and history, hailing from a family deeply rooted in the educational sector. In a bygone era, his family could be deemed a scholarly lineage, which afforded them a comfortable existence. Apart from a misstep in matrimony, his life has largely unfolded without significant turbulence. When Wen Chaoyue was merely 8 years old, her grandparents passed away in quick succession, leaving only the mother and daughter to rely on one another. The one who understands Wen Chaoyue best in this world, aside from Wen Guanyu, is none other than herself. Wen Chaoyue's father, Fang Guanhe, married into the Wen family, a condition mutually agreed upon by Wen Guanyu's parents for their union. Unfortunately, Fang Guanhe, a man of lofty ambitions, failed to conceal his indiscretions. During Wen Guanyu's pregnancy, it was discovered that he had been maintaining a relationship with his childhood sweetheart, who had already borne him a son. At the tender age of 20, Wen Guanyu decisively opted for divorce, despite Fang Guanhe's initial pleas and remorse. It was only after Wen Guanyu gave birth prematurely to Wen Chaoyue, coupled with the acquisition of her urban residency, that he consented to the divorce, without further ado. Wen Chaoyue's premature birth was undoubtedly a consequence of the betrayal her mother endured during pregnancy, a blow that weighed heavily upon her. Upon her arrival, Wen Chaoyue's health was frail, and there were many occasions when Wen Guanyu and her parents feared she might not thrive. However, under their attentive care, Wen Chaoyue grew up robustly. To fortify her health, Wen Chaoyue engaged in various activities from a young age, such as swimming and shooting. At 6, she began her journey in Taekwondo, and by the age of 10, she ventured into the realms of free fighting and Sanda. These skills have significantly enhanced her chances of survival in the apocalyptic world. In her childhood, devoid of a father, Wen Chaoyue was sensitive, however. The all-encompassing love from her grandparents and mother gradually filled the void. Years of physical training have also reshaped her character in myriad ways. At this moment, on an exceptionally sweltering night, when Guanyu listened to her daughter recount tales of the apocalypse, she longed to interrupt and tell her that all of this was but a nightmare, devoid of any significance. What pained Wen Guanyu even more was the lifelessness and numbness reflected in her daughter's eyes. Surviving alone in a world gone awry, she could hardly fathom the hardships Wen Chaoyue had endured. The mere thought of it tugged at her heart, filling her with sorrow. 5 years into the apocalypse, Wen Chaoyue had faced an overwhelming array of challenges, whether from natural disasters or human calamities. In the face of insurmountable natural disasters, at least there was an equality in suffering yet. The most terrifying aspect remained the human heart. "Darling Chaoyue, my precious child," Wen Guanyu said, gently pulling Wen Chaoyue into her embrace and stroking her back, attempting to impart strength. "Have I not been there for you? I am so sorry, my dear." Wen Chaoyue felt tears welling up once more. "It's all right, Mom. This time, I will not allow you to leave me." Even in death, they would face it together, Wen Chaoyue silently vowed. Living alone in such solitude was unbearably difficult. If faced with a similar fate again, she would lack the courage to endure. Through countless days of torment, it was Wen Guanyu's words before her demise that sustained her spirit. "Chaoyue, live well." Wen Guanyu exchanged her life for survival, and henceforth, each day she lived for two. To endure, she exerted every ounce of her strength. In the apocalypse, mere existence is a formidable challenge, particularly for a woman, and even more so for one of striking beauty. In the first 2 years, she had already taken decisive action against those who coveted her and her mother. Following Wen Guanyu's demise, the disintegration of order intensified and ill-intentioned individuals multiplied. Initially, she hesitated, but as time progressed, her actions became increasingly swift and decisive. She had taken many lives. The first time she committed murder, she spent an entire day retching. By the 5th year of the apocalypse, she could sever a man's head with a composed demeanor. Yet, life is not a tale of a protagonist vanquishing foes. She was merely an ordinary person grappling with profound changes, during which she sacrificed 2 fingers and an ear. Inhaling the comforting scent of her mother, Wen Chaoyue wept for an extended period, fatigue enveloping her until, in a moment of near slumber, she suddenly remembered her space. Wen Chaoyue abruptly sat up, retrieving a jade ring that hung from her neck. This ring was one of the heirlooms left to them by their grandmother. The Guan family boasted a vast lineage, leaving behind numerous antiquities, and this jade ring was her most cherished possession. Chapter 3, spaced at July 2nd, 2097, 9 days remain until the onset of the apocalypse. When Chaoyue awoke from a deep slumber, rekindled by the heat in the familiar and reassuring environment, having enjoyed the most restful sleep in years. In the final year, due to her remarkable abilities, she had acquired an independent room of her own. Though it was less than 20 square meters, it was a space that truly belonged to her, allowing her to finally experience genuine slumber. Now, upon awakening, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of eggs frying in the kitchen, accompanied by her mother's specialty scallion oil noodles. "Zhao Zhao, you're awake. Hurry and wash up, I've made your favorite scallion oil noodles." When Chaoyue, still somewhat dazed, felt the warmth of the air conditioning, yet the day seemed rather warm, though bearable. The room, though a bit worn, was bright and clean, with gentle sunlight streaming in, evoking a comforting nostalgia of the past. This was not a dream. Everything could start anew. "Okay, Mom. Put on your shoes. Why are you still being so careless?" As Wen Chaoyue savored the longed-for scallion oil noodles prepared by her mother, she felt a surge of happiness that brought her to the brink of tears. In those final days, she had subsisted on food that was hardly fit for a normal person eating had merely been a means of survival. When Guanyu gazed tenderly at her daughter, who was devouring her meal, her heart aching to say something, but she held her tongue. Once, when Chaoyue let out a satisfied burp and tidied up the dishes, when Guanyu presented a notebook as if it were a treasure. Mom took a look, and our cash savings amount to approximately 1.6 million. Grandpa and Grandma's house is currently valued at over 6 million. If we push it down to around 5 million, it should sell quickly, that we can use the house in Chaoyue as collateral for a loan. With the assistance of a colleague, we anticipate being able to secure around 8 million. The cash set aside for stockpiling supplies should amount to approximately 15 million. Additionally, the jewelry left behind by your grandmother, although valuable, cannot be liquidated swiftly and thus is not considered at this moment. Upon conducting some online research, I discovered a company that specializes in indoor insulation projects. In Pengcheng, there has been little prior engagement with underfloor heating, necessitating the mobilization of their personnel and materials from Harbin. For an additional fee, they can complete the installation within 5 days. I have a student whose family is involved in the solar power generator business. I can reach out to her for assistance. Regarding the renovation of the main entrance and balcony, I have compared several companies. One in particular can replace our door and seal the balcony within 3 days. There is a teacher from the neighboring academy whose relatives operate a bottled water business. We could procure a sufficient quantity of mineral water from them, likely at a redo, said Price. Alternatively, would you prefer to place an order online directly? As for other supplies, we could procure some items online while sourcing others from wholesale markets. You could take charge of purchasing food and beverages. When Chaoyue gazed in astonishment at her rambling mother, her naive demeanor softening the icy aura she unconsciously exuded, rendering her momentarily reminiscent of a bewildered an 18-year-old girl. When Guanyu could not help but chuckle softly. Mom. Wen Chaoyue noticed the faint shadows beneath Wen Guanyu's eyes, stark against her fair complexion, making the dark hues particularly conspicuous. Indeed, it was discussed last night that there was an urgent need to procure a substantial amount of supplies, yet Wen Chaoyue primarily considered food and self-defense weapons. After all, at this juncture, she was merely an aspiring university student, preoccupied with indulgences and academic pursuits, soon to confront a natural calamity. The practical skills and knowledge regarding underfloor heating and rock wool insulation paled in comparison to Wen Guanyu's expertise. In the face of an apocalyptic existence, she had mastered the art of resource acquisition, evading those lurking in the shadows and swiftly dispatching adversaries. Relying solely on her abilities would undoubtedly necessitate a considerable investment of time and research during the initial stages. Little did she anticipate that Wen Guanyu would dedicate an entire night to meticulously analyzing the specific disaster she described, supplementing it with further insights. Her notebook contained not only detailed modifications for Jiyu Longsue, but also a comprehensive list of necessary supplies to procure. Unsure of how to respond, Wen Chaoyue could only offer her mother a thumbs up. Wen Guanyu smiled faintly, content as long as she could redirect her daughter's attention. However, mother, regarding the jewelry left by grandmother, Wen Chaoyue hesitated, recalling her mother's deep appreciation for all heirlooms. She eventually spoke up. If those ornaments are placed in the space, they will be absorbed and vanish, simultaneously causing the space to expand. Other types of jade and similar materials can also enlarge the space, albeit to a lesser degree. Wen Chaoyue had discovered this phenomenon when attempting to store a hairpin within the space. A single jade hairpin had expanded the area by 20 square meters, while a subsec NTLY acquired jade pendant had only increased it by roughly 3 or 4 square meters. That is splendid news. I was worried that your modest space would not accommodate much, but now I can indulge in extensive procurement, her mother exclaimed. But that was left by Grandma. Dear child, objects are lifeless, while people are living. What Grandma truly wished for us was to thrive, not to cling to a collection of inanimate possessions. 2 pairs of jade bangles, a pair of tortoiseshell bracelets adorned with red gemstones, a set of coral beads, 2 agate pendants, a tourmaline necklace, a gold hairpin, 2 jade hairpins, a hairpin embellished with kingfisher feathers, and 2 jade thumb rings. The mother and daughter had never ventured to the market to appraise the worth of these treasures. Wealth attracts attention. Had it not been for the necessity of liquidating these valuables for evaluation, the knowledge of their considerable worth could have incited unnecessary troubles. They were simply aware that these heirlooms belonged to the Guan family, gifts from Grandma's parents upon her marriage to Grandpa. These ornaments were ill-suited for contemporary wear, save for the thumb ring intended for Wen Chaoyue's neck. The rest were meticulously stored away as part of her dowry. Now, these treasures were destined to nourish the space, enhancing the survival chances for both mother and daughter. Encouraged by her mother, Wen Chaoyue began to absorb each piece of jewelry into the space, witnessing its tangible expansion in her mind's eye. Once the majority of the ornaments were secured within, the space had grown to a roughly even plane, with a height of approximately 20 meters, allowing ample storage for additional NAL supplies. What left her with a tinge of regret and disappointment was the absence of the black soil depicted in the novel. Despite her mental invocation of enter the space, she found herself unable to cross its threshold. This space appeared to possess a singular function for storage. However, from her previous life, she had already ascertained that time within it remained suspended. Upon conveying the changes in the spatial realm to Wen Chaoyue, she felt a surge of joy upon learning of the vast storage capacity, without a trace of reluctance. However, Wen Chaoyue chose to leave behind a delicately simple white jade hairpin adorned with translucent floral carvings, presenting it to Wen Chaoyue with an air of insistence. "Mother, take this hairpin to wear. You often style your hair, after all. Its design is quite understated. Please refrain from mentioning its expense or deeming it unsuitable for outings." "Very well, I shall heed your advice, Chaoyue." After a moment's contemplation, Wen Chaoyue also placed the exquisite jewelry box into the spatial realm, though regrettably, despite being an antique, it was not consumed by the space. Chapter 4. Stockpiling. The mother and daughter duo prepared to part ways. Wen Chaoyue was tasked with contacting agents to sell their old house, mortgage the property of Jiue Longsue, and reach out to relevant companies for renovations. Wen Chaoyue was responsible for procuring supplies. Once Wen Chaoyue departed, Wen Chaoyue did not rush to embark on her shopping spree. Instead, she indulged in her mobile phone. During the midst of the floods, communication had ceased, rendering the phone a mere decorative object. However, she could download some films and novels in advance to pass the time. With this in mind, Wen Chaoyue noted her downloading tasks on the back of her mother's handwritten checklist to avoid forgetting. It had been 3 or 4 years since she last used her phone, and she felt somewhat out of practice. After briefly scanning the information and news, she found nothing of great significance, except that 5 out of the top 10 trending topics pertained to the rare heat wave. After renting a warehouse near the outskirts through an agency, Wen Chaoyue commenced her online shopping. In truth, procuring food supplies directly from their source would undoubtedly be the most economical option. However, time was of the essence, and she needed to allocate sufficient time to prepare for various potential disasters. Furthermore, based on their current financial projections, they could amass more supplies than initially anticipated. Wen Chaoyue purchased a variety of rice: fragrant long grain, fragrant rice, pearl rice, Thai jasmine rice, silk rice, glutinous rice, crescent rice, and sticky rice, each in a quantity of 500 pounds. She ordered 25 bags of 10 kilograms for each type of rice, placing orders from different stores, selecting those that shipped within the same city or nearby, to be delivered collectively to the newly rented warehouse. After purchasing several hundred bags of rice, a rough estimate suggests there are approximately 5,000 pounds. Wen Chaoyue believed this would suffice for her and her daughter for a lifetime. Upon reviewing dietary standards, she discovered that an individual typically consumes around 300 pounds of rice annually. Although they consume rice less frequently and procure other foodstuffs, this quantity would only sustain them for a little over a decade. It is no wonder that apocalyptic novels often depict stockpiles of several hundred tons. Evidently, a visit to the large agricultural wholesale market in Pengcheng is in order, as she anticipates preparing food supplies for at least 60 years for herself and her daughter. However, Wen Chaoyue may be overly cautious. She opted to shop at various stores to avoid drawing official attention to her substantial purchases, which, in reality, were far from excessive. By distributing her orders across different shops, she continued to place orders for pasta, rice noodles, egg noodles, dried noodles, rice vermicelli, buckwheat noodles, sweet potato noodles, shrimp noodles, and bamboo noodles, each totaling 500 pounds. For the entire afternoon, Wen Chaoyue immersed herself in the wholesale market. As the largest agricultural marketplace in Pengcheng, it boasted an extensive variety of goods, where bulk purchases would not attract undue attention, and importantly, the prices were reasonable. She explored a plethora of seafood, including black tiger shrimp, clams, oysters, abalone, orchid crabs, hairy crabs, grass carp, and mackerel. While she could not store live seafood, time felt suspended in this bustling environment. She also gathered substantial quantities of vegetables such as oilseed lettuce, bok choy, celery, zucchini, tomatoes, Chinese broccoli, okra, asparagus, and cucumbers, ensuring to request 2 sets of seeds for all the vegetables and fruits from the vendor. Due to the vast variety available, the combined quantity of vegetables could sustain the mother and daughter duo for a lifetime. They ordered 300 pounds each of staple foods such as corn, pumpkin, sweet potatoes, lotus root, and potatoes. Additionally, they procured over 100 types of kitchen condiments, including various salts, white sugar, soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, aged vinegar, yellow soybean paste, seafood sauce, XO sauce, and sauté sauce. They also acquired essential spices like star anise, cinnamon, fennel, and dried chili peppers, notably for salt and white sugar. Wen Chaoyue ordered 500 pounds from a single store, and the merchant appeared unfazed, indicating that such quantities did not raise any official suspicions. Consequently, she placed similar orders at 5 other stores. Furthermore, she bought brown sugar and rock sugar, recognizing that in the later stages of the apocalypse, salt and sugar could even serve as currency. Wen Chaoyue believed that more was better. Instead of meticulously selecting cuts of meat, she directly approached several butcher shops, collectively ordering 500 pigs, 500 cattle, and 500 sheep. These numbers were routine for the slaughterhouses in the neighboring city, but the sight of a young, attractive girl procuring such quantities raised a few eyebrows. Wen Chaoyue uniformly claimed that it was for company benefits and offered extra money for the owners to cut and pack the meat. To avoid an overwhelming amount of goods arriving the following day, they agreed to have the meat delivered to the warehouse 2 days later. Additionally, she ordered 1,000 chickens, ducks, and geese each, specifying that they only needed to be plucked, while the entrails and feet were to be retained. Once again, it was regrettable that the space could not accommodate live animals. Wen Chaoyue directly purchased 20,000 eggs, as both she and Wen Guanyu have a fondness for egg-based dishes. As the benevolent deity of the food realm, the versatility and delectable nature of egg preparations are remarkable, and it is likely that even 20,000 eggs may not be consumed within 2 decades. Perhaps an additional 20,000 should be procured. Neither of them particularly enjoys duck or goose eggs, so they opted for 2,000 of each. However, quail eggs are quite delightful. Thus they decided to buy another 20,000. With the prospect of potentially hatching their own eggs in the future, they also ordered 20 trays of fertilized eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, planning to purchase a small incubator later on. The items that required substantial procurement were swiftly acquired, while Wen Chaoyue spent the remainder of her time deciding on purchases as she encountered various items. The agricultural wholesale market was vast, and it could take an entire day to explore fully. Salted duck eggs? Both Wen Chaoyue and Wen Guanyu adore them. Buy. Century eggs? Perfect for preparing spicy century eggs and soup with baby bok choy. Buy. To her surprise, she stumbled upon compressed biscuits. Although they are not palatable, they could serve as barter in the future, so she purchased 3,000 boxes. There was an assortment of canned meats, luncheon meat, braised beef, braised pork belly, black bean mackerel, tuna, and hairtail fish. Remarkably, there were also canned vegetables. Wen Chaoyue, intrigued by the unfamiliar offerings, discovered canned yellow soybeans in tomato sauce, enoki mushrooms, oil-braised bamboo shoots, olive vegetables, pickled mustard greens, pickled cucumbers, and pickled radishes. More content is loading. Please wait. Additionally, a store specializing in various instant foods caught her attention, featuring 8 treasure porridge, canned peanut soup, snow fungus and lotus seed soup, canned mung bean soup, borscht, oxtail soup, and cream of mushroom soup, all convenient foods that can be consumed immediately or require minimal heating. Astonishingly, Wen Chaoyue even found solid alcohol blocks here. This establishment specializes in the procurement of camping provisions, offering not only frozen delicacies, but also an array of essential camping tools. Solid alcohol blocks, windproof alcohol stoves, and ignition guns are among the items available. Reflecting on past camping excursions with Ms. Wen, where they savored grilled beef, chicken wings, and succulent pork belly, Wen Chaoyue felt a familiar pang of hunger. Each solid alcohol block can burn for nearly an hour, proving invaluable for cooking during power outages. A single box contains 200 blocks, and without hesitation, Wen Chaoyue purchased 100 boxes, alongside 30 windproof alcohol stoves and 50 ignition guns. Additionally, she selected numerous meal kits from a reputable brand, all previously praised for their quality: minced eggplant, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, spicy diced chicken, Taiwanese braised pork, and braised beef brisket. The convenience of modern meal kits has reached a level of sophistication, with 9 out of 10 dining establishments opting for pre-prepared culinary packages. They are easy to heat, merely requiring a brief boil in water, making them exceptionally suitable for apocalyptic scenarios. A diverse selection of frozen buns, including char siu buns, custard buns, walnut buns, hot dog buns, steamed dumplings, pot stickers, chive pockets, and spiced flour rolls, ensures that a hearty breakfast can be ready in approximately 10 minutes when needed. Instant noodles of various brands and flavors, once deemed unsuitable by Wen Chaoyue for Wen Chaoyue due to their classification as junk food, have now become a luxury in this post-apocalyptic world. Embracing the moment, Wen Chaoyue freely indulged in her shopping spree. While purchasing, she discreetly gathered information, gaining an understanding of her current stockpile, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, could sustain the mother-daughter duo for 30 to 40 years under normal consumption conditions. However, it is hardly conceivable to subsist solely on plain rice for decades. A variety of foods could sustain 2 individuals for a lifetime. Wen Chaoyue felt a measure of tranquility. Yet the remaining uncertainty would only dissipate once the goods arrived the following day. On her way home, she learned that Wen Chaoyue would return around 8 o'clock, prompting her to take a detour to a renowned late-night food street, where she ordered an array of delicacies sufficient for 30 people from various establishments. There were diverse skewers, fried rice and noodles, an assortment of flavored clay pot congee, grilled fish, and various preparations of crayfish. She even indulged in a sampling. Driving her SUV, she swiftly stowed the packaged food away under the cover of night. The sheer volume of these late-night snacks could sustain them for a year or 2. How could you dare to drive all day without a license? What would you do if you got pulled over? The fury emanating from her mother was both palpable and fierce. No one checks these days. No, I was wrong. I will be careful. Please calm down.
Mom.
To divert attention, Wen Chaoyue presented a platter of grilled lamb skewers, oily grilled chicken wings, rich fatty cuts, grilled eggplant, grilled bell peppers, and a serving of garlic crayfish alongside seafood clay pot congee. Mom, I'm so hungry. Let us eat. Reluctantly, Wen Chaoyue acquiesced. Seeing her daughter's eager expression, the health-conscious mother, despite her age, sat down to join her in the feast. Chapter 6. Parent's mother directly contacted a colleague's relative to order 2,000 boxes of 24-pack bottled water and 500 boxes of 5-liter jugs. Drinking 500 milliliters of water daily would suffice for decades. They will deliver it to the address you provided me the day after tomorrow. Chaoyue, do remember to check. Starting tomorrow, my mother will oversee the construction. The walls and ceilings are to be insulated with rock wool, and the room's windows will be replaced with triple-glazed glass, providing both thermal insulation and warmth. I have also arranged for thermal curtains. The underfloor heating system will commence installation tomorrow afternoon. My mother has invested additional funds to ensure completion within 5 days. The main entrance has also been selected and will be replaced the day after tomorrow. We have contracted a company to renovate the balcony, replacing the previous security bars with 5 layers of tempered glass. However, we must wait for the water tanks to be installed first. We have ordered 3 5-ton tanks, with 2 placed on the balcony and 1 in the storage room adjacent to the kitchen. The factory supplying the water tanks also offers mobile tanks, each capable of holding 10 tons of water. My mother has ordered 10 of these to be delivered to the warehouse in 2 days. Oh, and regarding the solar generator, due to scheduling reasons, even with expedited processing, installation will take an additional 3 days. So, what do you think of my mother's accomplishments today, dear? Wen Chaoyue is at a loss for words and can only give a thumbs up to commend her mother. Truly, Mrs. Wen is exceptional. I, as the younger generation, can only bow in admiration. Initially, I had not considered so many details, but I sought assistance from a senior colleague who specializes in disaster management and consulted him. Wen Guanyu completed her undergraduate studies and pursued a doctorate at the same university where Wen Chaoyue is about to enroll, subsequently remaining as a faculty member for nearly a decade, teaching countless students and colleagues, and encountering a myriad of individuals. It is not surprising that when Chaoyue finds her resources to be quite abundant, whatever is needed, she can always find someone to assist. Yesterday, I learned from my daughter about the surreal notion of an apocalyptic future. Today, she swiftly organized numerous arrangements and even went to the agency to handle the sale of our home. Oh, how fortunate I am to have you, my dear. When Chaoyue spoke with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, after losing her mother, she found herself devoid of any kin in this world, questioning the very essence of her existence with each passing day. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Wen Guanyu felt a sudden pang of compassion. Yet she gently caressed the back of her head and resolutely declared, "I am here for you." However, with a furrowed brow, Wen Guanyu hesitated before inquiring, "What about your father?" Last night, when Chaoyue had refrained from mentioning her biological father, leading Wen Guanyu to suspect that he had done something egregious. Yet, sensing her daughter's unusual state and emotional turmoil, she chose to remain silent. Fang Guanhe, when Chaoyue's expression instantly turned icy. If there was anyone she harbored hatred for, it was not Wen Xiangyang, the man who had taken her life, but rather her own biological father. After Wen Guanyu divorced Fang Guanhe, she did not reunite with her childhood sweetheart, but instead married the daughter of a local tycoon a year later. The following year, they welcomed another daughter, whom they named Fang Mingzhu, cherished as the jewel of his heart. Together with his eldest son, Fang Xieli, they formed a family of 4. With the support of his affluent father-in-law, Fang Guanhe thrived in his political career and was currently in the running for the position of deputy mayor of the locality. Wen Guanyu wished to shield Wen Chaoyue from the shadows of the past, not wanting her to live ensnared by hatred. Therefore, there was never any opposition to the interactions between Wen Chaoyue and Fang Guanhe. In fact, Wen Guanyu hoped for a paternal figure in her life and consistently encouraged Wen Chaoyue not to harbor any ill will towards him. Over the years, Fang Guanhe has managed to fulfill the role of a good father to some extent. Although Wen Chaoyue eventually learned of his infidelity and deceitful marriage, her sporadic interactions with him instilled in her a sense of expectation. This was largely due to Fang Guanhe's superficial efforts, as Wen Guanyu would occasionally greet him and exchange a few pleasantries. In Wen Guanyu's eyes, Fang Guanhe could be deemed a competent father, and thus she believed he would look after Wen Chaoyue in the face of adversity. The Fang family resided in Jiuyou Longchui, albeit in the first phase of development. This phase was established earlier, primarily consisting of villa clusters, which remain exceedingly expensive even now, having been inhabited by them for a decade. Their residence is a 3-story villa, a home where the inhabitants are either affluent or esteemed. However, the recent torrential rains resulted in severe flooding, submerging the entire first phase in less than a month. The third phase of the development was only launched 5 years ago, characterized by high-rise buildings. The entire Jiuyou Longchui estate is vast, with a significant distance from the first to the third phase. A drive along the main road would take over 10 minutes. 3 years ago, when Guanyu purchased a 3-bedroom apartment of approximately 110 square meters in the third phase, registering it under Wen Chaoyue's name and choosing the highest floor, the 22nd. Although the apartment was nearly furnished, both mother and daughter had grown accustomed to their old neighborhood, having lived there for nearly 20 years, and thus delayed their move. The floods persisted for nearly 6 months, during which the machinery of the state continued to toil ceaselessly. Various official organizations gradually distributed supplies, ensuring that at least no one would starve. Rescue teams organized shelters in the few public areas that remained unscathed, such as libraries, shopping malls, and hotels, providing refuge for those whose homes had been consumed by the deluge. As the number of displaced individuals swelled, the rescue teams began to requisition abandoned properties to accommodate the civilians. In the neighborhood where Wen Chaoyue resided, an influx of outsiders created a chaotic and disorderly environment. Hunger and confinement ignited the darkest aspects of human nature, leading to incessant disputes, thefts, and brawls. Men killed for a loaf of bread. Women sacrificed themselves for a packet of instant noodles. Families resorted to consuming their longtime companions, cats and dogs, while couples suffocated the elderly to spare a morsel of food. Had it not been for Wen Chaoyue's exceptional physical prowess, she and her mother might have met a dire fate long ago. After 6 months, the torrential rains finally ceased, only to be replaced by a biting cold, with temperatures plummeting to nearly -50 degrees. Countless souls perished in the oblivion of the night. Fortunately, Wen Chaoyue and her mother took timely measures to keep warm, yet the scarcity of food grew increasingly dire. By a stroke of fate, they learned from a rescue team leader's lament that only neighborhoods like theirs were continually accommodating the victims of the disaster. In stark contrast, affluent areas such as Jiuyulongsi prioritized the relocation of wealthy officials. The first phase had been completely submerged, and the elite and officials from that phase had already been relocated to the higher floors of the second and third phases. Even considering their safety, there are currently no plans to relocate the ordinary disaster victims. Wen Chaoyue and her daughter made arrangements for their evacuation within just one night. Chapter 7. Reflection. In the initial days of the severe cold, many were caught off guard. Some potential threats had yet to realize the situation, making it relatively safe to depart now. In a few days, as people began to acclimate to the frigid temperatures, it was feared that conditions would become even more chaotic than during the flooding. Moreover, the rescue teams were delivering supplies with decreasing frequency and increasing intervals. Wen Chaoyue was unwilling to place her hopes in an uncertain wait. Dressed in every garment suitable for warmth, she packed all the supplies she could gather and took with her the scant food available. Seizing the last vestiges of weak sunlight, the pair walked for an entire morning, eventually reaching the Jiuyulongsi, situated 5 kilometers away in a straight line. This seemingly short distance was rendered arduous by the biting cold, necessitating brief rests in the occasional buildings along the way. Remarkably, the previously surging floodwaters had frozen into a solid surface, rendering familiar routes unrecognizable and complicating their sense of direction. By the time they arrived, mother and daughter were nearly numb with cold. They had ascended to the 11th floor on foot, as the ice had solidified up to that level. The entire building was eerily silent, perhaps due to the sparse population or the severe chill, as most residents huddled indoors for warmth. To their surprise, upon arrival, they discovered that the front door had been forcefully opened, and the entrance was obstructed by various items. After knocking for an extended period, they were finally met by Feng Xilia, who had opened the door. It turned out that before the first phase of flooding had occurred, Feng Guan and his group had arrived here on a rescue team speedboat, thereby occupying their home. Originally, they were meant to be randomly assigned to the lower floors, mingling with others in shared accommodations. However, due to Feng Guan's assertion that the apartment on the 22nd floor belonged to him, and his position as my father granted him the privilege to reside there with his family independently, the situation took a different turn. Given his influential status within the government, it was inconceivable that the rescue team would disregard his claims. Yet, unexpectedly, Feng Guanha did not show his face at all. In the face of calamity, there was no need to uphold the facade of a father. Apart from Feng Xieli initially opening the door to inform them about how to navigate the early days of the disaster and receive sufficient government supplies, he merely blocked their entry. The standoff persisted, and soon, the sound of Feng Mingzhu's vehement curses echoed from within the apartment. At that moment, Wen Chaoyue had already discreetly reduced her food intake, and after enduring the biting wind throughout the morning, she lacked the strength to force her way in. After more than half an hour of confrontation, a community administrator was finally summoned, appointed by the residents of Jiuyulongsi upon the suggestion of the rescue team. This administrator, however, merely resorted to harsh words in an attempt to drive the mother and daughter away. In the face of such impasse, the administrator found a mixed residence apartment on the 12th floor and, with a semblance of benevolence, allowed Wen Chaoyue and her daughter to take up residence there. This apartment was already occupied by a couple and another family of 4, originally residents of the 4th and 7th floors, whose homes had succumbed to the icy depths. At that moment, all available means of warmth, clothing, blankets, and even curtains had been stripped away, and wooden furniture had been removed. The mother and daughter endured the most arduous initial phase of the cold wave. We took refuge on the 12th floor, and the following day, mother fell ill with a fever. Fortunately, due to her long-standing habit of keeping medicine on hand, she was somewhat prepared. However, the bitter cold prolonged her suffering for over a week before she began to recover. It was during this ordeal that her health deteriorated significantly. We were fortunate, nonetheless. As the apocalypse had just begun, and there were still individuals with benevolent hearts who offered assistance to the mother and daughter duo, without their help, Wen Chaoyue might not have survived that week. After enduring the most harrowing of times, Wen Chaoyue ventured out to procure supplies in order to sustain both herself and her mother. The outside world had descended into chaos, and even the provisions she managed to gather could easily be seized by others due to the lack of security. The once peaceful city now bore witness to exposed corpses upon the icy surface, while rescue teams found themselves overwhelmed, struggling against the vast scale of the disaster. It was not only Pingcheng that was affected. The entire nation, and indeed the world, had come to realize that the end had begun. The official organizations and military suffered the gravest losses, while ordinary citizens remained trapped in their homes, awaiting rescue. The government had mobilized efforts to aid those on the front lines, but the inundation claimed the most lives among them, with countless others succumbing to frostbite and death. In a desperate bid to ensure survival for herself and her mother, Wen Chaoyue committed her first act of violence during those frigid days. It was not an encounter with malicious strangers in her search for supplies, but rather a resident from the same building. Lured by the promise of a loaf of bread, Fong Mingzhu broke into apartment 1201 in the dead of night, intent on violating the two women. Wen Chaoyue clung desperately to her daughter, urging her to flee, while Wen Chaoyue, wielding a hairpin bequeathed by her grandmother, plunged it into the man's neck. The following day, the two women dragged his lifeless body up to the 22nd floor, leaving it at the doorstep of the Fong family. Guangcheng serves as the capital city adjacent to Pingcheng. In a scenario marked by a severe shortage of manpower, it was undoubtedly not the ordinary populace that was prioritized for relocation by the authorities. Aside from Jue, Longsue, the first batch of relocated individuals comprised 3 communities. The third phase of Jue Longsue saw its residents escorted on foot by a rescue team. In contrast, those at the apex of the social hierarchy in the surrounding cities of Guangcheng were either airlifted directly by helicopters or transported via official rescue vehicles. At least during this period, the ice was sufficiently thick, allowing many vehicles to traverse its surface without issue. Beyond the perils of hunger and cold, the gravest danger stemmed from their fellow travelers. The rescue personnel were fewer than 20, tasked with overseeing a group exceeding 200, rendering comprehensive management impossible. Fong Guan and his family led the procession at the forefront, entirely disregarding Wen Chaoyue and her mother. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, these 2 striking women appeared as lambs amidst a pack of wolves, had it not been for Wen Chaoyue's constant grip on a kitchen knife. Exuding an aura of formidable deterrence, they would have already fallen victim to harassment. Along the journey, individuals continued to perish, their garments swiftly stripped away, leaving them exposed to the elements. It was only when the residents of the other 2 communities successfully reached the base that vehicles began to arrive for the batch of survivors from Jue Longsue. Fong Guan and his family were among the first to be evacuated. Before their departure, Fong Mingzhu had employed provisions to bribe several individuals, instructing them to seize an opportunity to eliminate us along the way. Chapter 8. Past life. As we neared the Guangcheng base, we found ourselves encircled by 5 individuals, who subsequently cast us beneath the ice they had broken. You risked yourself to save me. Wen Chaoyue's voice faltered, leaving her unable to continue. To avoid attracting the attention of the escorting officials, they acted swiftly, breaking the ice surface ahead of time and cornering the 2 women nearby. The 5 individuals aimed solely to subdue them. Despite Wen Chaoyue having killed one of them, she was ultimately overpowered and cast back onto the ice, the biting cold and cumbersome clothing rendering her mind nearly incapacitated. Similarly discarded into the frigid water, Wen Chaoyue, a woman raised in comfort and luxury by her parents, summoned an unexpected strength and valiantly pushed Wen Chaoyue back onto the ice. Chow Chow, stay alive. Half conscious, Wen Chaoyue lacked even the energy to weep. In that icy desolation, she wished for nothing more than to perish until a passing soldier rescued her. At the Guangcheng base, Wen Chaoyue, dragging her ailing body, sought out the remaining 4 and unhesitatingly ended their lives. Before extinguishing their existence, she discovered that Fong Mingzhu had purchased the lives of the mother and daughter with a mere deposit of 3 cans and a verbal promise of employment at the Guangcheng base. Subsequently, I confronted Fong Mingzhu and killed her, fleeing from the Guangcheng base. However, having survived in this apocalyptic world for several years, she was no longer the innocent and kind-hearted girl she once was. Her hands were stained with much blood, and she hoped Wen Chaoyue would be psychologically prepared. Later, Fong Guanho encountered her again at the first base, this time presenting himself as a caring father, showering Wen Chaoyue with warmth and concern. Yet, she regarded him with cold indifference, for it was evident that Fong Guanho was a man driven solely by self-interest. His indifference to Wen Chaoyue's killing of Fong Mingzhu stemmed from his desire for greater gain, as the second-in-command at the first base had set his sights on Wen Chaoyue, and Fong Guanho intended to offer her up. Wen Chaoyue, devoid of impulsiveness, meticulously prepared for everything in advance. On a silent night, she took the life of the man with whom she shared a blood tie. When Guanyu's hands trembled slightly, for the first time, the normally gentle woman felt a profound hatred for someone. Though she had experienced sorrow when Fong Guan betrayed her, the passage of years had dulled that pain. Her daughter harbored a sense of admiration for him, never suspecting his unwavering selfishness. Now, she found herself powerless, compelled to embrace her daughter tightly once more. Resolved in her heart, she must never hinder her daughter's path. Later, as she lay in her bed, Wen Chaoyue continued to organize her daily procurement plans, increasingly feeling the urgency of time. Her mind raced with excitement, rendering sleep elusive. Food and water had been largely secured, sufficient for a lifetime for the two of them, with further supplies to be added as needs arose. Next on her list were daily necessities and tools for weathering natural disasters. A speedboat was essential, if possible, when Chaoyue yearned for the opportunity to acquire a fast vessel. Installing underfloor heating would significantly enhance their survival chances during cold snaps, yet at night, the temperature would drop several degrees, leaving them several times convinced they might perish from the cold. Aviation-grade sleeping bags were also a must. Coupled with a heater, their preparations would be nearly flawless. Most crucial of all were self-defense weapons. She needed to visit the hardware store the following day. The more she pondered, the more invigorated she felt. When Chaoyue picked up her phone and opened the shopping app, she ordered 20 boxes each of sanitary pads and tampons. Aware that in the later stages, malnutrition would likely render menstruation a distant concern, but for now, such a situation was far from reality. Loading more content. Please wait. 40 boxes collectively contain over 20,000 items, sufficient for 50 years. Common brands of undergarments were purchased in 500 sets, tailored to both mother and daughter S sizes. Disposable underwear was acquired from various stores, totaling 30,000 pieces. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gel, shampoo, soap, laundry detergent. Wen Chaoyue placed orders for these essentials, maximizing the purchase limits. A considerable quantity of paper towels and wet wipes was needed. Wen Chaoyue bought part of it, planning to acquire the remainder from a large supermarket in a couple of days. Batteries, candles, lighters, matches, sewing kits, tape, trash bags. Wen Chaoyue procured everything visible at home, opting for inexpensive items, ensuring that all consumables were purchased in abundance. The advantage of online shopping lies in the suggestions that arise while browsing, leading to an ever-increasing variety of purchases. Most importantly, Wen Chaoyue located a company online and ordered 4 aviation-grade sleeping bags with a 5-day delivery time. She provided the address of Jiuyu, a diesel heater, a first aid kit, water purification tablets, and a filter were also ordered. While scrolling, Wen Chaoyue stumbled upon a small chainsaw. Her eyes lit up, and she ordered 5 pieces in 3 different sizes, a diesel and rechargeable dual-purpose model, perfectly suited for Wen Chaoyue, as it could intimidate without causing harm. Most people have likely seen saw, right? Ultimately, it is a tool more formidable than lethal. Since she had found a weapon, she felt compelled to purchase a compound bow as well. Wen Chaoyue carefully selected several models suitable for both of them and subsequently ordered thousands of arrowheads. As the torrential rain trapped her indoors, Ms. Wen seized the opportunity to refine her aim. In the apocalyptic world, she had encountered survivors wielding compound bows, whose combat prowess made them coveted allies among various strongholds. As for Wen Chaoyue, her weapon of choice was a crowbar, exceptionally versatile for both offense and defense, adept at breaching barriers and clearing obstructions. Let us procure 20 of them. She ordered 2 4-person speedboats and 4 inflatable rafts. Tents, fire axes, binoculars, radios. Flashlights, she stocked up on 3 boxes of pepper spray and 20 retractable stun batons. In her fervor, Wen Chaoyue cast aside any notions of prudent shopping. At 2 in the morning, exhaustion finally overcame her, and she drifted into an uneasy slumber. In her dreams, she found herself plummeting endlessly amidst a cataclysmic upheaval, confronted by a faceless, malevolent grin. Abruptly, she awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Glancing at her phone, she realized she had only slept for half an hour. After a moment of tranquility, she decisively made her way to Wen Chaoyue's room to share her bed. The familiar scent of her mother gradually soothed her racing heart, while the drowsy Ms. Wen instinctively patted her back. Chapter 9. Stockpiling on July 3, 2097. There were merely 8 days remaining until the apocalypse commenced. Today's breakfast consisted of steamed buns and fried dough sticks from Wen Chaoyue's favorite eatery, complemented by a steaming cup of freshly made soy milk crafted by her own hands. The steamed buns were perfectly pleated, their skins as thin as paper. A gentle touch released their sweet, savory juices. The fried dough sticks, freshly fried by the proprietor, were crisp and aromatic and dipped in soy milk. They brought Wen Chaoyue immense satisfaction.
Mom.
Wen Chaoyue savored the last morsel of his youtiao, ardently urging Ms. Wen to order breakfast from this establishment. Let us request 1,000 portions. After all, you did the same during the sports meet, didn't you? Just have it delivered to the warehouse. I have long yearned for this taste, he added, and their xiaomai is exquisite. I must have that as well. Naturally, Wen Chaoyue acquiesced, for she had relished the offerings of the shop for many years, never growing weary of them, making a trip every few days. With her daughter now having a serene space, it was certainly wise to take advantage of it. Emergency alert from Pengcheng. The Municipal Meteorological Bureau has issued a warning. It is anticipated that our city will continue to experience temperatures exceeding 42°C over the next 4 to 5 days, with the northern and central regions reaching between 42°C and 47°C. Please take necessary precautions against the heat. Wen Chaoyue glanced at her phone, as she received high-temperature alerts almost daily. This particular heat wave was both rare and prolonged. However, none could have foreseen that it was a harbinger of the impending apocalypse. Scrolling through Weibo, she noticed discussions under the trending topic of extreme heat, some even broaching apocalyptic rhetoric. Having lived in Pengcheng for 30 years, I have never encountered such sweltering conditions. She mused. Let us not forget, Hangzhou has already hit 43 degrees. I just cracked an egg on my car hood, and guess what? It was cooked in merely 10 seconds. Perhaps we should sprinkle some salt upstairs and have it for breakfast, she jested. One must wonder, is the end of the world truly upon us? Harbin is nearing 40 degrees after all. What a dreadful climate. I would rather face the apocalypse. Although each year brings forth individuals proclaiming the end of the world, this year seems somewhat distinct. Last month, a significant earthquake struck the neighboring island nation, followed by a monumental tsunami in Nepal just last week. The recent news is replete with calamities from across the globe. Have there not been disasters in every year? It merely appears that they have converged at this moment. Regardless of whether this is indeed the end of days, I find myself reluctant to venture outside in this weather. Perhaps I shall stockpile supplies and remain indoors. I envy those above who are free from the burdens of work. In mere 5 days, the memory of the summer heat will give way to widespread rainfall across the nation, bringing great relief and eliciting joyous cheers from the populace, unaware that the world is on the brink of upheaval. Meanwhile, abroad, many nations experience torrential rains at the onset of their disasters, while others suffer from hailstones the size of fists. The abruptness of these events leaves many outdoors unable to seek shelter, resulting in countless casualties. The island nation has been half submerged by a tsunami, and 2 industrial powers are afflicted by acid rain of alarming concentration. It is as if, simultaneously, the world emits a mournful roar, returning its grievances and suffering back to humanity. Subsequently, Wen Chaoyue finds herself devoid of the energy to concern herself with the disasters plaguing other countries or even other cities. As communication falters, obtaining news from the outside becomes increasingly arduous. One can only imagine the staggering toll of lives lost and the pervasive sorrow. If the nation had received warnings of the impending calamities sooner, would the outcome have differed? Wen Chaoyue scoffs at this thought, How much difference could a mere 5 or 6 days truly make? Calming her mind, Wen Chaoyue ceased to ponder how the world might transform. She was merely an ordinary individual. If given a second chance, her sole desire was to live well alongside her mother. The current priority was to amass supplies. Stockpiling was of utmost importance. Today, Wen Chaoyue's primary task was to receive the food she had ordered the previous day at the warehouse. Before heading there, she visited a steel shop and ordered 20 sets of stainless steel shelves, each measuring 20 meters by 20 meters by 5 meters. She arranged for the owner to cut and assemble them, ensuring delivery to the warehouse. Initially, the process would take at least 2 days, but with an additional fee, the owner could expedite the service, promising delivery by afternoon. Upon arriving at the warehouse, the first thing Wen Chaoyue did was to open her food delivery app and order 20 breakfast meals from McDonald's and 20 from KFC. Once received, she placed them in a corner of the warehouse, storing them away. Waiting for the remaining deliveries, she noticed the temperature nearing 40 degrees Celsius. In the shade by the warehouse entrance, she felt the heat radiating from the ground, warming her calves. Such oppressive heat was a customary prelude to the peak of summer. Throughout the morning, she engaged in the repetitive process of receiving goods, confirming their accuracy, and settling the outstanding payments. The bustling activity around her made it inconvenient to store supplies in her space. Thus, she instructed the delivery workers to neatly arrange the items within the warehouse. During brief intervals between deliveries, Wen Chaoyue unfolded a chair and sat at the entrance of the warehouse, continuing her procurement of supplies via the shopping app. She procured a diverse array of comfortable and convenient sweatshirts, t-shirts, athletic pants, shorts, sports bras, windbreakers, down jackets, waterproof coats, sneakers, and snow boots based on the measurements of herself and Wen Chaoyue. The styles were secondary, with the primary focus being on convenience, comfort, and practicality. Uncertain about the prospects of returning to a normal society, these garments had transformed into consumables, leading to a purchase exceeding 100 items. Various vitamin supplements, fish oil, and calcium tablets were acquired in quantities of 500 bottles. Other medications, however, would require Wen Chaoyue to leverage her friend's resources. The variety and quantity of essential medicines were substantial, but online shopping for pharmaceuticals appeared to draw more attention than food supplies. Moreover, certain medications were challenging to procure without a prescription. In addition to pharmaceuticals, the mother and daughter also discussed the storage of gasoline and diesel. Wen Chaoyue planned to enlist the help of a student with family connections, relieving Wen Chaoyue of this concern. Yet, contemplating the opportunities presented by the onset of calamities, Wen Chaoyue decided to order 20 portable fuel cans of 30 liters and 20 of 50 liters, along with 20 100-liter diesel barrels. Even if all the gasoline cans were filled, they would only hold 1,600 liters, sufficient for approximately 13,000 kilometers of travel in an off-road vehicle. And acquiring such a volume of gasoline remained uncertain. Diesel was equally crucial for powering generators. For now, they could only await the outcome of Wen Chaoyue's efforts to secure fuel from her friends. As she pondered, her fingers swiftly navigated her smartphone for purchases. Suddenly, Wen Chaoyue recalled an exceedingly important fact. The apocalypse had arrived. Good gracious! As the torrential rain commenced, everything seemed manageable. People went about their usual business, including using the restroom. However, as the flooding intensified, the toilets began to backflow, prompting each resident to hastily seal their commodes. Consequently, household waste was primarily disposed of indoors before being cast into the rising waters. With the arrival of the cold wave, every outdoor surface was encased in a thick layer of ice, tainted and murky in hue. Beneath the ice lay not only corpses, but also a myriad of refuse and excrement. It was advisable not to linger too long, for even a fleeting glance could evoke a sense of impending odor. Wen Chaoyue became aware that some of her cat-owning neighbors had resorted to using cat litter. However, upon further investigation, she discovered that even this did little to mask the stench. Ultimately, the waste deposited in the litter still had to be scooped into trash bags for disposal. Those seeking convenience often discarded it directly from their balconies. The inevitability of human waste was undeniable, as one could not simply opt for sterilization as one might with childbirth. Wen Chaoyue first conducted online research and subsequently ordered 10 portable toilets, along with ample supplies of toilet degradants, deodorizing tablets, adult diapers, garbage bags, disinfectants, and alcohol wipes, placing several hundreds of orders in total. Once she completed her purchases, the morning deliveries had also arrived. She secured the warehouse and set out in her vehicle to seek sustenance. Chapter 10. Fong Mingzhu. That morning, she had discovered a renowned beef noodle shop nearby. Perfectly timed for the lunch rush, had she delayed any longer, she would have faced a wait. She ordered a bowl of beef bone broth noodle soup and 10 skewers of lamb. Within 10 minutes, her meal arrived, and the rich aroma of beef enveloped her senses. With the first bite, she knew she had made the right choice. The ramen is delightfully chewy, with a uniform thickness that lends a smooth texture. Generous chunks of beef rest atop, their intricate marbling evident, having been simmered to perfection. The broth is subtly sweet, unmistakably derived from simmered beef bones, devoid of any artificial enhancements. A dash of the restaurant's homemade chili oil enhances the flavor, making it even more delectable, causing Wen Chaoyue to squint her eyes in bliss. Without hesitation, she places an order, 30 servings, each accompanied by an extra portion of beef. Additionally, she requests 100 skewers of lamb. Fortunately, the restaurant is staffed with numerous chefs, ensuring swift service. Within approximately 15 minutes after Wen Chaoyue finishes her meal, her order is packaged and ready. She enlists the help of a staff member to deliver it to her car's trunk, then drives to a secluded corner of the parking lot at a nearby shopping center, discreetly stashing the bounty away. The next shipment is expected to arrive in about an hour and a half, allowing Wen Chaoyue some leisure time to explore. This shopping complex features a food court on the lower levels, with a high-end supermarket, while the first to fourth floors are dedicated to clothing, accessories, and handbags, and the fifth and sixth floors focus on dining. Wen Chaoyue plans to casually browse the food stalls before checking the supermarket for any overlooked groceries or daily necessities. She spots a milk tea shop she once adored and happily purchases a cup of water buffalo milk bubble tea, savoring a hearty sip before ordering 30 cups of various flavors of milk tea, lemon tea, and fruit tea, adding a delivery fee for the staff to have them ready for delivery to the warehouse in 2 hours. Following the same strategy, she places orders ranging from 30 to 50 servings at various snack and beverage shops across the 2 levels. A variety of sandwiches, beef pastries, radish beef offal, braised pig's trotters, pancakes, rice balls. The nearby store, Wen Chaoyue, awaits the completion of orders to be delivered to the car by the staff, only to retrieve them once the employees have departed. After 3 trips, one might assume the trunk appears full to an outsider. Other snack establishments have coordinated with their staff, instructing them to deliver to the warehouse at the designated time, just as the first milk tea shop does. Given Wen Chaoyue's substantial sales volume and the warehouse's proximity, coupled with her additional delivery fee, all the stores are more than willing to comply. After all, during such weather, the number of patrons venturing out to shop and dine is exceedingly scarce, rendering the entire mall notably quieter than before. Wen Chaoyue feels quite pleased, finding satisfaction in her successful stockpiling. Just as she intends to browse the supermarket, a familiar female voice calls out from behind. "Oh, is that not my dear sister?" Wen Chaoyue calms the intensity in her gaze and turns to face the newcomer. Fong Mingzhu is adorned in a limited edition Chanel dress, her flaxen waves cascading down her back. Her makeup meticulously applied and perched on 7-centimeter heels, she stands 3 meters away, casting a disdainful glance in Wen Chaoyue's direction. Having struggled for years in a post-apocalyptic world, Wen Chaoyue has grown accustomed to tattered clothing. Merely possessing a complete outfit feels like a luxury. Since her rebirth, she has embraced simplicity in her attire. Today, in the sweltering heat, she dons a black tank top, layered with a sky blue shirt, complemented by white denim shorts and canvas shoes. To Fong Mingzhu, her half-sister's outfit is nothing short of pitiful. "What brings you here? Are you so impoverished that you cannot even afford a decent outfit? Is this how you venture out?" Fong Mingzhu scoffed, her tone laced with derision. Wen Chaoyue felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Though her attire was simple, it was hardly unpresentable. In contrast, Fong Mingzhu, at merely 18, adorned herself like a woman of 25, exuding an air of forced maturity. Wen Chaoyue had no desire to engage with her. In her previous life, Fong Mingzhu, despite her youth, had been ruthlessly cruel, responsible for the death of her mother. Though in this life, the past had not yet unfolded. The sight of Fang Mingju's face ignited a surge of murderous intent within Wen Chaoyue that she struggled to suppress. She had to exert tremendous self-control to refrain from lunging at Fang Mingju and seizing her by the throat. "Stop right there, Wen Chaoyue. I am speaking to you. How can you be so rude? Truly a wild child, lacking upbringing. It is no wonder your mother produced such a disgrace."
Slap.
Before Fang Mingju could finish her tirade, a resounding slap met her cheek. She was momentarily stunned, unable to process the event, as Wen Chaoyue stood before her. Her gaze as frosty as steel. The sting on her face was sharp, and the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. What made her embarrassment all the more acute was the curious and scornful glances from passers-by.
Ah.
"You wretched," Wen Chaoyue seized Fang Mingju's chin, the grip so fierce that it nearly robbed her of breath. Wen Chaoyue's eyes glinted with icy resolve, her voice low and menacing. "This is my final warning to you. Do not prance about before me. The next time, it will not merely be a slap in the face." Fang Mingju's pupils constricted sharply, her heart racing. She had never witnessed such a profound malevolence hidden within Wen Chaoyue's dark eyes, sending shivers down her spine. In that moment, she felt as though Wen Chaoyue might snap her neck at any second. Suddenly, Fang Mingju realized that she had never truly known Wen Chaoyue. The obedient and docile Wen Chaoyue of the past appeared to be nothing more than a facade, a mere act to play the role of a good daughter in front of her father. Wen Chaoyue released her grip, shaking off the foundation that had stained her hands. Casting a cold glance at Fang Mingju, who sat helplessly on the ground, her tone laced with derision, "You should consider yourself fortunate to still reside in a peaceful society." With that, Wen Chaoyue turned and walked away, leaving Fang Mingju in disarray, her face burning with pain, while her heart felt even heavier. Having been perceptive from a young age, Fang Mingju was acutely aware of the complexities of her family dynamics, an elder brother who faced her mother's disdain, and a younger sister who basked in their father's affection. In contrast, Wen Chaoyue, being of similar age and gender, invited further comparison. Fang Mingju had inherited her mother's modest beauty, a mere delicate flower, while Wen Chaoyue had taken the best traits from both her parents, her appearance undoubtedly striking. This was one of the reasons Fang Mingju harbored resentment towards her. More significantly, she felt entitled to her parents' love, believing it should be exclusively hers. Yet every time Wen Chaoyue visited her home, her father would overlook her, showering Wen Chaoyue with warmth and concern. This would provoke her, causing her to throw tantrums. Initially, Fang Guan and Huan would occasionally indulge her whims, but eventually, they began to chastise her for her lack of understanding. Subsequently, Wen Chaoyue ceased her visits altogether, leaving Fang Guan to take her out for meals. Fang Mingju would often harbor her grievances for an extended period. To her astonishment, a rare encounter with Wen Chaoyue while out resulted in a significant humiliation for her. The bitterness in Fang Mingju's heart reached its zenith. Chapter 11. A demand for money. Wen Chaoyue remained indifferent to Fang Mingju's thoughts. Over the years, Fang Mingju had created numerous disturbances. Initially, Wen Chaoyue had hoped to foster a good relationship with her younger sister, but even the most enduring patience had its limits. Raised under the pampering of her grandparents and Wen Guanyu, she was not destined to endure such indignities. However, it was intolerable to suffer in silence, was it not?
Dad.
I just encountered Fang Mingju. She insulted me and my mother as being worthless. We are both your daughters. How could she speak to me that way? Finding Fang Guan's number, she tapped to send a message. Previously, Wen Chaoyue would call Fang Guan, but the thought of addressing this man as father now felt repugnant to her. After a few moments, Fang Guan called back. "Hello, Chao Chao, are you out shopping? Have you run into your sister?" Fang Guan's voice was clear and gentle, his speech unhurried, with the faint sounds of several secretaries discussing matters in the background. "Your sister had a quarrel with her mother and is in a foul mood, so she spoke without restraint. As the elder sister, you should forgive her. I will transfer you 100,000. Go buy some clothes or bags to lift your spirits. I had an argument with my mother as well, and she has cut off my allowance." "What was the quarrel between you two?" "The last time I mentioned to my mother the desire to take my grandmother's jewelry, she was quite upset and has not spoken to me for several days. It was merely a subtle probe, not a direct request. I only casually mentioned wanting the jewelry that my grandmother had left behind. Wen Chaoyue, being somewhat carefree, considered Feng Guanhua's possessions as optional and not of great significance. However, in Wen Chaoyue's heart, the feelings of Wen Guanyu and the belongings of their grandmother held far greater importance. In truth, she had never broached the subject with Wen Guanyu. It was only later, upon truly discerning Feng Guanhua's true nature, that Wen Chaoyue realized every word and action from him was driven by ulterior motives.
Child.
Your father merely mentioned it in passing. How could you take it so seriously? How could I possibly take your grandmother's belongings? I don't care. I'm out of money now. Lend me 1 million. 1 million? What on earth do you need that much money for? My mother hasn't given me pocket money in over a week. My credit card is maxed out. And I'm not asking you for anything, just borrowing. I know Feng Mingzhu receives a monthly allowance of 1 million. We are both your daughters. I've never asked you for money before, and yet she scolds me for it. Why does she get to? All right, 1 million it is. Whether you call it borrowing or not, you're my daughter, so take as much as you need. Consider it your allowance from me. Then just transfer it directly to my card. No more chatting, I'm off to go shopping. After hanging up the phone, Feng Guan felt a twinge of confusion. His daughter's demeanor seemed rather peculiar. Yet, engrossed in work, he had little time to ponder the complexities of a young girl's psyche. Grandma Guan's belongings were indeed treasures, valuable yet scarce in the market. In his social stratum, money was the easiest commodity to acquire, yet some individuals remained perpetually unsatisfied. Chapter 12. Aunt Gu at 5 in the afternoon, when Chaoyue had completed her procurement for the day. Essentially, the sustenance for both her and Wen Guanyu had been secured within their space, alleviating her previously anxious heart. The subsequent priorities included potable water, medicine, and fuel, tasks that Wen Guanyu had taken upon himself. Other supplies could be gradually replenished over the next few days, as online purchases primarily shipped from the same city or neighboring locales, expected to arrive within 2 to 3 days. When Chaoyue exhaled a sigh of frustration, the weight of another concern looming over her like a sword, she had only survived 5 years in this apocalyptic world. During this time, the government had exerted tremendous effort in self-preservation and aiding others, establishing numerous official bases. The mortality rate had peaked during the initial 2 years, with each new calamity claiming countless lives. However, the government's response time had increasingly improved, seemingly preparing various contingency plans in anticipation of potential disasters. Yet, the pressing question remained: when would this protracted calamity come to an end? 5 years? 10 years? Or perhaps only after the extinction of humanity itself? Having endured these 5 years, Wen Chaoyue was acutely aware of what was to come and was diligently preparing for it. What would happen in 5 years' time? Would even greater and more formidable disasters follow in succession? Would the deluge from the parable of Noah's Ark eventually descend upon them? As more content is being loaded, please hold on. In the preliminary stages of the natural disaster, the populace has already endured 2 instances of flooding. The first occurred during a torrential downpour, when seawater surged inland. This deluge persisted for over 6 months, compounded by the tsunami from the neighboring island nation, which also affected Ping City and several coastal towns. These locales were the first to experience the devastating floods, while the inland areas fared somewhat better. However, at that time, leaving Ping City was virtually impossible. The rapid melting of ice also caused a significant flood, and the situation was exacerbated by the various contaminants in the water: sewage, corpses, and domestic waste. The stench under the sweltering heat was unbearable, and even more alarming were the outbreaks of infectious diseases and plagues resulting from the proliferation of bacteria. Over the preceding 5 years, numerous natural disasters had already transpired, and Wen Chaoyue felt an unsettling uncertainty about what calamities might follow. Yet, dwelling on these fears proved futile. For her and her mother, every additional day of life was a blessing. Recently, she had hastily perused several apocalyptic novels, encountering themes of volcanic eruptions, acid rain, and mutated flora, an unending array of disasters. All she could do was prepare as thoroughly as possible. Once the custom shelves arrived at the warehouse, she stored them in her space, grateful that she had ordered them as a single unit. Had they required assembly, she would have lacked the energy to manage it.
Today,
she had been practically scorched by the heat all day. However, upon realizing that her space was overflowing with supplies, she felt a mix of joy and dismay at the sheer volume of resources. Chapter 13. Pharmaceuticals. These once gentle, benevolent, and sunny faces have been irrevocably transformed in the face of disaster. In her previous life, when the first calamity descended upon her, Wen Chaoyue truly grasped the fickleness of human hearts. It was a swift maturation for her. Witnessing the various behaviors of neighbors during the torrential downpour, she resolved to care for no one but her mother in this new life. For the past few days, Wen Guanyu had refrained from discussing whether the news of the apocalypse could be divulged to those close to her, for in her eyes, no one held a greater significance than Wen Chaoyue. A mother's understanding of her daughter is unparalleled. Recently, Wen Guanyu observed a profound transformation in her once vibrant and sunny daughter, who had become vigilant and aloof, like a startled bird, easily startled by the slightest noise. Though they still engaged in conversations and shared meals as before, an incessant sense of urgency hung in the air. In moments of solitary reflection, Wen Chaoyue exuded an aura of coldness and grimness, creating a barrier that repelled others. Wen Guanyu felt a deep sorrow and found it hard to fathom the horrors her daughter had endured in a world teeming with monstrosities. Thus, she diligently prepared for the impending apocalypse according to Wen Chaoyue's wishes, without probing into whether the news of the end times could be cautiously shared. More critically, any improper disclosure could potentially reveal Wen Chaoyue's rebirth and the existence of her spatial abilities, scenarios that Wen Guanyu wished to avoid at all costs. Her husband's family was part of a substantial pharmaceutical enterprise, primarily operating in the north, while the south was dominated by two long-standing companies. They had long aspired to penetrate the southern market, yet their efforts had yielded little success until Guingqiu joined the core management team, bringing a glimmer of hope. Thus, she was appointed as the top manager responsible for the southern market and has already visited Pengcheng for the second time this year. During her previous hurried visit, they had no opportunity to meet. Is that true? Wen Guanyu exclaimed with delight, suddenly contemplating how the world might change next month. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "Actually, Hangzhou is quite nice." "Gu aunt," Wen Chaoyue interrupted Wen Guanyu, "did my mother not inform you why we need so many medicines?" Is there a special circumstance?" "Your mother simply asked me if I had any connections and inquired why she needed so many, yet she did not elaborate." Guingqiu found it peculiar. The medicines Wen Guanyu requested were not particularly special, merely in large quantities. Typically, substantial amounts of medicines cannot be sold to individuals, and if one were to be found in possession of such a large quantity, they might very well find themselves in trouble. She had come to Pengcheng this time due to market demand, bringing with her medicines valued at 15 million, essentially fulfilling all of Wen Guanyu's requests. With some discreet maneuvering, it wouldn't be a problem to allocate an additional 1 or 2 million worth of medicine. However, given the substantial quantity, she felt compelled to inquire further. "We stockpile medicines, and so should you, but the most crucial thing is to stock up on food. Handle it discreetly, and do not let others discover that you are hoarding supplies. Loading more content. Please wait. Trust me. Mom, do not ask too many questions." Guingqiu smiled. "What's the matter? Have you two joined some apocalyptic forum?" Upon seeing the identical serious expressions on the mother and daughter's faces, Guingqiu's smile faded. She raised an eyebrow slightly and turned her gaze toward Wen Guanyu. Wen Guanyu remained silent, her brow furrowed, but she solemnly nodded in response. Guingqiu's heart sank. She finally took the matter to heart. Regardless of the reasons behind it or the source of their information, since they had approached her with such gravity, she would prepare herself accordingly. Noticing Guingqiu's concern, Wen Guanyu felt a sense of relief. Her daughter was her top priority. Yet Guingqiu was one of the few friends she truly cared for. "All right, let us order. Zhao Zhao must be famished after a long day, right?" Wen Chaoyue nodded. Observing her mother's demeanor had relaxed considerably, and the weight in her heart seemed to lighten. She understood that Wen Guanyu would make any decision beneficial for her. But wasn't her rebirth meant for the sake of her mother's well-being? Just as Wen Guanyu comprehended her, she too understood her mother's worries and anguish, as well as her unease regarding the unknown and guilt towards her friends. Causing Wen Guanyu to feel anxious or conflicted was never her intention. As long as it did not affect their mother-daughter bond, she would support Wen Guanyu in helping her friends. During the meal, the conversation mainly consisted of two long-lost friends reconnecting, while Wen Chaoyue kept her thoughts to herself, not participating much. Occasionally overhearing snippets of conversation, it becomes apparent that Guingqiu's marital life appears rather unsatisfactory. After a decade of marriage, she has not borne any children, which has led to considerable discontent within her husband's family. Fortunately, Guingqiu possesses remarkable personal capabilities. Over the years, she has gradually established her position within the company, acquiring greater influence. In the past 2 years, neither her elders nor the company shareholders have openly criticized her. After dinner, Guingqiu presented several A4 sheets, sliding them across the table to Wen Chaoyue and casually remarked, "This is a compilation of medications that Aunt Gu can provide you in the shortest possible time. Your mother has received an electronic copy on her phone. This version is for you to review as well. Should you find anything lacking, do let me know." When Chaoyue glanced at the documents, which meticulously detailed various types of medications along with their quantities and brief usage instructions. The list predominantly included anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, analgesics, cold medications, antidiarrheals, gastrointestinal treatments, Yunnan Baiyao, and antihistamines, essential household medications. Additionally, it encompassed N95 masks, medical gloves, protective goggles, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and blood glucose meters. Antibiotics such as amoxicillin and cephalosporins, alongside antiviral medications like oseltamivir phosphate and acyclovir, were also included. Comparatively fewer were the medications for chronic conditions and special needs, such as antihypertensives, insulin, and inhalers. Additionally, there exists a separately listed basic first aid kit for emergency and trauma care, newly launched by their company. This kit comprises bandages, gauze, medical tape, tourniquets, sterile dressings, scissors, tweezers, and sutures, all intended for the treatment of wounds or injuries. It also includes alcohol 75 concentration, iodine, and hydrogen peroxide for wound cleansing and instrument sterilization, as well as hemostatic powder, thrombin spray, and medical adhesive tape for addressing severe hemorrhages. Chapter 14. Acquiring Medicine. The list provided by Guingqiu is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing numerous medications that Wen Chaoyue had not anticipated, essentially covering all pharmaceutical needs one might encounter throughout life. In the apocalypse, the highest mortality rates arise from hunger and cold, as well as illness and injury. Hunger and cold may alleviate somewhat with the drastic reduction in population and the retreat of cold waves, leading to a gradual decline in mortality rates. However, illness and injury remain a constant presence every day in this desolate world. To her knowledge, until the year of her demise, the base had essentially ceased the production of pharmaceuticals. A few expired amoxicillin capsules could be bartered for a year's worth of rations, as sometimes this equates to a human life. Natural disasters bring about human extinction, yet they afford greater opportunities for the survival of various flora and fauna as time progresses. Plants and animals flourish with increasing abandon. Aunt Gu, do you have resources for traditional Chinese medicine? Fresh herbs or processed ones will do. And I also need seeds for traditional medicine. All right, dear. I will procure some for you. Give me a few days. I will await your response. The encounter among the three was remarkably fleeting. One was preoccupied with corporate affairs, while the other two displayed a palpable anxiety, driven by the impending apocalypse. As they bid farewell at the restaurant entrance, the clock had yet to strike 8. When Guanyu, taking the initiative, embraced her childhood friend, acutely aware that their next meeting might be a distant prospect. Beyond mere encounters, with communication likely severed, even maintaining contact would become a luxury. Ingqiu, take good care of yourself, and remember what Zhao Zhao said. Before departing, Guingqiu handed a key to Wen Chaoyue, her expression one of contentment. Unbeknownst to us, Zhao Zhao has grown so much, appearing quite mature and dependable. Please look after your mother well. This key is for the trunk. I've sent your mother the location of the car. After you retrieve the items, just leave the key in the trunk. Yes, I will, Aunt Gu. Thank you. The mother and daughter watched as Guingqiu's driver whisked her away. Sharing a glance, when Guanyu smiled as she affectionately ruffled Wen Chaoyue's hair. Thank you too, Zhao Zhao, for your understanding and kindness. Mom, I know you have many close friends and students. I should have considered that more thoughtfully. You could subtly remind them. Aside from your Aunt Gu, I don't have many friends I hold dear. Had your Aunt Gu not fortuitously arrived in Pengcheng, I would have sent her a message to remind her. As for others, I would merely advise them to stock up on food at home. Beyond that, I wouldn't say much. Each person has their own fate, and we cannot save everyone. Wen Chaoyue was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, her mother sank beneath the icy depths, and as she was pushed onto the frozen surface, the biting cold rapidly robbed her of warmth. Just as she was on the brink of freezing to death, a passing soldier came to her aid. She wept bitterly, pleading with the soldier to rescue her mother. After a prolonged silence, he uttered a simple apology, stating, "I cannot save everyone." From that day forth, Wen Chaoyue shed no more tears. "Mother, what if we had informed the nation of these events beforehand?" After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chaoyue suggested, "We could discreetly alert the higher authorities about the impending disasters without revealing our identities. If the nation were prepared in advance, perhaps more lives could be spared." The government had never wavered in its resolve. It tirelessly marshaled all available resources to combat natural calamities. In her past existence, Wen Chaoyue had endured considerable suffering, half of which stemmed from disasters and the other half from ordinary individuals. Yet, she had also reaped the benefits of the nation's efforts on numerous occasions. Chaoyue. When Guanyu embraced her daughter tightly, her voice laced with emotion. "I will follow your lead." Once they had composed themselves, they refrained from discussing their next steps in detail and instead took a taxi to the location where Guingqiu was to distribute the medications. The site was an obscure parking lot in a secluded park where only a few dust-covered private vehicles were parked. Based on the license plates, they opened the back of a medium-sized van, which was filled to the brim with cardboard boxes of medicines. When Guanyu, feeling uneasy, conducted a thorough check of the park for any surveillance cameras, ensuring that the dash cams of the other vehicles were not directed at them, before allowing Wen Chaoyue to enter the van. Closing the carriage door, after a brief pause of about a minute, Wen Chaoyue stored all the medicines into her spatial compartment. With the issue of medication finally resolved, the next pressing concern was fuel. When Guanyu had already arranged their drinking water, yet the necessity for water for daily use remained unaddressed. However, prompted by Wen Guanyu's reminder, Wen Chaoyue had devised a preliminary plan. When receiving the shelves in the afternoon, she had inquired with the proprietor about where to procure a water tower. Coincidentally, the owner's relative was engaged in this business, and she promptly requested him to order 20 vertical water tanks, each with a capacity of 10 tons, to be delivered to the warehouse in batches. In just 2 days, the Juelongxi would be nearly ready for decoration, and Wen Chaoyue resolved to procure all necessary items within this time frame. Should anything else be lacking afterwards, she would simply visit them all. She was also contemplating experiencing the tranquility of the present world with her mother before the impending apocalypse. Having expended nearly all her funds over the past 2 days, and with the sale price of the old house reduced, the agency had already processed the transaction, and payment could be made tomorrow. Once the final payment for the renovations was settled, along with the 1 million to be transferred to Guingqiu tonight, the mother and daughter would be left with approximately 3 million, with a portion reserved for fuel expenses. Fortunately, today had brought an additional source of income. Wen Chaoyue recounted her encounter with Fang Guan and the acquisition of funds to Wen Guanyu, who responded with an approving thumbs up. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. The night breeze caressed their faces, carrying a hint of warmth. In 2 hours, only a week would remain until the apocalypse. Upon returning home, the mother and daughter refreshed themselves and reviewed the actions taken over the past 2 days once more. The most crucial residence is nearing completion, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the two individuals must endure at least 2 calamities before heading north to Jiuyulongxi. During the second disaster, the national government began to establish various survivor bases across the country, also supporting capable individual teams in creating smaller outposts. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, Wen Chaoyue resided in a private base, her ambition directed towards the largest official national base, the Northern Base. The Northern Base was officially completed in the 3rd year of the disasters, and over these years, sporadic news from survivors surfaced, recounting riots in certain bases or the destruction of others in new calamities. Only a few national bases remained steadfast, with the Northern Base being the most substantial among them. If she wished to ensure a good life for her mother, the Northern Base was her foremost choice. Chapter 15. The supermarket, however, during that period, News within the world circulated solely among survivors, characterized by delays and uncertainties. For instance, the precise location of the northern base was only vaguely described by other survivors. While at that moment, Wen Chaoyue found herself in a region closer to the center, far removed from the northern base, devoid of any means of transportation. The journey to the northern base remained a mere contemplation. With the apocalypse yet to unfold, an early venture north was impractical. She only possessed a rough idea of its location, and even if she were to head north now, there would be no suitable refuge for them to weather the impending calamities. Therefore, it was essential to download offline maps onto various mobile devices and tablets, ensuring they could serve as a helpful resource when connectivity was lost. Wen Chaoyue duly noted this task in her memorandum. The means of transportation required modifications to the off-road vehicle 2 days prior to the impending calamity. Should there be any surplus funds, the intention was to rent a motorhome. Otherwise, they would resort to a zero-cost acquisition. The unpredictability of such an approach was daunting for Wen Chaoyue, who preferred to prudently allocate resources in advance to prepare essential supplies. She meticulously conveyed the specifics of the disaster and its anticipated duration to Wen Chaoyue, along with a general overview of the locations of survivor bases established by the state. The two reached a consensus to discreetly inform governmental agencies about the disaster while ensuring their identities remained concealed. Revealing this information a week in advance posed significant risks. Even disclosing it a day earlier would render the state incapable of taking meaningful action within such a short time frame. They resolved to disclose the information 3 days prior. Their communication would rely on the most rudimentary written methods. In this era of advanced technology, whether via mobile devices or computers, any transmitted messages could easily be traced. In 2 days, they planned to print the disaster information and deliver it to various governmental offices across several districts. As for whether their message would be noticed or taken seriously, Wen Chaoyue expressed that they had done their utmost. Although Wen Chaoyue had acquaintances skilled in computer hacking, she felt that involving another individual would only heighten the risk of exposure, and she was unwilling to jeopardize Wen Chaoyue's safety. The mother and daughter conducted a review of their supply purchases before retiring for the night. The night passed in silence. On July 4th, 2097, there remained 7 days until the onset of the apocalypse. Today's temperature rose by an additional 2 degrees compared to yesterday, with some regions reaching a staggering 44 degrees Celsius, an unprecedented heat wave for Pring City. Not merely in Pengcheng but in most cities, notifications regarding water and electricity restrictions have been issued, and the authorities have advocated for remote work among enterprises. Upon browsing the internet, one finds that of the top 20 trending topics, 14 pertain to the scorching heat. Various apocalyptic discourses have begun to surface, only to be swiftly deleted upon subsequent searches. After all, who would anticipate that this wave of heat heralds the onset of an apocalypse? As Wen Chaoyue scrolled through her phone, she disregarded the messages flooding her WeChat group, for these contacts had drifted away over a span of 5 years, rendering many of them unrecognizable to her. There seemed little reason to maintain such connections. In the ensuing 5 years, she had encountered no one. After glancing at online news, which bore little difference from her previous life, she decided to turn off her phone and cease her perusal. Today, Wen Chaoyue's primary task entailed receiving goods at the warehouse, specifically bottled drinking water and meat. Stepping outside, she was immediately met by a wave of heat that left her throat parched with every breath. A rugged vehicle was stationed at the warehouse. Wen Chaoyue opted for a taxi today, as the sweltering weather had drastically reduced the number of available rides, resulting in nearly 10 minutes of waiting time. Upon her arrival, 5-7, 6-meter box trucks were already present. Due to the oppressive heat, they would only be making this single delivery today, arriving significantly earlier than scheduled in an effort to avoid the peak temperatures. As various sizes of bottled drinking water were unloaded into the warehouse, Wen Chaoyue felt her heart swell alongside the accumulating stock. In such extreme temperatures, the scarcity of water was a dire reality for all. At that time, the waters of nature had suffered varying degrees of pollution. Many individuals could no longer endure this plight and succumbed after consuming the contaminated water. For this occasion, a mother and daughter had meticulously prepared an ample supply of drinking water sufficient for several decades, in addition to procuring portable filters, purification tablets, and disinfectants. all convenient for transport and use. Although the drinking water was ready, the water for daily use remained unaddressed. Just in time, 10 water tanks had been delivered. In the afternoon, Wen Chaoyue needed to visit the largest reservoir in Pengcheng to gather some water for daily necessities. Having finished her procurement of meat, it was already close to noon, the hottest time of day. As she walked along the road, Wen Chaoyue felt as though her shoes might melt. After some consideration, she decided to seek refuge from the sun in a nearby supermarket. However, she drove over 40 minutes to a colossal, warehouse-style supermarket located in the neighboring district to scout the area in advance. Pengcheng, recognized as the fourth largest container hub in the world, boasts multiple large container terminals predominantly situated in its eastern and western port areas. The warehouse-style supermarket that Wen Chaoyue was headed to is near the eastern port area, approximately 5 kilometers away. This port area has a daily throughput nearing 3 million TEUs, making it the largest container terminal in Pengcheng. The terrain here is also the lowest in the city. During floods, seawater inundates the area, and this terminal is among the first to be submerged. As she drove and caught a distant glimpse of the port area, apart from the coming and going of container vehicles, the oppressive weather rendered the sight of workers outdoors nearly non-existent. While contemplating her plans for the coming days, she turned the steering wheel and made her way to the supermarket. This establishment is a colossal warehouse-style supermarket primarily focused on providing a one-stop shopping experience, where one can procure all the necessities for a household, predominantly in bulk packaging. Wen Chaoyue is preparing to purchase some items that may have been overlooked. Today is a weekday, and due to the sweltering heat, most individuals have opted to stay indoors, leaving the supermarket rather desolate. Wen Chaoyue pushes the largest shopping cart available, navigating effortlessly through the aisles. She selects a box of her favorite beverages, filling the space beneath the cart to capacity. As she peruses the aisles, she tosses in snacks, chips, and dried fruits into her cart. The dried fruits are purely natural, devoid of additives, serving as a source of vitamins. Various semi-prepared fried delicacies are added. Knowing that with an air fryer, a delicious breakfast can be ready in a mere 10 minutes. She indulges in cakes, breads, and desserts, all high-calorie delights that promise to uplift her spirits. Additionally, she acquires 3 different models of drones, which can often be remotely controlled to explore the surroundings. Essentially, she grabs one of everything that could be consumed or utilized, and by the time she reaches the latter part of her shopping, 2 carts are overflowing. A nearby staff member kindly assists her by pushing an additional cart. It is not until she fills a 4th cart that Wen Chaoyue reluctantly decides to halt her shopping spree. Chapter 16. Wen Xiangyang. If it weren't for the constraints of her SUV, Wen Chaoyue would have continued her shopping. It would be rather inappropriate to unabashedly stow these items away in front of the assisting staff. Indeed, the exhilarating sensation of shopping freely in the supermarket brings joy to her heart. Wen Chaoyue resolves that if she has some free time in the next couple of days, she will accompany Wen Guanyu to explore 2 more warehouse supermarkets. It had been a considerable time since the mother and daughter duo had last visited the supermarket together. With the assistance of the staff, Wen Chaoyue managed to load the contents of 4 shopping carts into the vehicle, filling the trunk to the brim. Fortunately, the SUV was spacious enough. By folding down the back seats, they created additional room to accommodate their ample supplies. The front passenger seat was still vacant, prompting Wen Chaoyue to decide to procure some delicacies. The dining area of the supermarket was quite renowned for its delectable and generous portions. They ordered 30 servings each of beef rolls and kimchi pork belly rolls, along with 50 double-layered beef burgers. The staff at the dining area were delighted, as such weather typically deterred patrons from shopping, and Wen Chaoyue alone generated a significant amount of revenue. However, she felt a twinge of concern, fearing that purchasing too much might raise questions about where they would place all these items. Taking a moment to visit another outlet, both Wen Chaoyue and her mother were fond of the goods offered at this large supermarket. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly 4 in the afternoon and decided to acquire some bottled water for daily use. "Chaoyue, is that truly you?" A warm male voice resonated from behind, causing Wen Chaoyue to freeze momentarily at the familiar sound. Slowly, she turned, and before her stood a handsome figure, Wen Xiangyang, her childhood friend, who in her past life had thrust her into the abyss during the 5th year of the apocalypse. He wore a light blue shirt, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and his eyes sparkled with surprise. Beside him stood a girl in a light green dress with long hair, Wen Chaoyue, his stepsister, whom Wen Chaoyue also recognized. It has been a long time. When Xiangyang stepped closer, his gaze falling upon her cart brimming with prepared foods. Are you preparing for some kind of event? Wen Chaoyue felt her nails deeply embedded in her palm. She recalled the moment before her demise in her previous life, when Xiangyang spoke to her in such a gentle tone. I am sorry, Chaoyue. I must also consider my own future. At that time, she was already somewhat wounded, and the sudden earthquake caught them off guard. There was a sudden rift, an opportunity for her to escape, yet she was inadvertently pushed down by Wen Xiangyang. It's nothing, just a gathering among friends. Forcing herself to refrain from confronting them, Wen Chaoyue coolly inquired, but what brings you here? 3 years prior, after Wen Xiangyang's mother remarried, they moved not far away, just to the neighboring district. Having grown up together, they used to meet during holidays, but after Wen Xiangyang entered university, their encounters dwindled, with only WeChat keeping them in touch. Shu Yao expressed her desire to buy some snacks. Wen Xiangyang affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, saying, it's summer vacation, and I'm free, so I came along with her. Shu Yao beamed sweetly. Hello, Chaoyue sister. I often hear my brother speak of you. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. More content is loading. Please wait. Wen Chaoyue gazed at the innocent and lively girl before her, with flowing long hair and delicate features. She remembered how, during missions in her previous life, she would always hide behind Wen Xiangyang, flustered and helpless, sometimes dragging him down and inadvertently affecting their entire team. Eventually, she was no longer allowed to participate in external missions, relegated to performing simple tasks at the base instead. She mentioned that someone at the base had been making suggestive remarks towards her, intending to take liberties. Consequently, Wen Xiangyang advised her to remain at home and refrain from venturing outside. In this apocalyptic setting, she managed to thrive in her own way. As a result, Wen Xiangyang had to earn sustenance for two, undertaking missions with increasing frequency. Is that so? Upon their first encounter, Wen Chaoyue remarked ambiguously, I see you share such a close bond. Not merely akin to sisters, but closer than that. Chaoyue hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing. As she smiled at Wen Xiangyang with a mixture of shyness and anticipation, he treats me well. However, you should refrain from calling me sister. We are of the same age, and I have no younger sisters. The coldness in Wen Chaoyue's voice was unmistakable, leaving Chaoyue feeling genuinely awkward. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately, she merely pinched Wen Xiangyang's arm and whispered, Brother, I've changed my mind. Wen Chaoyue interrupted her, stating, I believe it would be better to stay local. After all, she cast a significant glance at Wen Xiangyang. If I could gain admission to Pengcheng University, why should I settle for the second-rate S University? Yet, he continued to persuade her, even coaxing Wen Chaoyue to apply to S University in the neighboring province, encouraging her to seek freedom and explore broader horizons, rather than being confined by Ms. when in one city for a lifetime. He suggested that since Wen Chaoyue lived in the same city, they could rent a place together, thus enjoying both freedom and novel experiences. At the tender age of 18 or 19, when young hearts flutter, Wen Xiangyang, who had grown up alongside her, had always been perceived simply as a childhood friend, the sunny older brother next door. In the past year, Wen Xiangyang began to utter ambiguous remarks, neither direct nor decisive, neither confessing nor rejecting. Later, Wen Chaoyue realized that this tactic was akin to fishing. Enchanted by his descriptions of a liberating and delightful university life, Wen Chaoyue seriously contemplated applying to S University. However, upon learning of this intention, Wen Guanyu promptly opposed it. She had never been fond of the closeness between Wen Xiangyang and Wen Chaoyue, and when she discovered his desire for her to apply to S University, she could not contain her discontent, adopting an excessively firm stance. For the first time, Wen Chaoyue felt the weight of Wen's seriousness, which ignited her rebellious spirit. She nearly submitted her application to S University, but fortunately, Wen Guanyu regained her composure and engaged in a heartfelt discussion with Wen Chaoyue, analyzing and persuading her. By then, Wen Chaoyue's resolve had softened, and she decided against applying to S University. Yet, due to her pride, she could not bring herself to reconcile, leading to a recent Cold War with Wen Guanyu. In her past life, The arrival of the apocalypse rendered both Wen Chaoyue and university life irrelevant to them. Recently, Wen Chaoyue had not reflected on this matter. Upon hearing Wen Chaoyue's words, Wen Chaoyue's expression momentarily stiffened. Wen Chaoyue had always been the exemplary child in the eyes of their neighbors. While his academic performance had been merely average, marred by a subpar performance in the college entrance examination, resulting in a placement at a second-tier university. Were it not for Wen Chaoyue's mother's substantial connections in the education sector and her father, who might one day become the mayor. Chapter 17. Water Storage. With this thought, Wen Chaoyue's demeanor softened once more. Chaoyue, are you still angry with me? About the moving situation. Let bygones be bygones. Wen Chaoyue, feeling an inexplicable sense of misfortune, pushed her shopping cart, preparing to depart. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave.
Wait.
Wen Chaoyue suddenly grasped her shoulder. A shiver coursed through Wen Chaoyue. The memories of her previous life surged within her, recalling how he had once seized her in a similar manner before forcefully pushing her forward.
Ah!
The entire mall echoed with Wen Chaoyue's anguished cry as Wen Chaoyue, unable to contain herself, executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Brother! Cheng Shi gasped in horror, crouching beside Wen Chaoyue. Are you all right? Where are you hurt? Are you okay? Brother! Wen Chaoyue's face turned ashen, speech escaping him as he clutched his back, gasping for breath. Internally, Wen Chaoyue felt no tumult. In fact, a hint of amusement flickered within her. She looked down upon the two with a cold, unyielding gaze. Cheng Shi lifted her head, poised to admonish her, but fell silent upon witnessing her disdainful expression. My apologies. Wen Chaoyue spoke nonchalantly. You suddenly grabbed me. I assumed you intended to assault me. This was merely self-defense.
With that,
she did not linger to observe their reactions and exited the scene. She had no intention of inquiring why Wen Chaoyue had taken her life in her past existence. She held her suspicions, yet lacked any means of validation. There was no need for her to seek his confirmation. Regardless of his motivations, Wen Chaoyue harbored no regrets towards him. In fact, she had offered him considerable assistance during their time at the base. Thus, his act of taking her life stood as a profound enmity. There was no necessity to entangle herself in the reasons behind his actions or succumb to self-inflicted turmoil. As Wen Chaoyue drove away from the underground parking lot, she found a blind spot in the surveillance to park, safely securing the entire load of supplies within her space. Navigate to the Shurian Reservoir in Pengcheng. The Shurian Reservoir is one of the vital centralized sources of potable water for the city, fulfilling the water supply needs of residents in its two largest districts. It serves as the principal drinking water system in the western part of Pengcheng, aptly dubbed the Western Water Tank, catering to the demands of nearly 7 million inhabitants. In truth, the water quality of Pengcheng's reservoirs is generally commendable, with several reservoirs meeting the first-class standard. The water quality of Shurian Reservoir remains consistently at the second-class level, adhering to drinking water standards. The choice of Shurian Reservoir was made by Wen Chaoyue after he researched that there is a designated area for visitors downstream. After nearly an hour's drive, upon arriving at the reservoir, the weather was slightly more temperate, dropping from the morning's sweltering 39 degrees Celsius. Entering the park, one felt a further decrease of about 2 degrees. Scouter visitors could be seen taking leisurely strolls, most of whom were walking their dogs, seemingly compelled to venture out during the cooler evening hours. Wen Chaoyue meandered through the park before finally selecting a spot to sit. This expansive park, constructed around Shurian Reservoir, features a scenic lakeside path for cycling and recreation. He chose a location near the lakeside trail, where a small stone bench crafted by passers-by afforded him a discreet place to sit and ponder, allowing him to dip his fingers into the cool lake water. Wearing headphones, Wen Chaoyue appeared to be immersed in music and pondering the intricacies of life. In reality, she lightly tapped the lake surface, drawing the water into her spatial realm and storing it in the newly purchased water tanks. This water would serve as the essential supply for herself and her daughter. Should any unusual circumstances arise, it could also be filtered for drinking purposes. However, the total capacity of the 20 tanks amounted to merely 200 tons, which, if used sparingly, would last only a few years. Wen Chaoyue planned to gather snowmelt when the cold wave arrived, and with the newly installed water reservoir at Jiulongshi, She felt assured that water supply for the coming years would not be a concern. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to acquire a few more tanks as a precaution. Each tank had a capacity of 10 tons, and the process of drawing water into her space differed from the usual tap water flow. Extracting 10 tons of water took approximately 20 minutes. Over the course of an hour, she could fill nearly 3 tanks, a speed that exceeded her expectations. Upon standing, Wen Chaoyue was suddenly engulfed by dizziness, her vision darkening, a clear sign of mental fatigue. Noticing the absence of others around her, she swiftly retrieved a salted egg yolk meat floss rice ball from her spatial realm and consumed a portion of radish beef offal, gradually regaining her composure. Unfortunately, the act of drawing water into her space required undivided attention, making it impossible to simultaneously browse shopping apps. On her way back, she habitually visited another late-night food market, packaging all the takeout items into portions suitable for 30 to 50 people and storing them in her space. Although she had stockpiled a considerable amount of food, cooking in the apocalypse was far from convenient. Thus, directly packing these takeout meals, combined with her supply of instant foods, constituted the primary sustenance for the future, offering both convenience and expedience. Every morning, when Guanyu rises early to visit various breakfast shops, ordering an abundance of meals to be delivered home. Once Wen Chaoyue awakens, the sumptuous breakfast is already waiting in their space. During the day, while Wen Chaoyue is out, she seizes every opportunity to pack food, and when stationed at the warehouse, she places orders through delivery apps. After a rough estimation, it seems that the provisions they have stored could sustain the mother and daughter for 3 to 4 years. Assuming 3 meals a day, when heavy rains confine them indoors, when Guanyu will need to prepare even more, especially during periods of water and power outages when cooking becomes impractical and many households face hunger. This also serves to occupy Wen Guanyu's mind and distract her. Wen Chaoyue has contemplated whether to buy her mother a dog for companionship and security, but ultimately dismissed the idea. While homebound, it would be manageable, but a dog could easily succumb to depression without the ability to roam. Furthermore, as they migrate northward, abandoning a pet is not an option. Thus, Wen Chaoyue has organized home-based activities for her mother, including exercise, meal preparation, and downloading films and books. She wonders if there will be an opportunity to visit the library to gather books, as many precious volumes have been rendered unusable during the flooding. As these thoughts occupy her mind, she drives home to rest. Upon her return, she receives delightful news. The matter that had been weighing heavily on her mind has finally found resolution. Chapter 18. When Guanyu has utilized her connections to procure fuel. However, the means are undoubtedly illicit, necessitating a covert operation set for midnight the following day in the outskirts. On July 5, 2097, only 6 days remained until the impending apocalypse. Today's news broadcast extensively covered the catastrophic effects of the soaring temperatures. Notifications of power outages began to emerge from several remote regions. Numerous small rivers have started to run dry, and a significant portion of crops has been reduced to scorched earth under the relentless assault of extreme weather, inflicting severe losses upon farmers. The high temperatures have triggered a surge in fires. Not only has the forest vegetation been reduced to ashes, but many aging electrical facilities and wiring in urban areas have also ignited spontaneously due to the heat, with reports of cars catching fire and exploding surfacing from various locales. Online discussions surged like a tidal wave, with even a celebrities scandal barely managing to claim the 9th spot on trending topics. Apocalyptic rhetoric was frequently referenced. Yet most individuals continued to regard it as mere jest. Only a handful began to quietly stockpile supplies, as if bracing for the forthcoming calamity. Prices across the nation began to subtly rise, particularly for food and vegetables, with noticeable increases. Despite the government's stringent measures to ensure that price hikes remain within manageable limits, the tension in the market persisted. News outlets continuously reported reassuring information. The nation possesses ample food reserves, urging businesses to implement remote work policies, calling upon the public to minimize outings, inspecting household wiring, and initiating staggered electricity usage to prioritize residential power supply, among other announcements. The domestic situation remained relatively stable, bolstered by the government's formidable deterrence and control. However, chaos had erupted abroad. People overseas began to hoard supplies frantically, inflating the prices of essential goods, while instances of looting and violence surged. Numerous content creators, who initially gained prominence through exaggeration and sensationalism, have begun disseminating apocalyptic rhetoric. The notion of impending doom has become mainstream, with an increasing number of religiously tinged discourses emerging. Governments abroad have failed to regulate the plethora of incendiary videos, resulting in a surge of individuals hoarding supplies under the influence of such provocations, leading to frequent disputes and a near collapse of social order. A pervasive sense of anxiety prevails, as if the end of days is imminent. Paralleling the trajectory of previous eras, the anomalies of this time have become particularly pronounced. Yet, the majority still regard this as merely another annual doomsday farce that will eventually subside. Those with a penchant for stockpiling continue their endeavors, while the internet remains rife with various rumors and jests. Having consumed an abundance of online information, Wen Chaoyue felt increasingly uneasy and began to stockpile rice, flour, and cooking oil at home. Consequently, during the subsequent torrential rains, the mother and daughter fared relatively well, at least avoiding hunger. However, despite the considerable number of hoarders, none anticipated that this calamity would endure for such an extended period. Following a spell of intense heat, the long-awaited rain finally arrived, prompting cheers of relief as people believed the oppressive summer had come to an end. Unbeknownst to them, the rain persisted relentlessly, soon escalating into severe flooding. The downpour continued intermittently for 6 months, with brief respites of a day or two, followed by light rain, allowing the floods to recede momentarily. Each time hope blossomed that the deluge had concluded, it was repeatedly dashed by new torrents. Finally, one day, the rain ceased, and for 3 consecutive days, not a single drop fell. A collective sigh of relief swept through the populace, as they dared to believe that this nightmare had at last come to an end. However, what awaited them was an even graver calamity, the arrival of a cold wave. People finally came to terms with reality. The apocalypse had arrived. Wen Chaoyue briefly perused the news and, finding it no different from events of a past life, ceased her attention. Meanwhile, Wen Chaoyue felt a sense of oppression upon reading these updates. Even before the official onset of the end times, chaos had already begun to ensue. More content is loading. Please wait. Mom, stop looking. It only adds to your distress. Wen Chaoyue gently reassured her mother, noticing her frown as she scrolled through her phone. In their previous life, the mother and daughter had also been filled with worry at this time, feeling an unsettling dread. Today's breakfast consisted of KFC's panini and American coffee. Perhaps due to the excessive exertion of the previous day, one panini was insufficient, prompting the addition of a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Today, Wen Chaoyue had ordered breakfast from KFC, requesting 10 portions of each item, delivered by 2 delivery men. The surplus was stored away. Observing Wen Chaoyue still fixated on her phone, Wen Chaoyue sighed softly and set down her coffee. Mom, do you want to inform your close colleagues or students? Encourage them to stock up on supplies at home. Would that be appropriate? What if they accuse me of spreading rumors? My dear Ms. Wen, just frame it as a suggestion. Avoid terms like apocalypse. You are far more eloquent than I. After some deliberation, Wen Chaoyue decided to message a few students and colleagues. XX. The weather has been quite abnormal lately. Please consider stocking up on food and water at home these next few days, and try to avoid going out unless necessary.
Huh?
Teacher, so you've also been reading those doomsday theories? Every year, there is a necessity to stockpile provisions. Last year it was salt. The year before it was monosodium glutamate. Teacher, you sound just like my mother. She purchased a pair of items yesterday at home. Sister Wen, is there some news? Thank you for thinking of me. I will take care of myself. You too, it is far too hot to venture outside. Sister Wen Chaoyue found it difficult to articulate much further. For those who harbored disbelief, she could only offer gentle persuasion without any forceful insistence. After sending these messages, her previously heavy heart felt a slight alleviation. Unlike the reborn Wen Chaoyue, both she and her mother in their past lives were unaware of the impending events, and while they were anxious, they held on to the belief that everything would ultimately be well. Now, however, with a clear understanding of the immense calamity that lay ahead, yet without having personally experienced it like Wen Chaoyue, she felt a profound moral obligation pressing upon her. Although her reminders might not bear significant fruit as a daughter, she had exerted her efforts without revealing Wen Chaoyue's identity. Seeing her mother relax slightly, Wen Chaoyue resolved to invite her to join in their actions. They drove to several breakfast establishments, each time ordering dozens of breakfast items: rice rolls, noodle soup, steamed dumplings, and siumai. Each restaurant had been considerably impacted by the situation, and the mother-daughter duo became their largest patrons over the past few days. Despite some internal grumbling about the portion sizes, the shop owners welcomed their frequent visits. Wen Chaoyue also procured several hundred takeout boxes from a few proprietors. After a leisurely round, the two made their way to the warehouse. Chapter 19. Supply replenishment. Upon opening the slightly ajar side door of the warehouse, they were greeted by a mountain of parcels delivered the previous day. The courier, drenched from his exertions, had finished unloading the cargo. With the existing packages already piled high, there were certainly over 100 in total, many of considerable weight. Before they could organize the deliveries, the water tower delivery truck arrived. After collecting a fresh batch of parcels and the water tower, the mother and daughter duo ventured to a nearby large-scale, warehouse-style supermarket. Having not shopped together in quite some time, they felt like any ordinary mother and daughter, relishing a peaceful afternoon amidst a tranquil era. Although the supermarket was more crowded than in previous days, filled with anxious individuals stockpiling supplies, predominantly middle-aged women, they remained in high spirits. The moments spent shopping with her mother were exceedingly rare and cherished, leaving her to ponder whether such leisurely strolls would ever be possible again. Without the burden of contemplating what items were suitable for an apocalyptic scenario or for self-defense, they indulged simply in the joy of shopping for its own sake, ultimately purchasing 3 carts brimming with provisions. After enjoying their lunch, Wen Guanyu drove Wen Chaoyue to a nearby market to assess and supplement her previous purchases. They primarily ordered an abundance of gas canisters and honeycomb coal, items Wen Chaoyue had little prior knowledge of. In the stillness of the moment, they also visited a nursery to acquire a variety of fruit trees and vegetable seeds, ensuring a robust supply for the future. Additionally, they placed an order for several thousand pounds of high-proof liquor at a local distillery. As they passed by an electric vehicle shop, a spontaneous idea struck them, leading them to explore the option of purchasing a motorcycle. It was not a small electric vehicle, but rather a gasoline-powered motorcycle, for gasoline is undoubtedly more convenient to carry than charging stations. The two selected 3 medium-sized motorcycles, capable of transporting either passengers or cargo, each with a full tank allowing for a maximum range of 700 kilometers. Although they could have opted for models with greater endurance, the accompanying noise was significantly louder, so they settled on a choice more suitable for their needs. Pencheng is renowned as a city of electric motorcycles, and both mother and daughter are adept at riding electric bikes, making the transition to motorcycles effortless. After a long day bustling about various markets and supermarkets, the two were quite exhausted from the heat, each having indulged in 3 cups of iced milk tea and iced American coffee, culminating in a shared cup of almond storm. They savored their treats while heading to the Shiyan Reservoir. Today, the water extraction process took longer than usual. However, with her mother by her side, Wen Chaoyue found it bearable. Arriving early, they engaged in lively conversation while discreetly siphoning water from the reservoir. To avoid depleting her mental energy entirely, Wen Chaoyue took a 10-minute break after filling each water tank. During this interval, she enjoyed 3 egg tarts, a bowl of stinky tofu, a skewer of fried chicken legs, and a beef roll, while Wen Guanyu assisted in disposing of the trash. As night fell, the duo ventured to a renowned seafood buffet in Pencheng, priced at 6,888 yuan per person, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. Of course, they discreetly stashed away an assortment of salmon, king crab legs, New Zealand rock lobster, and bluefin tuna. In the dead of night, with the roads clear, they drove for nearly an hour before reaching the outskirts of Pencheng. Along the dimly lit roadside, only the moonlight cast a faint glow, and after some time navigating, Wen Guanyu finally located the 2 fuel tankers lurking in the shadows. Loading more content. Please wait. 2 vehicles, both small tankers with a capacity of 5,000 liters, appeared before them, differing only slightly in their design. One was for gasoline, while the other catered to diesel. Beside the trucks lay dozens of portable oil barrels. Wen Chaoyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ms. Wen, you are truly impressive. How did you manage to acquire 2 trucks? Sensing her thoughts, Wen Guanyu chuckled softly. Do not rejoice too soon. There is not as much inside as you might think. If we can fill half, it would be quite satisfactory. The barrels they provided may not be abundant. We shall fill as much as we can. I've purchased oil barrels, and conveniently, the delivery arrived this morning. Allow me a moment to search for them, Wen Chaoyue said, as she delved into half of the packages in her space, ultimately uncovering the oil barrels she had ordered in advance. Wen Guanyu parked the vehicle and picked up a flashlight to survey the surroundings. The individuals delivering the fuel had not only prepared some oil barrels, but also equipped themselves with a small oil extraction pump, protective clothing, gloves, goggles, and other necessary tools for the task. However, Wen Chaoyue possessed a safer method for extracting the oil. Over the past few days of utilizing her space, she had unlocked an array of new functionalities. After all, each night before bed, she diligently organized the resources within her space. Coupled with her recent experience of retrieving water from the reservoir, her control over the space had become increasingly precise. She first stored all the gasoline barrels within her space, and then settled into a comfortable position against the gasoline tanker, her palm resting on its surface. With that, she began to extract the gasoline from the tank into the barrels in her space. Initially, the process was somewhat slow, but as she adapted to the finer operations, Wen Chaoyue quickened her pace. After depleting all the fuel barrels, 2 hours had elapsed, during which they took intermittent breaks totaling half an hour. At this juncture, Wen Chaoyue discovered that there was still gasoline within the tanker. She added to her portable fuel canister, bringing the total gasoline storage to approximately 3,000 liters. Given the fuel consumption of the rented SUV, this would allow for an estimated travel distance of around 20,000 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, this would be more than sufficient. After resting for another 10 minutes and having a light meal, Wen Chaoyue resumed the extraction of diesel. Throughout this time, Wen Guanyu remained on edge, vigilant of their surroundings. It was already past 2 in the morning, and the mother and daughter were in a heightened state of alertness, showing no signs of fatigue. However, Wen Chaoyue's pace in extracting fuel noticeably slowed due to exhaustion, and by the time she finished, dawn was just beginning to break. To their delight, the quantity of diesel exceeded that of gasoline, with a total of slightly more than 4,000 liters filling the barrels. Nonetheless, the diesel generator purchased by Wen Guanyu had a power output of 100 kilowatts, and after estimation, it was determined that these supplies would last less than 9 days if the generator operated continuously for 24 hours. Fortunately, they also acquired dozens of solar panels and several hundred batteries. When the season of perpetual daylight arrived, the solar panels would prove invaluable, while the diesel generator and batteries would serve their purpose during the night. Wen Chaoyue lamented that not all the fuel from the 2 tankers had been extracted, attributing this oversight to her insufficient preparation of portable fuel canisters. Once all the barrels were emptied, Wen Chaoyue hastily consumed a few large meat buns before she and Wen Guanyu conducted a thorough check of their surroundings, ensuring they had not overlooked any personal items and wiping away any potential fingerprints left on the tanker. Both individuals were utterly fatigued, yet they could not suppress the joy bubbling within their hearts. With fuel finally secured, their confidence in future survival surged immensely. Only 5 days remained until the apocalypse. By the time the mother and daughter awoke from their much-needed slumber, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Hunger gnawed at them, prompting them to retrieve the provisions they had previously packed from their space. They feasted on half a hand-pulled salt-baked chicken, Hakka stuffed tofu, fermented black bean mackerel with oil mustard greens, and stir-fried rice with beef and heart vegetables. Wen Chaoyue had recently developed an insatiable appetite, and Wen Guanyu, having been hungry for most of the day, found themselves devouring an ample meal. After their feast, they indulged in a refreshing cup of iced milk tea, which felt invigorating enough to awaken every pore in the sweltering heat. Post-lunch, Wen Chaoyue casually browsed the news and discussions online. The headlines bore little difference from those of the past few days, albeit with an increase in chaos. Due to extreme weather conditions, some individuals genuinely believed the end was nigh. In certain remote towns, unscrupulous elements began to take advantage of the turmoil. However, the strong crackdown by official agencies served as a deterrent, momentarily quelling the ambitions of the restless. Today, Wen Guanyu planned to drive her original small vehicle to inspect the renovations of Jiu Yulongshi before delivering documents regarding the impending apocalypse to other districts. The mother and daughter duo intended to move the following day. Wen Chaoyue also needed to make one last trip to the warehouse to collect a package and to the reservoir to fill the remaining water tower. Just moments ago, while scrolling through her phone, she received a message from the car rental agency inquiring if she wished to rent a camper van that had just arrived. This car rental company not only leases its own vehicles but also acts as an intermediary to facilitate the rental of others' cars. Last time, when Wen Chaoyue sought to rent an SUV, she inquired and discovered that they do not possess their own RVs. However, they could assist her in monitoring any available RVs for rent. The number of individuals engaging in RV camping in Pengcheng remains relatively scarce, and Wen Chaoyue held little hope, planning instead to assess the balance with her mother and daughter in the final days before deciding whether to purchase a vehicle outright. Renting a suitable RV directly would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Wen Chaoyue meticulously applied 3 layers of sunscreen, donned her sun-protective clothing and hat, and promptly made her way to the rental agency. The atmosphere at the rental office today was unusually desolate, with only one staff member present, a 25-year-old young woman named Zhao Hehue. The owner of this RV is an outdoor camping enthusiast who regularly entrusts his vehicle to the agency for rental whenever he does not wish to venture out. In previous years, he would still be outdoors at this time, which is why he did not mention it during your last visit, Miss Wen. However, due to the recent erratic weather, the owner has returned ahead of schedule and does not plan to travel again in the next 2 months, allowing for a maximum rental period of 2 months for you. This vehicle is suitable for travel with 3 to 5 persons, although it is recommended not to exceed 3 occupants for enhanced comfort. It is equipped with a high-torque, large-displacement diesel engine, capable of functioning normally even in the hypoxic conditions of high altitudes. The carburetor and turbocharger have been modified by the owner, and it is also outfitted with a lithium battery pack and solar panels, alleviating any concerns regarding power supply, as the generator serves as a backup power source. Both the freshwater and gray water tanks possess ample capacity, providing sufficient resources for 3 days of use when fully filled. The kitchen is equipped with a gas stove, microwave, and refrigerator, allowing you to prepare meals daily. There are small beds located both upstairs and downstairs. The vehicle is fitted with anti-slip chains and includes 2 spare tires, along with a first aid kit containing 3 supplies. Additionally, there is a shower room and a portable toilet for your convenience during restroom visits. No introductions are necessary. I simply wish to know the monthly rental fee for this vehicle. Zhao Hehue smiled in delight. Although the company had just announced a holiday today, the arrival of this motorhome at the shop yesterday prompted her to reach out to Wen Chaoyue. A co-worker from the same dormitory had even teased her, questioning who would rent a vehicle to travel in such weather, suggesting her efforts would be in vain. This model of the vehicle is relatively new, and the owner has made impressive modifications. The rental fee is 8,000 per month, with a slight discount if rented for 2 months. As a valued returning customer, you will receive a reduced agency fee of 3,000. With a 3,000 agency fee, Zhao Hehue will receive 600. Wen Chaoyue was equally pleased. This motorhome exceeded her expectations. A few days prior, she had researched online and discovered that purchasing one would require a reservation, with the earliest delivery taking half a month. And it would be an unmodified model. Renting a vehicle typically allows access to well-modified options, and this one is far superior to what she anticipated. While transferring the payment, Wen Chaoyue added an extra 1,000. The additional sum is a gesture for you, urging you to stay indoors due to the inclement weather. Had it not been for Zhao Hehue, she would have undoubtedly been unable to procure this vehicle before the impending apocalypse. Observing the neighboring car dealership shuttered, it was evident that this establishment was also closed for the holiday, likely due to Zhao Hehue's specific notification for her visit. Upon acquiring the RV, the first course of action for Wen Chaoyue was to drive it to a repair shop, intending to undertake a second modification. Time was of the essence. Adding steel plating to the body or replacing the windows with bulletproof glass was simply unfeasible within the given time frame. After deliberating with the shop owner, it became clear that even painting the vehicle in camouflage to reduce visibility would require at least 5 days. Ultimately, Wen Chaoyue opted to install a metal protective mesh on the exterior, including the roof, in a bid to obstruct projectiles or deter potential climbers to the greatest extent possible. Are you serious? Who would want their vehicle to look that hideous? The burly bald owner, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, found amusement in Wen Chaoyue's description. What differentiates this from a mobile prison? Imagining the effect she desired, Wen Chaoyue indeed envisioned it as a moving iron cage. Just tell me if it can be done. If not, I shall seek another option.
Come on.
Of course I can do it. But let me warn you, once it's done, don't regret it if it turns out to be utterly unsightly. And if you decide to dismantle it afterward, there will certainly be damage to your RV's exterior. So don't come seeking compensation. No problem, just proceed as I've instructed. When will it be ready? Simple enough, I'll gather some materials. And it'll be ready by tomorrow morning. You can come by in the afternoon to drive it away. In addition to the metallic protective mesh, the boss also installed a 360-degree camera and motion sensors in the vehicle to facilitate monitoring of the surrounding environment. The tires were equipped with hub armor to prevent damage, and 2 pairs of puncture-proof tires were procured. The boss complied with all of Wen Chaoyue's requests, regardless of the aesthetic appeal of the modified RV, and promised to drive it to the warehouse to contact her once the alterations were complete. On July 7th, 2097, only 4 days remained until the apocalypse. Today marked the day when Wen Chaoyue and her daughter moved. She meticulously packed every item from their old house into her spatial storage, from large appliances and furniture to a cherished family photograph. Everything was taken. In her previous life, she often lamented that the spatial ability had not been discovered sooner, lamenting the inability to carry even a single photo as a memento. Now, even a chipped wooden stool was not left behind. After casting one final glance at the house where they had lived for nearly 2 decades, the two departed quietly, without a soul knowing that the house had been sold and the Wen family had vacated. Wen Guanyu had resided here for far too long. Many of her close acquaintances had either moved away or passed on. Most of the current neighbors were newcomers, primarily renters, while the original homeowners had relocated to better places. In the past, when she had a decent rapport with the neighbors, Wen Chaoyue would share snippets of their experiences during the apocalypse, but now, Wen Guanyu had lost the desire to greet anyone. The Juyue Longsue community was divided into 3 phases, with the 3rd phase covering the largest area. Wen Guanyu had previously purchased an apartment on the 22nd floor of Building 5 in Phase 3, the highest level of that building. Each floor accommodates only 3 households, and on the 22nd floor, there originally resided 1 family, with 1 unit sold but unoccupied, and another being the one purchased by Wen Guanyu. The entrance, which was initially a solid wood electronic door, has now been fortified with a thick, heavy, triple-layered stainless steel blast-proof door. Both the entrance and the corridor directly opposite have been equipped with surveillance cameras and high-decibel alarm systems. Upon entering, one encounters a lower foyer leading to exquisite hardwood flooring, beneath which underfloor heating has already been installed. The workers toiled relentlessly, around the clock, to complete the renovations. The curtains have been replaced with deep blue ones, featuring thermal insulation layers that provide both light blockage and warmth. During extreme heat, they also offer a degree of heat resistance. The floor-to-ceiling glass on the balcony has been replaced with 5 layers of tempered glass, significantly minimizing the risk of intrusion from the 6th floor. However, being on the top floor means that if someone were on the roof, they could still potentially break a window to gain entry. The 5-layer glass also aids in insulation against the cold. Half of the balcony is occupied by a water reservoir. Had it not been for the consideration of the building's load-bearing capacity, Wen Guanyu would have filled the reservoir completely. The remaining half has been designated as a planting area, equipped with vertical planting racks. The cultivation area is ample, ensuring that there is no shortage of vegetables for the mother and daughter duo. Wen Chaoyue also procures a considerable amount of fresh vegetables, making the planting area a delightful pastime for Wen Guanyu. Adjacent to this is a rainwater collection system, complemented by a purification filter, allowing the collected rainwater to be used for drinking, watering plants, and personal hygiene. In addition to the solar panels directed to your warehouse, several have also been installed here. Wen Guanyu gently introduced her daughter to the various supplies they had accumulated, a plethora of energy storage batteries, along with an assortment of accessories, switches, wires, and inverters, ensuring that their electrical needs were entirely met. Besides their 2 separate rooms, there was an additional space designated for storing essential supplies and a workout area. Upon entering, Wen Chaoyue discovered a treadmill, a stationary bike, dumbbells, and yoga mats, an impressive collection of home exercise equipment. Moreover, In response to her request, a training area for compound bow practice had been established. Thus, the initial base for their survival in the impending apocalypse was now constructed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they anticipated residing here for approximately a year and a half. In the afternoon, the duo ventured to the mall, indulging in activities reminiscent of their ordinary lives, trying on clothes, purchasing garments, savoring snacks, and enjoying milk tea, followed by a viewing of a highly rated animated film. The cinema was bustling, filled with holiday-goers who sought refuge in the mall, where the air conditioning provided a welcome respite from the heat. Afterward, they visited the supermarket and filled several shopping carts with supplies. It was evident that many were stockpiling goods, and their carts blended seamlessly into the throng. The items purchased over the last few days were promptly delivered to Jiuyulongshi. The mother and daughter had exhausted a little over $1 million in cash and planned to withdraw an additional $300,000 for emergencies, while the remaining $70,000 would be spent on local purchases in the coming days. On July 8, 2097, only 3 days remained before the onset of the apocalypse. The world was descending into chaos, with increasing riots abroad and growing tensions within the country. Pengcheng is an international metropolis with an exemplary security situation. Aside from the occasional sounds of cars spontaneously combusting and the sirens of fire trucks and police vehicles, the city has descended into a state of unprecedented tranquility. However, not all cities share this serenity. In many remote towns, some individuals cry out that the apocalypse has arrived, rushing to various stores to loot and vandalize. Perhaps they believe that the law does not penalize the masses, or perhaps they genuinely feel that the end is nigh and that order is on the brink of collapse. Many who are already discontented with their lives are tempted to take advantage of the chaos and join in the fray. News reports have been released only to be retracted, leaving behind only videos surreptitiously recorded by ordinary citizens circulating through social media. These disturbances appear to have emerged simultaneously, although they are certainly fewer than those abroad. They are nevertheless a stark contrast to the previously peaceful existence, leading many to realize that the world is beginning to unravel. The authorities in Pengcheng issued a statement encouraging residents to stockpile supplies at home while sternly prohibiting any malicious price gouging. Each individual is restricted in the quantity of goods they may purchase at the supermarket, with the average person allowed to acquire enough food for merely half a month in one visit. Subsequently, another news release was made, indicating that according to the latest observations from the Meteorological Bureau, a typhoon circulating in the Pacific Ocean is expected to reach the coastal areas within 2 days, bringing with it heavy rainfall that will alleviate the current oppressive heat. The public is urged to refrain from panic and to avoid spreading apocalyptic rhetoric.
Today,
Wen Chaoyue has chosen to remain indoors, preparing to make scallion oil. Rising early, she begins washing the spring onions, planning to dry them in the afternoon and store some for later use. When the craving strikes, she can simply boil a bit of noodles, mix in the scallion oil, and add a poached egg for a fragrant and delectable breakfast. In her childhood, Wen Chaoyue cherished the moments when her grandfather presented his culinary creations at the dining table. It was not until her grandfather's passing that her grandmother, who lacked cooking skills, left Wen Chaoyue to embark on her culinary journey. After her grandmother also departed from this world, Wen Chaoyue entered high school, where breakfast and lunch were typically consumed at school. Wen Chaoyue would prepare dinner when time permitted, but more often than not, the two would dine out or order takeout. Consequently, Wen Chaoyue's culinary prowess could only be described as average. She excelled primarily in dishes favored by Wen Chaoyue or in quick preparations such as fried rice and noodles. This explains, in part, Wen Chaoyue's recent habit of packing an abundance of ready-made meals. As she prepared to venture out once more to modify her off-road vehicle, she encountered a young punk girl at the elevator entrance. The girl halted upon seeing Wen Chaoyue, and the bubble she had been blowing popped with a plop.
wow.
Beautiful sister. The punk girl sported striking pink shoulder-length hair adorned with 3 silver metallic hairpins, her eyes accentuated with dramatic smoky makeup. Dressed in a simple t-shirt paired with distressed jeans, she exuded an aura of carefree defiance. Upon catching sight of Wen Chaoyue, she expressed genuine admiration, her expression unfeigned and solely intended to convey appreciation. Wen Chaoyue paused for a moment, gradually reconciling the image of the aloof, resolute girl that had occupied her thoughts with the vibrant figure before her. You must be the new family that moved in next door. I am your neighbor, Zhuang Mingxiang. Zhuang Mingxiang. eager to establish a rapport, greeted her with a relaxed demeanor and a radiant smile. Despite her heavily applied makeup, she exuded a charm that felt neither jarring nor off-putting. "Hello, I am Wen Chaoyue." Unsure of how to interact with her, Zhuang Mingxiang found herself momentarily at a loss. The disparity between the girl before her and the one etched in her memories was quite pronounced.
Hey.
"Why are you rushing off? I told you to wait for me." A robust female voice echoed from behind Zhuang Mingxiang. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, approximately in her 50s, adorned in a knee-length dress with a subtle floral pattern, complemented by a wide-brimmed fabric hat for sun protection. Though time had left its mark upon her face, her beauty and poise remained striking. "Excuse me, may I ask who this young lady is?" Fang Xuelan, noticing the unfamiliar girl standing beside her daughter, momentarily tempered her irritation and inquired gently. "Hello, Auntie. I am the new neighbor from next door. My name is Wen Chaoyue."
Oh.
"It's you. I noticed you all busy with renovations these past few days and guessed you would be moving in soon. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and the three of them stepped inside. Zhuang Mingxiang, who had remained silent since her mother's arrival, leaned against a corner of the elevator, quietly chewing gum and saying nothing. When Chaoyue recalled her past life, when she and Wen Guanyu first arrived here, they had lingered at their doorstep for quite some time, until Zhuang Mingxiang and her brother intervened, ultimately summoning the building manager. Once they settled into a lower floor, it was Zhuang Mingxiang who discreetly approached her, offering some food with the admonition, "Keep this hidden. Don't let anyone else see it." It was 10 packets of compressed biscuits and 3 bags of instant noodles. When Chaoyue initially intended to refuse, but Zhuang Ming, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "If my mother were still alive, she would undoubtedly assist you as well."
Subsequently,
they relocated to the Guangqing base, where the siblings provided them with considerable support. During that period, they also had to care for their father, who was somewhat mentally unstable, leaving them unable to offer further assistance. Nonetheless, this kindness left an indelible mark on Wen Chaoyue's heart. Occasionally, when taking a moment to rest, Wen Chaoyue pieced together the story of the Zhuang family. Fang Xuelan, in her childhood, lived in abject poverty, to the point where her family contemplated selling her for food. In a desperate bid for survival, she escaped, resorting to begging and seeking odd jobs. Ultimately, she was taken in by the proprietor of a martial arts school, where she worked as a helper and saved Zhuang Wenfeng, who had fainted from hunger at the school's entrance. It was a rather melodramatic first encounter, which Zhuang Ming, with his close-cropped hair and unadorned appearance, would later reflect upon. Over the course of the past decade, the Zhuang family's circumstances improved markedly, and the affection between Zhuang Wenfeng and Fang Xuelan remained steadfast and unwavering. Having endured the pangs of hunger in her youth, Fang Xuelan developed a penchant for stockpiling supplies, ensuring that their home was always stocked with provisions sufficient to sustain a family of 4 for over 6 months. As the sweltering summer persisted, Fang Xuelan would insist on taking her siblings out daily to procure supplies. In fact, it was common for their family of 4 to have enough food to last an entire year without stepping outside. It was only after a relentless downpour lasting over a month that, in an effort to remain inconspicuous, the 4 individuals resolved to venture out in search of supplies. However, during one such expedition, they were ambushed and robbed. Although Fang Xuelan possessed some skills, she was ultimately outnumbered and sustained injuries in the altercation, losing too much blood and leaving them behind. "Andy, are you going out to purchase supplies?" Fang Xuelan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to express her frustration due to the presence of outsiders. Observing this, Wen Chaoyue seized the opportunity to interject, "My mother is a university professor. She has classmates working in relevant institutions who have conveyed that the situation is rather dire and is likely to persist. Auntie, it would indeed be prudent for you to stockpile some food, but the heat is unbearable and venturing out poses a risk of dehydration. After today as shopping, it would be wise to remain indoors." Upon hearing this somewhat persuasive piece of inside information, Fang Xuelan, who was naturally prone to anxiety, found herself even more troubled. Zhuang Ming, wishing to temper his irritation for the sake of Wen Chaoyue's beauty, begrudgingly muttered, "For the sake of the pretty sister, I'll accompany you once more today." Fang Xuelan, Noticing Zhuang Ming's flippant demeanor, felt a surge of anger, but could not restrain herself from lightly tapping his forehead. You little rascal. As the elevator descended to the second basement level, the trio stepped out. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chaoyue decided to share, actually, I am 19.
Huh.
The 21-year-old Zhuang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Upon first seeing Wen Chaoyue, he had perceived her as beautiful, but the second impression was one of maturity, accompanied by an inexplicable air of restraint and intensity. After all, she had trained in martial arts alongside her mother, who often oscillated between rigorous practice and leisure. Unexpectedly, it was not a beautiful elder sister, but rather a lovely younger sister. Zhuang Ming found himself unable to suppress a smile. As Wen Chaoyue bid farewell to the Zhuang family, she prepared to drive to a large automobile repair shop. Just as she exited the underground parking garage, she regretted her timing. A sweltering heat wave greeted her, and the sun seemed to warp the hood of her SUV. Despite setting the air conditioning to its lowest setting, she felt her back dampening with sweat within mere minutes. The roads were deserted, with only a few sporadic cars in sight. Fortunately, the automobile shop was a mere 15 minutes away. Having informed the owner in advance, she arrived to find 3 employees waiting for her. The primary purpose of her visit was to modify her SUV, enveloping it entirely in stainless steel, replacing the tires with blast-resistant ones, and adding anti-slip chains. With 3 individuals working simultaneously, the task could be completed within 2 to 3 hours. Initially intending to explore a nearby supermarket, Wen Chaoyue tentatively stepped outside the shop but quickly changed her mind. Instead, she wandered along the eaves to a hair salon located between 2 shops. She requested the stylist to give her a sleek, short haircut for ease of maintenance. Upon seeing her flowing, silky locks, the stylist lamented the loss but proceeded to trim them neatly. While waiting, Wen Chaoyue did not remain idle. She delved into her supplies, preparing to organize them. Currently, her provisions were haphazardly piled together, prompting her to categorize and arrange them methodically. The first section was dedicated to food, further divided into drinking water, unprocessed foods, cooked dishes, and liquor. The second section encompassed clothing, including all garments, cotton apparel, and outdoor gear. The third section comprises pharmaceuticals, daily necessities, as well as appliances, electronic products, generators, and various accessories. The fourth area is designated for fuel, overflowing with gasoline, diesel, kerosene, gas canisters, and honeycomb coal. Additionally, there exists a corner brimming with unopened delivery boxes, which gives Wen Chaoyue a headache upon sight. An unsightly RV is also set aside, occupying a significant portion of the space. Once Wen Chaoyue organizes these items categorically on shelves or stacks them, she could free up half the area, thus providing at least 2/3 of the space unoccupied. When the off-road vehicle is fully modified, Wen Chaoyue has only managed to organize less than a quarter of her space. During the vehicle inspection, the shop owner could not help but inquire, I say, little sister, what on earth are you doing with this car? I plan to embark on a self-driving tour to Xinjiang. I am just taking precautions for safety. Wen Chaoyue drove around the area nearest to the coastline for over an hour, silently mapping out her route in her mind, before returning home as night fell. July 9th, 2097, marks the final 2 days before the apocalypse. The daytime temperature has soared to a staggering 48 degrees Celsius. The relentless heat and drought have posed tremendous challenges to the national power grid. Large institutions and facilities, such as entertainment venues and amusement parks, have been shut down at the government's behest. The state has begun to intervene, distributing essential living supplies and urging citizens to remain indoors. However, the unending and abnormal high temperatures have increasingly instilled a sense of panic among the populace. More content is loading. Please wait. Various rumors circulate online, persisting despite efforts to suppress them. Perhaps the state's lack of energy for further intervention has led to a situation teetering on the brink of chaos. Official statements and warnings continue to be disseminated. Today, Wen Chaoyue and her mother remained indoors, spending their time cooking and exercising together. At 2 in the afternoon, Wen Chaoyue forced herself to bed, tossing and turning for nearly an hour before finally succumbing to sleep. On July 10th, 2097, at 1 in the morning, an alarm clock roused Wen Chaoyue from her slumber. After completing her morning routine, she donned a fitted black tank top and black trousers, topped off with a gray cap. Selecting the largest backpack available, she masked her face and quietly slipped out the door. Meanwhile, Wen Guanyu sat anxiously in her room, fighting the urge to call out to her daughter. The number of containers at the port had significantly diminished compared to previous days, as the oppressive heat forced many businesses to halt operations, resulting in a dramatic decline in cargo throughput. Wen Chaoyue parked her vehicle in a narrow alley, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras before stowing it away and retrieving her motorcycle. Though the motorcycle was relatively quiet, it still felt jarring in the stillness of the night. As she entered the dock and approached the containers, Wen Chaoyue felt as though she had inadvertently stumbled into a giant's realm, with countless containers standing like colossal building blocks. Each container bore a label detailing its contents, quantity, weight, and brand. Simple yet clear. In just a few hours, this area will be inundated by encroaching seawater, and all containers will be swept into the depths of the ocean under the force of the waves and torrential rain, including the surveillance equipment, all utterly destroyed. Even if some containers fortuitously remain in place, they will be soaked by the floods, rendering everything lost in an instant. Wen Chaoyue has been contemplating whether to take the risk of a zero-cost purchase, yet the uncertainty of the future looms too large. If this world holds no promise of restoration, then the more resources salvaged, the more lives can be saved. She is merely an inconspicuous individual, lacking in nobility. Her motivations are solely to ensure a good life for herself and her mother. Thus, she finds herself here tonight. The apocalyptic deluge is set to arrive at 5 o'clock on the morning of the 10th, and 2 hours later, the seawater will begin its assault. The coastal areas of Pengcheng will soon be submerged, and by noon, the central regions will also start to accumulate water due to the inadequacies of the drainage system. To be prudent, Wen Chaoyue now has 3 hours to gather these containers. She has been observing the surroundings for a considerable time, circling to inspect twice without encountering even the duty personnel, before finally approaching the containers. Each container stands approximately 2 meters tall, and when stacked together, they can reach a height of 20 meters, accommodating up to 10 containers at once. Unfortunately, space is limited. It is unrealistic to store thousands of containers from this port within the available confines. Wen Chaoyue intended to conduct a cursory inspection of the contents of the containers, deciding to retain only those items of utility. The first container she chose to inspect was the white one, which was filled with foodstuffs. To ensure freshness, it was equipped with an internal refrigeration unit. Among its contents were a box of exported vegetables, 3 boxes of pork, a box of beef steaks, 2 boxes of seafood, and a box of beverages. Collecting these alone would suffice to sustain Wen Chaoyue for a lifetime without worry. Additionally, she gathered 3 boxes of staple foods such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, as indicated on the labels destined for several agricultural markets in Pengcheng. Most astonishing was a whole container of wuchang rice, intended for several large supermarkets. To her surprise, there was also a box of exported pharmaceuticals. Despite the unfamiliar names, Wen Chaoyue recognized the importance of medicine in the apocalypse, akin to food. The materials within a single container totaled several tons, surpassing the supplies she had previously amassed. Had it not been for the inclement weather, the food containers would surely have been more plentiful. After emptying the white container, she proceeded to examine those of other colors. One container was filled with silk quilts and included a set of bed linens. These were certainly worth keeping. Outdoor clothing such as down jackets and windbreakers came in various styles, sizes, and colors, and she collected them all. However, a container of automotive parts, being specialized components, would be of no use to her. A whole box of toys, while delightful, would only take up space. Various imported cosmetics were deemed unnecessary in a world where survival was paramount. Thus, she relinquished those as well. Wen Chaoyue resolved to forego any items of little practical use, prioritizing the efficient use of her limited storage space. A sense of regret lingered within her heart, knowing that in just a few hours, these items would be swept into the sea, rendered as mere refuse. Upon arriving before several large containers, Wen Chaoyue was taken aback by the labels affixed to them. High-quality raw stones, 500 units, total weight 40 tons, destination, Europe, country X. Recipient, XX International Auction House, high-quality raw stones, 300 units, total weight 45 tons, destination, Europe, country X. Recipient, XX International Auction House, Semi-cut, high-quality raw stones, 200 units. Total weight, 25 tons. Destination: Europe. Country X. Recipient: XX International Auction House. Suppressing her excitement, Wen Chaoyue attempted to draw one of the containers into her spatial realm. Suddenly, she was enveloped by a familiar ethereal sensation. In her mind's eye, she witnessed a dense fog enveloping the newly introduced container. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, as the mist gradually dissipated, she realized that the interior of the container was strewn with fragments of stone. The jade within had been completely absorbed by the space. Without pausing to assess the extent of the spatial expansion, Wen Chaoyue hastily pulled in the remaining 2 containers, only releasing them once the jade had been fully consumed. She had contemplated purchasing jade to expand her space, yet the quality requirements for such an enlargement were considerable. To acquire stones of superior quality might entail depleting all the assets she and her mother possessed on a single necklace. Traveling to Yun province to procure raw stones seemed even more impractical. Besides the pressing time constraints, the unpredictable nature of gambling on stones could result in a loss of 2 million with merely a sound to show for it. Thus, she had previously not devoted her thoughts to expanding her space. The existing dimensions were more than sufficient to accommodate the necessities for herself and her mother. Though she lamented the inability to collect the numerous containers, which now lay waste, the sudden and substantial enlargement of her space filled Wen Chaoyue with such exuberance that she nearly felt compelled to scream in elation. Indeed, when it comes to supplies, the more, the merrier. While it is uncertain what the world will resemble a decade hence, Wen Chaoyue was aware that in the initial 5 years, aside from some fundamental infrastructure and agriculture, production had largely stagnated. The challenges in infrastructure were formidable, with even the most basic screws being unattainable, primarily relying on wooden alternatives. Regardless of where her acquired supplies might ultimately be utilized, she resolved to make full use of them for a better life for herself and her mother. As the clock approached 4 a.m., the extent of Wen Chaoyue's spatial expansion remained a mystery. Her original plans required adjustment. She deftly maneuvered her motorcycle through the docks, reaching out to absorb each container into her space, disregarding the labels that adorned them. As long as there was room to accommodate, she collected them all. The dock was a veritable treasure trove of diverse categories, including mechanical and electronic equipment, various components, tires, clothing, footwear, toys, furniture, and appliances. Most valuable among these were canned goods, grains, and high-energy beverages, alongside some industrial chemicals, immunological medications, and cosmetics. As dawn neared 5 o'clock, the wind began to stir, carrying with it a dampness infused with the briny scent of the sea. Wen Chaoyue gasped for breath, though she had not engaged in strenuous activity. The repeated task of maneuvering such large containers into the space had taken a considerable toll on her mental fortitude. After retrieving a tuna rice ball from her supplies, she consumed it in a few bites and rested for 10 minutes. Then at last the rain began to fall. The long-anticipated downpour arrived as promised, awakening some from their slumber with a thunderous sound of rain. As they approached their windows, they beheld the dark sky, seemingly torn asunder, with torrential rain cascading down. Each person who witnessed the rainfall erupted in jubilant cheers, the sound echoing through every neighborhood and street. Some, still clad in their nightwear, dashed into the curtain of rain, reveling in the joyous celebration. They rejoiced, for the rain had finally come, promising a respite from the sweltering heat. No longer would the temperatures rise incessantly, and the fear of overheated casualties would dissipate, along with the constant echoes of explosions. Everything would improve. Tomorrow, life would return to normal. Work would resume, social outings would commence. Shopping trips would be enjoyed, and leisurely activities such as dining and traveling would be embraced once more. Life was poised to be beautiful again. Wen Chaoyue was sheltered between 2 containers, gazing up at the sky as bolts of lightning rent the atmosphere, illuminating the inky night. Heavy raindrops pelted down upon her, stinging with their force, and she could almost envision the jubilant crowd celebrating below. In a past life, she too had been among them. Yet, in that thunderous dawn, she silently uttered a thought. The apocalypse had, after all, arrived. And Wen Chaoyue knew she could not linger at the dock for more than an hour. She must seek refuge in a safer place. Behind her loomed a dense array of containers, resembling a congregation of cold steel behemoths silently observing her. yearning for her to transport them away rather than allowing them to dissolve into mere grains of sand within the vast ocean. When Chaoyue retrieved a raincoat from the spatial realm, although the downpour was so heavy that it could not be entirely mitigated, it at least served to alleviate the stinging pain of raindrops striking her skin. Utilizing the headlight of her motorcycle, Wen Chaoyue cautiously navigated through the container terminal. The torrential rain, mingled with fierce winds, utterly obstructed her vision, forcing her to reduce her speed. There was no time to ponder the nature of the cargo within the containers. The spatial realm had ample capacity, and she could only collect whatever she encountered. The salty scent of the sea air grew increasingly pronounced, causing her head to throb as though pierced by needles. It was not until the rainwater, or perhaps seawater, engulfed half of her wheel that she gazed upon the endless expanse of the container yard, ultimately deciding to endure the pain and retreat. She turned her motorcycle around and swiftly departed from the area. Amid the faint rumbling of her bike, she heard the tumultuous sound of the sea churning behind her. Fearful of stopping, she pressed on the throttle, adhering to her preordained route. By 6:30 a.m., the surging sea quietly crept ashore, beginning to engulf the city. When Chaoyue sped through the deluge, even with goggles shielding her eyes, the road remained invisible. Her head spun, and her limbs felt feeble, compelling her to grit her teeth and cling tightly to the handlebars, relying solely on sheer willpower. After an agonizing 20 minutes, she finally reached the outskirts of the large warehouse-style supermarket where she had previously procured supplies. She parked her motorcycle in a corner and, utterly exhausted, slumped against the wall. Despite the temperature not being particularly low, she felt a chill that made her tremble. Trembling, she retrieved a cup of steaming ginger syrup from her space, purchased from a milk tea shop. Sipping it slowly, her pallid complexion, reminiscent of a wall coated in dust, gradually regained its normal hue. When Chaoyue felt utterly drained, her limbs heavy and unresponsive, her entire body damp and clammy, she realized that if she did not change soon, she would likely succumb to illness after enduring nearly 2 hours of torrential rain. With great effort, she propped herself against the wall to stand, surveying her surroundings and finding no one in sight before stowing her motorcycle back into her space. She had previously scouted this area, which lacked surveillance, allowing her to feel relatively secure. In the distance, she could see the tumultuous sea, waves crashing relentlessly against the shore, with the water already submerging a third of the container positions. The entrance to the parking lot of the building was also beginning to flood with rainwater. Without further delay, Wen Chaoyue made her way down to the basement level of the supermarket. This expansive establishment comprised 4 levels, situated close to the dock and at a lower elevation, with essential foodstuffs and daily necessities located on the first and second basement levels, which would soon be entirely inundated. Initially, she had taken out a pair of oversized scissors from her space, intending to cut through the side door of the second basement. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback to discover that the side door had already been forced open, shards of glass littering the ground, and the alarm system lay in ruins. A surge of alarm coursed through her, prompting her to retrieve a telescopic stun baton from her space, for the law enforcement in Pengcheng was notoriously stringent, with public security systems and surveillance measures exceptionally robust. Her audacity to collect items from the containers stemmed from the fact that the seawater had inundated the docks, rendering all surveillance systems inoperative. This incident had been prominently reported in the news the following day, leaving a lasting impression on her. However, she was taken aback to discover that someone had dared to rob the supermarket before chaos ensued. As Wen Chaoyue made her way inside, she observed that the cameras at the front had been vandalized. Upon reaching the entrance of the supermarket, she noticed the absence of any other individuals. The ground was remarkably dry, leading her to surmise that the intruder had arrived prior to the heavy downpour. Whether they were still inside remained to be seen, necessitating her entry to ascertain the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she opted to change her clothes in the nearby restroom. She discarded her damp attire into her space and dried herself with a large towel, feeling refreshed as she did so. Fortunately, her short hair allowed for a quick drying. Clad in a black long-sleeve shirt and pants, with a mask and hat adorning her head, she armed herself with a stun baton and exited the restroom. The instant she stepped out, an abrupt crackling sound echoed, and the automatic lights in the restroom extinguished. The power had gone out. Water began to seep in through the entrance, indicating that the drainage system had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and had ceased functioning. With renewed determination, Wen Chaoyue proceeded towards the supermarket. Scattered across the floor were remnants of packaged snacks and fruits, and several shelves had been partially emptied. Examining the labels, she noted that the items taken were primarily non-perishable foods, with a little of everything being pilfered. It appeared that there had been a considerable number of individuals involved, as food lay strewn across the ground, trampled by various footprints. However, after a thorough examination, Wen Chaoyue noticed the absence of any other individuals in the vicinity. She speculated that they had departed, likely driven away by the impending sense of doom and the ensuing chaos in the streets. It seemed that opportunists, taking advantage of the extreme weather, had seized the moment to pilfer some provisions. The water was rapidly encroaching, already infiltrating the shopping mall. With no time to ponder further, she resolved to act swiftly. The second basement level was primarily dedicated to food, where rows of refrigerated cabinets brimmed with an assortment of seafood, meats, fried, semi-finished products, steamed buns, chocolates, and frozen fruits. There were also 2 cold storage rooms, one for temperature-sensitive fruits and vegetables, and the other filled with eggs, milk, and cheese. The area designated for fresh meats was conspicuously empty, as this supermarket prided itself on daily freshly cut meat. Additionally, the dessert section remained vacant, yet to be opened, as the staff had no reason to thaw any items at this time. The snack aisle, however, was abundant with various cookies, chips, chocolates, bread, dried fruits, duck and chicken feet, marinated delicacies, nuts, candied fruits, and instant meals. Without further deliberation, Wen Chaoyue hastily gathered everything into her spatial storage, disregarding whether she would personally utilize the items. As long as there was available space, she aimed to collect as much as possible, knowing that shortly they would be submerged and rendered waste. The supermarket was vast, and it took over half an hour to clear the entire second basement level, by which time the water had risen to her knees. Completing her task on the second level, she hurriedly ascended to the first basement level. This floor housed the greatest variety of grains, oils, rice, flour, and dry goods, alongside daily necessities such as various tissues, sanitary napkins, infant formula, adult milk powder, diapers for toddlers, and a plethora of health supplements and imported skincare products, as well as bathing essentials. The variety of items is abundant and diverse. Wen Chaoyue has also collected 2 long cabinets filled with cigarettes, which serve as a valuable currency in this post-apocalyptic world. The 6 display cabinet showcases an array of foreign wines and spirits, along with a selection of beverages and sweet desserts that resonate closely with everyday life. Compared to the collection of shipping containers, these items bring her immense joy. The first floor is adorned with outdoor home goods, impervious to the encroaching floodwaters. Wen Chaoyue refrained from collecting everything, opting instead for items she deemed necessary, such as an air fryer, microwave, lighting fixtures, induction cooker, and massage chair, thereby supplementing what she had previously overlooked. Anticipating the potential arrival of scavengers seeking supplies, she scattered some rice, flour, and canned goods haphazardly on the ground, creating the illusion of a careless drop by someone in transit. Her stockpile was already ample. Clinging to it was not her intent. Perhaps these provisions could save a life or 2. The rain fell with astonishing intensity, striking the off-road vehicle like bullets, rendering visibility exceedingly low as she navigated. With great difficulty, she discerned her direction, relying on the navigation system to guide her home. Fortunately, the terrain of Longyue was relatively elevated, and the further she traveled, the lower the water pooled on the roads. Despite the diminished visibility, Wen Chaoyue expended twice the usual time but ultimately arrived home. In a corner of the parking lot devoid of surveillance, she concealed the unappealing off-road vehicle within her space. Once back inside, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her, and glancing at the clock revealed it was precisely 10 o'clock. When Guanyu, who had also spent the night awake, finally felt a sense of relief upon seeing her daughter return safely. Upon witnessing Wen Chaoyue nodding like a chick pecking at grains, I disregarded the need to urge her to wash up and hastily guided her to the room to rest. Do take a break, Chaoyue. We can discuss matters upon your awakening. Suddenly, a thunderous roar accompanied by torrential rain erupted from the heavens. Although it was the middle of the day, the sky appeared shrouded in a gray veil, obscuring the true visage of the world. The coastal areas and low-lying regions began to succumb to flooding, particularly the parking lot, which had transformed into a vast expanse of water. Many ground floor shops were inundated within mere hours, rendering their merchandise entirely unserviceable. Some residential buildings had already seen their first floors partially submerged, prompting an urgent evacuation of the populace. The city's drainage system had utterly failed, yet the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. The terrain around Yulongshi remained relatively elevated, aside from the submersion of the third-level parking area. The normal living conditions of the residents were not yet compromised, and the power supply continued to function as usual. When Wen Chaoyue finally stirred from her slumber, she momentarily believed it to be the dead of night, with the rain cascading furiously and the wind howling outside. A glance at her phone revealed it was merely 5 in the afternoon. Overwhelmed by physical and mental fatigue, yet unable to quell her hunger, she chose to rise and indulge in a refreshing bath. Upon her awakening, Wen Chaoyue was already aware. By the time she finished her bath, a steaming bowl of shredded pork with pickled mustard greens awaited her on the table. Her mother busied herself in the kitchen, delectable dishes prepared for her, while the rain continued to patter outside. With no school or work obligations and the temperature just right, this should have been the epitome of a serene afternoon, had it not been for the foreboding knowledge of the world that lay ahead. At last, Zhao, you have awakened. Mother was just contemplating whether to rouse you for a meal. Wen Chaoyue then placed a bowl of cold cucumber and wood ear mushrooms on the table, saying, "Let us start with something simple. Later, I shall prepare something more delicious for you." Indeed, Zhao was quite hungry. She devoured most of the noodles voraciously before slowing down. Observing this, Wen Chaoyue felt a pang of sympathy and handed her a glass of water, anxiously advising, "Eat slowly. Eat slowly. You must be famished." "It's all right, mother. I actually had a little something this morning," Zhao replied. After finishing a bowl of noodles and the cucumber and mushrooms, she even spared not a single peanut, yet she still felt somewhat unsated. However, when Chaoyue insisted, "You haven't eaten all day. Do not overindulge at once. I will prepare more food for you later." "All right then." Taking advantage of Wen Chaoyue's moment in the kitchen to wash the dishes, Zhao retrieved a perfectly ripe banana from her space and turned on the television to watch the news. Every channel was broadcasting the unprecedented nationwide deluge, with some even showing disaster scenes from abroad. Zhao recalled seeing online in a few days that some people remarked, "Compared to an entire country being wiped out by a tsunami, we are fortunate. It is merely heavy rain and flooding, and once the rain ceases, all will be well." Disasters across the globe have unfolded almost simultaneously, perhaps with a mere day or two of variance, yet all within this period: deluges, tsunamis, acid rain, and colossal hailstones.
Indeed.
When compared to the instantaneous devastation of a tsunami, or the sudden onset of acid rain that claims lives amidst anguished cries, or the merciless descent of gigantic hailstones that extinguish lives in an instant, our nation initially faced a relentless torrent of rain, granting us at least a modicum of time to respond. The news channel, Wen Chaoyue, focused intently on the developments in Pengcheng, reporting on the areas succumbing to flooding, the evacuation of residents, the regions where water accumulation was escalating rapidly, and warnings urging citizens to maintain a safe distance. Some areas had already begun experiencing power outages, advising residents to remain indoors while rescue teams distributed lighting equipment. After watching for a while, the broadcast shifted to coastal regions. Aerial footage, presumably captured by helicopters, revealed several kilometers of coastline entirely submerged beneath the relentless waves. Once expansive docks were now unrecognizable beneath the surging waters, and massive containers lay scattered as if mere debris adrift. The presenter's voice in the background urged residents in coastal areas to evacuate in an orderly manner, prioritizing those in lower floors, the elderly, the infirm, and pregnant women. Residents were implored to pack light, preparing for swift departure. On the screen, rescue personnel distributed life vests to each individual, guiding them onto rescue boats as they were taken away from their homes. Most carried only a backpack or simple luggage, embodying the urgency of their flight from the impending disaster. Upon hearing the news, Wen Chaoyue noticed little deviation from what he had encountered in his previous life, leading him to refrain from further scrutiny. Subsequently, he resumed scrolling through updates on his mobile device. Within a span of nearly 10 hours, the online chatter escalated dramatically. Numerous households had begun to experience flooding, and in areas where rescue teams were temporarily unable to reach, residents resorted to seeking assistance through the internet or contacting property management. The accumulation of water on the streets deepened, rendering ordinary vehicles incapable of traversing the roads, while the risk associated with venturing outside surged alarmingly. Many took to the internet to post desperate pleas regarding missing relatives and severed communications. Official agencies and rescue teams struggled to respond to each individual case due to a severe shortage of personnel. They could only issue advisories urging residents in low-lying buildings, as well as those in high-rises, to collaborate with property management to seek refuge in upper floors. The public was further implored to refrain from venturing outside to avoid losing contact. In recent weeks, as temperatures steadily climbed, reports of heat-related fatalities became commonplace. While news of forest fires was broadcast daily, accompanied by the sporadic sounds of vehicles spontaneously combusting on the streets. Such relentless adversity posed a significant test to the resilience of ordinary citizens. This particular rainfall, having persisted for merely a few hours, was perceived by the majority as a welcome respite from the prolonged heat. They believed the downpour would inevitably cease. To them, it was merely a heavier shower. Moreover, most families had stockpiled ample provisions at home in anticipation of such conditions, allowing them to remain indoors without concerns for sustenance. However, a portion of the populace discerned the unusual nature of this rain, and upon monitoring international news, unearthed alarming reports of extraordinary disasters occurring globally. Consequently, apocalyptic rhetoric began to resurface and gain traction across online platforms. There has been a continuous outcry online urging individuals to stockpile food, with assertions that this heavy rain will persist longer than the heat waves. Those residing in lower floors are advised to seek shelter in higher ones. Such claims have been met with widespread ridicule, as many deem it remarkable for a downpour of such magnitude to last 3 to 5 days, let alone surpass the duration of heat, which seems utterly illogical. A cacophony of opinions proliferates online, with the majority of people adopting a neutral stance, uncertain of whom to trust. The property management of Chaoyue has incessantly disseminated numerous messages, primarily instructing residents to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside, alongside some official updates from the outside world. Wen Chaoyue scrolled through her phone for half an hour before losing interest. After engaging in some basic physical training in the gym, she invited Wen Chaoyue to practice, with a compound bow. Wen Chaoyue had purchased several different models of compound bows to facilitate gradual training for both of them. Today, they would focus on honing their accuracy before progressing to more advanced bows once they built sufficient strength. Initially intending to prepare dinner, Wen Chaoyue succumbed to his daughter's insistence and practiced with a compound bow for half an hour, subsequently following Wen Chaoyue's guidance in various physical exercises. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Wen Chaoyue retrieved a bowl of spicy and sour boiled fish, stir-fried rice noodles with beef, a salad of mixed vegetables, and an abundance of icy dessert, constituting their simple dinner. After the meal, they enjoyed a plate of cherries and half a small cake. At long last, she found the time to contemplate the changes within her space, having been preoccupied with this thought during dinner. In the afternoon, she felt particularly lethargic, and even the idea of examining her space seemed to require tremendous effort. Fortunately, obtaining anything desired is merely a thought away. However, Wen Chaoyue harbored concerns about potential lapses in her energy or the unavailability of essential supplies. Nevertheless, she proceeded to gather some fundamental resources and place them in the training room. An over-reliance on her spatial abilities might lead to a loss of necessary vigilance. As her consciousness delved into the space, it was evident that its size had expanded significantly, more than threefold, filled with large containers, while various shelves occupied the remaining space, laden with an array of supplies. In her haste to collect, some items had carelessly fallen to the ground. The most striking transformation, however, was in a corner where an unexpected patch of black soil, approximately an acre in size, thrived in moisture. Wen Chaoyue was both astonished and elated. She had never anticipated the emergence of fertile land following the upgrade of her space. Would the spring water within it manifest after the enhancement? Might it be possible for individuals to access this space in the future? Suddenly, she felt compelled to seek out some jade shops for a no-cost acquisition. Suppressing her excitement, She shared this delightful news with Wen Chaoyue, who was equally thrilled, envisioning the prospect of cultivating her own grains and vegetables. After a brief organization of the space, Wen Chaoyue was overtaken by drowsiness and decided to rest, planning to gradually sort through the space in the coming days. She had assumed that the first night of the apocalypse would leave her restless. To her surprise, she fell asleep shortly after 10, without even a thought of checking her phone. That night, in the early hours, the underground garage of Jiuelongxi began to flood. Before dawn, the water had inundated the first floor, leading to substantial water ingress in the ground-level shops. As more content loads, please be patient. Some shopkeepers reside above their establishments and, upon realizing that their shops were inundated, promptly contacted the property management for assistance. A group of individuals, having scarcely slept throughout the night, hurriedly relocated valuable items from the shops to the fire escape on the upper floors, creating a cacophony that persisted until dawn. The following day, Wen Chaoyue encountered complaints from residents on the lower floors. People had initially hoped that the torrential rain would bring relief from the oppressive heat, yet after 24 hours of downpour, they found themselves wishing for the rain to cease. On the first day of the deluge, the coastal residential buildings were submerged up to the third floor, while Jiuelongxi was inundated to the ground level. By the morning of the third day, in certain low-lying neighborhoods, water levels had risen to the 8th floor, with Jiuelongxi reaching the 3rd. Furthermore, the flooding resulted in power outages. When the water reached the first floor of Jiuelongxi, electricity was cut off, although the property management provided a backup generator. It only lasted for a day due to the immense energy demands of the extensive community, which is home to numerous residents. Fortunately, internet connectivity remained intact, allowing those trapped in their homes to surf the web, albeit with a stark contrast to the constant stream of messages received in the previous 2 days.
Now,
only the property management continued to issue notifications, alongside a handful of homeowners seeking assistance. With the power out, residents were cautious with their phone battery usage. Esteemed homeowners, due to the unusual weather and ongoing heavy rain, for the safety of all residents, please refrain from venturing outside. If assistance is required, do not hesitate to call 0755 XXXX. The accompanying image depicts the rising water levels reaching the 3rd floor, now encroaching upon the 4th floor residents. Old Ma, the water is about to reach the 4th floor. Are there any kind-hearted neighbors on the 3rd floor who could provide shelter? We are willing to pay any amount. Shongshan Ruashui. We have been sleeping in the corridor for 2 nights. When will help arrive? Butler of Building 5. Windbell, Big Orange. Is anyone on the 4th floor of Building 2 detecting a foul odor? I am a medical student, and it smells like a corpse to me. Chonggao Jiopao. Big Orange, please refrain from saying such terrifying things. It's merely heavy rain. It can't possibly lead to death, can it? Lotus, Room 203. Building 1. Is there a kind-hearted neighbor who can dive and assist in retrieving some items from my home? I am willing to compensate. Old Ma. Is there truly no one who can lend a hand? My son is only 2 years old. My wife and I can sleep in the corridor. But could someone please take care of my son? Old Ma. I am the owner of Quanji Steel. I have the means. I can offer payment. Golden Fortune, Room 706. Building 3. How much will you pay for a night's stay? Old Ma. Brother, let us discuss this privately. Coach Tian from Ichi Fitness. Our food supply is nearly depleted. Is anyone interested in going out to shop together? I have an inflatable boat. When Chaoyue refreshed her social media feed, inundated with various messages, some showcasing their food supplies, others vehemently condemning the rescue team for refusing to allow them to retrieve 2 suitcases, and some eagerly anticipating the apocalypse. In this extreme weather, all sorts of bizarre individuals have emerged. The mobile phone displayed the temperature had fallen to 22 degrees. Gazing outside, torrential rain poured down, and the sky was shrouded in gloom, with only blurred outlines visible in the distance. The outside world crackled with thunder and flashes of lightning as the rain cascaded relentlessly. Shortly after lunch, when Guanyu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare marinated delicacies, duck wings, duck feet, chicken kidneys, chicken wings, and tofu skewers, filling 2 large pots to the brim. Beside her, a tablet played a cooking tutorial, and she was currently adding spices, intending to simmer for over an hour before serving. Wen Chaoyue, after inquiring if she could assist, was shooed away from the kitchen by Wen Chaoyue and decided to engage in some exercise instead. The news streamed live on her phone. The atmosphere was tense and anxious, yet some were already attempting to take advantage of the chaos. The authorities warned those seeking to exploit the situation that severe consequences awaited anyone caught, urging the public to adhere to the law and to wait for official rescue in times of peril. They also expressed support for certain spontaneously organized civilian rescue groups, encouraging experienced teams to partake in rescue efforts, provided they did not endanger themselves. Among the reports was a tribute to the fallen rescue teams. At the onset of this calamity, it was those who charged to the front lines who suffered the most grievous losses. This was merely the beginning. In about a week's time, the entirety of the city would be submerged, with the relentless downpour showing no signs of abating. As more individuals exhausted their food supplies while awaiting rescue, the descent into a nightmarish reality would commence. Wen Chaoyue retrieved 2 10-kilogram iron plates from her space and strapped them to her calves, fastening 5-kilogram weights to each arm. Over the past few days, she had noticed a significant increase in her strength, and her body had acclimatized to a certain level of intensity. Thus, she resolved to incorporate additional weights into her upcoming training regimen. After securing herself, she engaged in a brief warm-up, initially finding it effortless, but soon felt fatigued after completing a set. The room was equipped with boxing sandbags and gloves prepared by Wen Chaoyue, designed according to the specifications used during Wen Chaoyue's previous training in free fighting. Today, Wen Chaoyue's primary focus was to reinforce and enhance her previously acquired boxing skills, honing the agility of her body. In her past life, her speed and power had been cultivated through practical combat. Thus, experiencing this anew, she found her punches and kicks sluggish. After nearly 2 hours of training, Wen Chaoyue collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly incapable of lifting her arms or legs. After resting for a while, she struggled to her feet, dragging her fatigued body to take a quick shower. Before heading to the kitchen to assist Ms. Wen in tasting the dishes, driven by her overwhelming hunger. My goodness, this is utterly delicious. From now on, I shall refer to you as Master Wen Chaoyue. Wen Chaoyue playfully swatted Wen Chaoyue's arm, exclaiming, "You are the only one with such a sharp tongue." Wen Chaoyue assisted in packing the prepared delicacies into disposable containers, intending to cool them before placing them in storage, then urged Wen Chaoyue to commence today's physical training. Upon checking her phone, she discovered that the community group had accumulated over 100 messages, predominantly requests for assistance, inquiries about the arrival of rescue teams, and various pleas to borrow power banks or access restrooms. The final message was from the coach with the inflatable boat. Coach Tian from Ingchi Fitness inquired, "Is anyone interested in going out to shop together? The Huikong supermarket is still open. If we delay any longer, there will be nothing left to purchase." At last, someone has responded, likely a young individual who is either single or seldom cooks at home. Recently, there has been much chatter online regarding stockpiling supplies, yet many have failed to do so. As further details load, some are eager to venture outside to assess the situation and have invited others to join. Coach Tian's inflatable boat is a large one, accommodating 5 people, and it would be quite a challenge for him alone to paddle the 2 kilometers to the supermarket. Hence his desire to invite others along, without expectation of compensation. Currently, 3 individuals wish to procure supplies together, after discussing the meeting time and location in their group chat. Someone chimed in to tag them. Ting Shui, "Hey, could I trouble you to buy a few items for me as well? I will pay you." Coach Tian from Ingchi Fitness, "Sure, what do you need? I'll bring it for you." Ting Shui, "Thank you so much. You're truly kind. I'll add you." Yi Lu Xiangshang, "Please grab me some instant noodles as well. I'm not particular about the flavor." Building 7. Room 901. When I asked if anyone wanted to go shopping, you all played dead, and now that there's free labor, you suddenly appear. A debate ensued thereafter. But Wen Chaoyue, seeing no substantial contributions, chose to disengage. The overcast sky blurred the lines between day and night. Glancing at the clock, it was merely 4 in the afternoon, yet the dimness made it difficult to discern the interior of the room without lighting. Wen Chaoyue and her companion were not short on electricity, as their batteries were nearly full. They switched on the lights and drew the blackout curtains, allowing not a sliver of light to escape. Wen Chaoyue gazed out of her window, observing the balconies of neighboring residents, which were predominantly shrouded in darkness, with only a few flickering lights piercing through the thick veil of rain. The power outage had prompted the property management to distribute a solitary candle to each household, leading to disputes over the limited supply. However, possessing even a single candle was a considerable advantage compared to the majority of the powerless populace. A series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting Wen Chaoyue to rise. She turned off the lights in her room and glanced at her roommate, Wen Guanyue, who remained undisturbed during her workout. After ensuring her friend was not interrupted, she opened the solid wooden door. Through the stainless steel security gate, she was taken aback to find her neighbor, Zhuang Ming. "Hello, beautiful sister," Zhuang Ming exclaimed, raising his hand in a cheerful greeting. Not far off, a tall man leaned against the corridor, his back to them, idly fiddling with a ring of keys. Wen Chaoyue frowned. Was it truly the time for social calls? Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhuang Ming extended a flashlight through the railing of the door. "This flashlight just turned up today, an extra one. We don't need it, so my mother asked me to bring it to you. Thank you for your reminder the other day. My mother has purchased an abundance of food, so at least we need not worry about hunger." "No, thank you." Wen Chaoyue's first instinct was to decline, followed by a realization of how unreasonably kind this family was. "We have solar power and won't be needing a flashlight. Please convey my gratitude to your mother." During the renovations, the Zhuang family had witnessed the workers installing solar panels and batteries next door, and thus they were aware that the Wen family had access to electricity. Zhuang Mingxiang, undeterred by the rejection, remained exuberant as he remarked, "Look at this dreadful weather. Who knows when the sun will shine again? Every bit saved counts." He extended the flashlight forward a little more. Despite being coldly dismissed at the door, Zhuang Mingxiang felt no anger. Instead, he smiled even more brightly, thinking how remarkably charming and impressive this beautiful sister was. Growing impatient, Zhuang Mingxi shook the keys in his hand vigorously, urging, "Zhuang Mingxiang, are you ready yet? Coming. Hurry up. Who asked you to accompany me? It's so annoying. If it weren't for Mom insisting I can't go out alone and needing to follow you, I wouldn't, huh? Did they confiscate your flashlight?" Zhuang Mingxi, looking displeased, was somewhat taken aback to see the flashlight in his sister's hand. "Indeed, the lovely sister even warned me." Zhuang Mingxiang hesitated to elaborate. "Warned you about what?" Zhuang Mingxi squinted, a sense of dissatisfaction bubbling within him. His sister and mother had kindly brought provisions, yet she dared to threaten him? "She warned me not to tell anyone we have supplies." Zhuang Mingxiang delighted in witnessing his brother's change of expression, which only heightened his own joy. Zhuang Mingxi paused momentarily before scoffing, scrutinizing his sister with a gaze that brimmed with disdain. "How is it that someone so young can think of such things, yet you? What do you mean? You filthy dog. How dare you look down on me?" Just as Wen Chaoyue had finished shutting the door and turning on the lights, she saw Wen Guanyue emerge from within, inquiring, "What is going on?" "Chaoyue, who came by just now." Wen Chaoyue recounted the episode of the neighbor delivering items. Wen Guanyue expressed with a sense of reflection, "Their family truly embodies kindness. Ever since you mentioned how they assisted us in our previous lives, I have made it a point to bring them small gifts and engage in conversation during my visits. I have discovered that they possess remarkably upright values." Wen Chaoyue remained noncommittal, acknowledging that benevolence is not always a virtue in apocalyptic times. "What would you like for dinner?" "I shall prepare it for you," she offered. Observing the thin sheen of perspiration on her mother's forehead, Wen Chaoyue understood that her normally inactive mother was seeking an excuse to be idle. Without hesitation, she remarked, "It is still early, and I am not hungry. You should exercise for at least another half hour, Mom." "Very well then." An hour had elapsed since Coach Tian had gone out to procure supplies, and at last, he made a statement in the group chat. "Friends, the food at the supermarket has been largely depleted. We managed to acquire only a few items." The supermarket, being a modest establishment primarily catering to local residents, faced challenges in restocking after such a thorough depletion. "I am unable to assist everyone with their shopping, and our own acquisitions are rather limited." The shopping cart contained a bag of loose rice, 4 or 5 packets of unknown brand instant noodles, 2 slightly discolored carrots, and 3 sweet potatoes. Additionally, there were a few packs of sanitary pads that were requested, a row of decorative candles, and 3 rows of batteries. Surprisingly, they had even managed to procure a power bank for them. Thank you, big brother, exclaimed Shui. If possible, could you check if there is any lip balm and hand cream available? Hee hee. Wen Chaoyue seems to have obtained some information. The authorities remain focused on organizing rescue efforts for those stranded by the floodwaters. Some supermarkets, being situated on higher ground, are still operating normally, at least outwardly maintaining order. More content is loading. Please wait. The prices of goods have surged to more than 5 times their usual rates. Many have stockpiled in advance. While only a few have the need to venture out for shopping, they are currently hunkered down at home, remaining inconspicuous. In the previous life, power was lost the day after the torrential rain ceased, when Chaoyue had not charged her devices the day before, and they quickly powered down. Apart from checking the news in the morning, she soon found herself cut off from external information. The subsequent updates came solely from visiting neighbors in the same building. In the evening, when Guanyu simmered a large pot of tomato meat sauce and cooked several bags of pasta, portioning them into takeaway boxes, resulting in 20 servings. The surplus was shared between the mother and daughter as their dinner. She also utilized the air fryer to prepare 2 bags of crispy meat and 1 bag of carriage chicken, packaging the leftovers. Over the past few days, aside from exercising, when Guanyu spent all her time in the kitchen, seizing the chance to prepare as many of her signature dishes as possible while the gas supply remained. As time progressed, cooking became increasingly inconvenient. Meanwhile, when Chaoyue busied herself with organizing their living space and engaging in physical training, enduring a dual strain on both body and mind. The abundance of items in their space was overwhelming, not to mention the containers. The supplies purchased earlier had yet to be sorted. She spent excessive time organizing, and each completion left her with a heavy head. The good news is that the time spent in the space has gradually increased each day, as if her adaptation to this environment has also enhanced her mental fortitude. When Guanyu felt a pang of sympathy for her exhaustion, ensuring that she did not lift a finger in the kitchen. The mother and daughter duo even watched instructional videos on agricultural planting, embarking on a journey to cultivate vegetables in the land of their space. Amidst their busy days, the external tumultuous weather seemed to have little impact on them. On the 4th day of the torrential rain, the temperature plummeted to 17 degrees, and the floodwaters finally crept up to the 4th floor, compelling residents to hastily pack their belongings and relocate to higher ground. No rescue teams had arrived. An increasing number of individuals found their phones dead, while those with battery life could not connect to rescue services or report emergencies as the lines were perpetually busy. The group chat had grown eerily silent, with even the property management ceasing communication. The relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. By the 5th day of the deluge, the temperature had only decreased by a degree. Yet the floodwaters surged more rapidly, threatening to engulf the 6th floor. Almost every level was filled with makeshift bedding in the hallways, cluttered with belongings, food, and waste, the stench becoming increasingly unbearable. The elevators had long ceased operation, leaving only the stairs as a means of ascent or descent. Most people merely occupied the hallways temporarily, primarily awaiting rescue, thus avoiding the upper floors. Consequently, the higher levels, particularly above the 15th floor, remained deserted. Fortunately, on this day, the rescue team finally arrived. However, the sheer number of affected individuals rendered it impossible to evacuate everyone at once. Priority was given to the elderly, infirm, pregnant women, and children. After 3 consecutive days of evacuations, those on the lower floors had still not been completely rescued, as the floodwaters had now inundated the 9th floor. The property management had long since fled. The rescue team has abruptly ceased their efforts, as the disaster relief center can no longer accommodate additional individuals. Communication lines were severed on the 6th day, leaving the timeline for restoration uncertain, perhaps spanning years. Floodwaters continued to rise, with no signs of the torrential rain abating. The rescue team, navigating their boats, repeatedly broadcasts advisories urging residents to seek refuge in higher floors and encouraging self-rescue. Panic ensues among the populace. After a relentless week of downpours, the floodwaters have submerged the 9th floor of the building where Wen Chaoyue resides, with an estimated 1/3 of the residents below the 9th floor still unevacuated. The rescue team has made it unequivocally clear that they will no longer retrieve those displaced, though they will distribute food supplies, with the timing and frequency of these distributions yet to be announced. On the 8th day, the rain began to lessen. transforming into a gentle drizzle. Those on the brink of despair finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Did the diminished rain signify an imminent cessation? Did it herald the end of their calamity? On this day, the rescue team delivered supplies for the first time, distributing equal rations to each household: 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 12 bottles of mineral water, 1 pack of ham sausage, and 2 apples.
Additionally,
Those whose homes had been inundated were granted an extra blanket, a raincoat, a candle, and a box of matches. Initially, some who contemplated unlawful actions reconsidered, observing the government's continued rescue efforts amidst the lessening rain, momentarily suppressing their intentions. However, the tranquility of the water's surface would not endure for long. In recent days, Wen Chaoyue has become enamored with the art of cooking. Aside from her daily physical training, she has largely immersed herself in the kitchen, experimenting with various dishes, most of which she is preparing for the first time. Any surplus she creates is neatly packaged and stored away, while Wen Chaoyue graciously consumes everything. For those who have endured the hardships of the apocalypse have no right to be picky. Fortunately, Wen Chaoyue possesses remarkable aptitude for learning, and her home-cooked meals have grown increasingly delectable with each passing day. Perhaps she harbors some anxiety, yet when contrasted with her daughter's recounting of past lives, she finds great satisfaction in their current circumstances, ample resources, and the safety of mother and daughter. Perhaps sensing Wen Chaoyue's tension, she refrains from broaching the topic of venturing outside to ascertain the state of the world beyond. As evening falls, she delves into the study materials prepared by Wen Chaoyue, eager to explore the fields she previously neglected due to her busyness. However, after being drawn into a couple of episodes of a television series by Wen Chaoyue, their nighttime entertainment swiftly transforms into a binge-watching affair. Several times throughout the night, Wen Chaoyue rises to use the restroom only to discover her mother still engrossed in the show, shrouded in darkness. Unsurprisingly, they both awaken late the following day. After a week of diligent effort, Wen Chaoyue has managed to organize most of the supplies in their space. To her delight, the lettuce sown in the rich black soil has sprouted anew, and both tomatoes and potatoes have begun to show tender shoots. This indicates that although the space remains static, the growth cycle of plants in the soil is shorter than in the outside world. The two of them harvest some lettuce to stir-fry with garlic, savoring its crisp sweetness. Perhaps due to the pride of having cultivated it themselves, they find it more delicious than anything they previously purchased from the market. Yet that very night, a deafening clap of thunder heralds the onset of yet another torrential downpour. The cacophony of curses and cries reverberated through the corridors. While standing at the window, one could even discern the frenzied sounds of smashing from below amidst the torrential rain. Some individuals were on the brink of madness, desperately venting their pent-up frustrations. In the dead of night, Wen Chaoyue was roused by the blaring of an alarm at her door. Upon checking the surveillance, she saw 3 haggard men attempting to force the door open. Their actions triggered the alarm, startling several individuals at the Zhuang family's entrance across the way, who hastily fled in disarray. To guard against the possibility of network disruptions, she had invested in a local surveillance system that did not require internet connectivity, with cameras installed at various vantage points around the door, proving invaluable at that moment. Confident in the security of her home, Wen Chaoyue watched as the men retreated and then drifted back into slumber. Wen Guanyu's room, located at the far end, remained undisturbed by the commotion, but the following day, when Wen Chaoyue recounted the events of the night, her mother was still shaken, repeatedly cautioning her daughter against opening the door carelessly. It was now the 10th day of relentless rain, with temperatures hovering between 16 and 20 degrees Celsius. For lunch, Wen Guanyu prepared spicy stir-fried pork with chili, chestnut and yam pork bone soup, and stir-fried vegetables with preserved sausage. Wen Chaoyue indulged in 2 generous bowls of rice, reclining on the sofa, unable to move.
Yet,
she still retrieved a cup of succulent grapes from her space, while her phone played a debate competition show. Just as she was savoring this delightful moment, a knock echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, Wen Chaoyue saw Zhuang Ming, seeking her mother. After contemplating for a moment, she sprayed some floral air freshener from the living room, even though the scent of lunch had already dissipated. To be on the safe side, she decided to apply a bit more cover before turning off the lights and finally opening the door. Outside stood Feng Shuilan, her eyes shadowed with concern. The instant she opened the door, a smile graced her lips for Wen Chaoyue, while behind her, Zhuang Ming cheerfully waved, appearing to be in decent spirits. "Is your mother at home?" Zhuang's mother and daughter had come to inquire whether they intended to venture out in search of supplies. On the 13th floor, a couple was selling outdoor survival gear, and their home was stocked with various items. They had 5 inflatable boats and 8 sets of diving equipment available for promotion within the building, charging 5,000 yuan in cash for the use of a boat, or 10 kilograms of rice, with half the price for diving gear. If cash was not an option, they were open to negotiations for other forms of compensation, and those interested in additional tools could also discuss terms. Earlier that morning, they had knocked on the Zhuang family's door, and the father and son had gone downstairs to gather information. They likely also visited the Wen household, but at that time, the two of them were occupied, one in the kitchen and the other exercising, and perhaps did not hear the knocking. Their audacity in selling tools stemmed from the presence of 2 adult sons in the household, alongside the boss, making a total of 3 imposing adult men, which deterred most from confronting them. When Guanyu emerged from the kitchen and exchanged greetings with Fang Xuelan, yesterday's rain had been light, prompting many to venture out in search of supplies or to gather information. Most residents of this community were relatively well off, and it was quite common for some to possess outdoor hobbies, hence many had kayaks or foldable boats. Even in the absence of kayaks, some individuals have ingeniously crafted small wooden rafts or utilized large plastic storage boxes and inflatable pool toys for children, venturing briefly outdoors to explore. Yesterday, when Chaoyue observed 2 individuals standing on a mattress, employing a broom as a makeshift paddle, as they maneuvered beyond the confines of their community. The Minhui supermarket lies several kilometers from Jiulongxi, and it takes a certain level of resourcefulness to locate the supermarket under such adverse weather conditions. When Chaoyue is uncertain whether such circumstances occurred in her past life, back then, she and her mother resided in an older neighborhood, characterized by chaos and an atmosphere of awaiting rescue. In later days, she ventured out to search for supplies, albeit facing considerable hardships. Were supermarkets even operational at that time? Chapter 31. Preparing to venture out. When Chaoyue pondered for a moment, weighing the decision of whether to seek supplies at this moment. She recognized that this torrential rain would persist for several months, and she and her mother had ample provisions. They could comfortably endure a year or 2 without stepping outside. However, prior to the arrival of the storm, the extensive renovations of their apartment had not gone unnoticed by many residents below. Those with ulterior motives could easily deduce that the 2 women were living together. A few weeks of seclusion might be manageable, but prolonged isolation would inevitably reveal to others that they possessed a substantial stock of supplies, rendering them targets in the eyes of fellow victims of the disaster. The landlord had also contemplated this issue. Even with an abundance of food, it was prudent to maintain appearances, at the very least. "Mother, what are your thoughts?" When Chaoyue turned to Guanyu, seeking her counsel, should she express dissent, they would postpone their plans to venture outside. When Guanyu furrowed her brow, evidently weighing the pros and cons, she glanced at Fang Xuelan and Zhuang Mingxiang, then sighed. "Xuelan, is your family planning to go?" Fang Xuelan nodded, a hint of resignation gracing her features. "You are aware of our situation. It has become increasingly chaotic. Just last night, someone attempted to break in. Had it not been for your family's alarm scaring them off, we might not know how it would have ended. We were all behind the door, armed and ready. We have resided here for several years, and most are cognizant of our household circumstances. Refraining from going outside, one can only speculate what may transpire." Her words were veiled. Yet when Guanyu and her companion understood. During the renovation of their residence, Fang Xuelan frequently visited to engage in casual conversation with Wen Chaoyue, and their shared penchant for stockpiling supplies often arose in discussion. Fang Xuelan had even extended multiple invitations to Wen Guanyu for meals, which she graciously accepted once, witnessing an entire room brimming with provisions. If their family remained sequestered for too long, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, the concerns and potential predicaments facing both families were strikingly similar. After a moment of silence, as Wen Guanyu inclined her head in agreement, when Chaoyue interjected, "Aunt Fang, my mother is staying at home. I shall go alone." Noticing her mother's inclination to voice her thoughts, when Chaoyue gently patted her hand, resolutely declaring, "I possess an inflatable boat, so there is no need to rent one. If we need to transport supplies, I can take 2 more people along, and we can venture forth together." A few individuals briefly discussed and decided to gather and depart in half an hour, each taking a moment to prepare. After the matriarch and her daughter left, when Guanyu looked disapprovingly at her daughter, saying, "Mother can also go out, but it is pouring rain outside. How can I feel at ease with you venturing out alone?" When Guanyu embraced her mother's shoulders and settled onto the sofa, speaking in a soothing tone, "There is certainly no chaos at present. Do you not trust my experience and skills? I will venture out to scout the area. If you wish to get some fresh air, I can take you out in a couple of days. Is it merely for fresh air that you wish to go out? I am worried about you. All right, dear mother, I am quite capable and strong. You need not fret about my outing." Noticing her mother was about to voice further concerns, Wen Chaoyue decisively shifted the conversation. "Let us settle this, shall we? You can stay home and prepare a meal for me, okay? I'm craving some fermented red rice fried chicken wings, and perhaps a pork belly and tofu casserole for dinner, if you please." When Guanyu, with a furrowed brow, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Seeing her mother's consent, Wen Chaoyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. She understood that although her mother appeared calm on the surface, recently immersing herself in cooking and dramas as if she were enjoying it, there was an undercurrent of anxiety that mirrored her own. After all, she had already endured these trials in her previous life, while her mother was not one to enjoy a life confined indoors. The impending calamities only added to the unease that lingered in her heart. Nevertheless, Wen Chaoyue preferred her mother to remain at home rather than face the storm outside. Wen Chaoyue donned her waterproof attire and rain boots, securing a dagger and a telescopic stun baton at her waist. With a mask in place, she slung a lightweight backpack over her shoulders, filled with essential supplies, 2 bottles of water, and a fully inflated kayak, weighing just over 20 pounds, which she lifted with ease. Beside her, when Guanyu incessantly urged her to prioritize safety, her eyes brimming with concern. "Mother, do not worry. I shall exercise caution. Please, do not open the door for anyone while I am away," Wen Chaoyue reassured her with a gentle pat on her mother's hand and a comforting smile. When Guanyu nodded, her heart still heavy with unease, yet she understood that her daughter's decision was sound. Although Wen Chaoyue had accompanied her mother to martial arts classes for 2 years in the past, her training had not been thorough, and over the years, she had neglected her physical conditioning. If any trouble were to arise, she feared being a hindrance. With a heavy heart, she could only watch as Wen Chaoyue stepped out of their home, silently praying for her safe return. At the stairwell, Wen Chaoyue waited for a few moments until the door of the Zhuang family swung open, revealing the siblings Zhuang Mingxiang and Zhuang Mingxi, with their parents standing at the threshold, repeatedly offering their admonitions. Zhuang Mingxiang carried a waterproof bag, while Zhuang Mingxi bore a substantial backpack, and they approached Wen Chaoyue. "Chaoyue, this is my brother. We are going out together today." Zhuang Mingxiang greeted her, and they introduced themselves. "This is my sister, Chaoyue," he added, while Zhuang Mingxi discreetly scrutinized the capable young woman with short hair. The mask obscured her features, yet Zhuang Mingxi noted her striking eyes, pondering inwardly. "She seems rather petite. I hope she won't be a liability on our outing." When Chaoyue nodded slightly in greeting and remarked, "The rain has lightened a bit. Let us depart."
With that,
she effortlessly hoisted the inflatable boat with one hand while the other grasped its motor. The siblings were momentarily taken aback by her strength and hurried to assist her. Grateful for their help, Wen Chaoyue felt relieved to conserve her energy. "Indeed, Uncle Zhu, our household is nearly devoid of provisions. We should venture out to see if we can procure some food. Brother Ping, I apologize, but this kayak is rented from someone else, not from our family. You can also rent one from the 13th floor. Perhaps you should inquire there." "What?" "No, we are not guaranteed to secure any supplies. We cannot agree to assist in purchasing them. Grandma Wang, this kayak cannot accommodate any more passengers. Please do not allow your grandson to accompany us. His health is frail, and we cannot tend to him." "Oh, dear. What time is it?" "We are on the brink of running out of food. There is no room for such kindness." Almost every floor was bustling with inquiries and explorations. Zhuang Ming laughed it off, while Wen Chaoyue, who was inherently more reserved, found herself somewhat impressed by his affability. Chapter 32. Out for supplies, the 13th floor was the most lively, with many individuals negotiating prices with the couple renting out kayaks, creating a cacophony that was a rare sight in recent days. As they descended, the stairwell became increasingly crowded with residents laying down makeshift beds in the fire escape, appearing weary and despondent. Upon seeing the three of them, some displayed a vacant expression, while others scrutinized them with ill intentions, but they were resolutely overlooked, heightening their inner vigilance. 3 individuals arrived at the space between the 9th and 10th floors, where the aftermath of a torrential downpour had caused the water levels to rise once more, though the rain had lessened somewhat since the morning. They positioned a kayak on the water surface through the corridor window, while Wen Chaoyue boarded first to install the propeller. Once the vessel steadied, the siblings climbed aboard. Wen Chaoyue settled at the stern, retrieving her phone encased in a waterproof bag to access the offline map, taking on the responsibility of navigation, while Zhuang Ming stationed himself at the bow to keep watch for any obstacles ahead. The rain continued to fall, now a gentle patter compared to the previous night's deluge. With no wind to contend with, the inflatable craft glided smoothly across the water. "Do you really think there are still supplies at the supermarket?" Zhuang Ming inquired suddenly, his tone tinged with uncertainty. When Chaoyue shook her head, "I cannot be certain, but since people were there just yesterday, it indicates that at least a portion of resources remains. We can only go and see, and perhaps rely on luck." Zhuang Ming sighed. "Let us hope so. If this rain continues, I truly don't know what we shall do." When Chaoyue refrained from responding, fully aware of Zhuang Ming's concerns. Most individuals were preoccupied with the relentless rain, but the calamity that would follow its cessation was even more daunting to contemplate. Dismissing further thoughts, she focused intently on their voyage. After navigating for over half an hour, they finally glimpsed the outline of Minhui Supermarket. A few police officers were faintly visible at the entrance, and the supermarket itself radiated light, standing as the sole beacon amidst the dim, rain-drenched atmosphere. It appeared that order was indeed being maintained. Zhuang Ming exhaled in relief, a flicker of hope gracing his otherwise austere visage. Yet, when Chaoyue remained vigilant, her guards still firmly in place. She understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, any seemingly secure location might conceal peril. After the inflatable boat docked, the trio disembarked. Following a discussion, the more formidable sibling, Zhuang Mingxi, remained to guard the inflatable boat, while Zhuang Ming intended to accompany Wen Chaoyue to procure supplies. The two queued at the entrance of the supermarket, and during their wait, Wen Chaoyue meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment. Indeed, a few officers were stationed at the entrance to maintain order, yet their demeanor appeared weary, despite standing under the eaves of the supermarket. Their uniforms were already drenched from the rain. Although the supermarket was brightly lit, a glance through the glass revealed that the shelves were nearly bare. With the crowd hastily navigating between them, a notice board stood at the entrance stating, "Supplies are scarce. Purchasing is limited. Please bring cash. Each person may purchase food sufficient for 1 week, with a maximum of 3 shopping trips within a week. Please present identification at checkout." The definition of food sufficient for 1 week was rather vague and difficult to ascertain, yet it did impose some restrictions. It seemed evident that this supermarket was indeed organized or supported by official channels, as those capable of securing provisions naturally sought ways to venture out for supplies when home deliveries were unfeasible. Just as the location where their inflatable boat was moored illustrated, each individual employed a different mode of transportation: large water barrels, canoes, makeshift ice cream cones, surfboards, mattresses. In the face of natural disasters, as long as one endeavored, survival was attainable. As more content loads, please bear with me. In a corner of the supermarket, the ground bore remnants of blood, not yet washed away by the rain, suggesting that a scuffle had taken place here not long ago. Upon entering the supermarket, the two prepared to split up. Before parting, Wen Chaoyue quietly advised Zhuang Mingxiang to remain vigilant and to yield whenever possible. After a brief pause, she added, "If you come across any warm clothing supplies,
do procure a beach."
Though Zhuang Mingxiang was puzzled, he nodded solemnly upon seeing her expression. The atmosphere within the supermarket was tense and oppressive, the air thick with a damp, musty scent intermingled with the odors of sweat and anxiety. Scattered across the shelves were a few cans, biscuits, and bottles of mineral water, but their numbers were dwindling. Wen Chaoyue swiftly grabbed a pack of noodles, a case of mineral water, and several cans. She had gathered a substantial amount of supplies and deemed it unnecessary to purchase more, believing they should be reserved for those in greater need. Ultimately, she ventured to the household goods section, which still retained a reasonable assortment of items. Most patrons were opting for grains, whereas Wen Chaoyue selected some consumables and proceeded to the checkout. Perhaps due to the modest amount of her purchases, the cashier did not raise any objections and processed her payment, which amounted to over 1,000.
Nearby.
Another cashier was embroiled in a dispute with a customer whose purchase exceeded the allowed limit, as the cashier insisted he reduce his selection. Without lingering, Wen Chaoyue exited the supermarket and hastened towards her inflatable boat, conveying the situation to Zhuang Mingxiang and suggesting he procure supplies instead, as each individual had a purchasing limit. Be cautious and stay alert, she urged. Before departing, Zhuang Mingxi offered a word of caution. After a brief wait, Zhuang Mingxiang emerged, one hand clutching a bag of provisions while the other bore a quilt. She had also purchased 3 down jackets, exclaiming with delight, "I bought the last 3. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on clothing purchases. Where's my brother? He went inside to shop. He should be out soon." Zhuang Mingxiang acknowledged her with a nod, placing the items securely into the inflatable boat. Suddenly, the sky darkened and rain cascaded down the brim of Wen Chaoyue's waterproof jacket. Her mask had long since become damp, clinging uncomfortably to her face, prompting her to remove it and stow it in her pocket. Around them, predatory glances scanned the 2 slender girls and their medium-sized inflatable boat, a combination that stirred the instincts of onlookers. However, the presence of police at the supermarket entrance kept them at bay for the moment. The trio hastily loaded the supplies onto the inflatable boat, preparing for their return journey. Yet, as they ventured just a short distance from the supermarket, a thunderous crack echoed from the heavens, and the torrential rain resumed its downpour. The surface of the water began to churn violently, causing the inflatable boat to rock precariously. The 3 clung tightly to the edges, striving to maintain their balance. "Chaoyue, we need to hurry," Zhuang Mingxiang shouted, her voice nearly drowned by the sound of the rain. Wen Chaoyue gritted her teeth, desperately attempting to control the balance of the boat as the current grew more ferocious, obscuring their path ahead. Just as she felt she was about to lose her grip, Zhuang Mingxi stumbled to her side, assisting in stabilizing the throttle. Chapter 33. A temporary refuge. I'll help you. Zhuang Mingxi's voice resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the torrential downpour as he firmly gripped the handle of the outboard motor, stabilizing the inflatable boat's direction alongside Wen Chaoyue. The raindrops pelted the water's surface like bullets, sending countless splashes into the air, obscuring their vision almost entirely. "Be careful ahead," Zhuang Mingxi thought to shout suddenly, gesturing towards the front. Wen Chaoyue squinted her eyes, barely managing to discern a massive tree trunk hurtling towards them with a swift current. She quickly adjusted their course, narrowly avoiding the trunk, though the violent motion nearly caused all 3 of them to lose their balance. "We cannot continue like this. The current is too fierce," Zhuang Mingxi gasped, his face drenched in rainwater. Wen Chaoyue nodded, her heart racing with anxiety. She understood that if they persisted in this manner, the inflatable boat could very well be capsized by the rushing water. She swiftly scanned their surroundings, searching for a temporary refuge from the rain. "Over there," she exclaimed, pointing towards a partially submerged structure not far away. "Let us head over and wait for the rain to subside." Zhuang Mingxi and Zhuang Mingxiang followed her direction, discovering a low commercial building. Although most of it lay submerged, the 3rd floor remained above the water, barely serving as a makeshift shelter. "All right, let's go," Zhuang Mingxi responded, as the 2 worked together to steer the inflatable boat towards the structure. Navigating through the tumultuous waters proved arduous, yet they finally neared the building. Wen Chaoyue swiftly secured the inflatable boat to the railing on the 2nd floor, and the 3 cautiously ascended to the 3rd floor. The surface on the 3rd floor was damp and littered with puddles, but it was undeniably safer than the chaos outside. The trio sought refuge in a relatively dry corner, temporarily escaping the onslaught of the torrential rain. "When will this downpour cease?" Zhuang Ming sighed, wishing to collapse onto the ground, her face etched with exhaustion. Concealing her actions behind her backpack, she retrieved several bottles of water from her space and handed them to Zhuang Mingxiang and Zhuang Mingxi. Let us drink some water and rest a while. We shall proceed when the rain lightens. Zhuang Mingxi accepted the water, taking a sip before glancing at Wen Chaoyue, admiration flickering in her eyes. Chaoyue, you truly are composed. Had it not been for you earlier, we might have capsized. Initially, Zhuang Mingxi had perceived her as a delicate girl, unaware of the immense strength hidden within her frame. When Chaoyue shook her head, her tone serene. In times like these, anxiety only exacerbates the situation. We must remain calm to discover a way out. Breathing heavily, Zhuang Ming nodded in agreement. Though her heart raced with trepidation, she felt an elevated sense of respect for her younger sister. She glanced at the water in her hand, suddenly recalling something, and pulled a down jacket from her backpack. Let us put this on. The dampness here is intense, and we mustn't catch a cold. Her backpack, waterproof in nature, had kept the down jacket dry. When Chaoyue accepted the jacket, shedding her waterproof outer layer to don the down, feeling a slight warmth envelop her. Zhuang Mingxi teased her sister. I never expected you to be so thoughtful, even bringing a down jacket. Zhuang Ming shot him a glance, too fatigued to engage in banter. The three leaned against the wall, quietly awaiting the rain's subsidence. Outside, the deluge continued to pour relentlessly, waves thrashing upon the surface of the water, as though the entire world had been engulfed by the rain. Xiaoyu, do you think this rain will cease? Zhuang Ming asked suddenly in a low voice, uncertainty lacing his tone. When Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment before softly replying, the rain will eventually stop. But the world after the rain may be more arduous than it is now. Zhuang Ming exchanged a glance with Zhuang Mingxi, both their eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. They understood that when Xiaoyu spoke the truth, this world had irrevocably changed. And this torrential downpour was merely the harbinger of calamity, suggesting that the days ahead might prove even more challenging. Regardless, we must persevere. Zhuang Ming clenched his fist, his tone resolute. When Xiaoyu nodded, her gaze unwavering. Yes, surviving is of utmost importance. The trio fell silent, patiently awaiting the rain to abate. When Xiaoyu felt a twinge of worry for Ms. when at home, the discrepancy between the estimated return time and the current situation was too great, leaving her to wonder if she was anxiously pacing in restlessness. As moments ticked by, the sound of the rain outside gradually diminished, and the waves upon the water ceased their tumultuous dance. The rain has lessened. We should depart. When Xiaoyu rose, brushing the droplets from her attire. This time, Zhuang Mingxi took the helm. As a man accustomed to physical exertion, his strength was greater. He meticulously inspected the stability of the inflatable boat, ensuring all was secure before activating the engine. The inflatable vessel gently pulled away from the building, heading in the direction of home. Although the rain had subsided, the surface of the water still heaved with undulating waves, and Zhuang Mingxi cautiously maneuvered the craft, striving to avert any further peril. The three individuals sighed with a sense of relief as the inflatable boat reached the shore. Swiftly, they transported their supplies to the corridor and deflated the boat. Their load was not extensive, allowing them to complete the task in a single trip. However, as they ascended the first flight of stairs, a few individuals emerged from a makeshift shelter and approached them. Without hesitation, when Chaoyue brandished her stun baton, her expression impassive and her tone icy as she warned, "Do not come any closer. This is a warning." Her gaze was dark and intimidating, casting an unsettling aura in the dimly lit corridor. The leading man halted, raising his hand with a smirk, saying, "No need to be alarmed. We merely wish to greet you and inquire about the situation outside." When Chaoyue remained silent, holding her baton aloft, while the Zhang siblings lowered their burdens, adopting defensive stances. The man scoffed dismissively, retreating a few steps with his companions. When Chaoyue signaled for the siblings to proceed, still keeping a vigilant watch on the group, the siblings ascended with their supplies, followed closely by Wen Chaoyue. The gathering of people silently observed the trio as they vanished around the corner. As the journey continued, several residents, who had a favorable rapport with the Zhang family, inquired amiably about the conditions outside. The siblings selectively shared bits of information with them. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, Wen Chaoyue bid farewell to the siblings, Zhang Ming hesitated, struggling to find his words, but instead, the usually aloof Zhang Ming spoke earnestly. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. He nodded vigorously. Wen Chaoyue smiled, saying nothing, reflecting inwardly that their previous kindness had already been more than enough. Chapter 34. Turmoil. The three parted with heartfelt farewells. As Wen Chaoyue approached her home, she was met by Wen Guanyu, who had been waiting anxiously inside. Upon seeing her daughter return safely, the weight of worry that had burdened her heart was finally lifted. Wen Chaoyue felt a pang of bitterness within and gently patted her mother's back, whispering an apology. "Mother, I'm sorry for making you anxious. The rain was so heavy that it delayed me for a while." Outside, the torrential rain continued to rage, yet the atmosphere within the house gradually grew serene. Once calm, Wen Guanyu urged her daughter to take a shower while she busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner for the two of them. Wen Chaoyue retrieved the warm water she had prepared earlier, mixing it with cool water to achieve the perfect temperature, and took a refreshing shower. When she emerged, Wen Guanyu had already set the table. A steaming bowl of ginger soup awaited her, along with the dishes she had specifically requested before leaving: soy sauce chicken wings, a pork and tofu casserole, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of hot white rice. The complexity of these dishes was intended to distract her mother's attention, but now, seeing the appetizing spread, her stomach began to rumble. She had exerted too much energy outside today. "Drink some ginger soup to ward off the chill," Wen Guanyu said, pushing the bowl toward Wen Chaoyue, her voice filled with concern. Wen Chaoyue lifted the bowl and took a sip. The spiciness of the ginger instantly warmed her from her throat to her stomach, dispelling the cold that clung to her. She looked up at her mother and noticed that Wen Guanyu's eyes were slightly red, clearly affected by the worries of the afternoon. "Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry," Wen Chaoyue reassured her softly, her tone imbued with comfort. Wen Guanyu nodded slightly, forcing a smile. "I understand your strength, but the outside world is fraught with danger. How can I not worry? Next time, it would be best if you refrain from going out." Wen Chaoyue set down her bowl, grasping her mother's hand with unwavering resolve. "Mother, we cannot remain hidden within these walls forever. The circumstances outside will only deteriorate, and we must prepare in advance. Moreover, should we choose to remain unseen, others will naturally suspect we possess ample supplies, placing us in even greater peril." Wen Guanyu sighed, acknowledging her daughter's wisdom. Since the onset of the torrential rain, her heart had been in a constant state of tension, and this afternoon, it finally gave way to anxiety, leading to her emotional outburst. Although she was reluctant to let Wen Chaoyue engage in perilous endeavors, she recognized that the world had transformed into something far less stable than before. They must gradually adapt to the new rules if they were to survive. In this regard, her daughter displayed a bravery that far surpassed her own. Her desire to protect her daughter stemmed from her own unpreparedness. "Just be cautious, and do not overexert yourself." When Guanyu ultimately conceded, her tone still laced with concern. Wen Chaoyue nodded, offering a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I will exercise caution." As night deepened, the rain showed no signs of abating, with droplets incessantly drumming against the windows, creating a cacophony. Lying in bed, Wen Chaoyue listened to the sound of the rain, her heart unsettled. She was acutely aware that this deluge was merely the inception of calamity. The days ahead would prove increasingly arduous. Surviving was of utmost importance. She silently repeated this mantra in her mind, gradually closing her eyes, and soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the rain had finally lessened somewhat, yet the sky remained gloomy, as if a torrential downpour could ensue at any moment. Upon rising, Wen Chaoyue discovered that Wen Guanyu was already bustling about in the kitchen. On the table lay a steaming bowl of congee and several savory pancakes, their delightful aroma wafting through the air. "Mother, why are you up so early?" Wen Chaoyue inquired, somewhat taken aback. Wen Guanyu smiled lightly, her tone relaxed. "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to prepare something to eat. Please, enjoy it while it's hot." Wen Chaoyue nodded and sat down to partake in her breakfast. However, after just a few bites, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Wen Chaoyue asked warily, setting down her chopsticks and approaching the door. Before she could even peer through the peephole, a voice called from outside. "It's me, Zhuang Mingxiang." The tone was tinged with anxiety. Wen Chaoyue opened the door to find Zhuang Mingxiang standing there, his face pale, a damp backpack in hand, and the lower legs of his pants soaked through. What happened? Wen Chaoyue furrowed her brow. Gasping for breath, Zhuang Mingxiang spoke hurriedly. There's been an incident. Residents on the ground floor are causing a ruckus, demanding a redistribution of housing. Several buildings' tenants are protesting simultaneously, and they're currently smashing doors and seizing belongings. My brother sent me to warn you. Be cautious, and do not open the door. When Zhao Yue's heart sank, knowing that her worst fears had materialized. I understand. Please be careful as well, she replied calmly before shutting the door and turning to Wen Guanyu. Mother, we must prepare ourselves. It is likely that trouble will come our way. Her tone was grave. Wen Guanyu nodded slightly, though a tinge of anxiety coursed through her. She swiftly sprang into action. She retrieved her composite bow from the training room and placed it on the table, meticulously inspecting it with a resolute gaze. The cacophony from downstairs grew increasingly tumultuous, with muffled sounds of door banging and curses, interspersed with the piercing screams of women and the cries of children. Have they lost their minds? When Guanyu murmured softly, her heart weighed down by unease and trepidation after such a prolonged period of peace. When Jiahua tightened her grip on the electric baton, calmly reassuring her mother, Mom, do not fear. We are prepared, and the entrance to our home is not easily breached, as you well know from your oversight. When Guanyu nodded in acknowledgement, despite her lingering disquiet, she understood that they could only depend on each other in this moment. As the sounds of chaos drew ever closer, a sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air, leaving both women momentarily stunned. When Jiahua approached the balcony, drawing back the curtains to peer below, where several yachts were swiftly approaching the community. These vessels were equipped with sirens typically found on police cars, and atop them stood officers clad in raincoats, armed and vigilant. The clamor of banging and shouting ceased abruptly. A clear announcement resonated from outside. Residents of Jiu Yulongshi, please take heed. We are from the Pengcheng Public Security Bureau, here to distribute this week's supplies. Additionally, arrangements will be made for residents affected by flooding to relocate to higher floors. Existing residents on upper levels need not worry. Please remain at home and await our arrival for the distribution of supplies and kindly assist us with the resident registration. Once again, everyone will be arranged to higher floors, so there is no need to worry about housing issues. If any resident is aware of the vacant properties within their building, they are encouraged to inform us. We appreciate everyone's cooperation. The official organization has finally arrived. Chapter 35. The government has arrived. In my previous life, there were similar occurrences in my former community, but that was a fortnight later. Perhaps the authorities have determined that the accumulated water will not recede in the short term, prompting the arrangement for all residents of lower floors to be relocated to available accommodations on higher levels. Properties confirmed to be uninhabited, regardless of ownership, have been forcibly entered. If there are insufficient vacant houses, multiple families may be combined in residence. However, during that time, community workers conducted the registration. While now it seems the police are involved, could it be due to differing jurisdictions or some other change? 5 police boats are anchored beneath buildings 1 to 5, with several officers disembarking and wading through water to enter through the windows of the 11th floor, their movements swift and orderly. Those who had been causing disturbances ceased their actions upon seeing the police. Some peered down from the corridor windows, while others hurried downstairs, eager to inquire about the situation. Each face reflected a complex array of emotions, fear, anger, and hope intertwined. When Guanyu approached the window, gazing through the curtain of rain at the scene below, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, someone is here to take charge. When Jiahua nodded in agreement, yet her heart remained heavy with pessimism. Although the official intervention has temporarily alleviated the situation, it does not signify that the problems have been resolved. The scarcity of supplies, the cramped living conditions, and the enduring repercussions of the torrential rains will undoubtedly render the days ahead increasingly arduous. Mother, we must remain vigilant, Wen Chaoyue whispered. Although officials have arrived, their resources are also limited and they cannot maintain order indefinitely. When Guanyu nodded in agreement, tightening her grip on the composite bow in her hands. Downstairs, the police have begun distributing supplies while simultaneously recording information, ensuring that each household receives food and water according to the number of occupants. After approximately an hour, a series of knocks echoed from the door. We are from the Pengcheng Public Security Bureau, here to distribute supplies and register resident information. A calm and authoritative male voice announced from outside. Wen Chaoyue peered through the peephole, confirming the presence of two officers in uniform before slowly opening the door, her hand resting on the electric baton concealed at her back. Wen Guanyu stood behind her, equally anxious and alert as she scrutinized the situation outside. Upon opening the door, Wen Chaoyue noticed the Zhuang family across the hall, where three officers were engaged in registration, attended by Zhuang's father and Zhuang Mingxi. It appeared that at least 5 officers were responsible for each building. Good day. May I inquire how many residents are in your household? Is it a rental or owned property? One officer asked gently, holding a registration form. The officer nodded as he recorded the information and continued. Do you happen to know of any vacant units on this floor? Wen Chaoyue gestured towards room 2203 at the end of the corridor. As far as I am aware, that unit has been unoccupied for some time. Thank you for providing the clues. More content is loading. Please hold on. After one person registered, another police officer retrieved 2 bags of food from a box he was carrying and handed them to Wen Chaoyue, saying, "This is the food for both of you for this week. Please take care of it. We will distribute supplies once a week." Wen Chaoyue thanked him and accepted the bags, which contained several compressed biscuits, dehydrated vegetables, a box of vitamins, and a few bottles of water. Given the normal dietary requirements, this would certainly be insufficient for a week. It could only sustain basic bodily functions without starvation, making it challenging to feel adequately nourished. Subsequently, he pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from the bottom of the registration form, which bore a printed, simple map. The marked points indicated government-managed supply stations. If circumstances allowed, individuals were encouraged to venture out to procure supplies, and the public was urged to assist those unable to go out. In these arduous times, we must strive together. Please believe that the nation has not forsaken us. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaoyue felt a stir of hope within her. The official procurement points were unprecedented in her previous life. She tentatively inquired, "Do you know when the rain will stop?" The young police officer hesitated at this question but instinctively offered reassurance. "Well, there hasn't been a specific notification regarding the time, but disasters will eventually pass, and the nation will always endure." Wen Chaoyue refrained from asking further questions and politely bid farewell to the 2 officers. Before departing, one of the officers cautioned, "Both of you are women. Please try to avoid going out as much as possible. Should such a tumultuous upheaval occur again, secure your doors and windows and refrain from venturing outside. Our comrades will be patrolling the vicinity in the near future." Upon hearing these kind intentions, Wen Chaoyue felt a warmth penetrate her previously cold heart. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to them and gently closed the door after watching them depart. Wen Guanyu, who had remained silent, exhaled a sigh of relief. She understood that her daughter was concerned about the possibility of imposters lurking outside. Thus she had prepared herself for any potential confrontation. It now seemed that they were indeed individuals from the state. When Chaoyue handed the supplies she held to Wen Guanyu and picked up a rudimentary map for careful examination, perhaps due to the accumulated water obscuring the usual pathways. The map was simplistic yet remarkably user-friendly for navigation. Prominent buildings and landmarks were clearly illustrated. As long as one adhered to the general direction, they would be able to locate their destination as they approached the area. The map also kindly advised that excursions should be undertaken during lighter rain and discouraged travel after dark due to the lack of illumination. The reverse side of the paper was filled with makeshift travel methods for those without formal watercraft, including instructions on how to fashion a floating vessel from 2 blankets and other common household items. What astonished Wen Chaoyue the most was the final line in small print, recruiting comrades with diving experience for underwater salvage operations. Those with relevant experience may register at any supply point for favorable compensation. This was a situation unseen in her previous life. In the past, disasters struck suddenly, yet the government promptly initiated rescue efforts. At that time, the official response seemed to be governed by the belief that, like a torrential downpour, the calamity would eventually cease and that the disaster would pass. Their approach was largely passive, urging the populace to remain in place, awaiting rescue, anticipating the delivery of supplies, and hoping for the waters to recede. The emphasis was on waiting. However, now it appears that the authorities have come to realize that this disaster will not simply abate. Rather, it may continue to evolve, prompting them to encourage the public to take initiative in their own rescue efforts. They are also instilling confidence in the citizens, at least diminishing the likelihood of unrest in the short term. Could it be so? Have the official organizations acknowledged the information provided by the populace? Are they, therefore, preparing in advance for subsequent disasters? Chapter 36. Divergent opinions at this moment. In a makeshift government service center in Pengcheng, the rain outside wove a dense web, while 6 antiquated satellite phones crackled on the conference table. One disheveled middle-aged man tore open the button of his shirt, clinging to his neck, and slammed a coffee-stained document onto the hastily assembled table. It is merely a rain disaster. The people should stay home and await rescue. How is it that we are now encouraging them to venture out in such conditions? Is this not exacerbating the situation? What if what that anonymous document states is true? A silver-haired woman banged on the table with her walkie-talkie, the metal casing reflecting a cold light under the emergency lamps. Following this rain, there will be a cold wave. Then extreme heat. What else? An endless series of disasters. If the populace does not begin to learn self-rescue now, how can our efforts possibly suffice? How amusing it is. Yet one must ponder which juvenile student, perhaps still in their adolescence, is engaging in such pranks. They have likely indulged in an excess of fictional narratives, concocting tales of apocalypse. How could they possibly possess foreknowledge of such events? This document emerged several days prior to the torrential rain. Can this individual truly predict every eventuality with precision? They seem to have accurately foreseen occurrences in other nations as well. Can mere tomfoolery be so astute? If they indeed possessed such extraordinary abilities, why would they not provide us with additional clues? Surely, their identity is not one to be disclosed. Regardless, the prophecies they have articulated have all come to fruition. If we do not consolidate our human and material resources forthwith and begin to cultivate the populace's capacity for self-rescue, the situation will only deteriorate further should these natural calamities persist. Several communities have already erupted into chaos. Were it not for our personnel patrolling and distributing supplies over the past few days, the death toll would have been significantly higher. If we fail to establish official supply procurement points, how long can we continue to deliver aid? What apocalypse? What natural disaster? I refuse to believe in such fanciful nonsense that warrants our discussion here. You all seem to have lost your senses. A few individuals continued their fervent debate, while the mayor of Pengcheng, a middle-aged man with graying temples, remained silent. After a brief lull in their discourse, he turned to his secretary and inquired, "Have we located the anonymous document submitter?" The mayor nodded and then addressed several satellite phones, asking, "What have the leaders said?" Among the satellite phones, a deep voice resonated, the aged tone laden with a heavy sigh. According to the calculations of several scientists, the approximate locations of the bases mentioned in the anonymous documents indeed represent the most suitable sites for the impending disasters. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Subsequently, the elder on the line decisively proclaimed, "Each province shall mobilize, activating the Level 1 disaster response plan. Relevant officials are to refine the operational scheme and disseminate it to the highest authorities in each city, executing everything according to the utmost operational standards." Meanwhile, Wen Chaoyue pondered the possible causes behind these changes. She strolled to the balcony, observing the police officers below who had completed their registrations, steadily proceeding to register in the buildings beyond Block 6. Her own Block 5 comprised 22 stories, the first floor house shops, while floors 2 through 11 were deemed uninhabitable. Residents below the 5th floor had already been relocated to shelters. Between the 6th and 11th floors, there were a total of 18 units, with 11 currently occupied. Now, those rendered homeless were being accommodated in the higher floors, primarily from the 13th to the 19th. The 12th floor was avoided due to concerns over rising water levels, and reluctance to ascend further was attributed to the absence of elevators, necessitating the arduous climb by stairs. For those wishing to venture out in search of supplies or to procure resources, the daily ascent and descent proved exceedingly exhausting. This information had just been gleaned from a young police officer, yet the specifics of the allocation remained unclear. However, according to her memories from a previous life, the residents of this building affected by the disaster were also a mixed group. Most of the forcibly breached homes were devoid of furniture and supplies, and some were even bare shells. It was likely to be similar in this life. Yet, compared to her last existence, the government's intervention was significantly more pronounced. engaging in actions she had never heard of before. Whether it was the establishment of centralized procurement points for supplies or the recruitment of individuals to salvage underwater resources, the presence of official organizations was more conspicuous than in her previous life. Thus, she would need to adjust her plans accordingly. Noticing that Wen Chaoyue was deeply immersed in her thoughts, Wen Guanyu chose not to disturb her with questions and instead went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the two of them. After observing the balcony for a while, Wen Chaoyue gathered her focus and proceeded to the training room to undertake her exercises for the day. After completing her warm-up, she engaged in 50 sets of sit-ups, 50 sets of push-ups, and 50 sets of planks. Following this, she practiced boxing for an hour. By the time she picked up the composite bow, her hands trembled slightly. Yet she continued to hone her shooting accuracy under such conditions. When Wen Guanyu called her for lunch, she had just finished washing up. For lunch that day, her mother had prepared chestnut yam and pork bone soup, which she had simmered since early morning. Additionally, there was a pot of 3-cup duck, stir-fried oil wheat with fermented black bean and fish, and the staple was still white rice. Nowadays, when cooking, Wen Guanyu would prepare a large pot of rice, using a 6-liter electric rice cooker, with any surplus rice being packed into disposable containers and stored away. Each dish was made in abundance, typically enough for 4 to 5 servings, all in preparation for future food reserves. After all, there is still gas available, along with batteries to conveniently use the oven and air fryer, not to mention the alcohol blocks, allowing one to cook in the safety of their home without detection from the outside world. Such opportunities for cooking may not always be present in the future. By afternoon, she would prepare a substantial pot of various dishes, such as braised beef brisket, curry chicken, and stewed pork ribs, while also roasting some chicken wings and drumsticks, and braising chicken gizzards and feet. Witnessing Wen Chaoyue's hunger, her stomach pressing against her back, naturally stirred her appetite. Observing her devour the food voraciously, Wen Guanyu felt a mix of affection and concern. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Zhao Zhao has worked hard, and there is so little I can do for you. Only this humble act of cooking. Chapter 37. The siblings visit. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Zhao Zhao has worked hard, and there is so little I can do for you. Only this humble act of cooking. Wen Chaoyue froze, her chopsticks suspended in midair. Suddenly, she felt a pang of cruelty. Both she and her mother were acutely aware of the apocalypse that had arrived, fully cognizant of the calamities that lay ahead. Yet, in her misguided notion, she believed that restricting her mother from venturing outside and engaging in those affairs was an act of protection. She naively thought that as long as her mother remained at home cooking, binge-watching dramas, and exercising, it constituted her well-being. However, she herself was not exempt from this catastrophe. Each day, she gazed at the seemingly collapsing sky, listening to the distant echoes of disputes and cries. Yet, in consideration of her own feelings, she never inquired further. The turmoil and anxiety within her were no less than her own, but she had to maintain a facade of strength.
In her self-centeredness,
she had placed her mother in a position of spiritual reliance, oblivious to the fact that her mother yearned to partake in her life and actively resist the impending calamity. Wen Chaoyue felt a lump in her throat as she struggled to swallow her food. Striving to keep her voice steady, she forced a calm smile and said to her mother, "Mom, your culinary skills have truly reached an extraordinary level, nearly surpassing Grandpa's. However, that police officer mentioned this morning that there will be regular patrols from now on, and the downstairs residents have found alternative accommodations, so it should be relatively peaceful for the time being. You could help me inquire with the Zhuang family. They have lived here for many years and are quite familiar with the people in the area." Wen Guanyu smiled with surprise. "Is that possible? What kind of information should we seek?" "Well," Wen Chaoyue pondered for a moment, "they have a better understanding of the residents in this building. You could ask them about the character of those who live here, particularly anyone of questionable integrity, so we can be cautious."
Got it.
Some people still need to go out for supplies, right? We can also gather information about the current state of supply points outside. However, although the Zhuang family consists of good people, we must remain vigilant and not reveal too much about our situation. Observing her mother animatedly sharing her thoughts and plans, Wen Chaoyue felt a pang of sorrow. She struggled to conceal her emotions, smiling at her mother and occasionally offering words of encouragement, interjecting with supportive remarks. Wen Chaoyue is a woman who diverges from the traditional maternal archetype. She grew up sheltered from hardship, cherished by her parents in a life of affluence. The gravest misfortune she encountered was marrying the wrong man, but fortunately, she recognized the error in time. After the birth of her daughter, her heart overflowed with boundless maternal love directed towards her child. However, her essence remained largely unchanged. Even as a mother, she continued to hold the esteemed position of her parents' beloved daughter. During her childhood, Wen Chaoyue was primarily cared for by her grandparents while Wen Chaoyue pursued her education and later her career. Although she adored her daughter, she never relinquished her pursuit of self-fulfillment. Her life was vibrant and multifaceted, and only after the passing of her parents did she devote more attention to Wen Chaoyue,
who was nearing 10 by that time.
The bond between mother and daughter resembled that of sisters, with Wen Chaoyue displaying a level of maturity and independence beyond her years, rarely causing her mother concern. Thus, this lifestyle allowed Wen Chaoyue to retain a rather naive disposition and approach to life, despite approaching her 40s. Her emotional maturity mirrored that of a 20-something. However, when calamity struck, her daughter underwent a profound transformation, leading to a 4 to 5 year void in their relationship. Wen Chaoyue acutely sensed her daughter's inner turmoil and anxiety, yet could only accompany her in silence. Her daughter matured, no longer sharing every joy and sorrow as she once did, leaving Wen Chaoyue feeling somewhat adrift and uncertain of how to support her. Due to memories from a past life, any potential threats to her daughter's safety heightened Wen Chaoyue's anxiety. Nonetheless, dear Ms. Wen, you must increase your daily training by an additional half hour. The devil smiled as the notification from Wen Chaoyue gracefully descended. Wen Chaoyue's smile faltered, and she hesitantly replied, "All right." After a brief respite following lunch, Wen Chaoyue gathered 4 cans of beef, a bag of sweet potatoes, and 2 packages of noodles, preparing to pay a visit to the Zhuang family to express her gratitude for their early morning notification regarding the commotion downstairs. Wen Chaoyue did not accompany her. Such neighborly interactions were more within her mother's realm of expertise. However, after approximately 15 minutes, a knock echoed at Wen Chaoyue's door. Peering through the peephole, she discovered it was the Zhuang siblings. Speculating about their intentions, she opened the door. "Hi, Chaoyue. Is it a good time to chat?" The lively Zhuang Ming greeted cheerfully, his demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier urgency and disarray. "Good afternoon," Wen Chaoyue nodded, yet refrained from further comment or inviting them inside, as if awaiting their elaboration on their purpose. The atmosphere grew awkward for a few moments until Zhuang Mingxi broke the silence, saying Chaoyue? We have some thoughts regarding the notifications from the police this morning that we would like to discuss with you. May we come in? Zhuang Mingxi was dressed in a light beige loungewear top and khaki pants, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. His slightly long hair was slicked back, revealing a smooth and full forehead. This ensemble should have conveyed a fresh, youthful appeal, yet combined with the golden glasses and his naturally striking features, he resembled a character from a novel, exuding the refined, restrained aura of a secondary male lead. The attire she donned, seemingly ill-suited for an outing, appeared markedly different from their previous encounters. A fleeting thought crossed Wen Chaoyue's mind, though she could not discern the source of this change. However, she harbored a tentative hypothesis regarding the matter they wished to discuss. After a moment of contemplation, she extended an invitation for them to enter. Fortunately, both she and her mother exercised great caution, meticulously ensuring that all items in the living room remained in order, with the doors to the bedrooms and kitchen securely closed, rendering the space an utterly ordinary setting. Upon entering, the 2 guests maintained their decorum, refraining from scrutinizing their surroundings, and, at Wen Chaoyue's prompting, took their seats on the sofa. She activated the floor lamp beside the couch, illuminating the previously dim room with a warm glow. "I apologize for the lack of hospitality during these unusual times," she offered. "No worries at all. We are the ones intruding," responded Zhuang Mingxiang, who, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden wave of timidity upon entering. The more she became acquainted with Wen Chaoyue, the more she sensed an unspoken pressure emanating from her, both daunting and alluring. Particularly, her brother had taken the time to change into a different outfit and donned a pair of ostentatious glasses before stepping out, which only heightened her sense of unease. Wen Chaoyue chose to disregard her apprehensions and address the matter at hand with gravity. What are your thoughts regarding the notifications from this morning? As she broached the subject, Zhuang Mingxiang was about to respond when Zhuang Mingshi interjected, stating directly, "We intend to search underwater for supplies and wondered if you might be interested in joining us." Although the official organization distributes supplies once a week, the quantity provided is scarcely sufficient for an individual's survival over that duration. It is merely because the majority of households still possess a stockpile of provisions that no significant dissent or disputes have arisen. However, over time, conflicts such as those observed today are bound to emerge. I find myself perplexed, questioning how, with an influx of patrons daily, they still manage to incur losses. I feel like a fool as I voice my thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Xian steals a glance at Xia Yan, whose previously fierce visage now bears a gentle smile. Beneath this smile, it is difficult for anyone to associate him with the earlier aura of intimidation that dictated the fates of others. Zhou Yubai furrows his brow, momentarily at a loss for a cloth, and resorts to using his wide sleeves to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. With Bai Jiahong's assistance, all necessary procedures for the market launch of the golden healing ointment have been prepared. Once diluted and packaged, it will be ready for public sale. Following the significant turmoil involving Sun Lu and his son, Su Ping'er fears that their troubles may be revealed, tarnishing her reputation and jeopardizing the business of the inviting Moon Pavilion. For days, she has felt like a startled bird, constantly monitoring the winds at Chunfeng Tower, only daring to observe how CC responds. In her view, the ambushing troops are likely to resort to their old tactics, waiting for the Imperial Army to divide and pursue them before striking them down one by one. That night, I neither embraced her nor kissed her, as I sensed that after these recent events, Wu Yuan must harbor some feelings for me. If not love, at the very least, there must be some degree of affection. Thus, the only barrier remaining between us is the question of who will break through this fragile veil first. More content is loading. Please wait. Zheng Kai felt a wave of nausea wash over him. If only he could expel some of the poison, it might alleviate the toxicity somewhat. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so, as if an unseen hand were constricting his throat. How could I have forgotten? Ling Yudhua smiled brightly, and in an instant, she appeared before the spiritual herb in the valley, swiftly uprooting it from the ground. He Jin Dong had made a wager with her. If he lost, he would labor for her once. If she won, he would pose as a nude model, allowing her to paint his figure in all its glory. Mu Bairan could hardly fathom how someone like Emperor Wan Qi would willingly allow his brother to depart. Xiao Jing was indeed a boorish warrior, his demeanor and actions far removed from elegance, as he practiced archery in the courtyard with a longbow. Yet it was this very Xiao Jing who, after the Gu family married into the Xiao clan, groomed his beard meticulously and tended to flowers alongside the Gu family, never once displaying impatience. Regardless, he was relieved not to have to compensate for the jade bracelet. As for the inevitable fines arising from such matters, let them impose a penalty. Having evaded a calamity worth hundreds of thousands, who would still care about a mere few hundred? The fine spring water near the capital was primarily delivered directly to the palace. The slightly inferior quality was reserved for the use of royal relatives. Damn it! Struggling to rise, Song Jie, with a face full of defiance, charged once more at Tina, his weapon aimed directly at her. Yang Ili and Qindaji, among others, vehemently disagreed with Zhang Wei's ideology. The soldier's mindset was to employ overwhelming force to decisively crush the enemy head-on. Chapter 38. The zero-cost purchase. The death of Feng Xuelon lingered in her heart, a weighty matter that, if prevented, would serve as a repayment for the debts of a past life. However, in this lifetime, there were no significant ties yet. How could they possibly seek her out? When Chaoyue inquired, perplexed, "Have we not known each other for only a brief period? Why have you chosen to collaborate with me? If you require an inflatable boat, you could simply rent one downstairs." The siblings exchanged glances, and Zhuangming looked toward Wen Chaoyue. I discreetly opened my eyes. At that moment, Wu Su still donned the guise of a fisherman. His long bangs were tied atop his head with a silk ribbon, revealing a fair and plump forehead. His mischievous eyes, like dark jade, remained closed, casting a faint shadow beneath his lashes that evoked a sense of pity. Whether my assumptions were correct mattered not. Shi was simply aware that the gentleman must, without fail, visit King Yuefang today. I cast a glance at the crimson-lacquered gift box that Zhang Menged and clutched tightly in his hand, smiling as I descended the steps. Zhang Menged and seemed to let out a soft sigh before following suit. As night faded, dreams dissolved, and people dispersed. It was only when the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window into the dimly empty and that I realized the tears on my cheeks had long since turned cold. She never felt that loving this man was unwarranted. Even after their divorce, she had never harbored regrets.
Yet now,
she could only feel grateful that she had ultimately awaited his unique tenderness. Perhaps it was so. I turned my head towards the window and suddenly caught sight of the road where Gu Tao had intercepted us upon our arrival. Reflecting on the timing of Gu Tao's appearance, it seemed that a realization dawned upon me. I am unaware of the nature of Wu Su's business in Fei. However, the following day, our belongings were unexpectedly enriched with a considerable amount of Lu coins and fragments of gold. Consequently, at the break of dawn, the western market of Fei witnessed the emergence of two individuals who had suddenly acquired vast wealth overnight. This news originated from Tianqiang City, as a sudden upheaval of monstrous beasts had erupted not far from there, prompting Tianqiang to summon the elite from its surrounding cities to subdue the chaos. Yang Xiu offered a faint smile, refraining from a response. Yet, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, for unbeknownst to others, his right hand, tucked behind his back, had already grasped a single-barrel firearm. Xiao Weiliang spoke, and although Enruabai did not fully comprehend her words, he refrained from further inquiries, trusting that Xiao Weiliang would not bring him harm. As a disaster relief envoy, he surmised his prospects were dim. For Zhejiang was an affluent region where every official wallowed in wealth, each wielding leverage against the other. Thus, his arrival would undoubtedly render him their common adversary. Nevertheless, the instinctive gesture of Shin Shuiji, who wiped his nose in fright, coupled with the inexplicable dream of Morong Jie, left him pondering how to rationalize such occurrences. Merely extending a delicate hand, she pointed towards the elder who had spoken, and a burst of multicolored light flashed forth. Subsequently, as he endeavored to test his mental prowess in controlling his magical arts, the charred marks within the room dissuaded him from pursuing further cultivation there. At that moment, a tremor shook the peak, and a resounding roar reminiscent of thunder echoed above, undoubtedly a harbinger of an impending avalanche, as the man's heart surmised. After removing the ferryman's lifeless body, I began to examine it, and as expected, all of his features confirmed my suspicions. His face was etched with terror, his eyes filled with dread. More importantly, though he no longer breathed, a faint and almost imperceptible pulse lingered. The ferryman's demise mirrored that of the infiltrator and Zheng Dong. With a decisive command, I observed the troops descending from the distant warship, while the Marin Van Du Navy soldiers shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons as they leapt onto the icy expanse. Instantly, the variables shifted as I sheathed my bow and unsheathed my soul-cutting blade. Simultaneously, above the heads of the nobles, numerous weapons emerged amidst a series of ripples. In Chapter 39, Feng Yi articulately conveyed the narrative. Yet Jiang Hua grasped Feng Yi's hand and led him to the front of the war chariot. Observing Bai Jin being beaten were Wei Yuan, Zhang Zheng, and the two guards, it seemed neither Bai Jin nor the guards would divulge the incident. With 30,000 troops pitted against 50,000, the outcome remained undecided until two disposable warriors emerged, employing desperate secret techniques to disrupt the formation and undermine the army's combined assault. Here lies the vessel of time. Inhabited by individuals from various eras, every occurrence unfolds within this realm. After all, he held a 50% stake in the music room. One cannot simply reap financial benefits without contributing, lest over time, it breeds discontent. Ahead, it appeared to be General Xiang and his men. At the forefront of the cavalry, one individual brandished a whip, pointing towards the distance. In summary, throughout history, anything associated with Kafa Pharmaceutical has seldom been a harbinger of good fortune. Wang Juchuan skillfully oversees the entire situation, while his junior disciple Zhu is in charge of ideological theories, and another disciple, Fan, manages the military affairs. When these three brothers unite, along with the numerous Confucian scholars nurtured by the Li family over the years, they indeed possess the capability to reform the state of Chu. However, Within the protective embrace of Zhu Yuanzhang, the Zhu family, this emperor at least fulfills the utmost responsibilities of a father. This initially pristine and flawless jade, adorned with numerous blessings, has the power to repel curses. With his sage-like enlightenment and cultivation, even in a hasty moment when he received a blow from the black-robed ghost emperor, he was still able to contain the immense force surging into his body, preventing it from affecting the chair beneath him. Yet, at that moment, the red cat unexpectedly approached Li Zihu, gazing at him with enchanting eyes, and then gently caressed his cheek with a hand adorned with striking red nails. In no time, through the simple addition of 1,000 plus 1, 999 plus 2, 998 plus 3, and so forth, they arrived at a total of 501,001, which when multiplied yields 5,500. Zhang Yu interrupted Wang Shizhen. Now, Ning Heir has acquired a large courtyard here, containing over 20 rooms, serving as his training base in Jili. He opened the door to find that the nursery, once filled with infants, had transformed into a desolate ruin. As the three continued forward, several figures clad in black, wielding weapons, suddenly burst into the room. Their gait appeared peculiar, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were floating. The earliest reports appeared during the Han Dynasty, also known as the Palace Gate manuscripts, serving as a primitive form of news dissemination. They primarily documented imperial edicts and the appointments and dismissals of officials. By the Song Dynasty, these reports had evolved into a tool for rulers to manipulate public opinion, giving rise to a system reminiscent of later news censorship. They were all practitioners of Buddhism, and as they beheld the imminent demise of the Buddha, they collectively knelt and chanted in unison, praising the Buddha's teachings. Upon finishing, Qingfeng opened his spiritual eye, piercing through all obstacles with his gaze, directing it towards the fierce magical duel between Lin Jiuying and the sorcerer. Yu Xinruan, concerned that she might soil herself, grasped her waist and lifted her effortlessly, depositing her onto the sofa. You! Faced with the simultaneous exclamations, Yin Tianqiu gestured for Li Tiancheng to speak first. This time, Li Tiancheng did not hesitate. He directly posed a question that both parties in the non-aligned organization were eager to know. Originally, Ling Ling, plagued by a lack of hope in life, found everything displeasing. However, after successfully provoking Li Bao, the information she received was so astonishing that she momentarily questioned whether Li Bao was deceiving her. Gu Zian felt an icy emptiness within her, sensing that some dreadfully foreseeable event was about to unfold, leaving her utterly powerless. She endeavored to dismiss the peculiar sensation, and at that moment, the medicine she had ingested began to take effect, alleviating the intense nerve pain and erasing the numbness that had followed. Then aren't you free? Wu Ming turned his head away from Li Jingqiu, for their altercation had slightly caught the attention of Bai Yujia, who stood by the blackboard, directing a curious glance their way. Haotian Tower, filled with pride, proclaimed that within his tower, he could exert control over all matters. Even if Chun Nan encountered a mishap during the refining process, he could swiftly rectify any issues. Gong Xie embraced him, feeling a sense of tranquility and happiness wash over him. He reached out to turn off the overhead light, leaving only a warm, yellow mushroom lamp by the bedside. The colossal structure loomed large, and he found himself positioned towards the rear, several hundred meters above the ground, as if standing atop a soaring mountain. The fragrant, soft form nestled in his arms was the very body he had long desired. Countless times, he had fantasized about possessing her. The Jiutian Realm Tower birthed 9 treasures, one of which was the Heavenly Lock, sealing off a radius of 10,000 miles, from which no living being could escape. However, upon encountering his icy gaze, others dared not meet his eyes directly, opting instead to observe his actions from a distance. Empress Dowager Dou personally visited the Weiyang Palace, summoning physicians daily to inquire about the emperor's health. The crown prince attended to the emperor's illness, while the empress and concubines were not permitted to remain in his presence. Each prodigious talent firmly believed in their invincibility at their level, nurturing an indomitable spirit that could not tolerate defeat. The obsession with this invincible path would ensnare them for a lifetime. Yet, Ayu appeared different. Devoid of a physical form, his soul seemed on the verge of being consumed, threatening to vanish from this world in an instant. As they swiftly traversed, the four individuals had arrived at the periphery of the divine moon's spirit realm. Witnessing the harrowing scene before them, Yin Jianyu Anqi trembled, her heart heavy with the sight of the once vibrant realm now transformed into a desolate wasteland, leaving her in profound shock. In the 40th chapter, titled Into the Waters, as his towering figure bent down, the handsome visage of Jun Wujin loomed larger in her gaze. The majestic garments from the imposing screen draped over her, while Jun Wujin wore a similar attire, turning his attention towards Chu Xiangxi. Han Jinyu, still reeling from the events, instinctively murmured in response to his seductive voice. It is a natural inclination for individuals to feel a kinship with those of similar temperament. Thus, the current affection that the noble Lady Lan held for Lin Wan was no longer merely based on their initial harmonious exchanges, but had blossomed into a deeper mutual understanding. Suddenly, Fan Yunzi summoned a jade slip, and after casting several incantations, a surge of spiritual energy began to ripple across the previously barren hill. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally speak to Uncle. I am confident he'll be amenable to your joining the G group, Ji Anqi assured. As Lu Junyao noticed the long sword hurtling through the air towards his chest, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, abandoning any thoughts of confrontation. Grabbing a nearby stool, he hurled it at Yu Ying and, seizing the opportunity, leapt out of the window, vanishing without a trace. Observing Zheng Xiaoye already departing the parking lot of the G Group branch, Ji Yanma finally switched off the surveillance footage. My entire body aches intensely. Every movement brings pain, he lamented. There was no recourse. I could only lie motionless on the bed. Of course, if my eyeballs could be considered part of my body, they remained quite agile, moving around with ease. A purple giant, adorned with the garb of a Zon madman yet possessing features reminiscent of Hawkeye, lay in the hospital bed. Upon seeing Russell and Nick Fury enter, he greeted them with a smile. Given such a distinguished identity, few would dare to mention it, but Miaoe Song spoke of it candidly. Wang Zhua, however, chose to remain silent. Immediately thereafter, the king of the mulberry silkworms flapped its wings, unleashing a flurry of starry winds as the silkworms cascaded down like cherry blossoms from the trees, swirling towards the thorns. After all, Liu Bei, by all accounts, should not interfere in matters of marriage concerning his father's generation, and the thought of being rejected by Liu Bei would indeed be quite embarrassing. What struck Lu Feng as peculiar was that typically, in such circumstances, Jing Yang would glare at him with a fury that hinted at a desire for retribution. Wan Xia scrutinized Jin Quan, noting his average build and unremarkable appearance, which perfectly matched her ideal of a bodyguard, unobtrusive yet harboring latent prowess. Although it was evident that Jin Quan was skilled, she could not ascertain the true extent of his abilities. Lu Qingxi understood that Zhang Daoheng was a trusted advisor to her grandfather, enjoying his unwavering confidence. She could not recklessly sever ties with him, and thus remained silent, casting her gaze towards Wang Zhua. The last speaker was Jiang Huai, who, since that fateful day when the celestial and earthly realms intertwined, found himself tormented by memories of that encounter. The mere recollection made his teeth grind in frustration. Zhao Xian, at such a tender age, had already emerged as a youthful master. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of Huaxia. Loading more content. Please wait. Yun Ming appreciated her incessant chatter, for it was a manifestation of concern. However, this was not the moment. The toils of the mountains had already consumed a significant part of their day, and with no hidden guards accompanying them, spending the night in such a place was decidedly unwise. In less than half a minute, the metallic block had diminished by more than half, with all impurities meticulously extricated. Before Tian Jiao's words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed a punch that obliterated the head of a gigantic python stretching over 30 meters. Even if Shen Mingxu were aware, what could he possibly do for the child within? Furthermore, if another were to be lost, would not his own become the sole survivor? Unsure of how to proceed, he felt as though he were being swept away, lost in a sea of exhausting thoughts. It is often said that one should not fear the improbable, yet the presence of 500 warriors posed a destabilizing factor for the Federation, necessitating effective control before they could wreak havoc. Jiang Li pressed her lips together. The master of the Duoxing Tower, who had never shown himself, practiced a nefarious technique, cultivating through the devouring of beast souls. Should he consume the souls of 2 divine beasts in succession, his strength would likely ascend to an alarming level. Among the disciples of the second elder, nominal apprentices were plentiful, yet true disciples were few, for his standards were exceedingly stringent. Upon entering his tutelage, one must master the identification of spiritual herbs. The light in Ouyang's room remained aglow. I had initially intended to seek his company, but ultimately decided against it. Why burden him with such unhappiness? The devouring obliteration light incessantly consumed and bombarded the skeleton, resulting in a series of explosions that shattered it into fragments. The situation appeared to be overwhelmingly favoring the devouring obliteration light, and the skeleton was on the verge of being obliterated. Zhang Ling, enduring the pain, suddenly stomped his foot, harnessing the power of his indestructible body to restore his nearly shattered form with lightning speed. Was he worried about me? This sensation is truly quite pleasant. Mu Qianxue mused internally, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Most notably, the flesh and skin were continuously writhing and regenerating, resembling a mass of red and white insects amalgamated together. Huaining, considering your past labors, the ancestral master shall spare your life today, but your cultivation will be sealed, and you shall be banished from the city. Henceforth, do not dare to mention that you are a disciple of the 10,000 Buddhas, spoke an elderly monk, his hair entirely white, who ambled out of the city, pausing lightly with his staff, gazing down as he proclaimed. Lin Xian furrowed her brow, shaking her sleeve and exerting force to break free from her entanglement. Upon sensing again, she still could not detect any fluctuations of inner energy. Given that Xiao Yi and his associates could operate a bar in this area, it indicated that the nearby villa district had already welcomed residents. This is the information from the Mo family. You may familiarize yourself with it in advance, a celestial being joyfully remarked. Tuoba Jie spoke these words with a calm demeanor, yet they resonated with immense strength. He had heard Princess Jilon mention that she had been lost from the Han dynasty to the desert, and he understood that to unveil her true identity, one must invoke the most vital bonds of kinship, revealing the princess's most vulnerable aspects. Chapter 41. Harvest. She swam over and discovered several unopened boxes of medicine, along with some waterproof first aid supplies. She collected everything that was securely sealed. Although she was not fully aware of the specific uses of these medications, they could potentially be the key to saving someone else's life. Zhuang Mingxi also found some useful tools, a few rust-free wrenches and screwdrivers, as well as some ropes and tape. She stowed these tools into her waterproof bag. The tentative tone in her voice, coupled with a hint of a smile, was enough to make Shan Tang's heart tighten in an instant. Whenever Zhou Yu sought to gain some advantage through her, it was always like this. Tang Anning once again lifted the detox tea from the table to feed Yifan. As expected, Yifan obediently drank the tea this time, albeit with a furrowed brow, yet he swallowed it all down sip by sip. Lu Yi nodded. There were only 2 prominent buildings in the vicinity. She had already visited the supply and marketing cooperative, and naturally, the clinic was adjacent to it. She had previously made her neutral stance quite clear and had not participated in their Team S affairs, so what was the purpose of seeking him out now? However, despite the strange man being injured, he remained intact and managed to instinctively take a couple of steps forward before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, motionless thereafter. Loading more content. Please hold on. Lei Xing felt his heart race at the thought of being assigned a nurse. He realized he was not an actual infant, and if he were to be given human milk, he would find it impossible to open his mouth. The master of Buddha was naturally aware of the intricate relationships at play. After expressing his profound gratitude for the assistance provided by the Wudong sect, the 2 parties parted ways. In fact, in the past, Daobao Daoist had contemplated fleeing with his treasured artifacts on multiple occasions, yet ultimately abandoned the idea. His fear of the Tongtian saint had penetrated to the very marrow of his being. Despite the recurrent thoughts of escape, he consistently chose to relinquish them. In the depths of the underground, direction was indiscernible, and they found themselves deep within the confines of Kong Sang Mountain. Neither the vigilant members of the Qingyan sect nor the searching disciples of the Guiwang sect had detected their presence. Cleverly, the white pieces countered the aggressive maneuvers of the black pieces, successfully transforming the situation into a position of advantageous vitality for the white pieces. Indeed, even now, In the hospital receiving treatment, Nakano Moku Kanta remains the reigning champion of the underground boxing matches, boasting an impressive streak of over 10 consecutive victories. However, he does not fully embody the title of champion, as his 11 consecutive wins were graciously conceded. It is apparent that in a typical scenario, most individuals would opt for Choice 1. Although opting for Choice 2 may yield an enigmatic lottery ticket, it could also lead to a missed opportunity with a wealthy patron. Finally, we invite our Principal Jiang to deliver a speech. Regardless of the occasion, the Principal's address is an indispensable element. At that moment, Kudo Hikaru felt the tension rise as Akira, seated across from him, paused, seemingly lost in a prolonged contemplation. The howling bone serpent unleashed a thunderous roar, its overwhelming presence enveloping the imperial palace. The inhabitants of the palace, unaccustomed to such an aura, promptly fell to their knees, some even succumbing to sheer terror. The note bearing Sherlock's name has vanished. Please verify the situation. Professor X momentarily glanced at me, a conspicuous thought bubble hovering above his head. Chapter 42. The dragon boat The poison had already receded by the time she entered the research facility, leading Tang Qian to be convinced that the crystal core awaited her arrival. Yun Kongluan, with an expression that questioned her intelligence, pondered how she had never realized that Tan Jinyang was such an infuriating individual. How did you both end up here? She queried, seemingly perplexed by the circumstances. Moreover, this was not a fleeting moment. As long as Xiaobai's worship and the power of Anyang Mountain remained, he himself constituted a formidable force. Unbeknownst to many, Bai Hua had grown indifferent. He possessed wealth far exceeding that of the average person, prompting him to engage in philanthropic ventures. For instance, charging old Wang 5 yuan to customize a spiritual pet with specific attributes, a stark contrast to his former practice of demanding 50,000 for similar services, which he would consider a clearance sale. Is there no decorum? Can't you see that I am entertaining guests? He Fengqiu's enthusiasm was abruptly curtailed as he reprimanded. I am merely having a meal. How does that tarnish the group's image? Chun Mo retorted, taking a hearty bite of steak, chewing as he spoke. Despite this, it is worth noting that Xiaogu City was, in fact, a long-term non-feeder, currently reduced to a state of extreme weakness. Even a familiar beast remains beyond reach. And it seems that aside from their immortality, they are even less formidable than other vampires who possess familiar beasts. At last, the waning flames came to a halt, and Shaolin, with a single punch, managed to repel them, though he could not help but feel a surge of shock. These individuals are rather brutish, their cunning limited. Once their thoughts were guided, coupled with Bai Tongjing's mental prowess that could hypnotize and lead them toward a singular line of reasoning, the result was inevitable. Perhaps finding the rudimentary wooden walls constructed by the assembled knights too slow, the treants beyond the mangrove-activated swaths of red trees, using their own vines to support walls of wood, significantly reducing the labor required to erect temporary shelters. Ultimately, Yi Xian progressed from wielding one blade in each hand to a remarkable capability of launching 3 blades simultaneously. The valley, spanning hundreds of miles, resonated with an overwhelming storm of spiritual light, coalescing into 2 terrifying sonic wave explosions that reverberated through the heavens and earth, sending ripples of sound cascading outward. More content is loading. Please hold on. Zhou, who spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a few shattered teeth, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the Nebula baby, yet he dared not retaliate. Finally, the once timid priests and the knight commander awaited the long-awaited voice. And at last, the Pope seated upon the papal throne spoke. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian exchanged his last savings for a transformative elixir. Initially, the elder sealed his spiritual energy and soul within the copper guide held by Wen Chaoyue. For millennia, the celestial energies gathered by the grand formation within the tomb have been drawn in by this remarkable copper guide, which possesses astonishing spiritual power. However, one fortunate aspect is that the Blood Fiend tomb is protected by formidable restrictions, which impose limitations on those at the level of the Emperor of Battle and above. This implies that only individuals beneath the Emperor of Battle can access this site of adventure when it opens. Of course, come forth, scan this. Zhuang Yi displayed the WeChat QR code from his phone. Since this was a rendezvous, it would not be a solitary endeavor. Thus, the rat dared not claim the same level of confidence as before. After all, we are all aware that Du Junkai commands a significant following. To secure victory, one must not only possess strength, but also have numerous allies. Upon my words, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at the peculiarity of the task at hand. Listening to the students, a smile crept onto Zhuang Yi's face, evoking memories of his high school days. After disembarking from the plane, the three of them hailed a taxi and arrived at the pre-booked hotel. Even if this item were to shatter, as long as one remains resolute, it could still be restored. Thus, in the realm of martial challenges, each participant experiences their own victories and defeats. Some half-demons succeed in their trials, while others falter. Su Xing then shifted his attention to the man beside him, who appeared utterly terrified, his eyes wide with fear, his expression contorted by panic. A large rat, its fur a shimmering gray, and its eyes a vivid red, lounged atop a stone table, mocking Ningbu Hui with an air of disdain. It was Xiao Tian. Chapter 43. Conflict. Initially, Wen Chaoyue contemplated that if this outing yielded little, she would discreetly seize an opportunity to procure some storable food from her space as a token of this endeavor. To her surprise, the bounty was plentiful. Not only did they acquire food, but also a significant amount of everyday necessities, including clothing and blankets. After a cursory sweep of the remaining floors, the trio resolved to return when they estimated that their inflatable boat could hold no more. The three repeatedly ascended and descended the stairs to transport their findings. Lin Dong gazed steadfastly into the distance, perhaps unaware that he was maturing, gradually evolving into a true merchant. To become a person capable of achieving great things, one must possess a heart as unyielding as iron. If her earlier anger stemmed from Ling Meng and Marissa hindering her ascent to realize her dreams, now her fury was ignited by the coercion of her friends. Even in her obsession with power, Ling Wulukong did not forget her friendship with the flame cat, Rin. Indeed, possessing colonies is a manifestation of national strength, and the German populace widely hoped for an expansion of their colonial holdings. Yet, the acquisition of such territories necessitates a formidable navy. Thus the German people fervently supported the nation's grand naval ambitions. Murong Zhao's left hand gracefully traced the air, unleashing enigmatic waves that rippled outward. Simultaneously, his right hand, holding the sword, was slightly raised, the sword's tip aligned with Murong Zhao's gaze, as if the two had become one, in both spirit and power. In that instant, the half-orc warriors guarding their kin tightened their grips on their weapons, charging towards Xiazhua with fervor. Perhaps this was not the main concern. I worried about other matters. He did not articulate his fears, merely summarizing the orders he had previously given to Stephen for Alfonso's understanding. Yao Qinyu mirrored his movements, the flames of spring passion having long since dissolved her reservations. They had harbored feelings for one another, and the thin barrier separating them was more fragile than paper, easily shattered, unleashing a long-suppressed fervor. Let us hold a festival. What do you think, Soa? Kanako decisively proclaimed. Unable to resist, I opened my eyes, only to find the blue-green crystal sword mere centimeters from me, quivering incessantly, while a mysterious magical circle around me flickered ominously. Even if you are aware, what does it matter? You dare not strike at me now. In this sanctified space filled with Buddhist energy, and yet you entertain thoughts of violence. Have you not noticed the intent within you urging you to lay down your weapon? The self-conscious thought laughed heartily, then glared at me with a sinister gaze. I suddenly recalled the vision I had seen that previous night. It seemed the grave mound the ghostly figure had shown me resembled the one before me now. Aunt Shifeng, what brings you here? Xiao Tian approached Lu Shifeng, a light smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Alternatively, he could have simply snapped off a branch protruding from the roadside, wielding it with fervor to vent his pent-up anger towards a certain individual. After all, he had been attentively following the news broadcasts and international weeklies these past few days. And through such insights, Grandpa Zhang could surmise the outcome of events. Yunhao, do you and your companions harbor resentment towards me? Do you believe I have jeopardized your illustrious paths? The members of Shinki, taken aback by Park Tianxiu's candidness, found themselves momentarily speechless. Xiao Tian chuckled softly before settling down, reveling in the picturesque surroundings while continuously channeling spiritual energy into Linger, only feeling a sense of relief once she had fully recuperated. Chapter 44. Victory O. Xiaoya lowered her head, gently biting her lip, her heart growing increasingly heavy. Although they sat merely across from one another, she felt an insurmountable distance separating her from Lin Yang. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in a flurry of discussions, with the individual surnamed Ji casting several amused glances in his direction. Zhou Zheng would have preferred to leave the matter unmentioned, but once it was brought up, the sword was swiftly drawn, aimed directly at him. Zhou Qi, having received the 10 million, felt a sense of clarity and approached Uncle Xing's car window, finding him comfortably settled inside. After a round of discussions, Qin Xian sought the opinions of several princes regarding the matter of the imperial edict, just as shouts echoed from outside the hall. Among them, the white token faced the most dire circumstances, aside from a basic hall. All other structures required personal construction and activation. Li Lei gazed into Lin Yang's clear eyes, his lips quivering slightly, hands clenched tightly into fists, his eyes reddening. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Just as Mei Fu thought the call could not be connected, a familiar voice echoed from the other end. Fortunately, this was merely a drill. Had it been a genuine war, their current state would have necessitated sacrificing subordinates to buy time for retreat. He dared not ponder further. Sell it? Yet, this land was inherited from your grandfather. Kylan was momentarily conflicted. In her belief, nothing was more significant than land, unless it were a larger expanse of it. After a brief wait, the slowly advancing line came to an abrupt halt. Old Hagen quickly pulled the reins, standing up to observe, only to discover some commotion at the city gate, indicating trouble had arisen. Qin Yan wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, maintaining a light-hearted smile as he brushed the matter aside. However, while calamity had indeed been averted, it had inadvertently attracted a flurry of romantic entanglements for Sheng Manjiang. Xian Inger was exceedingly pleased. Money can indeed move mountains. Truly remarkable. A once anxious heart gradually found tranquility. Moreover, Qin Jian assured him that he would speak highly of him in front of his elder sister, Xian Linger, which made Wang Jiadong wish to bestow a few affectionate kisses upon his face. Mai Taizhong shared the sentiment and decided to dispatch the Goguryeo commander, Ge Shirley, along with over 20 generals, to escort them to the rear for the emperor's judgment. Qin Hui also lamented the unreliable introduction by Sun Fu, feeling as though he had been dragged into a pit by such deceptive companionship. As more content loaded, Qin Yan nodded with delight, her heart blossoming with the sparks of romance, leaving her utterly enchanted. However, their circumstances were far more favorable than those of Faitelier. Though they had been thrown into a dark prison, their suffering was limited to hunger and a brief interrogation, from which no pertinent information was extracted, leading to their subsequent neglect. Among their possessions, the iron ore and limestone were particularly vital for Ryan's future endeavors, yet the cost of acquisition loomed excessively high. In that dimly lit chamber, a flicker of crimson light illuminated the space, revealing the manifestation of a ghost cloaked in red. This specter was none other than a young master, accustomed to being chauffeured around, who had earlier that morning donned shorts and flip-flops while savoring scallion pancakes on his way to a jewelry store. The Spartans revered Ares, the god of war, embodying violence and bloodshed, while Athena represented the ideals of just conflict. Thus, within the Spartan psyche, there existed no reverence for Athena. Indeed, only Abu and Wang Kuei dared to speak so irreverently of the divine. As the protective lightning surrounding the portal dissipated, a wave of exhilaration swept through the depths of the dragon cave, where all present erupted in fervor. In the midst of conversation, the two joined hands and approached the door to Ma Jianyao room. Just as Ma Jianyao was about to turn the handle, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing a tall, graceful figure. As a level 5 early-stage magical beast, the tiger lion could naturally perceive both Zhou Yang's realm and that of the subterranean dwellers. Initially, Li Feng had hoped to spend these days in tranquility, awaiting the arrival of the gathering of heroes. In the span of these 3 months, Gu Zhao has been closely monitoring the fluctuations from the United States through the stock company established by Zhou Qianqi, gradually investing all his available funds into the stock market. Concealed within his account, ready to act at the opportune moment, he remains unaware of the profound impact of the butterfly effect, Yet he believes in the virtue of being prepared for any eventuality. The two chose a window-side seat, admiring the picturesque landscape outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Undeniably a perfect spot for their rendezvous. I am aware of everything about you. Do not assume that possessing a rare golden lotus instills fear in me, echoed Li Ming's voice in the ears of the golden lotus Taoist. Alas, this night is destined to be tumultuous for the Sanawa family. Yingla found herself unable to sleep, while the couple, Tashin and Puzaman, tossed and turned restlessly, and the other siblings of the Sanawa family who received the news also lay awake in turmoil. The relatively obscure Huaxia Automobile Company, part of the Suning system, delivered a thunderous announcement this spring, akin to a rooster crowing, awakening the entirety of China. However, he expressed that the resentment from Mount Bajiao arose because the sect leader abandoned Miss Zhang and their own flesh and blood here, allowing that childish grievances to fester into malevolence, a point with which I must respectfully disagree. Chapter 45. Father and Mother Zhuang. The three exited the stairwell, cautiously maneuvering the inflatable boat to the window and gently lowering it to the water's surface via the rope. Wen Chaoyue piloted the inflatable boat, racing towards the direction of the September dragon seal, splashing white froth upon the water's surface. Along the way, Zhuang Ming's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his left hand hanging limply by his side. When Chaoyue cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired with concern, "Mingxiang, is your injury serious? Hold on a little longer. We will be home soon." Musi, perplexed, did not comprehend the meaning. She was a demon formed from dead wood, incapable of shedding tears. Both Panda and I were taken aback, the smoke already lit, suspended in the air, neither inhaling nor extinguishing it, creating a rather awkward situation. Lingyu resorted to his old tactics, exuding an aura of authority as he loudly warned the members of the Qinglong gang within the room. In this world, very few are unafraid of death. Even if such individuals exist, they would not succumb to an inexplicable demise in this current situation. The ancient divine mountain loomed over the earth, appearing serene yet harboring an undercurrent of murderous intent. Jian Ning could not decipher his meaning. Was he implying he did not desire her? Or was he simply waiting for a more opportune moment? Sure enough, approximately 5 minutes later, I heard footsteps approaching the doorway. These two Taoists were not drawn by the fire to extinguish it. They were coming for me.
Go.
Di Lin bellowed, the whip in his hand quivering violently, reverberating through the heavens with a thunderous sound as he swung it down, producing a resounding clang that echoed across the land. Observing the expression on Shun Ma's face, Long Tian felt an immediate sense of being ensnared. From the very beginning, Shin Ma seemed to have orchestrated a plan to lure Long Tian and his companions into her trap. Through their dialogue, she had already devised a way to persuade Long Tian to comply with her wishes. More content is loading. Please wait. Having never experienced insomnia, she now found herself restless every night, plagued by thoughts of this matter. Having exhausted all means, I remain oblivious to Qin Feng's true intentions regarding his university applications. I can only console myself in my heart, hoping that he will appear on the day of enrollment, at which point I shall inquire about his chosen institution. I paid little heed to the matter, merely gesturing for him to leave. I then picked up a wine pouch beside me, gazing at the morning stars on the horizon. Xiao Chuqing felt both exhilarated and helpless. The whitening effect was so remarkable that she was uncertain whether she should even go to work. This fellow, typically so carefree and daring, seemed unusually troubled today. Could there be hidden complexities at play? The hurricane raged on. The ice coffin showed no signs of dissipating, and Harry unleashed a violent tornado, clashing head-on with the descending Baspa. Similarly, the thriving economy of Plundra has inevitably led to a steep cost of living, which Harry now clearly finds burdensome. What an overwhelming situation. What can be done? As he surveyed the seemingly endless horde of magical beasts, he furrowed his brow and spoke with a heavy heart. Despite Yang Yan's fierce approach, he had no intention of causing harm. Thus, the red glow in his hand merely served to separate Zihua from Kelawasala in an instant. Hades, equally astonished, regarded this exceedingly domineering figure. "Come, sit with me, dear aunt," said Elon. "Your Vice-Dean has been quite attentive to my needs." They entered a nearby space that seemed to have once housed a teacher. "If you find yourself dissatisfied, Would you like me to seek out another maid? Cindy gazed at him, her voice calm and steady. Sent to the realm of light and shadow by the enigmatic proprietor of the Night Hawk, I had not anticipated encountering him today. Had I known, I would have taken a moment to gaze upon the handsome figure and appreciate his allure. After deliberation among the three, they decided to temporarily reside in the abode of Kujusi, which stood merely a wall apart from Minchin's dwelling. In the 46th chapter, Fang Jieyu remained silent alongside her mother, observing the disputes among the Zhuang family members, while her thoughts wandered to whether similar events transpired in a past life. Was it the absence of companions that led Fang Xiulan to venture forth in search of supplies, or did one of the siblings sustain an injury prompting her departure? In her recollection, Zhuang Ming had mentioned that Fang Xiulan met her demise during an outing amidst the torrential rains 3 months prior.
Yet,
it has only been a little over a month since then. Uncertain if it was due to Wen Chaoyue's gaze upon the $7,000 high-heeled shoes. She understood what captivated men's attention, and thus adjusted her stance in the pair she was trying on. "You have arrived?" echoed a voice in Baixian's mind. It was the resonant timbre of a mature man, exuding both composure and authority. The old man Tang inclined his head in acknowledgement, yet Qin Bei merely shook his head, turning away to stride ahead with Bai Linglong and Song Shan. However, did Lu Zhen truly possess such a relative? Could he be a friend of a cousin, albeit significantly older? It appears that despite the passage of years, Gunye's ability to navigate human interactions and discern intentions has not markedly improved since over a decade ago. This maneuver, seemingly unremarkable, is executed with extraordinary finesse by Ichiro Ito, as if he has honed this skill over many years. Each strike lands precisely upon Wang Hao's vital points, each blow a potential death sentence. Should Wang Hao exhibit even the slightest lapse in caution, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of Ichiro Ito. Despite the uncertainty that fills her heart, she chooses to place her trust in him solely because he is who he is, the steadfast youth from years past. As they approached a large stone gambling venue, Wang Hao was intercepted by a portly man before he could step inside. Along the way, Song Boyo maintained a notably relaxed demeanor, and it was no wonder, for his strength had increased several-fold, and he was merely confronting ordinary bandits, likely of the foundational realm. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, it seemed that Yi Pei lacked a maternal figure, which only served to highlight the issue at hand. However, a man like Yi Pei's father would scarcely divulge his innermost thoughts to others. Wu Huaying suddenly felt a tingling sensation, reminiscent of her time at the bar, as she was once again cradled in Lin Feng's embrace. If only I could marry such a beauty, I would willingly forfeit a decade of my life. One of the onlookers remarked, gazing intently at the enchanting Qing Ling in the distance. He Chuan, hearing this statement, was taken aback. What was unfolding before him? Was this a performance? Even theatrical presentations did not unfold in such a manner. Above him loomed a circular tower cap, its surface intricately carved with countless golden, peculiar patterns, each line weaving and twisting like a dragon, exuding an enigmatic profundity that was difficult to articulate. This scene was evidently anticipated by him. His thoughts were straightforward, to compel Chu Chen to venture forth and meet his demise, thus sparing the team from a bloody conflict with the solitary star sect and the ensuing casualties. Indeed, as Chu Chen remarked, he had entrusted almost all matters of the branch to Jiang He over the years, spending a prolonged period on the road seeking out various masters of medicine to alleviate his afflictions. The rationality that once resided in Xiaoyu's heart had long since departed, leaving behind only anger and jealousy, which ignited his eyes with a fiery hue. Unbeknownst to Mu Chen, the more she endeavored to defend Liu, the more Xiaoyu yearned to devour him whole. The middle-aged man closed his eyes once more, his azure longsword trembling twice before transforming into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens, leaving behind the closed-eyed figure and a shroud of darkness enveloping the castle. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to enhance the combat prowess of his army of sea demons by at least 30%. Were not the stationed troops of Narvik all your Gislin's men? Commanding them to heed your orders and fabricate military reports would be a trivial task. Outside the soul-refining pool, Lung Shuang and the others remained fixated on the pool, not taking a moment's respite, not even blinking. Chapter 47. The relocation of the Fong family. Initially, The rescue police delivered supplies once a day, allowing the family to maintain a relatively comfortable existence, eagerly hoping for the torrential rain to cease and life to return to normal. However, starting last month, the supply distribution shifted to once a week, and by this time, the floodwaters had engulfed half of the second floor, forcing the family of 4 to cram into the cramped third floor, making life exceedingly inconvenient. As time elapsed, many stranded neighbors began to relocate under the police's distribution efforts. "What brings you to the inn?" Evelyn inquired, her gaze towards Rosen tinged with trepidation. Chun Tianao and Jiang Yunmao nodded in agreement, postponing the time to launch their assault once more. Zhang Songxi instructed Commander Su to explore alternative routes into northeast China. Mu Xiuyue, possessing a gentle and graceful disposition, seldom engaged in conflicts with others. Even when disagreements arose, she consistently took the initiative to acknowledge her faults, thereby alleviating any potential discomfort for the other party. Clutching a golden ingot and adorned with a tall hat emblazoned with 3 resplendent characters, he recalled the profound teachings of his grandfather, Zhang Huai, who had imparted such foundational knowledge of cultivation. The audacity of Yi Tingfang stemmed from the formidable support he received from the Yi family, an imposing entity in its own right. He was acutely aware that, although Yuan Shao was privy to his clandestine appeals to the emperor, and they were aware that Yuan Shao was informed, what he did not realize was that the emperor had subtly communicated with him. General Thaddeus Ross, occupied with state affairs, received a report delivered by his assistant. Loading more content. Please wait. Luo Weini, what troubles you? Has something occurred at your home? The grandfather's brow furrowed slightly in concern. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Ghost King, an unsettling apprehension enveloped us. I sense that this Ghost King might prove to be even more formidable than Lu Ha. Su Shuer sat in her office, head bowed in earnest concentration at her work. Following the recent events, she had taken 2 days of respite at home before daring to venture outside.
What is it?
Good news? Do not linger here. I shall take you to the military camp for a proper meal. The soldier's tone was brusque, leaving no room for negotiation. Ling Hu Chong will encounter Feng Qingyang at the Cliff of Regret on Mount Hua, where he will learn the Duge 9 swords, subsequently traversing the martial world, ultimately retreating into seclusion with Renanging. Sun Buki, in his endeavor to create a plugin for monstrous feasts, not only summoned a pair of software engineers from Tiger Hill, but also selected several gaming experts within his studio to establish the game's numerical parameters. Looking down at the Qingfeng sword embedded in the back of the spirit beast, a wave of joy surged through everyone's hearts. Zheng Chen's offensive had once again inflicted devastating damage upon this creature. Just last night, the Imperial Seal had been acquired, and now it was already known, a mere coincidence it could not be. Surely, someone had leaked the information. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan stands as the foremost among the 4 seas, renowned for its formidable strength, and their vassal sects are equally powerful, ranking among the best in the contemporary world. Particularly since Mu Bai's meteoric rise, discussions surrounding his company, Tian Dingxing, have been ceaseless. However, information regarding Mu Bai himself remains scarce. The wealthy woman, struck by the mountain rooster, found herself somewhat disoriented, her speech becoming muddled. Zhang Yang observed the dragon riding on a pet outside, realizing that this individual was likely seeking another conversation with him. This matter arose because of me. I hope you will release them. Yu Mingxin gently approached him, her icy gaze suddenly softening. Chapter 48. The Fong family pays a visit. The latter, generally consisting of only those with limited talent among the older shamans or newcomers eager to earn merits, mingled much like the second-generation elites in the military, merely gilding their credentials. True artistry lies in the continuous transcendence of oneself, achieving what ordinary individuals cannot. A state of well-being and extraordinary performance is indeed a transcendence of the self, bearing a resemblance to the essence of art. Initially, Huizong and Zhang Liang were reluctant to join the table. It was only after few words from Jiang Shui and Mu Siwu that they consented to sit down and dine with them. Horace, who was unable to witness the preceding scene, was left bewildered, while Hazer, observing from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment, for she was perceptive enough to discern the underlying meaning in their words. Eschius exhibited an expression of urgency and anticipation, nervously glancing at Gao Feng, fearful that he might suddenly decline. "Greetings, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Shui greeted Jiang Rui with utmost politeness, despite him being her third uncle. She had no intention of acknowledging him at that moment. Astute, Meng Li remarked, though his face bore no smile, for the present circumstances were indeed devoid of humor. Yi Tianxiao, quick to react, swiftly pulled Meng Yao and others away, vanishing from sight, while Daodu, demonstrating remarkable speed, had already distanced itself. Luo Bei similarly flickered and disappeared. After downing a glass of water, before Lin Zhao could set the cup down, Lu Chuan Luo buried his head into Lin Zhao's neck. This time, Glade unleashed the higher-tiered Wraith warriors and mages, such as the Damians, who exhibited significantly enhanced combat capabilities compared to when they were controlling animals. One person and one beast shared a meal of yam roots. The water was boiling, and the sweet lake water, boiled in a clamshell, turned out to be surprisingly delightful. They even shared a bit with the creature, which appeared to relish it, eagerly drinking until it was satisfied. Although I am a coach, I hold no authority to reprimand Yi Lang, who is the only beloved grandson of Elder Yi, regardless of any outrageous actions he might undertake. The mere mention of changing clothes caused Wei Su's eyes to widen, his heart racing with excitement, revealing his true nature as an unabashed libertine. Upon checking his phone, Lian discovered an astonishing 55 missed calls, all from Deng Sisi, which explained the girl's evident fury. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, the main venue was relocated to the outdoor space behind the hotel, where a splendid stage was erected on the lawn. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, after fulfilling all orders and preparing ample stock for the village, both tofu workshops granted their workers a well-deserved holiday. Su Miao did not shortchange her laborers. After settling their wages, she generously bestowed an additional 50 copper coins upon each. While hope is a beautiful sentiment, reality often paints a picture of despair. Just as Guo Mingni's hand was about to grasp the doorknob, a figure suddenly interposed before her. Hearing that the first contestant in the competition was none other than himself, Luo Yu felt a mix of surprise and disbelief, for the odds of such a coincidence were exceedingly slim, especially since this was his inaugural participation in a grand contest. Yet, with the arrangement set in motion, he had no choice but to accept it with grace. Once Zhu Chong departed, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the extraordinary events unfolding before them. In a flurry of movement, the two engaged in a fierce battle, akin to the clash of sharp points, exchanging blows with fervor, causing tremendous shockwaves to erupt around them. Did she ever mention her first love to you? Qin Song pressed on, unsatisfied. The dawn had just broken, and the sect once again rang the bell, signifying the resumption of the sword evaluation conference, now presided over by the newly appointed sect master. Such a riveting topic captured everyone's attention. Many wandering cultivators had remained awake all night, eagerly queuing outside the hidden sword hall in anticipation of the event's commencement. Did you not just say that there was no one unworthy of our attention? Why then do we suddenly disregard it? Is this not a contradiction? Tang Gua expressed her confusion. This discussion, of course, clearly reached the ears of the disciples from Wuzhuang Temple, leaving them both embarrassed and furious, yet utterly powerless as the situation unfolded contrary to their plans. Zhang Sun observed Yang Qi and Zhang Qingmei, wanting to speak, but considering he was the weakest among them, he chose to silently endure. In the void, a disturbance rippled through the countless spectral legions, an inexplicable mix of anxiety and yearning.
What do you mean by that?
Marshal Mai found himself perplexed by the other's words. Was there truly another option? Perhaps Qin and Mo had not fully grasped Zhao Yunza's words at the time, or perhaps she deliberately omitted some of his disrespectful remarks. In any case, what she conveyed to Li Shimin was far more tactful than what Zhao Yunza had initially expressed. Unexpectedly, a striking crimson dress caught my eye, adorned with golden threaded phoenix embroidery at the hem, poised as if ready to take flight. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Lin Feng stumbled, nearly colliding with the front of the car. It appeared that Wu Jing had emerged from the shadows of her father Wu Wenwen's affairs. Only by gaining clarity and understanding could she express herself in such a manner. Li Qi, upon listening to Yang Feng's remarks, felt a shiver run through him and hesitated to speak. However, recalling the severe consequences for traders on Jiulong Island, he instinctively sealed his lips. While revealing the truth might alleviate his current suffering, the potential wrath of his master would undoubtedly render his plight tenfold worse. Laughter erupted among the group as Yu Miao announced that her cousin Mei was to be wed to a general under Zhu Xian's command, and once married, she would depart from the capital. The Jiang family lamented the departure of Mei, for her absence meant the loss of a capable steward. Zhu Xian mused, amid a barrage of daily requests, about the frivolous aspirations surrounding various young ladies. Ideally, he should have expressed his contentment, yet the thought of tranquility led him to silence. As for Meng Meng, he dared to claim the title of the second Hishun in the realm of domestic circles. No one would dare to assert themselves as the first. Chapter 49. No place to go. Fong Guan's smile instantly froze on his face. He could hardly fathom that the daughter who once obeyed him with unwavering devotion had now turned so callous, uttering such ruthless words. Chao Jinyan's complexion turned ashen with rage as she pointed an accusing finger at Wen Chaoyue, exclaiming, "What is this attitude?
How dare you speak to your father like that?"
Do not forget, he is your biological father." Wen Chaoyue cast a sidelong glance at Chao Jinyan and sneered, "Biological father?" The most proud moment undoubtedly belonged to the Zhang family. As Fei Jinghua entered, she promptly introduced herself, elevating her status in an instant. The crowd, influenced by her presence, began to ingratiate themselves with her. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Zhang Yuan, cast a stern glance at Tang Yan, my face darkening with fury, ready to confront him. They were merely exchanging pleasantries, saying good evening. The plump girl, with her chubby hand covering her mouth, remarked to me. Although Feng's earlier attack had severed many strands of Li Keizi's hair, it seemed as if his hair was inexhaustible. The moment it was cut, it swiftly regrew, soon enveloping my entire being once more. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the plump girl rummaged through a corner and touched a human leg. The leg felt damp, as if coated in water or perhaps sweat. As she traced her hand upwards along the leg, clarity struck her mind, and she let out a piercing scream that resonated through the heavens and instilled terror in the spirits. The ignited fuse of the firecracker had burned halfway. In the blink of an eye, it reached the gunpowder. As the gunpowder ignited, several sparks flickered before it rapidly engulfed the surrounding explosives, forming a fiery barrier that obstructed the path ahead. Lin Yu shook his head, scanning the expansive area strewn with equipment. To his astonishment, he spotted an assassin stealthily gathering items in the distance. His gaze sharpened with focus. Lin Yu needed to control and protect, and Li had achieved just that. Li needed to maximize uninterrupted output, and Lin Yu achieved this as well. How is it? Not bad, right? If it were any more luxurious, no one would reside there. Even foreigners rarely stayed in such opulent places. The residents here are predominantly nouveau riche from the mainland, who are quite willing to spend extravagantly. Ouyang Hong conversed with Liu Hao as she walked out. "I still have to attend to Her Majesty the Queen. My lord and the young master will be entering the palace to celebrate the new year, and the emperor has granted permission. If Lady Lian is in good health by then, remember to visit Yongfu Palace." Grandma Hui raised her voice, having finally uncovered a piece of tantalizing news that she intentionally wanted Song Li to overhear. "Do you think those two are capable?" Jiang Xiniao could no longer contain her long-held question. Three robust men, undeterred by the cramped carriage, engaged in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows with vigor. "We are both adults now, and we have our own opinions on matters. We will be just fine, so please do not worry, mother," Su Qianai reassured her. Chapter 50. Internal Affairs of the Fong Family. Fong Guan was momentarily taken aback by the question, his throat feeling constricted, his face shifting from pallor to flush. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "There will always be a way. If all else fails, we can go door to door asking. I refuse to believe that among so many people, there isn't a single one. I initially thought that under Xin Xiozhe's control, meeting Qiangzi would undoubtedly require overcoming numerous challenges." Xia Xiaoxiao paused for breath, shot him a glance, and chose to ignore him thereafter. "Damn it. Why hadn't I noticed him here earlier?" Bei Guangyu squinted his eyes, scrutinizing every expression in Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze as if attempting to discern some hidden clue. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Xin Yuting's face, leaving her at a loss for words. When a cup of tea was presented by her son, Mrs. Yin received it with a smile, but as her gaze fell upon her son's face, one she had always taken pride in. Her smile abruptly froze. This strike was one I had long prepared for. Initially, my left-hand blade was meant to eliminate Fong Jin after dispatching his bodyguard with my right hand. Since Fong Jin blocked my right-hand strike, I had no choice but to redirect my attack toward him. It was at this moment that I realized it was Yu Jia who was speaking to me. Her words sent a jolt of fear through me. How could she have guessed that I had lost consciousness? Although my stomach still ached intermittently, I was reluctant to cause Xin Xiuzhe and Qiangzi further worry. In truth, I had long desired to tell you that your visage truly does not suit you. Qing Moyan, without my noticing, drew her sword and thrust it into the throat of the puppet master, the blade emerging from the back of his neck and piercing through him completely. As one of the top generals under El Bu, to borrow and not return was indeed a formidable task. In the annals of Chinese film history, there have been two waves of leniency concerning age. One where individuals aged 32 can portray high school students in youth films, and another where those aged 40 can still feature in ancient romantic dramas. The tiger walks as if afflicted, its essence manifesting outward. After concluding his exertions, Jiang Yu appeared just like any ordinary person, devoid of any semblance of the tiger's affliction. In this era, the impoverished cannot afford candles, and those without spouses must succumb to slumber as darkness falls, for there is little they can accomplish otherwise. Yet, during a crucial moment, Professor Chen Xiuzhe delivered a brilliant strike, turning the tide, and Chen Xiuzhe's admiration for her grew immensely. The entertainment industry operates in such a manner, regardless of the truth. If the audience finds it captivating, it can be sold to them. At this time, the vice-captain of the 9th Division was still not Xiaobing, as both Xiaobing and Gao Yu had merely graduated a few years prior. Gao Yu chuckled, recognizing that such haughty expressions held no sway over him, for he could perceive the goodwill others harbored toward him. As for the grievances between Li Jiayan and Shen Xiuyao, Tang Xiaoyan had always been one to assist the just rather than the kin. Now, it seemed, the other party smiled cheerfully, only to retaliate with a remark about frequent adjustments failing to pass review. The Emperor Huayu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth." Good, good, good. The Emperor repeated good thrice, indicating his desire to procure something else, particularly cultivation techniques, without questioning their actions. Who would manage? Who would oversee? We report matters to the supreme authority and await their delegation. By then, the brigands would have long vanished without a trace. Some assert that the higher realms are merely hunting grounds for the powerful, a middle-aged man lamented passionately. Some would rather roam aimlessly, observing others meandering about, watching wild dogs fight in the corners, then confine themselves within four walls. Chapter 51. New Year. Wen Chaoyue paid no heed to the fate of the other family. Were it not for the tenuous order of this apocalyptic world, she would have rushed in with a blade to eliminate those individuals immediately. Upon reflection, preserving their lives and witnessing their arduous struggle in this apocalyptic world may indeed serve as the most profound form of retribution. The Fong family had previously received a considerable amount of official provisions, though insufficient for full satisfaction. At least it spared them from hunger. Their greatest challenge lay with the beast tribes. Could it be that they were merely ancient beings who had cultivated into humanoid forms? Within this realm, how formidable could their powers truly be? Yu Yang pondered why the human race was able to exchange treasures with the beast tribes. Descending the mountain upon the back of the Thunder Eagle, he soon landed before the marketplace of the Yuanjin sect. The Thunder Eagle soared freely, marked by the sect's distinctive emblem, ensuring that no one would be foolish enough to provoke it. The Yuanjin sect was merely a first-rate force, with the combined number of its affiliated sects and outer disciples exceeding 800,000. The Wu family governed an expanse of territory spanning billions of miles, with affiliated sects numbering in the thousands, easily surpassing 100 million in total. As Chen Nuo approached, ready to offer a cup of wine, he inadvertently found himself too close to Yang Feng. As expected, Su Huang's instincts kicked in. He refrained from accepting the wine and instead extended his axe towards him. Li Zhaoyuan positioned himself protectively in front of Ren Fei Yan, encasing them both within the Taiji protective aura, while his surrounding yin-yang flying swords had already manifested into 128 blades. It is crucial to note that Tan Weiqi's presence here was prompted by Fong Tianya's remarkable winning streak, escalating his chips from tens of thousands to 3 million. thereby capturing Tan's attention. To rephrase, the reason for the emergence of the formidable proprietor of the Red Dragon Casino lies in his intention to win over Fong Tianya, the master of gambling techniques. Institutions of notable stature, such as prestigious universities like Yunnan, which can accommodate tens of thousands of individuals, present a challenge when it comes to severing ties with someone. Locating them can prove to be quite the arduous task. Ling Qi is even unaware of where Jean Yenling might transfer to, and even if she were to know, what difference would it make? Su Gui is uncertain whether Kong Rong is merely speaking nonsense or if there is truth to his words, yet upon observing Kong Rong, he finds him to be composed and unperturbed, exuding an air of gentlemanly demeanor. Based on his character, it is unlikely that the incident occurred as Su Gui imagines. It is more probable that an unforeseen mishap transpired while presenting a congratulatory gift. Once assured that no one else was present, Jiang Yuyan was engaged in a solitary endeavor, lifting a 60-pound stone to enhance her arm's strength. She has always felt that if he harbors such disdain for her, how could there be any semblance of genuine affection? Join my ranks, and I shall restore your meridians. Otherwise, perish. At that moment, Long had lost all patience. As time passed, the number of corpses on the ground increased, some of which belonged to extraordinary beasts, while others were human. The scent of blood pervaded the air. After finishing their lunch, the 5 individuals proceeded to the campus venue. Zhou Zilin summoned another instructor, who was responsible for teaching the 4-year program primarily focused on marksmanship. Since Zhou Zilin himself was skilled with the sword, he took it upon himself to mentor Han Haotian and Zhou Yutong. With a tone of discontent, he remarked, if they do not acquire the funds, how can they possibly afford to hire an assassin? In an instant, He Wei-jun was left in excruciating pain, tears welling in his eyes, his mouth agape, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Chapter 52. The cold wave approaches. In that fleeting moment, Lu Erga felt as though his very bones were shattered by the forceful kick. His thoughts drifted far into the distance. Letitia smiled gently, fully aware that Akhtar was acting to fulfill his own desires. Who could have anticipated that fate would bring them together again, both assigned to the same position? They would be incessantly compared until the day they would hear a disdainful scoff from the onlookers. The second team is merely the second team. Although Lu Jiawei had previously agreed to sue Baichuan, it was entirely possible that he might turn his back once he received certain benefits from the Pu family. Having been reborn for over 3 months, the income from running errands in Yanjing and selling his house, along with the earnings from this advertising shoot, amassed over 800,000. Shen Tinglan had approached Yen from behind without her noticing, lifting her onto the bed, their bodies closely intertwined, allowing him to catch a whiff of her fragrance. The notion of refining magical power to gain experience was merely an official pretext to maintain the coherence of the worldview. In reality, it served to relax the players' minds. From this, they gradually selected 400 to 500 individuals who indeed possessed the potential to be streamers, signing them to a simple contract that guaranteed a monthly base salary of 1,000. Master, what do you believe is the most important thing for me to change at this moment? Xiao Go-er pondered deeply. When Yara first encountered Fu Jiujiu, she was taken aback. Upon realizing it was Fu Jiujiu, her excitement soared, declaring that she would insist on learning from her. Guided by the esteemed eunuch Qi, Qingrang followed him into the inner palace. As they walked, eunuch Qi elucidated, the emperor resides in the eastern hall, while the western hall remains unoccupied. The last time the princess insisted on staying overnight, the emperor did not acquiesce. The implication of eunuch Qi's words was unmistakable. He subtly hinted that Yu Zichen had reserved that room for her. I inquired about your preferred flavor of juice, yet you casually responded with whatever. Thus, I shall prepare an ample variety, Su Yi remarked with dissatisfaction. Klaus observed closely, his perception keen. He marveled at the prowess of the disciples trained by the illustrious master Lin Tianyao, whose reputation was indeed well-deserved, each one an exceptional individual in their own right. Qingrang found herself perplexed by the public's admiration for her, yet she vaguely comprehended how Yushan had arrived at her current predicament. Whenever she thought of Yushan, she hesitated to contemplate her path forward. Fear not, Xiangnan turned to Shiqi, flashing a charming smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, before pivoting and departing with his companions. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuhuan and Li Lufei exchanged praises for Cheng Peipei, yet both were preoccupied with a singular question. How should they spend the evening? How could they create an indelible, beautiful memory for one another? Qin Huan called Jing Dongnan, noticing Qin Huan's appearance, which bore the marks of a sleepless night. Her complexion pale and translucent. Old Lu continued to smile cheerfully, stating, "Serving the people is the duty of the party. I must remain vigilant to the concerns of the populace." He huffed and puffed, carrying a large medical kit, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly having rushed to arrive. "You shall not meet your end just yet." As Shengguan Ao rushed over with a fire extinguisher, he sprayed it onto Yang Shimon's body. Without giving her a moment to react, he swiftly scooped her up and made his way outside. Boarding the ship, without first purchasing a ticket, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. His wife and son were with him. Fu Qingjue suddenly realized he was the happiest man in the world. The hardships endured in the past few years seemed worthwhile now. Bai Wucheng opened his mouth, parched and speechless, unable to produce a sound. Prince Ning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the increasingly wide river channel with a cold expression. This path led to the source of the dark river, and it's expanding with clearly indicated human intervention. At any moment, Changmen understood the necessity of these changes that required a price to be paid. Concentrating all his true energy into his right hand, Mu Shifeng shattered the blade's aura of the heavenly blade with a single punch. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, delivering a powerful kick towards the heavenly blade. This kick was delivered with 80% of his true strength, augmented by the principle of time acceleration. Thus, before the heavenly blade could react, it was sent flying 1,000 zhang away by Mu's forceful strike. "Bezi Zhu, I am frightened." Lele lowered her head, her bangs obscuring much of her face. "It's not Brother Jiangyu, but she is a very dear friend of mine," Yan Xiaoxiao emphasized earnestly. "You are leaving again, aren't you? You're going to abandon me, right?" Yan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Absolutely not. I was the one who ended things." Maisie had used 2 exclamation marks in her note, her tone unmistakably assertive. The sphere radiating a white luminescence serves as the core of the Genos armor. Akin to the heart of a human, storing a vast reserve of energy for dire circumstances. Wu Tian, with his gaze turned skyward, expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting a state of despondency, clearly bereft of combat capability. Feng Lin had long since noticed Huang Fuxian, initially adopting a stance of indifference, yet now, with a lackluster expression, he exhibited considerable hostility, his dark eyes regarding Huang Fuxian with a hint of complexity. Chapter 53. The onset of the cold wave. The living room lacked underfloor heating. Nonetheless, Wen Chaoyue had set up a charcoal stove, merely for appearances, wary of unexpected visitors who might detect the ruse. In this regard, she and her mother had always exercised caution, ensuring that their efforts were meticulous. After a brief respite, Wen Guanyu took the initiative to engage in some exercise to stretch her limbs. Wen Chaoyue thoughtfully placed 2 heaters in the exercise area and advised her mother to don warm clothing before training. She understood that venturing outside in such weather could lead to unforeseen encounters. Jiang Yundi continued to admire the surrounding scenery, yet a spark of curiosity nudged him to inquire. Richard shook his head, clarifying, "That is not the case. The HW mass production series merely refers to the collective designation of those metallic creatures. Each possesses its own unique code." Cheng Dali felt a twinge of frustration, acutely aware of his restless spirit, yet prone to self-inflicted worries. "I will manage my own dog," he asserted, "but what of yours? Is anyone tending to that?" Cheng Dali tightened his grip on the sword hilt. A larger house would easily cost tens of millions, and with his current salary, he would never be able to repay that debt in a lifetime. "What do you say?" Yi Qing nodded slightly. He was not surprised by the auction number of his item being so close to the exam. It was customary for auctions to place the most sensational and valuable items towards the end. As for his Yun Huangdan, despite its high quality, it was widely known and lacked any gimmick, thus it was naturally positioned for an earlier auction. Under such circumstances, the competition within the venue intensified, with cultivators embroiled in relentless strife, creating an atmosphere that seemed on the brink of chaos, almost as if they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. He mused silently. This is just as it should be. Chu Xiuyu's lips curled into a slight smile, a sense of accomplishment washing over her as her scheme came to fruition. Meanwhile, the green-faced beast, Yangji, bellowed as he thrust his steel spear, repelling the two assailants who had approached Cheng Dalei. He then swung his long spear horizontally, intercepting Liang Daol. What was he doing here, obstructing his way with the vehicle? The more he pondered, the more it felt amiss. You lot have banded together, have you? Just wait until this is over. I shall teach you a lesson. Jia Tanqi snorted with indignation. Of course, these were merely the thoughts of the swordsman, and the specifics remained uncertain. After all, the extravagantly dressed rogue in the martial world appeared to have endured many hardships over the years. Tang Ye and Qin Tianyi were engrossed in a film directed by Stephen Chow, The Mermaid, which had brought them countless moments of laughter and rekindled fond memories of their school days. The Arhut statue was also a pride of the Zongjiao, and he felt a sense of recognition from Tianxi. The four guardians of the Holy Envoy also felt a surge of joy, knowing that Tianxi had discerned the crux of the matter, which brought them a sense of satisfaction. Even if Chen Tianyi's father did not chastise him, he had already berated himself countless times in his heart. Their reunion was marred by the fact that he was being pursued, and amidst the myriad events that transpired thereafter, both good and bad, many around him found themselves in perilous situations repeatedly. The circumstances they had anticipated were already dire. They had deduced that a mysterious level 5 individual was likely covertly controlling the Deep Blue organization, intending to achieve some nefarious scheme through this upcoming banquet. Was this not severe enough? I was rendered speechless, gazing out the window as the vehicle traversed the winding mountain road. For a fleeting moment, a thought of surrender crossed my mind. Yet, fate had other plans, bestowing upon me a child at that very moment. Thus, Patch invested the majority of his monthly earnings into several stocks he deemed to possess great potential. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruqing softened her demeanor towards Zhang San, seemingly reassured that he had finally turned over a new leaf and ceased his antagonism towards Xiao. And Chapter 54, Government Relief Grain in such weather, without electricity and firewood. It was impossible to endure indoors. Although, during the torrential rain, Wen Chaoyue had reminded the landlord to stockpile ample firewood, reasoning that it would be necessary for cooking and boiling water at home. However, if they burned it from dawn till dusk, it would be exhausted in at most half a month, and they were uncertain how long the extreme cold might persist. When Wen Chaoyue inquired, she learned that the landlord's for members were all heading out. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately declined, as the weather was too frigid. Just then, as I felt a bit embarrassed, the collapsed Bien Pao feebly remarked from the ground. However, what Su Weigua did not anticipate was that when he attempted to mobilize his vital energy, a far more formidable force restrained it, rendering him utterly incapable of doing so. The imposing doors of the haunted house stood ajar, exuding an eerie silence, devoid of any guardians, yet emanating an aura of sternness that deterred any approach. Wu Yinglin, elegantly perched upon his horse, cast a glance and smirked. No admittance for the idle. A large sign hung at the entrance. Despite his youth, he conveyed an impression of strength. Many thus came to remember the name Jing Tang. If once was insufficient, then let it be twice. I refuse to believe that a lion's roar, repeated twice, cannot vanquish you. Even though Jing Tang was gravely injured, his willpower remained unwaveringly resolute. Lu Dexiang remarked, "Those two individuals are experts. I dare not follow too closely, nor approach Pan Yuan. However, I have instructed Zhang Nianzhou to remain there and monitor." Zhang Nianzhou, who accompanied him, was a clever and astute Ming guard. Outside, Qi Xin entered, immediately rushing into Qi Liang's embrace, tenderly touching his face, and inquired, "Are you all right?" Her expression was laden with concern, tears brimming in her eyes. She had originally wished to accompany Qi Liang into the Pingnan Wangfu, but he had dissuaded her, leaving her to fret alone. "You two, please sit down and join me for meal." Qi Liang remained seated, allowing the two to scurry about. Locke's destination was the eastern neighbor of the Great Wood Nation, the Grand Cloud Nation, which also happened to be Han Shua's homeland. The captain of the guards, possessing merely foundational cultivation, was accustomed to subservience, yet today, he evidently felt emboldened by orders from above. Tian Longzi nodded in acknowledgement, aware that Chen Zhao's sudden visit to Shui Tanyan must pertain to matters of significance. Yet, Chen Xiao chose not to divulge, and he would not pry further. He was simply committed to following Chen Xiao. It must be said that Jiang Xie possessed remarkable audacity, having already siphoned off a portion of Xuanqi, yet still contemplating further exploitation. They must not be spared. Eliminate them all. The captain of the squad commanded his subordinates. The transition between enemy and ally is influenced by a myriad of factors. It is believed that thousands of years ago, no one could have foreseen that the formidable Knight Masters of the wizarding world would forge amicable relations with the aggressive Light Divine clan. Just as Chen Xiao was contemplating these matters and preparing to advance with his companions, the space within the Thunder region suddenly tore asunder, and a group of individuals materialized before them. The white python was struck down, and before the martial artists could react, it roared in fury and ascended once more, crackling with errant bolts of lightning. Ziwu's entire being trembled, yet this formidable practitioner of demonic arts seemed inept in verbal expression. Unlike those from the Louvre, who possessed the art of eloquence, he resorted to a few despicable and shameless insults, which, despite their gravity, evoked a sense of amusement. Even the mightiest, Xie Qiliao, was once vanquished in an instant by Mo Zilin, illustrating the vast chasm that lay between them. Chapter 55. The heist. The day for collecting supplies arrived swiftly. In the early onset of the cold wave, it felt as though the entire world had pressed the pause button. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, creating an illusion that all of humanity had vanished, leaving only oneself behind. Yet, the resilience of human life is indomitable. When supplies were finally at hand, Wen Chaoyue felt as though it had been an eternity since he had seen so many people gathered together. A cacophony of people filled the spacious hall of the property management office. Confronted with such a situation, Shangguan Linghua found herself lacking in experience, relying solely on her spiritual power to suppress the surging rebellious energy. However, as she focused on controlling that tumultuous force, the pressure of her own spirit began to rise. Outside the southern gate of Qinglong City, the terrain was flat, devoid of any strategic advantage. Thus, the outcome hinged upon the strength and foundation of the rival factions.
Boss.
The opponents are formidable. Just moments ago, 3 of our brothers were eliminated in an instant. Dao Tian danced on the tips of his blades, hidden behind a tree, sending a message to Bawang. Contemplating this, Gulinger regarded the man with a gaze laden with suspicion, seeking any subtle evidence of wrongdoing. Once categorized, each client selected their appropriate guardian according to the level of difficulty. Unfortunately, Bei Xiaonan was defeated, and it seemed that assistance from Bei, who was unattainable, he would have to act independently. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the werewolf king, unaware of the impending force he had gathered, unleashed a devastating blow upon the earth. At the entrance, 2 concealed fortresses, often overlooked, revealed their menacing fangs as heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, making approach nearly impossible. Li Tianfeng was engrossed in shopping, trailed by Wang Liang, a laborer compelled into service. Today, Wang Liang had been commandeered by Li Tianfeng. If she were to brandish a handful of cash before him, declaring that if he accompanied her tonight, the money would be his, would he dare to refuse? Old man, if you are a true hero, step down and engage me. Old Zhang in battle. Zhang Fei shouted loudly in reproach. This matter, having received the approval of Lu Feiyu, serves as an initiative by the Alliance to encourage cultivators to bravely confront their foes while simultaneously nurturing talent among you. Provided that, in a fair or disadvantaged situation, a cultivator can slay 10 or more enemies of equal rank, they shall have the opportunity to meet the sacred level, with Lu Feiyu being no exception. Only upon breaking through the bottleneck to reach another realm can he once again accumulate a profound foundation in the next tier through the essence of the Creator God. These ethereal apparitions, delicate and unadorned, bore an uncanny resemblance to her true self, mirroring her every movement. As one of them swiftly struck towards Wang Anshua with a single sword, a colossal pillar of fire surged into the heavens, illuminating the entire expanse and casting a blinding radiance that made it nearly impossible for bystanders to open their eyes. As the tumultuous rage surged within Gung Tianla, the potency of the flames in his hands amplified several-fold, completely sealing off the Sorcerer King's every action, preventing him from escaping with his magical arts. Upon receiving the command, The troops promptly organized, with the Ocean Voyager leading over 100 warships, slicing through the enemy fleet like a razor-sharp sword. With a thunderous crack, Lu Liangren realized she had once again acted foolishly. She gazed at her grandfather's suddenly aged silhouette, which seemed to have lost over a decade of vitality in an instant, her heart a tumult of emotions, leaving her speechless. Chapter 56. The Conflict of the Fong Family. Assemble. The entire army, assemble. Prepare for battle. Galloping to the front of the ranks, the commander of the Liangshan army raised his panlong staff and roared. Jiang Xinlan, in a fit of anger, dug her nails into Lin Fei's skin, inadvertently providing him with an unusual sensation. The formidable impact shattered the 4 long swords, swiftly piercing towards Uchiha Madara's forehead, ensconced within the Susanoo. It is utterly impossible now. After all, these 2 mischievous children are Zhang Ye's offspring, and one of them is even the Jinchuriki of his other half. It is not that Xiao Qiu is unworthy of possessing the Dragon Balls. His innate, extraordinary talent, imbued with celestial bones, qualifies him to claim any treasure. Yet, how old is he? Merely a few months. Bestowing such a precious artifact upon him would be tantamount to treating it as a mere toy, which indeed constitutes a waste. Indeed, the Yomi-Go sparrow is a formidable spiritual beast, endowed with considerable intelligence. When facing less formidable foes, there is hardly a need for the immortal Taoist to provide direction. Ever since the Tao of Heaven has remained absent for an extended period, a foreboding intuition has lingered within him, which has now materialized into reality. A newcomer named God is bound to attract countless gazes and innumerable challenges. Optimistically speaking, it offers an opportunity for self-cultivation and refinement. Realistically, an avalanche of provocations and oppression may swiftly lead to one's downfall. Upon witnessing Song Tianji accepting the car, a flicker of jealousy crossed Chu Fei's eyes. He envied his cousin, who had never gifted him such a valuable present throughout the years. However, he understood that with Song Tianji's capabilities, achieving great success was merely a matter of time. Certain Fox signaled to Wanwan that it was the opportune moment to discuss matters pertaining to Shiji Xian with Shi Qingxian. Regrettably, Wanwan appeared oblivious to the Fox's subtle cue, merely gazing at it with a radiant smile, remaining silent. He must not be allowed to escape. Should he elude capture, his reemergence would herald our demise. Chase him down and obliterate him. The countenance of the colossal figure of Jade shifted dramatically, unleashing a thunderous roar as the essence of the heavens and earth coalesced, propelling him through the void like a streak of light in pursuit of Yu Zhong in the sky. Meanwhile, Liang Tao delicately pressed a button on the wheelchair, and a series of sounds gradually emanated from it. However, the true terror lay with Solomon, a similarly renowned newcomer in Europe, who approached stealthily like a shadow, seamlessly coordinating with Alice in their advance. Amidst his intense revision, Qin Fin suddenly realized that both of his friends, Lin Liqiang and Inzerota, had seemingly vanished from existence, leaving behind only Lin Liqiang's daily absence notes, which bore witness to his extraordinary skills. In the current Federation, those standing at the pinnacle of society, wielding the power of non-standard techniques, were not politicians or military leaders, but rather the overwhelmingly formidable warriors of the martial arts realm. Just as Xia He was indulging in his pleasures, a phone call interrupted him. Initially reluctant to respond, he was compelled to answer when the caller's persistence became evident. It was none other than Zhou Jingzhi's number. A cascade of purple bubbles erupted from the mouth of the bubble dragon, descending amidst the ranks of the million-strong army. "I shall arrange for this immediately," Zai said, pulling out his phone and stepping aside. Previously, the atmosphere had been fraught with tension due to the urgent circumstances. Yet as Dibwa continued to secure victories ahead, some began to stir restlessly, particularly those within Dibwa's faction, whose influence was surging. Jia Long was momentarily captivated by the scenery before him, reflecting on the stark contrast between the two worlds. In his previous life on Earth, particularly on Mount Tai, such pristine, untouched landscapes were simply unattainable. They might unite to confront the 10 formidable forces, or perhaps they would ultimately capitulate. The outcome remained uncertain, as life and death hinged upon the decisions made by the leaders of each faction. Presently, whether facing bizarre creatures or extraterrestrial hunters, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Thus, While the overall progress might not rival that of the Neon side, his understanding and awareness of the organization known as Shao were undeniably superior. Other factions on the island lamented their misfortune at being grouped with Shou Kuan, finding themselves overpowered before they had even begun to establish themselves.
Subsequently,
They arrived at the site of a partially collapsed building. After surveying the surroundings, they led the two individuals inside, where they uncovered a wooden plank atop a pile of straw, revealing a ladder descending into the basement, emanating a musty odor. They descended together. A radiant glow enveloped Suyu and Jinyu, yet in the next moment, Jinyu emitted a muffled groan, his vitality waning further. Moreover, several figures had now thoroughly discerned Xingyang Huan's cultivation level, which was merely the second step of the true One Realm. Although brimming with life force, he remained a considerable distance from achieving the true third step. "Young master, it appears the effects are promising," remarked Ho Ji, a smile illuminating his face, prompting Lu Xingji to recall a classic war strategy he had studied during his time at the military academy on the East Coast. Within the city gate, only Ji Kai remained, his stature significantly larger than that of Ji Longjun and Ji Yi. The narrow opening of the gate was insufficient for him to pass through comfortably. 3 soldiers returned with news of victory. The one in the center bore a massive red flag, flanked by 2 others, as they dashed towards the capital from Dongxing Guard. 57. A mother's concern upon hearing her mother's worries, when Chaoyue's heart tightened and she hurriedly opened the door, only to find Zhuang Mingxiang covered in snow, his hair disheveled and his face marred by scratches. Before she could inquire about the situation, Zhuang Mingxiang urgently implored, "Chaoyue, I beg you, save my father. He is injured and bleeding profusely. I do not know what to do, and we have no medicine left." Thus, aside from a few reckless souls who disregarded the consequences of their actions, the rest gradually regained their composure. At that moment, although the dragon spirit soul halberd lay before many and was within reach of numerous hands, after an internal struggle, they ultimately chose to forego it. The red shrimp and shells continued their journey within, encountering 3 ambushes and 7 face-to-face encounters, yet they had not once engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Just as they quietly worried about being trapped, the scenes before their eyes began to shift. Those qualified to attend the treasure-gathering conference were predominantly individuals of considerable background, well acquainted with some of the renowned old monsters at the Mahayana stage on the Tianshuang continent. At this moment, upon recognizing the figure of the Mahayana cultivator stationed above, they exchanged hushed whispers, acknowledging his identity. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted into a fervent chorus of cheers and applause, offering heartfelt blessings to the soon-to-be stage performer. Su Zimo, hoping that he would not disappoint them, which evoked envy among the contestants backstage. The power of the blackfish spirit was evidently superior to that of the red shrimp. However, the red shrimp, armed with a newly acquired weapon and supported by Chen Jing, fought valiantly, yet still found itself at a disadvantage. After learning certain details about Yuan Xing, Zhuya realized that it would be quite challenging to win him over. Thus she and the Eastern Flower devised a strategy to kidnap Wei Xuemian, allowing Zhuya to impersonate her and approach Yuan Xing. This did not escape Yuan Xing's anticipation, as a ninja indeed drew near him. At that moment, Yuan Xing hurled a ninja star that he had stealthily picked up earlier. The trio continued their journey without respite, yet fortune did not remain by their side for long. A beast materialized, an earth attribute creature resembling a tiger. Its information was absent from the compendium, but its aura suggested it was a beast of at least level 60, though not of heavenly rank. The possibility of encountering a heavenly rank expert in such a desolate region had not crossed their minds, even if such beings existed. They would have long departed from the Taklamakan desert, as its barren landscape could not sustain them. Of course, prior to their departure, they had ensured to notify the Ashling Guild, so as to avoid any awkward situations upon their arrival. Once again, Nero stifled a yawn, feeling utterly incapable of flight. Although aware that slumber was still a distant prospect, he could no longer resist the urge to succumb to fatigue. Yu Fei's words, laced with spittle, were met with Xiao Da's expression of sheer terror. He fished a bottle of water from the back of the vehicle and offered it to Yu Fei, who eagerly accepted it and gulped it down with fervor. That man must surely be the one they spoke of. Yan Wanfeng shook her head, reluctant to acknowledge this truth. Adorning her head was a cap that resembled that of a flight attendant, though it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a restaurant server. Consequently, Wang Jing and Sun Feng exited together. Wang Jing refrained from further inquiries. Thus Sun Feng chose not to divulge the fact that Shi Yuanqi had visited. Yu Fei, brushing her hair aside, fell into silence. This child had been stifling her emotions for far too long. At last, she had an opportunity to express her innermost thoughts.
Meanwhile,
Qian Yun and Mr. Tong, under the protection of their bodyguards, stepped into the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 58. Gratitude from the Zhuang family. Wen Chaoyue, nurtured by the loving care of her mother and grandparents, had always enjoyed a smooth journey through life. The greatest hardship she endured in her youth was attending various martial art schools. In the early days of the apocalypse, she and her mother relied on each other, and life felt bearable until her mother passed away. She had witnessed the darkness of human hearts far too often, ultimately losing her life at the hands of someone she trusted. Originally, she was merely an innocent and kind-hearted individual. If given another chance, she would not fear. I possess a unique set of massage techniques that invigorate and revitalize. I assure you, you shall be rejuvenated by tomorrow.
Yunye chaklet mischievously.
Gu Qingze approached Gu Yi, observing her smiling as she caressed her belly, and a frown creased his brow. He seemed to have overlooked a critical matter, after all. Su Zhao had been guarded by his people. Who could possibly have taken him away right under his nose? Once Lin Mo composed the melody of the song, he recognized its suitability for Li Ke's voice. However, upon witnessing Li Ke's performance, he was left momentarily stunned. If you have not gained the recognition of the Shirkan jewel and cannot replenish its power, what purpose do you serve? A faint smile curled at the corners of Xue Ji's mouth. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, grenades. Instantly unleashed, they soared toward the pirates. Hearing that Yun Feng intended to enlist with David, Jenny chose a residence conveniently close to the military camp, ensuring that Yun Feng and David could easily find her when they emerged, and that she could swiftly locate Yun Feng in case of any emergencies. More content is loading. Please hold on. Suddenly, an immense surge of chakra erupted from Gara's body, causing the surrounding desert sands to rise dramatically into the air. It was reminiscent of the space of the reverse scale in the original tale. Time itself seemed to come to a standstill. Yet, unlike the reverse scale, Yunmeng Tianze resembled a woven dreamscape. Once one was ensnared within, they would remain trapped in the dream, unable to escape, ultimately perishing in a state of confusion. Xian Shu recalled the gentle and graceful demeanor of Yunyi, and her eyes momentarily glazed over, a subtle smile gracing her lips.
Huang Yun gazed helplessly at Lei Yun's current disposition.
In Huang Jun's eyes, it was evident that Lei Jun's actions were predominantly driven by petulance. Thus, he remarked, "No, I believe you are not yet prepared. You must take responsibility for yourself. What troubles you? What did you dream of next? It's all right, take your time." Rancinian spoke gently, as if addressing a customer, even though he was not charging for tonight's service. Of course, the only option is immediate expulsion. Such a grave offense as stealing examination papers cannot be tolerated. The teacher had barely finished speaking when Muing interjected with utmost seriousness. The teacher merely offered Tang Lingxian a wry smile, opting not to elaborate further. Moments later, a phantom resembling the thunder god unleashed a powerful strike, its might so formidable that the wrath of lightning spread across 1,000 miles. Nie Tian abruptly closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the essence of that strike's power. The disappearance of Fire Fist Ace had dealt him a severe blow. These days, he sought solace in alcohol, numbing his senses. However, what was it about this Tellys that captivated you so profoundly? Su Rong's expression was not exactly one of anger, yet it was undeniably tinged with displeasure. Rancinian and Chu Zichong exchanged glances, both baffled and amused by Yao Ye's peculiar habits that left two grown men perplexed. Upon witnessing the venue, Shizu realized that there was a significant disparity between the game's content and the absolute standard set at that time, even if the general premise remained the same. The difficulty of the tasks required was entirely different. I could only manage a bitter smile. Aside from this, I truly did not know how to proceed. Should I chastise that old woman for her cruelty, blame myself for not intervening when I should have, or lament how fate seems to mock us so cruelly? Chapter 59. Fang Xieli were another person, they would likely have engaged in a florid discourse, vehemently disparaging the value of these items, thus ensnaring the unsuspecting Lolita into a web of gratitude, which could potentially lead her to reciprocate in kind. The two individuals had merely a 20-minute interval between them, and Yang Pu still harbored hopes of catching up with Bai Yang. At worst, he would arrive late to class, which was far preferable to the exposure of deceit, resulting in a cascade of complications. From the tone of Izuyu, it seemed that such an assembly, featuring the Pope and 3 divine emissaries, was rare in the realm of the Dark Church, if not entirely unprecedented. Could it be that, apart from himself, extraordinary occurrences were afoot within the Dark Church? The gunfire echoed, and the red pig vacated its hiding place with equal swiftness. Although the sound of gunfire might not rouse too many, remaining elevated after such a confrontation was decidedly imprudent. The Thunder Eagle King, once replete with a haughty majesty while soaring through the skies, now exhibited a stark transformation. Its amethyst-hued eyes betrayed unfiltered rage and a thirst for blood. In terms of overseeing the medical quarters, there was no one more suitable than Qin Buping, an embodiment of compassion, his heart brimming with benevolence, and his strength deeply rooted in the faith of the people. If he could establish himself here, not only would he draw an unending wellspring of faith, but he would also bestow unparalleled merit upon the impoverished citizens surrounding him. Before embarking, Bupa nearly ground his teeth in fury as he shouted into Lin Shu's mind. The latter merely weighed the rather heavy inner essence identification box in hand, employing wind control techniques to ascend from the brightest and most enigmatic satellite within this solar system. Dong Menqing remarked that it should be so, and thus sent emissaries to invite significant figures from the Huang and Lin families, alongside Yang Zizhong and Du Guoqing, to visit the ailing individual, and once again extended an invitation to the head of the Su family for a banquet. Ultimately, the Su family, unable to decline any further, dispatched their son to attend the gathering. As Dong Menqing entered the chamber, Li Qingtai had already informed Anthony, Zhang Mujing, and Li Rongjio of the developments. Upon hearing this, they hastily made way for the main vessel. The vehicle glided through the villa's entrance and came to a gentle halt, surrounded by an array of luxury cars, indicating that all expected guests had indeed arrived. Her complexion was exquisite. When Zhao Qiqi took her pulse, he discovered her hands to be exceptionally tender. Unmistakably the hands of one untouched by labor, likely indulging in regular pampering. Zhang Daoran was filled with profound reflections. He had gained a general understanding of this world and recognized that cultivators held a revered status within it. Loading more content. Please hold on. Su Jiaying wore a displeased expression, turning to glare at Chen Nan, only to find Chen Nan subtly signaling him with a glance. Though gently brushed aside, Yan's hand remained firmly grasped by Gu Jin. She strained to break free, yet Gu Jin's grip was as unyielding as steel shackles, steadfastly clinging to Yan's wrist. If one were to encapsulate Jin Yuanbao's previous existence in 4 words, it would be engaging in idle pursuits. He spent his days aimlessly wandering, his mind consumed with martial arts, traversing the rivers and lakes, and upholding justice, while neglecting the matters of the cabinet entirely. This is also the reason why the Kim family has encountered such great misfortune, and Madame Kim has not disclosed the underlying cause. Zhang Daren's thoughts coalesced into an image, resembling a living being. His youthful appearance was almost surreal, with a tall stature that exuded an ethereal grace and an otherworldly aura. Compared to ordinary practitioners, Zhang Daoran possessed an indescribable and unique charisma. He could not agree with Su Fuyao's theory, as it mirrored the common belief that if a villain commits a single good deed or refrains from one bad act, people might perceive them as reformed. Conversely, if a good person were to commit a single misdeed, they would be deemed irredeemably corrupt. I find myself in a state of unease. Chen Ningjie has always occupied the role of a close sister in my heart. Even when we lay on the same bed, we were the kind of best friends who harbored no impure thoughts. There is no need for further contemplation. I have already deliberated thoroughly. Sumu shook his head with a smile and departed from the grand hall. The crux of the matter is that the insidious system even suggested that I indulge in steamed, fried, and barbecued dishes, perhaps intending to undermine my charm. This is a poignant scene, as so many who have lost their lives lie here. In such a serene place, do they feel lonely? When dealing with the essence of a story, Knowing its predetermined narrative can simplify matters considerably. After all, even if one cannot articulate a precise story outline and can only handle it vaguely, deviations from the narrative often arise. Nevertheless, a nebulous story outline can still serve as a reference. It can be said that this battle of the mythical beings has genuinely inflicted severe damage upon the 37th District's budding division, and it will take several years for recovery. Currently, Tianming Company has deposited the revenues obtained from the sale of complete vehicles and automotive electronics in foreign banks, facilitating the expansion of its business abroad. Chapter 60. Retribution. The footsteps and voices grew increasingly closer, and Feng Xueli instinctively shrank back, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The door creaked open, and a portly man strode in with confidence, followed by two slightly leaner henchmen. Indeed, it was Wang Hu, the small leader of the Qing Tian gang, notorious for his peculiar proclivities and penchant for tormenting him. At this moment, Wang Hu wore a twisted smile, while his two lackeys brandished inferior liquor procured from uncertain sources. Witnessing the fleet's effortless defeat, Ming Hongguang revealed his divine visage. The experience was exceedingly exhilarating for those who could observe him without triggering a counterattack. He was all too familiar with this high-ranking official, who appeared jovial on the surface, but remained ever cautious, wary of anyone seeking to usurp his position. Upon learning that despite his physical setbacks, with proper care, he could still live for several more years, he finally felt a sense of relief. Yet he could no longer accompany her on her travels. Before that, you were likely to be captured by an organization studying extraterrestrial genes for research. Zhou Xian leaned against the wall, speaking as he wrote. Ru Xiang pretended to flail for a moment, initially believing she would be saved first, only to have the individual bypass her entirely and rush towards Wen Song. Theoretically, upon reaching the 10th level of Qi training, one could consume a foundation establishment pill. However, Bai Xinyu intended to achieve a flawless foundation and had no plans to take the pill. Is this the 7 treasures glazed pagoda? No, this tower has 9 tiers. It is the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Ning Rongrong gazed in astonishment at the 9-treasure glazed tower adorning Qian Renue's bracelet. At long last, she could no longer contain herself. What were her aspirations and fervent passions truly worth? One by one, they devoured their food voraciously, even those with grimy fingers, unwashed from their hurried journey, carelessly sucking remnants of sustenance from their hands. Lord Shenmu, it is a pleasure to see you again. The once prosperous merchant, now reduced to the status of a bandit due to bankruptcy, was filled with excitement, having believed his life had plummeted into despair. Yet, while he bore a slight resemblance to his mother in his eyes and nose, he was predominantly his father's likeness. Gung Gui, demonstrating remarkable understanding this time, nodded earnestly, accepting the device without a second word, and promptly set off to search for the meteorite after parting from Qiyuan. Su Luoqing released Tianhu Yaoyao, who immediately fled in a flurry, as if a terrifying beast were in pursuit. The students of Class 1 in the Mechanical and Electronic Engineering program stood at attention, calling out in a disjointed chorus. Many felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing their scattered voices, stealing glances at the exceedingly stern instructor Zhang before them. 5,000 heads of the Xianbei people lay heaped upon 10 large carts, silently resting within the confines of the city. Blood continued to drip from the carts, pooling beneath them into a red puddle. Neither of the two expressed dissent regarding this grim sight. After all, they were not narrow-minded individuals, and with a formidable enemy at hand, their primary concern was to unite against the common threat. Certainly, many still believe that the legacies of antiquity are largely remnants of folly, devoid of utility. After expressing this thought, he nodded slightly at Tai Shirzi with a faint smile before shifting his gaze to Mi Fong, his eyes glimmering yet devoid of inquiry. The winter air was dry, and she had no habit of applying lip balm, which he evidently shared. The once soft texture had, after more than a month apart, taken on a slight roughness, dampened, as if immersed in a warm ocean. Upon reflection, her outward obedience belied a deeper, undisclosed complexity within her. No sooner had he finished speaking than rain began to pour violently, a tempest arriving with alarming swiftness. The wind howled, and a torrent of rain lashed against Gu Jingchen's windshield, relentless in its assault, rendering visibility somewhat hazy. Once everything was in order, Long Tian assisted Zhu Yalan in adjusting the bedding before an instantaneous shift brought him into Ming Ilian's chamber. Chapter 61. An unexpected visit when Chaoyue became instantly alert, gently patting her mother's hand to signal her to remain silent. When Guanyu quickly grasped the situation as well, the two rose swiftly, with Wen Chaoyue stealthily approaching the door to peer through the peephole. Outside stood two unfamiliar men, surreptitiously attempting to tamper with their lock. She opened her phone to check the surveillance, confirming that aside from these two individuals, no one else lurked nearby. Their movements were cautious, and as the doorway trembled under the weight of their actions, the enormous serpent discerned the newcomers, its emotions evidently heightened at that moment. At the same moment, it seemed that the crowd had also become aware of the predicament faced by Lei Tianqing and his companions. What was astonishing, however, was the remarkable prowess of the foreign aid summoned by the Gama Empire. The attack from the man of the medicine clan arrived in the blink of an eye, leaving one to wonder whether the man in white was genuinely incompetent or merely caught off guard, as he failed to react in any way. At that moment, Qiu Chongji, devoid of his usual jest, presented a visage of icy resolve, charging fearlessly towards Wei Haoyou. That night, after Steward Zhao and Zihan had succumbed to slumber in their chambers, Ning Han quietly departed with a fruit knife, making his way to Steward Zhao's room. Little did anyone know that within the Mo dynasty, the power of the regent far surpassed all, yet it was not merely the authority that instilled fear, but his temperament as well. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Tutor's wife, the Empress Dowager's heart stirred. If it were Lu Yunyan, she would never resort to harming Qin'er. This land is now mine, Su Zhozhou reminded them, asserting that she had indeed purchased this land. More content is loading. Please wait. She truly wished to inquire of him why he had deceived her. Did he find it amusing to toy with her emotions?
Boss.
We have already acquired the shares of all those eager to make an appearance, forcing them to withdraw from the company. It resembled the sound of a gentle eastern wind. She simply could not afford to become intoxicated. Once she did, she would incessantly continue drinking until her violent nature erupted, wreaking havoc. Thousands of miles away, Yuan Feng's tone was soft, yet he uttered a number that could instill terror in the hearts of many. A cold silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yet he merely cast a fleeting glance at her before snatching the phone she had acquired as a bonus for her recharge yesterday. With a swift motion, he extracted the SIM card and, in a graceful arc, discarded the phone into the trash bin. Su Nyenin felt a surge of frustration. Realizing that Yin Biwei should have shown her concern first, it was as if the mere presence of a man rendered her oblivious. Their recent encounter had reverberated through the depths of the underground world, causing parts of the rocky walls to collapse in massive chunks. He tenderly brushed his fingers across her forehead, while Nyinshu struggled to suppress the urge to curse, repeatedly telling herself, "I am asleep. I am asleep. I should not feel anything. I should not feel anything." Mount D harnessed the chaotic energy, dispelling the terrifying gravity that surrounded him, transforming into a streak of light as he darted towards the radiant pillar. His parents, with no regard for his feelings or those of Xiaoying, constantly indulged in their displays of affection. Aside from the upgrade stones, there were also various pieces of equipment. Although most of these were of blue quality, they boasted a level of 25, surpassing the inferior equipment of level 20 by a significant margin. At last, as the battle reached its climax, the victor remained, as always, devoid of any expression that might reflect excitement. The sight of Lan Yi's injuries caught Mo Yulin off guard, his countenance turning grave. Lan Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the wounds were not of great concern to him. Chapter 62. Resolution rage surged within Wen Chaoyue's chest like an uncontrollable blaze. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she forcefully kicked open the door. Inside, a nauseating, murky atmosphere assaulted her senses, and by a roaring fire of charcoal, Wang, who was pinning Feng Xieli to the ground. The entire room was engulfed in a suffocating haze, thick and oppressive. A feeble oil lamp flickered in the corner, casting a dim light that rendered the repugnant scene even more vivid. Wang Yingfei descended from the spacecraft, carrying a meaty bun, and soon encountered a conspicuous young man holding a sign in the reception hall. "Don't ask, just eat," he said, releasing his grip and curling up on the bed like a child.
You.
Several individuals from prominent sects glared at him, their expressions filled with ire. Were it not for the numerous demon kings present, a common epithet would have surely escaped their lips. As for the pinnacle of the 10 Suns sacred fire, known as White Flame, its potency has never been documented in history, and no one is aware of its true power. For no one has ever encountered a master of the 10 Suns White Flame. Those who did were either slain or vanished without a trace. To be invited, especially at a time when one has no money and is being asked for it, would be akin to willingly presenting oneself for slaughter in Rainian County. Of course, whether to retaliate or not would be a matter for the future. For now, it was essential to make some progress in the development zone, as it was imperative to seize a portion of the resources from Rainian County. Xiao Xiao regarded the vampire prince with intrigue, puzzled that he showed no reaction after having consumed blood, seemingly oblivious to the presence of holy energy within it. One must admit, the water-fire universe cloak was indeed worth the price it fetched at the Great Yuan auction. More content is loading. Please wait.
Fatty.
I think I will go check on by Liunian. I could not shake off my concerns and turned to stride towards the door. It goes without saying that my home had been meticulously chosen. Its location was undoubtedly excellent. Gao Shueli spoke with great pride. Yet when it came time to press the elevator button, she hesitated. Jiang Tingjiao furrowed his brows, casting a glance before brandishing his command flag, ordering the loyal soldiers of the Zhongyi army to launch a fierce assault on the city of Linzi. Is this truly the manner in which Boss Jean entertains his guests? Su Qingyan mused as he observed the receding figure of Boss Jean. Red leaf. 30 taels worth of goods. Do you still wish to dismantle it? The name Saimai Yashiteru roared in fury at Yuqioping, provoking laughter from the onlookers. The wild fox, pale as a sheet and convulsing, still bore no hint of surrender in his gaze. The crowd beheld an object unlike any they had seen before, a black entity shimmering with an otherworldly light. An enigma from the unknown. When Ling Hong was mentioned, a flicker of guilt crossed Lin Feiyu's eyes. He was acutely aware that the union between himself and Ling Hong would never be accepted by the Chu family. The Chu family and he were now at odds. How could they possibly accept such a reality? His cultivation was merely at the early stage of the refinement void and harmonization, while Muyu had already reached the mid-stage. Thus, should a unit suffer losses exceeding half, it would merely be deemed severely wounded. However, if the formation were disrupted, it would be unequivocally classified as having lost combat effectiveness. The collapse of the command structure signified that the unit was entirely beyond control. Very well. I have never encountered such a request before. Chao Bian Taiping shook his head in bemusement, then gave the rope a shake, casually binding it around Uchida Balang several times, without even tying a knot. My dojo is situated on Sanjie Mountain, nestled within the verdant embrace of Mulan Mountain in Han City. Hong Tu, now a practitioner at the Golden Core stage, deemed it inconsequential for other cultivators to be aware of his dojo at this juncture. Should any other practitioners covet the treasures upon Sanjie Mountain, he could effortlessly subdue them with a mere flick of his wrist. The police nodded in understanding and swiftly escorted the two securely bound men away. Before departing, the leading officer took a moment to advise Wen Chaoyue. You and your daughter ought to exercise caution. Such incidents are becoming increasingly frequent. Try to minimize your outings and safeguard yourselves. With a smile, Wen Chaoyue nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, officer. We will heed your advice. After the police had taken their leave, the residents of the building engaged in fervent discussions, many expressing their opinions on Feng Xie Li's actions. Hai Tong Tian experienced a moment of calm, as the earlier fervor in his expression gradually gave way to a profound sense of helplessness. As Hu Tu turned, she was met with a powerful punch from Lin Feng. Caught unawares, she instinctively cradled her head and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and emitting pitiful cries of distress. Thus, for the past month, Chao Ziyong had remained within the hall, undertaking no missions whatsoever. The intelligence he provided to Elder Huang consisted primarily of information that Zhou Bingran had intentionally leaked for him to deliver, with only a few trivial details, occasionally including tidbits that could subtly assist his own cause. The sound of collision reverberated through the air, shaking the very mountains beneath people's feet. As if snowflakes were falling without cost, the relentless assaults of the snow palm had exhausted Hua Yunfei, who felt utterly drained at this moment. In the face of Han Fuxing's beaming smile, Zhou Bingran calmly sipped his tea, while the brawny bull let out a low grunt. Unable to conceal his suspicions that the earlier ambush had been orchestrated by him, In his mind, he considered that Chaoyue, only 12 or 13 years old, was training within the clan under the guidance of the elders, and her pace of cultivation and knowledge acquisition might rival that of an academic institution. When he shifted his focus to another scene, the previously vanished image surged back to life. More content is loading. Please wait. When was the last time you took a midday nap? Wasn't it just an afternoon of sweet nothings with old Chin? He wanted to retort, but was rendered speechless by the fierce glare of Sister Exine. Initially, when he Zison's brothers visited the Tao residence, they had extended an invitation to him as well. Though he did not participate, he was aware that his two brothers had formed a close bond with Axie and Tao Yunong that day. Axie's exceptional prowess in weaponry was undoubtedly remarkable, and these individuals loitering in the Tao residence could not be there for any reason other than the clandestine weaponry spoken of in Rian. What did Chef he anticipate? A nouveau riche? Xiao Emo smiled at Hichuan. Then let her remain oblivious. Let us get rid of the child now. Bai Herong felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Mr. Bai, do you truly have feelings for Jian? Tian Qianqian questioned, uncertain of the impulse behind her inquiry. The Zhang couple busily toiled in the kitchen when an unexpected guest arrived, and with genuine simplicity. They offered all the rice from their jar to entertain the visitor, while Bai Hanyan assisted them in their efforts. Xiao Chu squinted slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes as she formed a hypothesis in her mind. If Sister Shen were indeed the perpetrator, it was plausible that she had prepared the meal during the Shen hour and, taking advantage of Zhang Jin's dinner time, committed the murder. However, the time to incinerate the body would be insufficient, as she had only departed half an hour earlier. Meanwhile, Yu Han, already on edge, was startled by the sudden noise. The silverwood tree spirit seemed to go mad, its crown thrashing wildly, roots flailing chaotically, while a formidable spiritual pressure swept across the surroundings, leaving the ironwood forest by the lake in disarray. After a prolonged interval, it finally ceased, transforming into a streak of light that darted deep into the ironwood forest. He never anticipated that years later, he would encounter someone bearing such a striking resemblance to Xiangxiang, had it not been for the distinctly cold demeanor that set her apart. He might have believed that the youthful Xiangxiang had manifested before him. Chapter 63. The Relocation Plan. Do not approach. Chun Yu commanded sternly, taking a step back as the profound gazes of the three individuals intensified her unease. Mu Qingya sat by the bed, assisting her with the medicine. Princess, why subject yourself to such torment? Indumu Mingli had already provided her with prior information. She need not have sustained injury, and indeed, the wound was rather severe. 3 days had elapsed, and despite utilizing the finest medicine, the injury showed no signs of healing. In the face of the mockery from the Shijing Society, the members of the Ascetic Society displayed their indignation, yet they refrained from immediate retorts, akin to those who have long endured oppression, harboring resentment yet unable to voice it. In the past half-month, Zhang Yadong administered acupuncture to Elder Su 3 times. Although each session caused Elder Su considerable distress, the therapeutic effects were nothing short of astonishing, leaving him deeply satisfied and compelling Uncle Hua to regard Zhang Yadong with newfound respect. Shunjia, feeling somewhat disheartened, gradually lowered her phone from her ear. Aijia had not answered Nan Jinfeng's call, and at this juncture, she could only attempt to reach out to others. Old Third, starting tomorrow. Assist Lin Shiner in concocting the antidote. I wish for her to recover in the shortest possible time and marry Mingxian in splendid fashion. After dinner, Sun Ke arrived, facilitating a swap of identities and attire between the guards and Zhou Chao. Under the cover of darkness, Zhou Chao stealthily made his exit. Upon hearing this, Mo Shueyong felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, patting Wan Zian on the shoulder, "You truly are sharp-witted." I was so flustered by a leave that I failed to consider this approach. She promptly instructed Wan Zian to gather a team in preparation for their expedition to Wuling the following day. Feng Rong and Lin Yingkong, accustomed to this line of work, encountered countless tragedies each day. However, it was implausible for anyone to remain completely unmoved by such occurrences. The onlookers were fixated, and those partaking in the gamble wore expressions of eager anticipation, particularly a few who held faith in Qin Shi Yuan's luck. Flee. Everyone flee. Wang Longshan, gripped by fear, realized that over half of the more than 100,000 people had already suffered significant losses. To remain was tantamount to certain death. Thank you. Su Qingwan's voice was gentle, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness and timidity. Alas. Sisters, have you prepared your sun protection products? Lin, mating, paid little attention, instead voicing her concerns. Suddenly, he struck with great force, executing the gale palm technique. A fierce wind erupted from the void, howling past and colliding with a tremendous force. He then began to fumble with his belt. Whether by coincidence or fate, Ouyang Ning's heart was unfastened at that moment. After a brief pause, Xia Yun suddenly inquired. Eager to understand why Bo Qi had made such a sudden decision today, his excitement akin to that of someone about to enter the bridal chamber. The previous dilemma was clearly beyond the capacity of the demons present to resolve. They lacked both the audacity and the authority. As Lin Yuan found himself in a stalemate, he had no choice but to seek the national master as assistance, hoping to extract some information from this leader of the demon guards. Yet, Lung Yichen was entirely unaware that the beauty had just been mocking him. The impatience born from these vexatious trifles dissipated in an instant. Dismissing such matters, he pondered instead on future plans. Chu Shi, without needing to be told, understood his thoughts and, in a deep voice, interrupted his reverie to inquire about his intentions moving forward. Dodo's lips twitched even more vigorously. Could this truly be the case? She felt enlightened, wondering when they had first met. An online romance, no less, occurring with her senior brother. It was simply too shocking. Li Yuanhao was momentarily taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement. Di Qing released her acupoint, and she immediately raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap across Li Yuanhao's face. Such actions startled Di Qing, who leapt from the bed to the floor, warily observing everyone around her. Aenir felt as though he might fall flat on his face. Was the intent behind calling him merely to have him exit through the side door? Was he truly so unpresentable? What purpose does this serve? I have already stated that if the incident is attributed to me, I will unequivocally take responsibility. Shen Qingren's expression darkened with anger, concerned that such individuals might pose a threat to Ning Qian. In his view, they were unlikely to be overly formidable. If they were excessively powerful, even the main city might struggle to withstand them. The experts here are far inferior to those in the Xianmeng Dongtian, and the strength of the formation would still depend on the prowess of the experts within. However, our situation is not much better. After relentless assaults, nearly 80% of the players have perished. From over 1,000, only a little over 200 remain, yet everyone has found some relief in venting their frustrations. Murong Ruru felt a surge of joy within her, having confirmed that it was undoubtedly the voice of her boss. But where was he? After the business was concluded, producing 200,000 stones of grain, though somewhat painful, was a necessary act of gratitude. It was a blessing to receive such aid, especially since it was all of the finest quality. Captain and Depp, upon encountering Zhang Jiqiang, reacted as though they had seen a ghost, scarcely daring to utter a word, wishing fervently for him to depart. Fortunately, their wishes were granted, as he promptly took his leave. Chapter 63. The mother-daughter plan ghosts. There are people watching us from the mountain. Lin Tao whispered to his father-in-law, Elder Jiajia, before quietly informing Yu Songyuan. Child, they are not your real grandparents. Your true grandparents sacrificed their lives during the War of Resistance. Your grandfather was the commander of the new Fourth Army, who fell heroically on the battlefield during the War of Resistance. Your grandmother was tragically executed by the enemy right here, on this riverbank beneath your feet. Lin Gong lamented with profound sorrow. I was already aware of this. Furthermore, I know that Hua excels in acupuncture, and is well versed in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Truly a versatile talent. Lu Yenner pursed her crimson lips and remarked, ultimately, even if I were to lose myself, my mother would remain indifferent, as long as she has mahjong to play. Then, everyone present, initially struggling to comprehend, gradually found clarity. The more they pondered, the more they resonated with Lu Yihan's words. Their spirits lifted as they fervently gesticulated to express their innermost thoughts. As for finding employment, Ningda Medical College was slightly inferior to Ningqing Medical University, yet did Yi Jing and Xiaozhu truly need to concern themselves with such matters? He Luyang stood up, pulling her along, and addressed the others with utmost seriousness. Gather round, collect the items, and send them for examination. With that, he took Qin Ting and departed. He then tossed the torch into the air, igniting the oil-soaked branches in a fierce blaze. Pian Ran's complexion paled, her delicate teeth lightly biting her lip. On that day in the palace, she had been veiled, yet did he not seem entranced by her presence? How could it be that now he does not even recall who she is? I must confess, I am not a skilled writer, and I sincerely apologize for only being able to spare time for updates each day. I did not expect that the genuine practitioners of the Xianmen would include such a remarkable figure as Zhang Tianyue, like Song, who gazed at the heavens from the depths of a well. He has always been one to speak the truth. Lin Taiping lay beneath the window, which stood ajar, allowing the breeze to carry the fragrant essence from the distant mountains. Master Wu, please take a seat. Someone, pour a glass of water for Master Wu. Xi Meng instructed while inviting Wu Chuanfu to sit down. Initially, the protagonists, in their pursuit of shortcuts, found themselves lost in the night, only to spot a glimmering light in the thicket. Driven by curiosity, they approached, only to be enveloped by the radiance and vanish. As the last note of the song fell and the final chord of the harp ceased, Yangqing slowly opened his eyes, emerging from a state of ethereal reverie. The air was thick with anticipation. Kyoko breathed a sigh of relief. As Juyi had stated, had he not gained Gaia's approval, Gaia could easily unleash a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, any of which could claim her life without the need for complex calculations. Meanwhile, those who spun deceitful tales were oblivious to Mr. Tanaka's contemplation of seizing this opportunity for personal gain. The wind in the courtyard was fierce, swirling the accumulated snow from the branches, dispersing it in an instant, leaving everything pristine. Indeed, Lu Yanin remarked, unlocking her phone. She discovered an application displaying a red that blinked incessantly. To achieve great things, one must rely equally on human endeavor and divine will. As long as we strategize together, we shall surely triumph over fate. Lu Jiyuan continued. As these sentiments coursed through him, the vehicle came to a halt at the villa's entrance. He promptly unfastened his seatbelt, instructed the driver to wait, and opened the door, rushing towards home. Jiang Huaizhi cradled a massive durian, and Su Tunan found himself at a disadvantage as she cast a glance at his chest, noticing its more robust stature. With a surge of determination, she unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him, and upon witnessing his exasperated expression, she could not help but smile mischievously, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss upon his cheek.
Hey.
Snow, you no longer love me, yet you scold me. As Meng Xianyu observed her intent to stride forward alone, her expression swiftly altered, her cheeks puffing up indignantly as she huffed and stamped her foot in frustration. The vast moonlight cascaded down, the ethereal plants swaying gently, while tiny glowing motes danced like droplets of water, eventually settling upon a spirit embryo suspended in midair. Empathizing with their situation, had they been invited to a grand ceremony for the elevation of an 8th grade power to the 7th, they might have dispatched a representative, but would never allow the family head to attend personally. Yet, to their astonishment, they beheld a colossal star hanging in the void above the mountains, enveloped by a veil of hazy light. Through this translucent barrier, they sensed an extraordinary vitality emanating from the star. It was a pair of glistening pectorals, undeniably alluring and striking beneath the dim glow of the night lamps. This signified that one day, the true master of the robes, her elder brother, would come seeking her, and she would be powerless to refuse. Such was the outcome. Dan Xia smiled as she nodded, rising with a cheerful demeanor, bidding farewell to the departing emperor with a smile, taking measured steps amidst the gazes of others, some filled with sympathy, others with mockery. Her presence, once vibrant, was now swept away, her performance concluded, her narrative destined for solitude. Chapter 64. The trading center. Her objective lay in several expansive shelters and supply depots on the outskirts of the city, places renowned for their rich flow of information. Throughout the journey, Wen Chaoyue drove with utmost caution. After all, it was her inaugural experience operating a snowmobile, which presented numerous distinctions in both handling and performance compared to a conventional motorcycle. To ensure her safety, she needed to familiarize herself with the vehicle's dynamics. She recalled hearing in her previous life about a few unscrupulous traders who had thrived in Prung. Really? Tang Jiahui exclaimed with uncontainable delight, his voice inadvertently rising several decibels. The sunlight enveloped the two of them, casting a golden sheen upon their forms. The youth appeared as exquisite as a painting and as clear as the moon. Their matching garments fluttered gently in the breeze, one pair of eyes filled with astonishment, while the other brimmed with tenderness. Luo Yen beamed as she gave Ji Ziming a thumbs up, affirming, "Indeed, I have made some discoveries in the first ghost city." However, the medicinal bath provided to him by Xiao Chan Hua afforded him a deeper understanding of those sensations. Contrary to the rumors of its squalor and poverty, the demon sect possessed a landscape as peculiar and captivating as that of the esteemed sects of the celestial realms. Wan Huazi, known for her fiery temperament, was incensed upon hearing such words, especially when reflecting on the recent tribulations faced by the Five-Flower sect. In a fit of anger, she voiced her displeasure. A low-profile yet opulent carriage came to a halt before the Wanhua Tower, and a servant respectfully lifted the curtain to announce the arrival within. Provided he encounters no unforeseen circumstances, it is certain that, in a few centuries, his remarkable aptitude will lead him to become an unparalleled powerhouse renowned throughout the Kinglan continent. Loading more content. Please wait. Regardless of any prior intimidation, as the thieves approached within 30 paces, the hired hands and drivers within the large cart began to stir in a state of panic. Among them, Jing Yan had the most leisure time, and indeed, news from Yiji Temple was the most prevalent near Heishan City. The lone wolf, the monkey, the red boy, and the salted fish were momentarily stunned. Could flattery truly be delivered in such a manner? Once the command from Old Qiao was disseminated, the aircraft in the sky, along with the ground vehicles and soldiers, were instantly prepared. Just as Yu Weiyan had cast Su Yin into the spatial realm, a low, resonant voice echoed in response. Indeed, when Bai Li Wuyo instinctively whispered, the Qin Guifei abruptly awakened from her dazed state, as if struck by a sudden realization. At such a moment, when Shangguan Fei made any request, Lu Bing found it exceedingly difficult to untangle her emotional turmoil, preferring instead that Shangguan Fei articulate any desire, even if it meant yielding herself, which she would have welcomed. Yet he did not.
Observing Lu Bing,
one could not discern whether to lament her fortunate fate or to feel a twinge of jealousy. She simply lowered her head in silence, recording her thoughts while lamenting her own misfortune. Retribution? What do you believe your fates to be? The red boy smiled enigmatically at the man with the dark mole. In truth, this also aligns with the nation's steadfast commitment to its study abroad policy. On the surface, it may appear that waves of exceptional university students are studying overseas, with a significant number obtaining green cards and emigrating, resulting in a considerable brain drain that seems somewhat counterproductive. However, this is not entirely the case. Nicole exerted every ounce of strength to rush forward, only to be brutally kicked in the chest by Duan Mujia. The target she was intent on eliminating, Lu Ziyun, lay unconscious on the ground, utterly still, as though she had truly departed from this world. Even Hewitt, with his thick skin, found it hard to bear Agatha's words, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and red, with a flicker of anger glimmering in his eyes, as if he were on the verge of erupting but was desperately suppressing his fury. Chapter 65. Reunion with Wen Xiangyang without exception. The items sought by the trading center were all provisions. In this food-scarce apocalypse, sustenance had become the ultimate currency, the foundation of survival. Wen Chaoyue did not rush to inquire about the news, but instead took a leisurely stroll around the factory, observing the situation at hand. The crowd was abundant, yet the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Caution prevailed during transactions, revealing a pronounced wariness towards strangers. She ambled up to a stall selling tools. The two of them climbed into the vehicle, and with a resounding roar, they exited the Skia Villa area, heading towards the building where the Mu family resided. Pang Tong's remarks were somewhat stubborn, perhaps even dismissive of the significance of medical care, and this matter warranted a gentle reminder. At that moment, the personnel responsible for maintaining order at the Shenlong Academy hurried over, escorting away the remaining spectators, subsequently sealing off the first 3 rows of seats. Have you ever considered making the flavor of those boiled dishes more delectable, given that you used to eat them so often? Fong Su inquired while preparing the ingredients, seeking to strike up a conversation. There is only one Hua Tuo in the world, yet Hua Tuo can cultivate many disciples. a prospect that promises to become an immense force. Elder Qi and Luo Hongjing both gasped in astonishment, while Yang Chenyan stood in a daze, observing the scene before him. It was noteworthy that the three of them had just joined forces and were unable to breach the heavenly crown of the beast. Yet Qin Feng had effortlessly cleaved a fissure with a single stroke of his sword. The third among them, lingering at the side, gazed at the wild rabbit in their hands with envy etched across his face. However, the engineers soon discovered that the control mechanism's button was not located within the hall, but rather somewhere outside its confines. The pungent aroma of blood and the vivid crimson liquid stimulated the nerves of every cultivator present, liberating their most primal instincts. There was no fear, no hesitation, no distinction between friend and foe. Chaos reigned as they slaughtered with abandon.
Oh.
I never anticipated you would survive to see the second day, Mei Gu remarked, her expression mirroring her surprise as she surveyed the group. Her gaze swept over Wan Zhao and Qi Min, and understanding dawned upon her. Just as the guardian serpent deity was about to inquire, he suddenly felt an immense force surging through his upper jaw, compelling him to silence. Could Mr. Hu truly orchestrate the 28 constellations formation? Zhu Yan questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone, for the 28 constellations formation, much like the 7 stars life continuation formation, had been lost to time. Hui Yanglia's throat moved slightly as he attempted to speak, yet words eluded him. Ultimately, he settled for a simple thumbs up. The refinement of true qi is divided into 2 aspects, purification and condensation. Typically, cultivators refine their true qi through battle, focusing primarily on the latter aspect of condensation. Only pure true qi possesses the potential for condensation. Otherwise, if the true qi is impure, it cannot be refined at all. This galaxy appears more solid compared to others, its brilliance shining even more resplendently. Moreover, he has already slain a city lord and a mech warrior within the confines of Hutiang City, and absconded with the mech. If he were to continue his endeavors in Wolf County, he would undoubtedly face the fierce onslaught of its elite forces. In truth, Princess Mingyue is not malevolent. Since her arrival in this realm, she has been perpetually on edge. However, as time passed and she grew accustomed to her surroundings, she found herself surrounded by delicate and fragile men, all while her mother insisted on her marriage, which filled her heart with trepidation. She has a preference for modern men. Feeling the sweat accumulate in her palms, she instinctively exhaled, her playful demeanor eliciting a wave of warm smiles from those around her, who felt their visit to the park today was indeed worthwhile. The testing results indicate a continuous cycle of redundancy. Chapter 66. An invitation from Wen Xiangyang appeared particularly elated, akin to encountering a long-lost friend, eagerly inquiring, "Xiaoyu, how have you fared? Thank heavens you are still alive. This apocalyptic world can truly drive one to madness." From his brief words, Xiaoyu gleaned the circumstances he now faced. As the torrential rains began, his stepfather had coincidentally gone on a business trip, intending to return once the storm abated. But thereafter, he fell silent. Fortunately, his mother is a traditional homemaker, consistently unwavering. The desert, much like the ocean, remains unchanged. The ocean is filled with water, while the desert is composed of sand. Brother, I recall a time when you were rather reluctant to venture outside, akin to a reclusive individual. Back then, it was I who reveled in outdoor escapades and leisure. However, now you seem to possess a greater inclination for exploration, particularly abroad. Such a transformation is indeed remarkable. Zhuang Ondao's sudden ambush diverted the attention of the slave traders while simultaneously enraging them. Murong Shui followed closely behind, preparing to wait by the roadside for a taxi, intending to discuss the vehicle's compensation with him. Before Yang could finish her words, the restroom door was forcefully kicked open, nearly striking Yang in the process. She wished that Yang would behave like other ailing children, crying and clinging to their parents, as this would at least provide Su Yiqing with a semblance of comfort during her child's illness. She maintained a skeptical attitude towards my health, prompting her to draw nearer, scrutinizing various parts of my body. In that instant, a sound akin to machinery being crushed erupted, yet it was not my own mechanized suit that shattered, but that of the armored warrior. Within a fleeting 2 seconds, I effortlessly executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground, and then proceeded to trample him into oblivion. Among the fallen were primarily those of Brother Chu, as well as my parents, Mo Ali and Brother Gu. More content is loading. Please hold on. Just moments ago, Qin Yang had afforded him 2 minutes to summon reinforcements. Well, reinforcements arrived, only to be met with severed limbs and bodies collapsing. The following day, Qin Yang began accompanying Mou at the hospital, engaging with a myriad of complex and perplexing cases. Those who are wholly compliant render those who dissent as exceedingly rebellious. Those who neglect their elders may exploit their age to demand unjustly. He felt that without clarification, his lifelong reputation might be tarnished by the unfounded speculations of fate. This lake conceals the secrets of the Sidhu family. In truth, it serves as the very shackles binding us. Outsiders perceive only the grandeur of the Sidhu family in Black Star City, yet they fail to ponder whether we truly wish to languish forever in this dim, subterranean fortress. In this era, as the world as spiritual energy dwindles, the path to personal empowerment through cultivation alone is insufficient. Reliance on external resources becomes imperative. In that very moment, the crimson orb transformed into a blood-red spear, swiftly materializing before Xiaofeng. The distant landscape bore an uncanny uniformity, while the surrounding reeds appeared indistinguishable, rendering navigation impossible. Beside Kuan-jun, the fabric of space tore open, and a disheveled giant figure emerged. Who else but the dragon-lion beast from the vast realm of Kuan?
Su Xuanming.
Clad in a well-fitted suit and donning glasses, prepared to import his lecture notes on the computer, exchanging jovial banter with his graduate students, exuding an air of ease and pride. Chapter 67. Inviting the Zhang family. Wen Chaoyue pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Mother, you are correct. The human heart is inscrutable. Although the Zhang family consists of earnest individuals and maintains a good rapport with us, embarking on this journey entails risks. I wish to join them not only to offer assistance, but also because they possess capabilities that allow us to support one another. Should they choose to embark on this journey together, they must be acutely aware that the risks along the way are theirs to bear. I can indeed provide an additional vehicle for their travels, yet many matters weigh heavily on my mind." Ling Chuan's fall from the heights did not claim his life, but it shattered his archery spirit entirely, rendering him unable to draw his bow in the future. However, they managed to restrain themselves. The human sovereign, Emperor Wu, was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving an indelible psychological scar upon them.
Zhang Yun, come fort.
"You wretched beast! How dare you slay a disciple of my blood dragon sect? You must have the audacity of a god. Come out and face your demise." The disciple of the blood dragon sect sneered, his hair soaked in crimson, swirling around him. Jiang Yun conjured a multitude of divine swords, each forged from the essence of true principles, and, propelled by his swordsmanship, unleashed them upon the surroundings. Numerous ancient gods were vanquished, turning to ash. He had never harbored expectations of acquiring anything of value through the disciples of this grand sect. Even if such disciples existed, they would not yield their treasures merely for the sake of superficial honor. The other four did not approach the one under attack, but instead raised their laser guns, unleashing 4 brilliant beams of light upon the approaching beasts. "Mr. Farrell, how is his condition?" Salo inquired gravely after completing his examination. The radiance was indeed mystical. Every time the blessing hammer in Li Daren's hand made contact with the blue glow, a chilling sensation would wash over him. Moreover, this remains without a price. Commodities like fire are exceedingly rare in the market, and the average individual would not resort to begging for their sale.
60.
Bai Litian turned away, rising once more. The similarly disheartening price inexorably escalated to 600,000 euros. Meanwhile, the esteemed teachers, now possessing divine status, endeavored tirelessly to promote their department, particularly their king Ma Zhentian, who, having healed from his injuries, remained ensconced in a corner, gazing at the ebb and flow of humanity with a somber gaze, uttering not a single word. Just as she prepared to scurry about like a squirrel, she was pinned down by Gu Zichen, his large hand pressing firmly against the back of her head, forcefully invading her mouth. "I understand, yet Quilini must remain composed. Being a higher life form implies the capacity for communication, and through dialogue, conflict can be transformed into harmony. Was not Qing Tian a splendid example of this?" Yao Yi offered a gentle smile. When the girl's eyes gradually opened, Gu Zichen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
I am sorry, dear girl, I am sorry.
It was second father's fault. I apologize. Gu Zichen embraced her. His eyes slightly reddened. Although she felt a pang of compassion, the thought of how this person might have treated Qinghe hardened her resolve. She intended to interrogate him first. If he behaved well and her brother Qinghe was unharmed, she might consider sparing his life. Uncertain whether it was merely her imagination, she sensed that the tone of Hongzhu gradually lost its former vibrancy, becoming increasingly desolate. Chapter 68. The hesitation of the Zhuang clan at the sound of that fervent cry. An immediate response resonated among the crowd, waves of exclamations cascading one after another. Du Qingfeng, known for his decisive actions, was promptly elevated to the position of leader, his face aglow with vitality and his joy palpable. However, he was reluctant to accept such a role, swiftly suppressing all dissenting voices. In the short term, the assembly might acquiesce to his prior authority, yet with the passage of time, the disintegration of unity loomed, casting a shadow over the guild's future. Centered around the final towering spire, the vast expanse of 300,000 miles bore witness to the flight paths of the formidable K2 tribe's forces. Engaging them were 3 warriors, all clad in identical garb, unmistakably hailing from the same sect or clan. The celestial silkworm gloves they wore nearly blended with their skin, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. If the intent was to embarrass Li Siguan, one must surpass him significantly. Donning the gloves provided a measure of confidence. Let us perish. Li Siguan's last words were pronounced with a weighty fervor, as if they erupted from between clenched teeth. Do you dare to oppose me? The leader of the cloaked figure seethed, his face turning ashen, brandishing his great blade to strike. In response, Li Siguan fiercely pointed his sword forward, directing a torrent of fiery clouds toward the descending giant eagle. Simultaneously, the 3 warriors unleashed their might. A dazzling display of brilliance erupted, the ice beneath them fracturing violently, the cacophony deafening. Gradually, McLean steadied himself, amplifying his advantage until a powerful right hook landed squarely on Wan Qingli's jaw, sending the latter crashing to the ground. Unable to rise again. In the depths of the cave, the Black Bat King was thoroughly vanquished by the elder of the Cloud sect, leaving only one to escape. Outside, a few pigeons perched upon the rooftops sensed the echoes of laughter soaring from beneath the tiles, causing them to panic and scatter in disarray. Some fluttered in excitement. Others beat their chests fervently, while a few were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. Ever since when Qingxiu brought news of the impending war, tranquility had eluded the court. Debates and controversies surrounding the conflict became the primary discourse for the rulers and their subjects alike. The foremost eunuch of the inner court, as his adoptive father with the emperor's approval, which, coupled with the emperor's special regard for Zhang, was common knowledge among the inner court officials. As they conversed, he strolled along, turning past an earthen wall, where behind it, the child of Jiao Ma lay asleep in a cradle, his half-exposed face appearing quite ghastly. Malin nodded in approval, sharing the same suspicion. Although the individuals present had always maintained amicable relations, for a magician, where resources and cultivation were concerned, who would ever begrudge sharing their bounty? Do not mislead me, he cautioned. Fang Yunze shook his head, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. It was already commendable that they had refrained from exploiting Chu Yunxian during this time, allowing him to secure substantial profits. More content is loading. Please hold on. Uncertain. Yet one thing was clear. When I initially visited him in the guise of Dao Sheng, he must have concealed something from me, Lin Wu remarked. Han Ning lay upon the verdant grass, gazing at the boundless sky, a straw clenched between his lips, wearing an enigmatic smile. Beside him were various spirits he commanded, a vivid tableau suspended within the confines of the door, firmly imprisoned, their power unable to diffuse. Above, the celestial dome bathed the valley in sunlight, yet an eerie stillness enveloped the area, as if all souls had vanished into thin air. Unlike other villas, this one had been meticulously renovated. Originally a relic from the last century, it now stood solemn and majestic, its thick, towering walls exuding grandeur. Passing through the intricately carved courtyard, one would encounter pavilions, flowing waters, rock formations, and lotus ponds, revealing a breathtaking panorama that was both expansive and exquisite. Ma Longzhong was brought before Wu Yang, having narrowly escaped the blade during the earlier skirmish in the pavilion, where he could scarcely dodge the strikes aimed perilously close to his face. Rescued from the pavilion's columns, he struggled to maintain his balance, his legs still quivering. In this world, no one's wealth comes easily. Now, as he contemplated further investments, even the young master had to weigh his options carefully. This time, Wen Chaoyue was fortunate, having avoided a collision with a tree, as the surrounding flora had been obliterated by her wind blades. Lingwei stood in the lone area where a signal persisted, attentively absorbing Qin Yang's words. After all, each additional passenger meant an increase in earnings. In this world, no one ever shuns the allure of money. "Oh dear, Jiang Chao, your mouth is injured. Best not to speak." Yang Danny gently caressed Jiang Chao's cheek, her expression radiating profound concern. In an instant, the flickering candlelight illuminated the surroundings, akin to the brightness of day. It seems that with the extinction of the ghost, certain transformations were ignited in the second layer, rendering the previously shadowy underground world suddenly vivid and discernible. Han Tianqi clutched his chest with his left hand, his complexion pale, his cultivation reduced to less than half of its former glory. Gazing at the pouring rain above, Fang Qin bitterly cursed the heavens, unable to fathom that just the night before, he had been overwhelmed with gratitude for the divine assistance in locating the Baichao sect. The 9 sons of Yazi, known for their combative nature, exhibited an overwhelming fighting spirit that amassed malevolence to such an extent that it became infectious to those around them. Upon witnessing this, Liang Yu was equally taken aback. However, the branches of various merchant guilds in other major cities suffered severe blows, their treasures and spirit stones plundered entirely, resulting in substantial losses. A muffled sound emanated from the sofa as Tony Stark appeared somewhat disoriented, resting for a moment before finally propping himself up with an arm. The general who forged him harbored an indelible animosity towards the demon clan, and under such circumstances, the appearance of the Queek Bao proved devastatingly effective against them. Coupled with Lu Qian's pointing sword, it could be deemed a natural nemesis to the demon clan's celestial tier warriors. Chapter 69. Exchange of Information. In Osaka, the 3rd Division of the Fox Clan was led by Vice Captain Wu Yanjia, a veritable war god following the battle against the underworld. The black sword drained Nick's blood pressure, radiating a crimson glow, while Saya's emotions intensified, mercilessly reaping the lives of the surrounding guards.
Luo Bin,
a prodigy from the Camel clan, was the steward of the family's business affairs. Luo Bin was originally the most promising candidate to inherit the position of the next clan leader in the Camel family. However, the unexpected emergence of Bradley disrupted everything. Luo Bin was an astute and rational individual, fully aware of the disparity between himself and Bradley. Yumina wore a sorrowful expression, trembling as she reached out her hands towards Unica, unable to articulate a single word. Zhua Nen glanced at him, then turned to observe the others. Noting that their expressions had noticeably shifted from before, now brimming with excitement, it was evident that this imposing black man was their leader. The purple divine sword cleaved through the blood mist, captivating even the battling Qin Xian elder and the frosted Xuanwu. That single strike was imbued with an unparalleled depth and nobility, as if countless vistas flashed within the blade's edge. The power of the purple sky transformed into the sharpest of sword points, passing judgment upon the heavens and the earth. The assassin acknowledged with a nod and turned to exit the door. Shortly thereafter, the crisp sound of hooves echoed, gradually fading into the distance until it was no more. Mu Li and his deputy sat in the desolate hall, consuming all 7 jars of wine before letting out a long sigh. The 5 muggos had been resurrected. They resembled cells, as 5 corpses instantaneously split into 10, clawing and lunging towards us. Hee, as long as you enjoy it. The alchemist emperor, receiving praise, playfully nestled back into Chun Fei's embrace. Song Ming waved his hands, and a brilliant azure light suddenly appeared, curving through the space as it shot towards the water beings. Maintain this distance and remain vigilant against the potential ambush of the Jingzhou cavalry. With Pang Yun's command, Wei Jia continued speaking. However, Sheng Minjiao was not inclined to heed Xi Yiling's explanation. Her purpose for coming here was to confront Han Jiqing, and witnessing Shi Yiling's blunder brought her great delight. After all, it must be something rather precious, otherwise it would not have incited such fierce competition among these individuals. The rotund figure observed as he departed with a graceful demeanor, finally realizing that the message from the federal military had been conveyed. Though reluctant and indignant, Tang Yi's prowess was undeniable, leaving Qiu Jingshan with no room for dissent. A voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, must surely belong to that esteemed spirit, the harbinger of death. Not only was this voice present, but it appeared there were no other beings in this vicinity. They could now ascertain that Xiang Yu was merely engaging in theatrics. Otherwise, why would he not enter? As the moments passed, Sui Li began by grasping her neck, then her chest, and eventually found herself embarrassed to touch. Yet the itch was unbearable. She was caught in a dilemma. Scratching provided no relief, but abstaining was equally torturous. Yi Suiyun, witnessing the group's escape, was filled with both astonishment and joy, exclaiming, "Excellent!" The crimson-clad soldiers surged forth from the rear, their formation unwavering and orderly. In an instant, over 100 elite cavalrymen were engulfed by the advancing army, facing either death or injury. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable to mistake him for an alchemist capable of refining marrow-cleansing elixirs. Inhaling deeply the rich, sweet-scented gray mist, he felt a warm current spreading throughout his chest, and Chen Jifan nodded in satisfaction. Luo Habin was somewhat taken aback, for he had heard from the elderly woman that her husband had been well just a few days prior, yet now he had suddenly succumbed to paralysis and was barely clinging to life. The Glory and Tianluo Legion had already settled their affairs, and now they awaited your news. Zhang Yifan sent a message to Yunyun. Chen Songhua could not have anticipated the sudden arrival of enemies behind him without any resistance. He was effortlessly lifted by Yi Suiyun, who dashed up the mountain path. Whenever they encountered soldiers blocking their way, Yi Suiyun would raise Chen Songhua, causing the foes to sheath their weapons immediately, while he employed both hands and feet to kick the soldiers off the mountain. Xing Bufan spoke in a low voice. "Even if we cannot win, we must fight. Today we may only face death." After saying this, he prepared to advance once more. Where there are monkeys, there are certainly pigs. Zhu Daqiang arrived, panting heavily, munching on food while speaking indistinctly. The arrangements for the inn had been made, and on the third day of their stay, news from various sects began to arrive. Once the mental energy fluctuations of the azure creature reached the battlefield, 50 beasts immediately abandoned their previous positions, disregarding the attacks from the ability users, charging towards Huaxia City with the force of the insect crystal annihilation cannon. Having lived for so long, had he truly never experienced the taste of love? Wasn't that somewhat regrettable? How could such a mechanical fanatic, a computer hacker, and a master of drug production not capture the attention of the world's most notorious gangs? Reflecting on how just over a month ago he had been all alone, now his heart brimmed with purple smoke, leaving no space for anything else. And Ran accompanied him into a spacious room, where a man in his 40s was seated. Chapter 70. The dealer's agreement. Wen Chaoyue maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the man's derisive remarks. The man scrutinized her with keen interest, as if reassessing this seemingly delicate girl who, in truth, possessed remarkable courage. Nevertheless, he refrained from further provocation. "Is that a viable solution? Can you escort me to Yanjing?" Shi Dazhuang inquired, as he accepted a cigarette from Ma Pengzi. With a flourish, Wang Xin wielded his long gun, its tip dancing through the air, each thrust creating explosive bursts in the surrounding space, radiating an aura of sheer dominance. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted from his arm, coalescing into a massive circular leaf that spun like a wheel. He swung this formidable appendage decisively against the celestial hand reaching for him. Still in a drowsy haze, he rubbed his eyes and grumbled, "What's all this ruckus? What time is it? Can't anyone get some rest?" He shook his head and turned his face to the other side, soon drifting back into slumber. Upon hearing the flight attendant's words, Ji Fubao felt a chill creep up his spine.
What?
Just a week into learning to fly, and they're daring enough to operate an aircraft alone? At such a young age, possessing such cultivation and audacity, this individual was likely among the younger generation of formidable factions, perhaps even those whose power was beyond the reach of the Luo family. It was unimaginable that someone as young and beautiful as Diana, who had never faced adversity, would fall victim to the brutalities of merciless armed factions. Lena Ka found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. "Why do you thank me?" The professor's lips suddenly parted, revealing an even broader smile. Her crossed arms unfolded and lifted, as if she intended to reach out and touch the young man's forehead. That individual exuded an aura of formidable power. Upon the man's arrival, Dan Yu felt an overwhelming pressure weighing upon him, prompting him to furrow his brows. "It has been demonstrated that our system is triumphant, possessing the greatest number of colonies, wielding the most resources, and governing the largest population. Does the Emperor truly have many young and beautiful consorts who would be willing to approach a woman nearing 40? Is it not clear to America that the Kingdom of England stands as the foremost power in the world? Yet, why do they persist in resisting England's dominion?" The techniques of the staff encompass various forms, including the revelation technique, star manipulation, the Qilin step, and diverse rifle maneuvers, with moves that are intricate and unfathomable. As the fire neared its peak, immediate notification was sent for assistance to extinguish it, keeping the situation firmly under control. Referring to one's adoptive father is a private matter. In official matters, one must address Jia Chong as Lord Jia. Su Ziqing gazed wide-eyed at Lu Han, having never encountered such a decisive Lu Han before. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the magnificent and dense clouds hinted at the promise of fine weather to come. And Lan advanced with overwhelming force, drawing closer to the 9 tripods' malevolence, the misty aura of malice appearing as though it might condense into droplets. "It is evident that what you hold is Slow Sheep. Slow Sheep is the village chief, a symbol of authority. Thus you embody Slow Sheep," Mao Liyan proclaimed unabashedly. Chapter 71. Preparation. Zhuang Mingxi continued. "In the next couple of days, I will intensively gather intelligence on the northern base to see if I can procure more information. 3 days hence, my mother and I shall submit our resignations. A day's handover will suffice for our departure." Wen Chaoyue took the folder and meticulously perused its contents, secretly admiring the Zhuang family's meticulous preparation. She spread the map once more across the table, and the group gathered around. If Feng's contingent has not brought the Wild Bull Legion, dealing with those skeletal soldiers would be significantly easier. "No worries, that old demon is worse off than I am. Haha, he has fled once again. Delightful." Xian Nantian laughed heartily, his body stained with blood, yet maintaining his usual demeanor. "I have delivered the people. I hope Brother Xia will look after them henceforth," Kong Wuming said as he took his leave. With the imminent treasure contest approaching, everyone was exceedingly busy. "I shall take her place. Allow me to enter the super divine hall. I assure you, the military factory of Tuchi Mai will make the world tremble," Zhu Zhenxing remarked coldly. They immediately unleashed the intricate sword array of the Shu Kingdom, the prison bamboo ink map incantation of the Wei Kingdom, and the sand tsunami technique of the Montes Empire to counterattack. Countless golden clouds coalesced around Xiatong, forming a vortex that he absorbed into his body, continuously growing denser at his fingertips. The light of the broken darkness had been compressed to merely a few centimeters in length, its golden radiance blinding like a sun. The silvery moonlight filtered through the pine needles, casting dappled patterns on the ground, starry and speckled, as pure and gentle as exquisite jade. The shimmering glow was serene, tranquil, noble, and peaceful. Loading more content. Please wait. Ascend to a higher altitude. Once a certain height is reached, those corpse sorcerers will no longer dare to attack them. In a secluded canyon deep within the vast grasslands, flanked by towering stone walls that reach heights of over 200 meters, lies a meticulously paved road of stone slabs. A multitude of beastly soldiers steadily advances towards the depths of the ravine, where a colossal magical portal awaits. Throughout the first day, Qi Jun remained silent, relying solely on the initiative of newcomers who approached him to inquire about the prices of various items such as quilts. Upon encountering these inquisitive souls, Qi Jun noted their cheerful demeanor, akin to a gentle spring breeze. He calmly shared the prices of assorted goods, suggesting advantageous combinations for greater savings. When Old Master Yen uttered his words, it unmistakably signified Yen Yuan's relinquishment of the family head position, causing a palpable shift in the expressions of those present. "Please, Speak to me. Do not disregard my presence. By Jiao Jiao's tears finally fell. The journey from Guangdong County to Zhaoqiang spans a daunting 300 miles. And Zhang Bao, leading 100,000 yellow turban troops, advances towards Wuji County, a matter of merely 4 to 5 days. The official army stationed in Guangdong would undoubtedly be unable to provide timely assistance. Moreover, it is unlikely they would intervene, as the yellow turban forces in Guangdong surpass those in Zhaoqiang. At this moment, Zhang Liang left a message revealing that he had discovered the Chu King's folly. He had conducted one final selection of beauties. Wu Jing remarked, "What young Master Long stated is indeed correct." He beckoned to the others to take their seats, their hearts brimming with excitement as they continued to observe the contest. Before he could fully grasp the extraordinary transformations that accompany the awakening of his bloodline, an overwhelming thought of annihilation unexpectedly surged within him. Fortunately, having reached the realm of sword heart clarity and protected by the divine devouring pearl, he managed to retain his sanity, lest he succumb to becoming a mindless beast of destruction, destined to be vanquished by those who hunt demons and eradicate evil. The crowd nodded in agreement, for many strategists initially believed that Hanzhong was perilously close to Xianying, where the formidable Qin army, numbering in the millions, could engage in fierce battle at any moment. Presently, Han's military strength and logistical capabilities were insufficient. Thus, to confront the Qin forces in Hanzhong would be decidedly unwise. A shiver coursed through him as he recalled the man who had once menaced him with a gun, his chest swelling with a profound sense of terror. They were mere mortals, untrained and ignorant of the true value of martial arts, unaware of the immense power wielded by warriors. 72nd. Fang Mingzhu broke through defenses as Wen Chaoyue glided on her skates to a more distant spot, retrieving the RV she had reserved before the apocalypse. This vehicle was not as spacious as the ones owned by the Zhuang family, yet it comfortably accommodated both her and her mother. The difference lay in the fact that this RV was fortified with stainless steel barriers, intended to thwart any potential assaults. Although it was not brand new, it was fully equipped with all necessary functionalities. Wen Qinhuani embraced Gu Jiangzhou, but despite her vigorous shaking, he remained utterly unresponsive. Her heart began to plummet, sinking deeper with each passing moment. It was indeed a hardship for the fair maiden. Having left her homeland to follow him into a foreign realm devoid of kin and friends, only to be relegated to the status of a concubine by his father, who could not provide her with the companionship she longed for to alleviate her loneliness. Such inner turmoil was inevitable for her. This statement conveyed not only to Gu Jiangzhou that she had arrived in this place, but also that she had irrevocably entered the world he had crafted for her. She had grown accustomed to everything about him. At long last, the main force had arrived. When had Phoenix Town ever witnessed such a large gathering? Suddenly, there was a flurry of activity akin to a chaotic scene, as they toiled to construct sufficient housing for their stay. However, it appeared that the supply of vegetables was somewhat lacking. Ultimately, through various arrangements, the issue of meals was resolved. Fortunately, everyone had gathered, and both Zhang Rong and Zhang Yi wisely diverted the conversation, urging everyone to board the vehicles in preparation for their departure to Hongyuan Temple. The emperor and many ministers observed closely, contemplating the idea of establishing the second lord as the crown prince. Had it not been for the long-standing tradition of favoring the eldest over the youngest, coupled with the influence of the empress's family, the current crown prince would likely have been the second lord. At this moment, the 1st Cavalry Division, led by Li Jianxia, sent word that they were tailing the cavalry of the Sky Wolf. After much deliberation in the command tent, Feng Shaojie decided that all troops would rest in place, strictly guarding the camp until dawn before making further plans. The crimson damage of -4,038 immediately surged forth as the hellish three-headed dog howled in fury, having been struck by the scythe. In its pain, its claws became even more agile and ferocious, swiftly catching Li Feng, who was unable to evade in time. My eyes turned blood-red as I summoned my inner strength. The black blade trembled, igniting with a sinister black flame, more terrifying than the previous blue, ghostly fire. Yet, reality proved that the more one fears something, the more it manifests. In this world, such coincidences do occur. Bai Rushuang unexpectedly brought the emperor directly to the hotel where I had stayed the previous night. Old Lu's sudden reprimand startled Director Zhu. causing him to tremble and his face to turn ashen. He then expressed, "Everyone has worked hard." Then he started the car and departed. Through the rear-view mirror, he caught sight of the policeman saluting. Ultimately, that almost tangible light shield gradually became transparent, while the black and golden vortex in the void slowly dissipated. The clan elders present, having not witnessed the tragic demise of the Wang family descendants outside, were now truly heartbroken and furiously enraged. When had the Wang family, standing tall in Jiangnan for 2 centuries, ever endured such humiliation and slaughter? Chen Fang's complexion changed once more. He understood that if the air and magical elements completely vanished, and if the external air and magical elements were isolated outside the golden cauldron, his fate would be sealed. Chapter 73. Departure. The night breeze rustled, chilling to the bone. Yang Jinxin hugged her arms, shivering uncontrollably, unable to move as she crouched by the street. Hua Donglai joined her, squatting down as well. Though he was merely clad in a shirt, his body remained warm as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Despite having sought the expertise of renowned physicians Zhang Ji and Hua Tuo, her condition showed no signs of improvement after treatment. Sun Shangxiang took a swig of liquor and spoke. Gu Qianxuan, straightforward as ever, began to inquire, determined to uncover the truth, as it pertained to his son's lifelong happiness. At the right side of the human garrison, halfway up the mountain, the miraculous being halted. He ordered the burying of sensing mines to thwart any potential surprise attack from the enemy. Wu Shi laughed to the point of pain, remarking that this was hardly a governor of Chang'an. He was nothing short of a rogue. Logically, such a calamity should not have reduced him to this state. It appeared that he had truly aged. In an instant, he forgot his own potential as a scoundrel. Now he merely had a wife he had brought into his home. Yet he remained unchanged in nature. Upon her arrival, Yang Jinxin naturally made her offerings. But what took her by surprise was the sight of the seemingly carefree Qin Mu Yang kneeling on the mat in earnest prayer, exuding an air of profound sincerity. With a large family accompanying him, the scene bore a sense of authenticity, particularly as they found themselves in the ancient city of Xi'an, reminiscent of a past life. The old scoundrel Zhu and the clan leader had never been on amicable terms. The clan leader held a deep disdain for Zhu's overwhelming commercialism, which he flaunted ostentatiously. Subconsciously, the clan leader considered himself a scholar, while Zhu represented the lowest echelon of merchants, a lowly trader daring to challenge a scholar, indeed, a reversal of the natural order. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as he suddenly extended his hand, transforming it into a massive azure appendage that forcefully grasped a section of the mountain wall. "Let us depart," Chang Ning sighed, instructing the coachman. It was only when the crimson structure vanished entirely from her sight that she turned away. "Let us go," Charlotte exclaimed in alarm. As a sorceress, she was acutely aware of her own limitations and realized she could not withstand such an assault. She was compelled to unleash her accumulated power, executing a sudden teleportation, her figure flickering as she reappeared nearby. Although He Tao had previously suspected that totally harbored hidden abilities, believing she had her reasons for holding back, after today's mission, he felt compelled to keep her secret. Regarding the efficacy of the blue yin grass, despite lingering skepticism among many, the promise from the Liu family kept spirits high. Just yesterday alone, hundreds of thousands of seeds had already been rented out. I believe today will yield even better results. The vast sea seems to reflect a sense of confidence. What? Father continues to gaze into the distance, illuminated by the light of the moon and the glow from the valley below, growing increasingly enigmatic. More content is loading. Please hold on. He knows that the capabilities of the man with the surname Mo far exceed those of ordinary Buddhist artifacts. His own fortunate encounter with the scripture allowed him to cultivate only a portion of its teachings. In truth, this ray of Buddhist light lacks purity, and whether it can withstand the fierce onslaught of his opponent remains uncertain. Yet now, due to a fleeting, erroneous thought, it has been compromised. How could he not feel heartache and regret? This reality is more tormenting than the severing of his flesh. As for the notion of considering the well-being of my private matters, it is clearly a desire for my vulnerabilities to be exposed to more men, the scoundrel. Totori's words sent a shiver down Qinglan's spine. Initially, he naively suppressed the thought that this was intended for him, believing instead that it was clothing for Todori's sister and that she was a good person. Is General Wei Yuan aligned with the emperor? General Wei Yuan is indeed the maternal grandfather of Long Jinyu. Now, Su Ruhui refuses to dismiss Rishu and even allows her to bathe and change. Though Bailu has taken precautions by providing her with 2 inconspicuous garments. Yet, how could such matters remain concealed when investigated? Even if no one discovers it at this moment, denying ever having encountered Risha later would be a challenge. In the realm of the earth, I would be a branch intertwined with yours. The name of the elder sister of the Gu family is truly beautiful. And Mu Rong smiled softly and offered her respects, praising Snow Lotus, the legendary sacred herb for healing. Upon hearing this, Emperor Anha's eyes sparkled, as if the discomfort in his body had suddenly diminished significantly. She needed to gradually unravel this mystery, refraining from posing the question to him, lest it elevate his suspicions further. Was she not under the influence of a sedative, destined to feel feeble and overwhelmingly drowsy, rendered incapable of resisting whatever others might impose upon her? In truth, Wang Yu had never experienced the sensation of being struck on the head with a beer bottle, yet it was evident that such an encounter would be far from pleasant. The fact that the bald man could recover so swiftly was undeniably remarkable. Mao Lian sighed deeply, darkening her eyebrows with charcoal and affixing a black mole at the philtrum, thus endowing her with a somewhat masculine appearance. "What on earth are you doing?" Su Ruhui inquired, stepping on his boot with vexation. However, ever since Uchiha Xia's emergence, the Uchiha clan had undergone a tremendous transformation, their power soaring to unprecedented heights. When Consort Xian and Consort Do arrived, they had made it abundantly clear that should Su Shi stir up any further trouble, they would be expelled from the Yunche Palace. Chapter 74. A Night of Escape. Arlo, having procured vegetables from Paradise Island during this visit, was in exceptionally high spirits. Coupled with his extensive social connections, he genuinely wished to lend a helping hand. Hence his remarks. Upon hearing this, Hanbing said, "I have long harbored a question for you. Have you ever practiced Onda?" This had been a lingering concern in her heart. After the last spar with Yi Tianyun, she felt an immense frustration, as Yi Tianyun seemed utterly immune to her taekwondo techniques. Several times, she had contemplated confronting Yi Tianyun for clarity, but the saying "fortune favors the bold" resonates deeply with Zhou Fan, as he is acutely aware of the formidable forces backing Abdulamos, which prompts him to embrace this perilous venture. In times of turmoil, nothing is more dependable than sheer strength. The tank, too, came under fierce assault, producing a cacophony reminiscent of snapping steel wires, ultimately reducing the iron beast to mere scrap metal. Armand thumped his chest, assuring Zhang Yaming as if to compensate for his earlier timidity. For him, the task of refurbishing a vessel seemed exceedingly effortless. Upon reaching adulthood, Blake Lively, harboring aspirations of becoming an actress, opted to further her education at the University of California, Los Angeles. She is acutely aware of her vulnerabilities and limitations. Thus, she has been diligently striving to excel in her craft. He is profoundly intrigued by what circumstances could lead this disabled youth to believe that voicing his concerns would be futile. With a piercing announcement, the Emperor of the Tang Empire, His Majesty Li Er, accompanied by Empress Changsun, Crown Prince Qingqian, King Li Ji, and Princess Jinyang, mobilized nearly the entire royal family. Wei Qi, drenched in sweat, turned to glance at his own home, uncertain whether it could withstand the strain. How pitiful! Due to the arrival of Zhang Yaming and his companions, Jinbo had his son, who lived nearby, deliver several brand new pieces of luggage, and arranged 3 or 4 rooms in the guest house for their stay. Folk artists from various regions, performing dragon and lion dances, unfurled the most exquisite segments of the celebration across Nanhua. "Indeed, I trust Yonglan and I have no objections." Lu Qing patted my shoulder and offered me a faint smile. The golden energy continued to flow incessantly into the golden droplets, as if in the very next moment they would successfully split into 2. Yet this moment seemed perpetually delayed. This was my habitual observation. Only by witnessing such phenomena could one calmly navigate obstacles and achieve success. However, this solitary goal undeniably contradicted the commentary of the Italian match, as well as the scornful remarks from the media at the press conference. "How much are you prepared to invest? Are there any stocks that pique your interest?" For Li Xiaoyong, These inquiries held immense significance and needed to be clarified beforehand. Very well. Please hold on a moment while I close the flower shop and then I shall escort you there. Felicia dashed next door to close the door, hanging up the close sign. She then led Xiaochun and Luo Ling to their school. Father, this matter pertains to... Su Bing attempted to defend Su Ying, but the stern gaze of old master Su compelled her to timidly rise and step out. Loading more content. Please hold on. Although these residents cannot yet be deemed members of the Tower of China and share little connection with them, as a modern individual, how could one remain indifferent to such bottomless affairs? Presently, these individuals also understood why, after their initial exchanges, the teachers would immediately vacate the arena, never to appear before them again. Gazing into the void, as a strike subtly shattered a layer of emptiness, he felt a flicker of trepidation. Fortunately, with He Lin by his side, illuminating the path ahead with perfect timing, Liu received considerable assistance. Fearing that the soldier behind him might shoot him for merely pausing, he remained on edge, unyielding. Have you ever stayed here?
Wen?
Song Yuan blinked at Yen Buyu, seeking answers. If you wish to leave, have you consulted grandfather about the knife? One of the men in black, armed with a blade, attempted to intercept the guards, neglecting his flank. Suddenly, a white figure struck his temple with a single palm, causing him to drop dead instantly. Liao Weiwei's expression turned icy as she glanced at me. I could only shrug helplessly, indicating that these people were beyond saving. After all, Liu had merely stood in a daze moments ago, muttering incoherent words about toxins and coagulation. However, Yi Rui had already instructed Butler Yi to convey orders, which Yi Tianhao could not defy, lest he attract Yi Rui's ire. Hence, they were compelled to head towards the southern military camp to seek Yi Mo's position, taking it one step at a time, prepared to confront any challenges ahead. Yet now, after Yi Tianhao struck Yi Mo, it felt as though the established order had been overturned, leaving a sense of disorientation. With a shift of his gaze, Mu Yong fixed his eyes to the right, where he observed Zhang Erden seated cross-legged, a radiant light emanating from above his head. Following that beam of light upward, one could see a primordial spirit wielding the war god's compassionate axe, standing on guard. In such circumstances, the saint must recover, and the army must regroup. Yet hope seemed increasingly elusive. At that moment, Linlin could no longer afford to ponder such matters. If the saint could not recover in the short term, what significance remained? So that's why it's called Tianfeng Mountain, Xian Yun mused, finding the name quite fitting. Ren Fifan unleashed the Nine-Yang True Qi upon the colossal beast, successfully repelling it. However, the retaliatory force caused him to stagger several steps back, blood surging within him. Observing Xinwei approaching, Bai Hua refrained from further shouting, reining in her horse and smiling at Xinwei. Even Elder Qing Xian was left perplexed, uncertain about the intentions behind Xian Qi's actions. After all, although Su Hui had not explicitly acknowledged it, her insinuations were nearly tantamount to admission. Chapter 75. Initial collaboration. The motorcycle brigade eventually ceased their pursuit, the roar of engines gradually diminishing until it vanished at the winding mountain road's end. A pale azure light broke through the dawn as two convoys halted 50 meters apart on either side of the valley. Qi Yanqing opened the car door and strode purposefully towards their camper. Noticing this, Wen Chaoyue discreetly placed her right hand on the electric baton tucked at her lower back. This subtle movement was keenly observed by Qi Yanqing, who halted 5 steps away. Hong Xian, unwilling to continue the standoff, brandished the heavenly escaped divine sword, unleashing countless beams of sword light that cascaded downward. The radiant sword light formed a luminous net, causing arrows that soared towards them to plummet upon contact. Those giant crossbowmen caught in the sweep of the sword light were either slain or gravely injured. Teacher Hao, what song did you perform for the vocal portion of your arts examination? At the rear of the line, Zhou Bai inquired, standing tall as the tallest among the students entering the second round, accompanied by another boy of similar height positioned behind him. The red line was somewhat harried by the black light of the double moon halberd, which was, in essence, the formidable energy emanating from the inner strength of the master Lingqiu, concentrated upon the weapon. Should it make contact with the body, it would create a hole, inflicting damage far more severe than that of an ordinary weapon. Old Tian, before you rush to speak of us, Are you planning to linger in the courtyard for a few more years honing your craft before taking on a role? Our esteemed family member intends to focus on the theatrical stage next. You wouldn't be contemplating a similar path, would you? Zhou Bai inquired, uncertain of how to address Tianzheng. Although Sun Wei and Qin Xiaodong had never met, it was not strange for Qin Xiaodong to recognize Sun Wei, as he had seen photographs of all the core members of Yi Shi. Because I am a formidable being, I require a matching artifact, the flying sword. The immortal symbol sword is quite suitable, and you, being the spirit of the immortal symbol sword, are fitting as well, Wu Fan remarked with a smile. Where have you been? It's taken such a long time. Jia Yifei gazed at me seated in the main position, his wine glass already lifted. It is common knowledge in the entertainment industry that Rongxin's film resources are rather poor. Even when faced with so-called grand productions, one dares to leap into known pitfalls, merely adding to the jest. More content is loading. Please wait. Xia Ji assisted Xia Jianya in bringing the noodles to the living room. And upon seeing the noodles, Xia Aigua's face lit up with joy as he seized chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Just as the two were engaged in discussion, the glowing encirclement around Baiyu dissipated, gradually revealing Baiyu, who had been surrounded for quite some time. Instructor Gua, breathless, muttered a phrase, reflecting on how he had been entangled with someone surnamed Chung since his student days. He felt he had grown accustomed to this individual's tactics, seizing the opportunity to rest while he could, for once this person unleashed his fury, it would not be a matter easily resolved in mere moments. The microwave's heating time was less than 40 seconds, and it was evident that Changguan Rui was meticulously calculating this interval. After abruptly relaying the news she had just received, she inquired further. Raising her head respectfully, she beheld a man of striking beauty, his enchanting and devilish gaze captivating, with chiseled features exuding masculinity, and his dark eyes, shadowed beneath distant brows, were filled with astonishment. Once dressed, he did not release her but instead extended his long arms to draw her back into his embrace. Even your own parents, I can protect only you alone. Do you truly believe my power is so vast that I can dictate everything? His tone faltered as he recalled the past. Commander Mi, commanding millions of demons, was renowned for his formidable presence, yet was driven to fury by Yan Yu's mischief. Tang Yi, known for his exemplary temperament, was a few years older, always magnanimous and forgiving. I demand to see my husband. I intend to hire a lawyer. After a fit of tears, Mother Chao regained her composure, drawing on her years of experience in government to devise a plan for self-preservation. Of course, there was also a peculiar phenomenon. It was evident that some who wailed alongside the others were not this year's college entrance examination candidates. Yet they joined in the uproar with fervor. Chapter 78. A shared journey on the plush sofa of the motorhome, when Zhao Yue reclined comfortably, however. The gentle tapping of her fingers against the table betrayed her inner unrest. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, a myriad of thoughts intertwined, impossible to sever or clarify. Subsequently, I leapt into the cavern to retrieve the skulls, using the stones I had cast down as stepping stones to emerge from the depths. Instinctively, I raised my head and found myself gazing upon a pair of soft, pristine forms and a profound cleft. Yet, within Salt Mountain, there was naught to behold, compelling them to rely on Wu Tianhong, the benefactor behind Chenhua. During this time, Lin Xiu's gaze remained fixated in that direction, her attention wholly absorbed, oblivious to the subtle disturbances in the space behind her. Boss, what shall we do now? The monk inquired, glancing upwards, noting the absence of anyone, and asked again. It appeared that it was not only we who sought the blood poison organization. They too were in pursuit of their own. Long Jun gradually approached the spot where Niu Hao had fallen, a playful smile deepening upon his face. Loading more content. Please hold on. The soldiers of the new Liao army, who had just engaged in a fierce battle, felt no fear in their hearts. When the general uttered those words, they had already steeled themselves for the fight, ready to confront even the mightiest adversary. As long as anyone dared to threaten the general or the new Liao army, they were prepared to defend both to the death. Indeed, as Lin Tianlong pondered this, Zhang Xiner suddenly fainted the moment the protective shield was lifted, collapsing headlong towards the ground. At the stroke of 2 in the morning, when fatigue envelopes the mind and concentration wanes, Zhang Shan and his team, armed with bloodied blades, stealthily approached a point 50 meters from the hospital. Two Japanese sentinels, drowsy and languid, leaned against their post, succumbing to slumber. Second uncle. Sister-in-law has gifted us a delightful token for our meeting. Behold, does this jade pendant not captivate? Naturally. Lo Rui overheard Wu Han's hushed whispers and promptly presented her newly acquired treasure before Jiang Yichen, seeking his commendation. The residual poison coursing through Wu Han's veins was a potent toxin that would require 2 years to cleanse fully. Although Wu Han's strategy was rather ruthless, it was indeed the only method to counteract the poison of Luo Bitsai. Let us venture to the cafeteria. A few of us are off to dine. Shall we eat and converse? Inquired Zhang Minglei. My appetite is quite robust. Why does this bamboo shoot remain untouched? Shoa observed the nearly untasted delicacy and continued to gently probe. Besides the pragmatic necessity of eliminating Zhang Xiaotian, Wang Outyen harbored another significant motive, a personal vendetta against him. What? The other party exclaimed, followed by a cacophony of clattering, as something was inadvertently dropped. Amidst an animated conversation, Yuan Qianmiao and his companions, noticing Mo Fanqing's troubled expression, instinctively gathered around him, inquiring about the source of his distress. Curiously, he found himself unable to discern the situation, as if he were ensnared not in a spatial constraint but rather within a realm shaped by an unseen force. Chapter 79. Encounter with the Blood Wolf Gang approximately 200 meters from the convoy. She beheld a sight that prompted Qi Yanqing to issue a warning. A dozen fully armed individuals were erecting roadblocks on the main thoroughfare, brandishing an array of weapons with menacing expressions. Even more alarming were the several vehicles parked by the roadside, stripped bare and revealing shadowy figures within, corpses that exuded an air of deathly stillness. The remnants of the Blood Wolf Gang. A deep voice echoed in her ear. In the city of Tabos, there had been little change, nor any sign of the necromancer cult. The map indicated that this area had been seized by the forces of light, with the city's governance under the control of Wan Xin, subordinate only to the city lord, who appeared to be around 40 years of age. The vehicle crept forward amidst the traffic congestion typical of this hour. While waiting at a red light, Zhu Yunxiu activated the car's music system, playing a melodious old song by Luo Daio. For Saibao, this presented an opportune moment to leverage her influence. Tarma believed that Saibao's presence, both beside and behind her, was indicative of her benevolence and care for her family, while Xijin remained indifferent, merely acquiescing to the situation. At that moment, Li Xiaoya suddenly clutched her head tightly and let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Following this, a chaotic yet powerful surge of combat energy erupted around them, akin to tumultuous waters swirling in a river, engulfing the three. You are already aware of the meeting's content, are you not? During that corporate high-level meeting, Qian Yaya was not present. Zhang Tsaixia was nearly driven to the brink of despair by their relentless banter. Yet she understood that this was not the moment to lose her temper. Otherwise, her aspirations of marrying Sun Yanling would be forever dashed. Henceforth, Anna assumed dual roles as the president of the new fashion group and a top assassin, enabling her to expand her cadre of subordinates more effortlessly. The iron triangle of the new fashion group, the Ouyang family, and the City of Elegance swiftly bolstered Chun Muqing's burgeoning power. However, all of this was bestowed upon her by Lin Hua. It was evident that there were no signs of the undead here, suggesting that they had not penetrated deeply. Only the periphery had been tainted by the influence of the undead cult, whose reach was vast, nearly encompassing the entire globe. Mother, why must we go to Yun City? Wouldn't it be better to choose a city closer to Jiang City? She murmured. He had let his guard down because of her. And although her earlier words had been forceful, had he not completely relaxed his defenses, he would not have been so easily toppled by her modest strength. In an instant, a brilliant silver light erupted, a manifestation of holy magic. The sounds of tiger roars and dragon chants filled the air, weapons danced, and vibrant energies intertwined. Soon, one would be diminished, leaving only the primal moon to be preserved by Fan Lang. Very well, let us wait, he conceded. However, how many individuals within the illusion formation would be most suitable?
Zhang Kai suddenly inquired.
The other two unleashed their utmost powers. Manifesting as the water beast and the earth beast, 3 colossal creatures of differing attributes. Remarkably, these 3 beasts were brothers, each embodying a distinct essence. However, as she began to contemplate her next steps and how to address the God King, her pupils suddenly contracted. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted towards room 6. Yet the young man in white wore a broad smile, showing no inclination to raise his bid. Chapter 80. The Identity of Qi Yanqing. In Qi Yanqing's vehicle, predominantly occupied by men, every seat was filled. Consequently, Wen Chaoyue instructed the two children to remain in the rear of the RV, with Xiao Dizzy, under the attentive care of their mother. Wen Chaoyue gripped the steering wheel tightly, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, anxious that the Blood Wolf gang might be in pursuit. The first floor of the RV contained only a few daily necessities, with minimal supplies stored. Suddenly, a serious voice crackled through the intercom. "Sean, start the vehicle and slowly head towards Luo Lai's residence." Luo Lai gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, aware that Sean had something important to convey. Su Guangxi watched in horror as a stray bullet pierced through the screen of the battleship, hurtling towards his head. In that moment, the terrifying golden light receded. Chun Feng's consciousness finally awoke completely, his tightly closed eyes snapping open. Master Hong, at 84 years of age, was already considered venerable in this era. So Yingzi did not exhibit excessive sorrow. Individuals like Luo Lai, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, viewed the situation with equanimity. Indeed, the old master's survival over these past 4 years was a result of his negotiations with Feng Jiuqing. Otherwise, he would have departed this world 4 years prior. Yet, Xia Yeyu's ethereal form moved as if through an uninhabited realm, seemingly brushing past everything, penetrating the Qian Kun shield, and with a single stroke, vanished into the void. In the past, Chen Feng similarly extricated himself from adversity, vanquishing the elements that ensnared him. Now, however, it is Kong Bai who occupies that position.
Ye King's companion.
A young man lingered behind him, observing the 3 individuals who had already arrived, and he displayed a somewhat cheerful smile. As the narrative unfolds, Jiang Han found himself in disbelief. If this were indeed true, the technique would necessitate a thorough reevaluation. Jiang Han had been informed by De Lang that there exist 3 significant limitations in cultivation, and even the second limitation was beyond his wildest imagination. Nevertheless, the unspoken words that lingered in his mind would undoubtedly inflict greater hurt if voiced. Jiang Han spoke the truth, having exerted merely a fraction of his strength. Yet this fraction was, in reality, a mere whisper of his vital energy. Thus, the concept of East Li, West Ma emerged in the realm of Deming, referring specifically to the Li family of Liaodong and the Ma family of Shangxi. The representative generals of the Li family included Li Chungliang and Li Rusong, while Li Rubai and Li Rumei, though not as renowned as Li Rusong, were nonetheless regarded as formidable warriors of their time. At this moment, the Xianxian cared little for Li Xiaoyao and the Dragon Egg. Survival took precedence, and they hastily turned to flee. The Guardian Pool was situated atop the ancient mountain known as Laosh En in the Third Realm, a name that seemed rather ordinary, reportedly bestowed by the venerable monk Fa Ming. Yanshao's pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of astonishment, and then he unleashed his agility to evade. Yet, how could Qinya's spear be so easily evaded? The spear appeared to follow him like a shadow, its trajectory unwavering. Almost immediately, another thrust was executed. Lu Bin's gaze sharpened, and he aimed his long sword to intercept the incoming spear, only to find himself striking air. Following the relentless bloodshed orchestrated by Qinya, the majority of assassins from the Blood Garment Society's branches were summoned to the headquarters, seeking temporary refuge from the chaos. Within military circles, rumors swirled about the formidable Yang Weizhong, a 4-star general. Thus, the presence of Zhao Xian, with an astonishing 6 stars, seemed almost otherworldly. The expressions of the 3 sovereigns shifted dramatically as they found themselves at a disadvantage in the heat of battle, yet they did not falter. Engaging in a more ferocious confrontation with the 3 generals, how blind fate appeared, allowing such scum, such despicable men, to escape divine retribution. Why did the heavens not strike him down with thunder? Dragon Jintian, who had never held a shred of reverence for deities, suddenly found himself praying earnestly from the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, Boss was equally troubled. He had no choice but to act, having suffered losses amounting to billions from a failed project. Now, In a time of seeking assistance, it was unfortunate that Zhao Xian chose this moment to err, providing others with the perfect pretext to intervene in the murky waters. Chapter 81. Achieving victory. Wen Chaoyue shook her head gently, poised to speak when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Xiu's wrist, where a minuscule wound marred her skin, as if inflicted by an exceedingly sharp object. A sudden tightening in her chest enveloped her with an ominous premonition. Xiuyu, when Chaoyue's voice turned heavy, laced with gravity, have they implanted a tracker on you? Lin Xiuyu's complexion drained to an ashen pallor, her already frail form seemingly diminished further. The Lord of the Night Demons and the Sovereign of the Underworld found themselves at an impasse, clashing fiercely over their cherished disciple. As the atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable scent of impending conflict. In the eyes of Lily, only the assassin and Medusa's enchanting gaze were visible. With a swift motion, Qing Ji's sword severed the assassin's head entirely. As a few drops of blood spilled forth, the assassin's body and head transformed into stone, landing with a thud on the ground and rolling twice before disintegrating into stone dust. Upon hearing this, the Queen Dowager hesitated, and in a moment of urgency, Yin Min's words of persuasion proved effective. She continued to urge the Queen Dowager until she finally agreed to accompany her to the Changqiu Palace to thwart Lily's intentions, which brought a sigh of relief to Yin Min. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at the sword fanatic, who seemed to have assumed the role of vice president merely for monetary gain. Accepting her fate, Huohuo resolved to train diligently to protect the Hinata clan. She could not comprehend why her sister chose not to withdraw from the match against Niji during the Chunin exams, nor could she understand why her sister, branded as the weakest and abandoned by their father, continued to strive for strength, which left a profound impact on Huohuo. That afternoon, Song Ju was dispatched to the military camp outside the city, while Qi Nan informed his wife that he needed to step out for the Pingyang Wangfu.
Suddenly, a familiar,
youthful voice resonated, and a burst of blazing light erupted from Ling Tianyu, striking fiercely towards Blood Sovereign. After a brief nod, Lu Dong refrained from further conversation. At that moment, a group entered through the grand entrance. They traversed a corridor illuminated by flickering neon lights, turned right, and pushed open a moderately thick steel door. Stepping inside, Yi Linfeng, for the first time, decisively summoned the heavenly demon Bao. In previous battles, he had never been so resolute. He had always regarded the Bao as his formidable trump card, wielding it sparingly. The eyes, which had previously sparkled with gentle mirth, now appeared wearied and closed. "Brother, do you believe that kitchen calorie conceals countless monsters?" Macbeth inquired of Tuna. Due to the exceptional culinary skills of Fan Shaoling, He Mengtian, and Ji Shuling, the dining table was spared the brutality of human conflict, as Mingyue, eager to try her hand at cooking, was promptly escorted away by Abulonia, resulting in an impressive array of dishes. Thanks to the protective formation, even the leader of the Zongjian sect and the esteemed elders of the Golden Core realm, who had longed to ascertain the safety of the Zongjian sword master, dared not tread upon the storied mount of buried swords. Upon recognizing the characteristics of Wazenyuan's tactics, Qingshi's gaze turned sharply fierce. As he witnessed Wazenyuan charging forth like a tiger descending the mountain, he chose not to evade. Instead, meeting Wazenyuan's thunderous strike with a powerful punch from his left hand, boldly advancing. "Please, it was your security guard who brought me here." Zhengyu delivered a punch to Li Wani's chest, feeling an overwhelming force that nearly left him breathless. After a prolonged moment of recovery, he could still feel the throbbing bump at the back of his head from colliding with the wall. Have I truly been isolated from the world for these 7 days? Li Fei suddenly felt as though he had missed a plethora of extraordinary events. Chapter 82. A malicious intent. Chaoyue, may I speak with you privately? His voice was a hushed whisper, his gaze briefly skimming over Wen Guanyu, who was tending to the little bean. In her past life, it was this very face that, at the last moment of the earthquake, had ruthlessly thrust her into a bottomless chasm without warning. Every time she recalled this, a barely concealed hatred surged within Wen Zhaoyu's eyes. Let us discuss matters here. As fate would have it, this was merely a sequential replica. To obtain the transporter-S credential, they had only taken their initial step, with 5 more yet to traverse. Observing this scene, Tong Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It appeared that the skeletal warriors were still under Jiang Liang's control, capable of altering their attack routes at will. Dian Feng nodded, his eyes darting as he attempted to harness the power of the entire temporal river realm. At that moment, the false serpent head was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. He was baffled as to why his subordinates were defying his orders, just as he was perplexed by my audacity. Would he meet his demise? Surely, such behavior was sufficient to draw the attention of the sect as higher-ups. Wishing for death would not be an easy endeavor. To coexist with such a figure in the same era was a tragedy. Yet it was also a stroke of fortune. What the hell are you? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Yanji was not one to be easily intimidated. He struck Shinlin Feng, who did not flinch, merely gazing coldly at me, making me unable to meet his stare. Loading more content. Please hold on. This phrase is difficult for me to accept. Fan Dalong harmed another. He did it to vindicate me, yet he did not disclose it to others. After witnessing Zhang Yingying's current demeanor, I am nearly certain that I am doomed this time. Indeed, the crowd obeyed. These individuals were unmistakably from the Shaili lineage. Sha Qianji is their hope, and to kill him is akin to avenging a father's death, an irreconcilable enmity.
Shen Yun focused intensely.
Observing that these individuals were of similar height and likely possessed comparable strength to the first group, I concealed my cultivation. Once your power exceeds mine, you'll discern it. Qi Ming whispered softly into Meng Kersen's ear. Feng Xiaoguo lay limp on the ground, his legs long devoid of sensation, as if they were not his own. Chilling raindrops struck his body, an icy cold penetrating to the bone. I concur. The other board members expressed their agreement. After all, this is a promise that guarantees victory. Allowing everyone to relax. Upon seeing this, Wu Jiaqian immediately sealed her lips, while Li Mengyan cast a puzzled glance at Li Zixiao. Since Li Zixiao had said such, Li Mengyan could not voice further objections and could only sit down in discontent. Does the general manager know about Chiyue's entanglements with the underworld? This statement is neither a provocation nor incitement. She, too, hopes that Chiyue can find happiness and that she encounters someone who can wholeheartedly accept her. To find such a person, the first step is to be candid. Although Uncle is a sword fanatic with exceptional swordsmanship, even wielding the Qi Shao sword, he cannot rival the cold blade of his opponent, who possesses a superior sword. While it is feasible for them to encircle him, he is at a loss as to how he could possibly contend with the cold blade. Even Yan Zipping might not stand a chance. The notion that possessing a fine sword would render one invincible is a misconception held by many. He clearly yearns to express, Sun Kersen, who granted you the liberty to allow other men to touch you. How dare you do so without my consent? Chapter 83. The miniature hard drive. He hesitated for a moment, then leaped from the RV to stand beside Wen Chaoyue. Chaoyue, do you think what that girl said is the truth? Wen Chaoyue raised an eyebrow. About what? She mentioned that her father left her something. Zhuang Mingxi instinctively lowered her voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. She said it was a miniature hard drive containing her father's research data. The Blood Wolf gang has been relentlessly interrogating her about its whereabouts, pursuing her without relent. At that moment, both Gongben Musashi and Jijiyujing exchanged a glance, and in that instant, they recognized mutual admiration for Wang Yao's meticulous command in battle reflected in each other's eyes. Observing Luna, who was so agitated that she flailed about yet struggled to articulate a rebuttal, Wang Yao could not suppress a chuckle. To inflict a truly lethal blow would likely be beyond the capabilities of Xian Tsang at present. Although she lacked knowledge of swords and had initially harbored fear of such cold weapons upon her arrival in this era, she understood that this was no ordinary sword. When Wang Yao boldly suggested that Bian Ke sever ties with Xian Yong and join the so-called Federation, Bian Ke's expression was nothing short of richly varied. The middle-aged man who repeatedly sought out Asian left Zhang Mingyu with an inexplicable discomfort, despite his ignorance of the man's intentions. The sight of a stranger approaching Jiang Shan alone stirred an uneasy feeling within him. As the oppressive darkness loomed larger, Lan Jinger felt an acute pang of anguish in her heart. With each expansion of that darkness, it seemed to amplify a profound negativity buried deep within her soul. Amidst the unfolding events, the flame sword observed the black bag tossed to Lan Jinger by Hua Yan. Noticing her gleeful expression, it became evident that the black bag would not be returned to him. Thus, The flame sword could only pose a question to Huayan. Perhaps even those formidable demon spiders had not anticipated the emergence of such a potent force within the sacred mount of 10,000 laws, a force that had thwarted their advances for days and decimated countless ranks of the demon spider army. The attire she donned was a vibrant loquat orange, embroidered with intricate loquat vine patterns, charming and delightful. After slipping into the outfit, Xiao Wanqing selected a matching pair of deer leather ankle boots and twirled before the copper mirror. The establishment of the Central Plains Ironblood Guard was entirely attributable to its acquisition of the legacies from the Holy Sect's Heavenly Demon Hall and the Battle Martial Hall. The cliff was steep and offered few footholds, forcing her to let the dagger slide down gradually. During her descent, she stumbled several times, ultimately falling and losing consciousness. When she awoke, it was already the following day. The distinction between a marquis and a duke is merely a single character. Yet the disparity in their treatment is far from trivial. Although he harbors no ambition to covet the highest position, it is only natural to desire a more elevated existence. Moreover, it is highly probable that he will encounter a sage akin to Su Qingyun in the future, and familiarizing oneself in advance would be prudent. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Upon arrival, Chaoshi had confidently declared her capability to vanquish numerous Yuan individuals, particularly with her poison needles, which could inflict mass casualties. However, when the moment of truth arrived, she realized that there was no time for preparation. She found herself unarmed, devoid of even a dagger, let alone those lethal needles. Mastery over water and fire is a spectacle often depicted in cinematic works, yet he now witnessed Li Jian executing such feats firsthand. The long knife, commonly wielded by the Siberian branch, is forged from the region's unique cold iron. Once charged with energy, the blade ignites in a gray flame, as if to declare his villainous nature to all. Such matters, while concerning, were of little relevance to Tao Ran. However, the expression on Zhou Meiyun's face was unmistakably anxious. She stealthily entered a bank, and after furtively operating an ATM with her bank card, she emerged, glancing around nervously, akin to a thief. Chapter 84. The hard drive is stolen in the dead of night. The campsite lay enveloped in silence. Wen Chaoyue was suddenly jolted awake by the faint sound of metal clinking. She rose cautiously, striving to make no sound, and slowly approached the vehicle window. Through the dim light of the moon, she discerned Wen Xiangyang and Qing Shuyu, accompanied by two others, crouching as they stealthily made their way toward the main tent. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Xiaoyang were resting there at night, as Wen Zhaoyue's RV could not accommodate so many people. Just before leaving, Wen Zhaoyue's eyes continuously searched, hoping to locate the bone stick that had saved his life. When Ji-sun opened the door, Feng Jun concealed himself behind it. Upon seeing the visitor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Mu nodded in agreement, while Ji-sun remained unaffected and thus did not oppose. Chiu noticed her pause and assumed she had finally come to her senses. Allowing him to rest peacefully, he hastily flew to her hand and settled down. It seemed that in the future, they need not fear a shortage of snacks made from sesame sauce eggs and salted egg yolks. New varieties could be added. Chicken feet, duck necks, chicken and duck wings, chicken and duck legs, and shredded duck. Unexpectedly, Yun Miaoyin shook her head and uttered a statement that nearly caused Yan Qinrong to spit blood on the spot. Zhao Xiaoer was equally astonished, unable to restrain herself from gazing at her face, only to find her eyes clear, devoid of any signs of distraction. More content is loading. Please hold on. So, what the senior means is that the demon domain will not completely engulf the flood domain, but that the demon saint will continue to wage war to survive. Bai Jing inquired. Today is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow marks the first day of the new year. Wei Xiuyuan's phone rang at an unusual moment. It never rang at other times, yet it chose now to sound, leaving Kuyume somewhat perplexed.
Who could it be?
Today is Friday, and the museum's opening hours are extended until 10 o'clock in the evening, providing ample time for a visit. Additionally, it is imperative to prepare emergency lighting equipment, and all security personnel must be equipped with infrared night vision goggles and gas masks, lest the scoundrels of Mirage sever the power supply and launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. In light of this, many individuals find themselves unable to suppress their innermost desires. stirring with intentions to redefine territories and perhaps even establish a new sect akin to the three ancestors of the Taoist path. Rather than addressing him as Your Majesty. This aligns perfectly with Wang Kai's sentiments, prompting him to take advantage of the situation and invite Pope Louis to sit within his abode. The Earth Dragon remarked that he would accompany the servant forward to greet Hue Jijua, who was visiting his residence for the first time. Upon awakening, she found herself lying on a simple bed, the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air, with the sounds of movement around her. Yet, the voices were intentionally hushed. With careful listening, she discerned that a doctor was conducting rounds, inquiring about Qin Fengbai's condition. He seemed to sense it too, within Liu Haotian's office. There existed an inexplicable tension. Perhaps he was overthinking, or perhaps Liu Haotian's mood had inexplicably shifted. After years of collaboration, Hua Qian had come to understand Liu Haotian to some extent. Had it not been for Yang Hua's exclamation of sister, Bai Yixue would have truly failed to recognize this disheveled man as her brother, Yang Hua. He appeared in a state of untidiness, with a long stubble and unkempt hair, as if he had just risen from slumber. Clad in luxurious pajamas, he looked exceedingly awkward. Ironically, this monk had even chosen to renounce his vows for her sake, establishing a sensational inn in the capital that captivated the entire city. Such a formidable and imposing statement, once uttered, rendered even the most formidable of individuals speechless, hesitant to provoke. Thus, it solidified the transcendent status of Yunluo Academy within the chaotic city. However, at present, she found herself devoid of any opportunity to uncover information regarding the king of mediocrity. How could she possibly employ such a superior strategy now? Chapter 85. Pursuit in the Snow. 5 snowmobiles raced across the moonlit expanse of snow with breathtaking speed. Wen Chaoyue closely followed behind Qi Yanqing, the biting cold wind laced with icy shards whipping against her cheeks like relentless blades. Instinctively, she narrowed her eyes, peering through the windproof goggles, her gaze fixated on the fresh tracks etched into the snow ahead. The hasty escape of Wen Xiangyang and the others had left a clear trail, requiring little effort to follow. How splendid! I can hardly contain myself. I shall seize a pound of it first, Lu Feng exclaimed, reaching out to pluck a mingling fruit. Yet, Lydia evidently received a non-harmful effect, an abundance of electrical energy coursing through him, temporarily robbing him of control. Not only Chang'e but also Chen Xiying found herself unable to send messages to any celestial beings. As the leader of a team of contractors, the Cross Star would never wish to lead her team into this burgeoning supernatural realm unless faced with a mandatory punitive task. Lu Xian mused that if only the K-type training suits were sufficient, there would be no need for these individuals to bundle themselves up. All were summoned at random, beyond Lu Xian's control. She contemplated trying her luck tonight. If she could summon the training suits, it would greatly enhance the survival capabilities of her companions. The last time he encountered danger, I rescued her, so I remembered vividly. She was abducted right in Kyoto Square. Those individuals truly possessed an audacious disregard, daring to carry out a kidnapping in such a public place, and they even wielded weapons of mass destruction. The thought is indeed quite terrifying, Yen Song remarked with a laugh. More content is loading. Please wait. Who knows? It seems that a few of them changed careers immediately after graduation. Perhaps believing that pursuing a career in music held little promise, Suli commented. LV Jianqing took a deep breath to calm his emotions, let out a cold snort, and with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to leave with several masters from renowned martial arts sects, while Lin Feng wore a faint, cold smirk. As the eldest son, and the young lord of Lingfeng City, as well as a master of the mixed origin saint level, Feng Lu had always held himself in high esteem. At that moment, he inquired of Yun Mo, the grand protector of Lingfeng City, who was also a formidable mixed origin level expert. We awaited by the mountain path. Across from us flowed a river, spanned by a grand bridge. Xiao Nuyan indicated that it was that very location. I instinctively gazed a bit longer, noticing that it bore no distinction from an ordinary bridge. With a shake of his shoulder, 2 flying daggers shot forth from behind him, each adorned with colorful smoke that, upon inhalation, would ensnare one's mind in a state of disarray. Half of the Wang family's assets is the utmost limit I can accept. Otherwise, my Qin family is prepared to fight. Suppressing the fury that simmered within, Qin Zhongzhe declared his bottom line. Mingqian Longjing was his favorite. For a soldier who had spent half his life in the throes of battle, to sit down and leisurely savor a cup of tea was undoubtedly a luxurious indulgence, a moment he cherished deeply. As I spoke, I took out the Weo blade and made a cut across Zhang Yi's palm. I instructed her to hold onto Weo tightly and not to let go. The flounder, a type of flatfish, is more commonly found in the waters near Evil Serpent Island, while the three-fin flounder is prevalent in North America and possesses a distinct flavor compared to the one we are consuming. The European flounder holds significant commercial value due to its superior taste. Within the village of Luoxiua, aside from the brightly lit and catering to night owls, other houses remained shrouded in darkness, as NPCs would typically be asleep at this hour. In the ancient game, NPCs followed a schedule, enhancing the sense of realism. Chapter 86. The Red Maple Base. What is your relationship with Wen Chaoyue? Qi Yanqing stepped forward, his voice icy. That brat? A member of the vulture gang scoffed dismissively. Just a self-important jester in our eyes, merely a pawn to be manipulated. Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly cut off, his eyes widening in terror. In the next instant, a crossbow bolt, shimmering with lethal intent, shot forth with a sharp whistle. Zhang Shujie and Wang Shihan shared a similar demeanor, especially Zhang Shujie, who had donned large sunglasses. Without a closer look, one would never suspect he was the renowned superstar. The moment his eyes opened and his expression returned to normal, it was merely a fleeting moment, which deepened Long Yu's admiration. The formidable inner strength surged wildly as the blood-red aura of the soul-claiming sword writhed forth, its crimson brilliance swirling as though it were blood coursing through veins. Ultimately, his cultivation was still too low. In comparison to the Kunping, he fell significantly short. Otherwise, he would not have been completely subdued. Chen Feng dispelled his murderous intent, casually tossing the black-armored general to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Their journey progressed in fits and starts, consuming precious time. By the time they arrived at the Taihang Mountains, 10 days had already elapsed. The middle-aged man's expression revealed a trace of suspicion, yet he did not refuse, accepting the confidential letter and scrutinizing it intently. Chen Feng shook his head. He had little connection with Shangguan Hanin. Faced with an unexpected confession, he could hardly articulate feelings of love or indifference. Rather, her appearance reminded him of Morong Miaoyue, of the blue butterfly, as well as Qin Ling and Enlo. Be sure to keep the banknotes safe. Go play while we prepare a feast. Zhao Yuan remarked with a smile. His special ability, an insatiable power of devouring, capable of consuming the heavens and the earth, rendering him omnipotent in the act of absorption, allowing him to enhance himself endlessly. The blood cultivator had been secretly recuperating, biding his time to recover his injuries, with the intent of maintaining his hidden existence until he was restored. However, he could discern that the handsome man in white had just escaped, utilizing a secret technique that had undoubtedly exacted a considerable toll. This revelation instilled trepidation among many disciples of the three major sections. Although they wielded weapons, their steps unconsciously retreated slowly. Two individuals were lost in thought, oblivious to the moment when Qiu Li subtly smirked and deftly drew a finely crafted dagger from her waist, pushing the two aside before seizing the lock in her hand. Yao Chushi was not one to squander resources. However, there were certain matters that necessitated expenditure. This was akin to the situation involving Han Shanggong, where Yao Chushi did not perceive the act of parting with a coin as wasteful. The combat prowess displayed by Qin Yu was formidable enough to rival that of a top-tier martial deity, in addition to being a master of sacred array patterns. Wu Hao's body trembled slightly, his pupils constricting as an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Cold sweat streaming down as the aura of lethal intent obliterated any remnants of his prior arrogance. Chapter 87. Entering the base, before them loomed towering walls of reinforced concrete, starkly isolating the base from the outside world. The walls were ensnared by a dense web of barbed wire, glistening ominously under the sunlight. The fortifications were exceedingly formidable. A team member could not help but click his tongue, his voice laden with awe and apprehension. However, Wen Chaoyue's attention was firmly captured by the side gate of the base, where a familiar snowmobile stood steadily parked. They had witnessed the grandeur of the Ming dynasty's noblemen. attended by entourages and their opulent mansions, but they could only gaze from a distance. The taxi driver hesitated to interject, turning to observe the traffic officer ahead, whose face was ashen with anger, clearly irked yet restrained from expressing it. It was understandable. After being so blatantly disregarded, even an ordinary person would find it intolerable, let alone a law enforcement officer. Yi Xiong made a subtle gesture, and the prepared Jian Huaning promptly spread out the map of Yidong district on the table. I had anticipated that such a formidable move would inevitably come with a cost manifested in the depletion of magical energy, a quintessential example of a burst skill. Xin Yen would naturally not let Wu Bin escape. In fact, with Wu Bin obstructing his path, he was unable to confront Lin Chen, and thus had to deal with Wu Bin first. I have nothing in particular I wish to purchase, Su stated candidly. For her, antiques were merely evaluated on their aesthetic appeal, categorizing them into those she desired and those she did not, a process that was remarkably straightforward. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the court officials knelt in opposition to Zhu Yulong's regressive actions. As a trusted confidant of Zhu Yulang and the head of the craft camp, Wang Yuan was acutely aware of Zhu Yulong's intentions in summoning these foreign agents. It was primarily due to their inability to produce the flintlock firearm that Zhu Yulang so ardently desired, which filled him with profound remorse. As more content loaded, Su Ziling was exceedingly pleased with the sight before him. The scene was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Even though he understood the situation, he dared not offend the director of the military intelligence agency. With the illicit goods already recovered, he decided to extend a favor to Gao Fei, perhaps securing goodwill for future endeavors. This is the second Uchiha Shursui Sharingan, possessing an extraordinary level of perception that far surpasses ordinary individuals, he noted, having observed a fleeting moment where something remarkably minute seemed to have struck Uchiha Han. Chen Luo glanced at the few strands of leg hair in his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he waved his hand at Song Xiaobao before continuing with the performance. Upon hearing the abbot's words, Chu Yuan expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your reminder, abbot. I now comprehend the unfathomable nature of that power. However, I am determined to proceed." Meanwhile, Deng Chao began to sift through the watches displayed at the counter and quickly spotted an exceptionally expensive one. The shopkeeper, however, was not in agreement. Deng Chao employed a strategy akin to a sweetened artillery attack, ultimately resorting to even massage services. Yi Feng and the others directed their gazes towards Li Qian, who, unusually, remained silent, reflecting, "I am no longer the muscular youth of yesteryear." At the pinnacle of the Fusong sacred tree, a colossal temple loomed, within which sat a figure enveloped in boundless flames, the divine Emperor Taiwu. Furthermore, she felt an extraordinary kinship with the moon. Whenever fatigue rendered her unable to continue, she would converse with it, as if the moon understood her words. Throughout her journey, the moon's companionship alleviated her solitude. Aware that the number of those who had vanished alongside Chongli was exceedingly few, only the Chongfeng Academy and Sihong Jingjai had a modicum of knowledge regarding the matter. Corazon was suddenly struck with astonishment as a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 88. The pass before him stood a building whose exterior was constructed from seamlessly joined, smooth metal panels, each reflecting a piercing light under the street lamps. At the entrance, two impeccably upright guards stood vigilant, armed and alert, scanning their surroundings with keen precision. Wen Chaoyue took a deep breath, striving to adjust her expression, her face reflecting bewilderment and helplessness as she slowly ambled towards the door.
Halt!
A stern voice echoed, resonating with the shared sympathy of the crowd. A little assistance was better than none, for they could at least stave off hunger. Bei Dong felt a sense of disdain. How could a person who had lived 2 lifetimes, with a mental age exceeding 30, stoop to bickering like a mere doorkeeper? Such a person hardly warranted attention. Although his reputation had been irreparably tarnished, having been branded as a plagiarist by the Spirit Hall 7 years prior, rendering him a laughingstock in the realm of soul masters, he still had steadfast friends in Flanders and Liu Erlong, whose integrity would surely prevent them from turning their backs on him. "This is my last rare card." The defeated soul master clutched the precious item tightly, weeping profusely, beseeching Galen for a reprieve. Li Xiongli glanced around, noting the simplicity of the surroundings, despite Mr. Zhuang's considerable renown in Qingshan town, he had not been tempted by wealth, earning genuine respect as a doctor. After years in medicine, she had never witnessed such self-neglect in an injured individual. It was utterly bewildering. To be candid, Chao Lirong's words were indeed difficult for Li Anqing to dismiss. Turning to glance at Chao Yanma, who had averted her gaze in tacit agreement, and Su Chuanbai, who remained turned away from the crowd, he contemplated and ultimately resolved to visit Qingfeng Hall. More content is loading. Please wait. This task is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to find a carrot or a piece of softer wood to carve the emblem of a certain department. There are countless documents available. A keen-eyed observer immediately spotted Wang Hao's hiding place, pointing there and shouting hysterically, "I won't. If you smile at me, I shall reward you handsomely," Yin Xinyan chuckled. A knock echoed from outside the car, abruptly halting the curses within. The driver hesitated little before opening the door, whether out of irritation from the passengers or simply a fear of delaying further. In his view, Chu Feng had undoubtedly been intimidated, knowing he could not prevail. Releasing him would be futile. Most crucially, at that moment, the patient had yet to realize the situation. It was only later during a nationwide health inspection at the town's hospital that the old farmer was left astonished, unaware that he had lost a kidney. This Yang Zhongqing, is he not the esteemed cousin of the favored concubine who excelled in the game of Chupu? Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, noticing Xiao Jiangyuan licking her lips, seemingly unsatisfied. His cheeks flushed slightly as he took the now empty cup from her hand and poured her another drink. Simultaneously, the hidden spirit lunged from the side, swiping at Bai Yuntian, who narrowly evaded the assault with a series of peculiar footwork. Finally, as the incantation concluded, the individual lifted an exquisite glass cup and poured its contents over a candle. Regrettably, after committing such an act, how could Su Zian possibly let them off the hook? Through Zhou Haizhou, Su Zian learned that both of them had been involved in this affair. Yi Tian hastily glanced at his right hand, only to find that the wooden sword was absent. Where could it have gone? With formidable strength and mastery in medicine, he could recover swiftly from even the gravest injuries. Zhu Lao exerted force twice, yet failed to extract his hand from Zhu Gang's grip, while his left hand remained ensnared by Zhu Shaozheng. Having faltered once, Zhu Shaozheng would certainly not allow another oversight. Observing the cruiser approaching, Zhang Hao extended an invitation to Yi Tao to board and engage in conversation. An opportunity Yi Tao eagerly accepted. The grand vessel of Yi Yang did not follow. Instead, they accompanied Huang Qiming and his companion, waiting at the Strait of Malacca for their return. This implied that Tianqi and Dong Mei were embroiled in fierce combat. Thus, how'd he manage to extricate himself? Nevertheless, he vowed never to disclose any information pertaining to you, directly or indirectly, to any living being. Otherwise, he would perish under dire circumstances, doomed to eternal suffering. The three divine herbs took an oath. His hands continued their mechanical motions, yet the anguished cries around him diminished, ultimately vanishing. As dawn broke, the blinding light caused Zhang Hao to squint, his body weakening as he sank down. Though the Deyu lineage and the Blood Flame lineage were sworn enemies, their parity allowed for a tenuous coexistence. Once this equilibrium was disrupted, one faction would inevitably consume the other. When all the thugs were securely bound, Wu Lai intended to stride forward, but Zhang Hao called out to him. Surprised, Wu Lai regarded Zhang Hao, puzzled by what he wanted. In such a scenario, as long as a formidable warrior king remains in position, the Wang family's prominence will undoubtedly endure, at least while this warrior king is alive. Old Dragon can unleash his fury in the Golden Wan Hall without restraint, precisely because the Long family currently boasts 2 warrior kings. Mr. Huang offered a wry smile, lamenting, "Perhaps my life is destined to be one of betrayal and abandonment. Those who retire without hesitation, first Su Han, and then you, have both played this trick on me." Behind them stood several statues, most of which depicted renowned heroes from the Dark Age. To Stephen's astonishment, he discovered that among them were even monstrous beings, including a towering and fierce 2-headed ogre sculpture positioned at the back, clutching a massive magical eye, as if poised to rend it asunder. Let me clarify, these entities may appear indistinguishable from ordinary beasts, yet they are not truly complete forms of life. They are artificially created, akin to sophisticated puppets. De Lang paused momentarily, then continued in one breath. The air gradually moved her hand aside just enough to steal a glance. And upon confirming that Long Tianwei had indeed donned his clothes, she felt reassured enough to lower her hands, her charming face flushed with a delightful hue. A razor-sharp energy surged through Jiang Han's consciousness, directly penetrating the confines of his spiritual realm. After some contemplation, Ren Jin spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. Fei Fei, please tell Grandma that there's an urgent matter at Dad's workplace. And I won't be going today. I will visit you another day, alright? Loading more content. Please hold on. Their howls can cause widespread devastation, categorizing them as an S-level threat within the Arcane Council. A dragon hawk, perhaps? Lu Tian murmured to herself, feigning astonishment. Yet she expressed her gratitude to Feng Jiaojie for her care, which she genuinely felt.
Now.
They finally understood the earlier reaction from Tianlong and Xian Kuan during their conversation. Perhaps, in reality, Gaia had indeed declined over the years. Each time that old hawk inflicted even the slightest injury upon them, it would glance in her direction. At this moment, only Qin Kan and Lin Shiba remained. Lin Shiba gripped his knife tightly with his right hand, while his left sleeve hung limply, betraying his anxiety. Naturally, when faced with the assault from Li Lei and his three companions, the patriarch of the Song family fell amidst a piercing scream. The gates of the Lord's palace were lined with a long queue, seemingly stretching for hundreds of meters, with players, predominantly demonic soldiers, waiting to exchange for first-level title rewards. Subsequently, Li Lei decisively produced a substantial number of spirit stones, commencing the absorption and refinement of the immense energies contained within. As this celestial being surged forth from the underworld, much of his flesh had been corroded away, exposing stark white bones, a truly harrowing sight. It seemed they could only hope that when the spirit spring erupted, it would unleash a tempest of war, a highly probable occurrence. Yi Feng silently pondered, his eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts to anyone who might glance upon him. Zhao Bingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she retrieved Li Lei's phone. Activating the recording within, an abrupt, jarring sound pierced the air, followed by a shrill scream, as the 5 demon lords plummeted like kites severed from their strings. Very well. I shall not dismantle it, Yi Feng acknowledged, placing it gently upon the bed. Just as he was about to head towards the bathroom, he noticed a box discarded in the trash bin. The modest room, measuring less than 2 yards in width, was illuminated by 4 braziers positioned on each wall, flooding the space with light. Jean Sei squinted, striving to acclimate to the sudden brightness. In Chapter 90, Reclaiming the Hard Drive, Zhao Tianxiong rushed forward to intervene upon witnessing the chaos. Wen Chaoyue deftly evaded his assault, delivering a sharp elbow strike to his abdomen. Zhao Tianxiong let out a muffled groan, staggering back a few paces. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Xiangyang rose from the ground and lunged once more at Wen Chaoyue. This time, she denied him any chance, swiftly pivoting and thrusting the electric baton towards Wen Xiangyang's chest. He convulsed violently from the electric shock, collapsing once again. Is this the Hall of Divine Beings? I pondered silently, savoring the significance of those 4 characters, a wave of elation washing over me. Moreover, only by venerating the mountain god does one symbolize the establishment of dominance over the central plains, which is, in essence, a form of sacrificial ritual akin to a Fengshan ceremony. I am here. The voice of Horalei echoed from nearby as the 2 figures lay prostrate, or rather, sprawled across a certain organ of the 13-clawed beast, finally clasping hands in unity. The sword god naturally refers to the man who had just taken down the world-renowned warrior Napoleon on the triangular wing and had now successfully thwarted their intentions on the same triangular wing. This ability is on par with Shui Xian, who is currently on the Phantom Planet. However, due to the fact that Huiyan is the spirit of the Crimson Flame Pearl, supported by the pearl itself, his combat prowess far exceeds that of Shui Xian. Were they to engage in battle, Huiyan could effortlessly overpower Shui Xian. As the scene unfolds, a series of footsteps echo, gradually fading into the distance, indicating that the individual has already fled far away. Guardian's Mark. A hoarse and ancient voice reverberates from within the flame god talisman, and then 18 luminous symbols suddenly streak across the sky toward the 18 emaciated figures. At this moment, Zhuang stands atop a crimson tree, gazing at the blood moon. After a while, he removes the recording ring from his wrist, carefully sensing and probing the secrets it harbors. Sister, what did you discuss with her? You both seem so pleased, Zhuang asks, unable to contain his curiosity once the beautiful figures have vanished from sight. After checking his phone, Yiyun furrows his brow at the sight of a completely unfamiliar number. Could it be that Yan Huang is playing another trick? To think there are even rewards of prayer beads, Li Feng chuckles, gladly accepting this unexpected boon. In truth, at this moment, Yang Yisheng's strength is no less than that of Ouyangxi, yet in front of Louis XIV, he is still met with a crushing defeat, fleeing in utter disarray. Moreover, one might judiciously introduce a few false rumors or occasionally create an illusory shadow of a villager within their line of sight, thereby leading them into a non-existent map that we require for extraction. After a moment's contemplation, Li Feng elaborated to Meng Niu. Wang Pengzi, equally agitated, gestured animatedly towards Yi Qing, who remained perplexed by the chubby fellow's indecipherable signals. As fatigue began to set in, they both surged forth from the water's surface. Upon entering the grand palace where guests were being received, Chu Feng was immediately struck by the pallid visage of the heavenly palace's master. Chapter 91. The escape. With a sudden crash, the car door was forcefully flung open. Zhuang Mingxi, in a state of urgent distress, quickly leaned out and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Get in the car!" Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Chaoyue summoned her strength and leapt inside. Almost instantaneously, as she settled into her seat, the jeep's engine roared to life, propelling them forward with astonishing speed, leaving the guards far behind, mere indistinct shadows in their wake. Inside the vehicle, Wen Chaoyue leaned wearily against the backrest, gripping tightly.
All right.
Di Renjie had not anticipated that this journey would proceed so smoothly and immediately consented. He then joyfully departed, with Li Yuanfang from the heart of Chang'an. Apologies, allow me to fetch you a towel. Bai Weiyu turned and made her way to the windowsill, retrieving a sun-dried towel that she extended towards Xiao Nianyuan. Yi Sunluo, having been subdued by Mu Yun, found himself in a rather dire predicament, silently lamenting his insufficient level. Mu Ruo's heart was filled with such sentiments. As a fluffy creature himself, he never imagined that he could be so utterly captivated by another plush being, finding them irresistibly adorable. According to the lean man, Wu Fan's original plan was to disguise himself as a living corpse to reach their location, and then find a secure place for the old woman to tunnel through, following the scent to lead them to safety. The blood ink forbidden technique is deemed a forbidden art because it harnesses all of a person's potential for its execution, requiring an extreme level of precision throughout. Any slightest error could render it uncontrollable. Although failure in mastering this technique often results in a fate worse than death, it is a grim reality that 9 times out of 10, the outcome is indeed worse than death itself. Undoubtedly, the myriad of breathtaking moments from this competition will be compiled into the classic highlights of the 2019 LPL Summer Split after its conclusion. Along the journey, He Jian wore a frown. Upon hearing news of trouble at Mu Fingchuan's location, he could not bear to remain indifferent, yet rushing forth recklessly would only exacerbate the situation. More content is loading. Please hold on. This was not a manifestation of innate talent, but rather an ordinary third-tier celestial technique. One must acknowledge Yi Tsong's profound depth, as even celestial-level techniques are within his grasp. Dai Yishi stumbled into Jianzhen's room, and his first utterance was not a question, but rather the expression of words that had lingered on his lips, unspoken until now. Did Wang truly not understand the concept of separating accounts and platforms? Or perhaps it was deliberate, trading solely with Talon to convey a certain attitude? Green, a person with emotional struggles, has finally become somewhat astute. Once I bring a new Ziyang, I shall accompany you properly, Shin Yi declared earnestly, embracing my shoulders. The pathways to officialdom are numerous, and the noble houses are exceedingly privileged, with ample resources at their disposal. When there are many who seek to enter official service, the agricultural and industrial sector suffer. With the decline of these sectors, resources become scarce, leading to national impoverishment. Families of the 9th rank do not pay taxes, and their offspring benefit from favoritism and rewards, living off the labor of the common folk. Lu Xuanji is in the prime of her life. Even if she truly wished to seek an heir at this moment, As long as there is no public promotion of the Jinxiang gathering, no one would be the wiser. Currently, raising the issue of Lu Xuanji's injury as a pretext is clearly an attempt to incite unrest. Yet the timing is so skillfully chosen that it is enough to sway public sentiment. To put it succinctly, if a whip and a thrusting strike are executed simultaneously, or even if the thrusting strike is delayed, it is invariably the whip-wielding mage who will be lifted off the ground. Such embarrassment is something most mages have undoubtedly experienced during their practice and would refrain from employing in actual combat. The fluctuations in price should be attributed to technical adjustments. Hence the question arises, is this adjustment sufficient? Since Zhang Xiao has surrendered, the treatment of those who followed suit cannot be expected to be particularly favorable. Once a notable figure in Huainan and even the Central Plains, his surrender has irrevocably tarnished his former glory, as he is now indelibly marked by the stigma of the Zhang Xiao faction. Chapter 92. Convergence. Wen Chaoyue swiftly drew her composite bow, gripping it tightly in her palm. She silently lamented. Had she known the apocalypse would come, she ought to have devised ways to acquire more firearms before the end, thus avoiding such passivity in this critical moment. 3 pickup trucks came to a halt, their doors flinging open with a resounding thud as a cadre of armed guards emerged in an orderly fashion. Clad in thick winter attire and shouldering assault rifles, they fanned out methodically to commence a search of the gas station. A narrow gap in the door revealed a pair of vigilant eyes scrutinizing him with suspicion. Where's that old trickster? The senior? Why is he absent? Mu Bai nearly slipped, almost uttering the nickname he had bestowed upon the old swindler. Her words were soft and graceful, resonating like a gentle spring breeze, even if they rang hollow. In truth, after hearing Wu Xiner's account, he had already formulated an initial plan to explore the reverse realm of dust. However, without sighting those ethereal purple mists, he possessed no absolute certainty regarding his strategy. Much like a martial artist aligned with the Yi family, perhaps his sins did not warrant death, yet under Ning Fan's command, he was left with but a singular path towards demise. The Song family was an expansive enterprise, managing a diverse portfolio that included dining, real estate, and entertainment, indicative of its multifaceted development. By afternoon, Cheng Rongjian had already set out early with Jiang Guangguang, opting to drive himself rather than summon a chauffeur. You're doomed. How dare you deface the sign of Jin Qianshan Villa? I assure you, you are finished, shouted the scarred man, who had collapsed in fear at the sight. Yet, as he gazed upon the entrance of Haifu, the influential figures of Haiqing regarded Ning Fan with cold smirks, prompting Yue to mutter to herself, her face awash with concern. With his command, the royal family members began to bustle about, while Ling Zhenyi, Gu Zhong, and Chen Tianyu retreated to a secluded chamber. Chang Chun sat by Wang Yuan's bedside, gazing at her innocent visage, reassured that her life was not in peril. As Master Chao had predicted, she would awaken by dawn. Yet, an endless tide of worry loomed within him. Just as I set down the receiver, the phone rang again. To my astonishment, it was Zheng Yongshan calling. I inquired anxiously about her condition. She explained that her stomach had been troubling her since the afternoon, leaving her quite unwell, and she had not eaten dinner. Growing anxious, I asked if she had perhaps consumed something spoiled, but she shook her head, suggesting she might have caught a cold, as her stomach often ached during such times. As I watched the 8 competitors charging towards me, undeterred and advancing, a series of thuds echoed through the air. In less than a minute, all 8 lay incapacitated on the ground. Shangguan Wanner collapsed, weeping profusely, her beauty marred by fear that twisted her delicate features. Yet, Long Xian remained unfazed. He crouched down and offered her a bottle of drink. Recognizing that she could no longer walk, he sighed softly and turned to kneel, allowing her to rest her hand upon his shoulder. Come, I shall carry you. Trembling, Shangguan Wanner fumbled her way onto his back. As the primary offensive force, the private army discreetly brought by the old Earth Spirit, although fewer in number than the local garrison, vastly surpassed the Royal Guard in terms of equipment quality and combat readiness. Moreover, it seemed that the old Earth Spirit's private army had already delineated their objectives prior to their arrival. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a chilling laugh, Taiyun suddenly retracted hundreds of silver threads, tightening the silver net in an instant. Yi Buf knew that this individual was far superior to him, unless a miracle occurred. Survival today seemed unlikely. Gazing at the beauty in the photograph, Wei Yanjing could easily surmise the reason behind the superior genes of the Gu family. Chapter 93. The Ark Project. In her previous life, by the time Wen Chaoyue met her demise, Zhao Tianxiong's authority had nearly been rendered obsolete. She harbored no doubt that within 6 months, the red maple base would completely fall into Liangyu's hands. Now that Zhao Tianxiong was deceased, Liangyu had taken control of the base in just over 2 hours, swifter than she had anticipated. This was indeed a boon for them. Although others were puzzled by the sudden tranquility of the base, the absence of pursuers had made their situation seem favorable. Qin Wushuang had previously informed him that the existing alchemical furnaces were exceedingly rare, with the majority already claimed by prominent sects for their own use. Those that circulated in the secular world were even scarcer, each boasting a history of several centuries, naturally commanding a hefty price. In a room with walls as white as snow, sparsely adorned save for a large jar towering over 2 meters in height at its center, the space felt vast. An arched skylight allowed sunlight to pour in. Upon witnessing the formidable attributes of the Tianhuang halberd and the conditions for its advancement, Chu Han was taken aback, then exhaled in relief. A broad grin spread across his face. Surely, its attributes could rival Zhao Yun's dragon phoenix piercing heaven spear, perhaps only lacking the ability to summon divine beasts. And what followed? Could one articulate it more succinctly? Yi Han was anxious. Fortunately, this individual was not one of his subordinates, or Yi Han would undoubtedly have left him questioning his very existence. Upon realizing the situation had stabilized, Boss Li felt elated. He possessed a discerning eye and had long recognized that this Taoist was no ordinary figure. Thus, he proceeded to arrange a lavish banquet. I understand. Hu Mei nodded at Lin Yifeng, revealing her charming dimples once more. The day before their departure, Yun Ran and Xigong Mushing personally escorted their son to the residence of the Duke of Ronghua. Chen Guang?
Hian de Chakil.
Pondering that this fellow seemed to be a composite of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, he wondered how much capability he truly possessed, especially when he dismissed Lu Junyi as merely mediocre. Forest, forest, I want forest, cried Shiner, struggling against Lin Jiasen's embrace. The shadowy figure, Yingyue, clearly displeased, called out several times, but was evidently ignored. Perhaps it was true that one becomes resolute when devoid of desire, having suffered a grave illness. He Zizhong harbored little ambition for politics. Consequently, he found himself able to be candid with Kai Jing, at least willing to acknowledge Kai Jing's political achievements face to face. A Yuan Dan stage cultivator, having been struck in the face without the use of any mystical arts, was humiliated by the sheer physicality of the encounter, and was slapped twice in succession. As night fell, after their meeting and dinner, they wandered about the village, only to suddenly realize someone was following him, prompting a heightened sense of vigilance. Yet, regardless of the bewildered expressions of those around, Falami found her heart heavy with bitterness. She desperately wished to explain, but could not voice her thoughts, for doing so would allow her adversaries to evade the impending strike. This sensation rendered Falami exceedingly constrained. The Demon King, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in terror as a voice emerged from the midst. Upon seeing her weep, Liu Bei gently caressed her fragrant shoulders, intending to offer her solace. However, Gan Ro instinctively broke free from his embrace, her gaze filled with disdain and repulsion. Throughout the ordeal, Yu Jingyan remained silent, merely toying with a teacup. He held no affection for Li Shanchong, and his feelings had only soured further. 94. Departure from the Maple Leaf Base. Qi Yanqing nodded gravely. Indeed, should the data within that hard drive fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, they might exploit this information solely to satiate their own desires, disregarding the survival of humanity. Wen Chaoyue pursed her lips, remaining silent. Such monumental issues regarding the fate of all mankind felt too distant and ethereal to her. In this apocalyptic world, her only desire was to accompany her mother, seeking a haven of tranquility to lead a peaceful life. Eliminating Li Longzhou was not a daunting task. The true challenge lay in winning the hearts of the people. Furthermore, Derwan had an uncertain figure in Li Longchong, whose existence was shrouded in doubt, leaving her position fundamentally precarious. The sudden influx of martial artists left the gods of the Star Martial Hall awestruck. their faces etched with confusion and a hint of fear, uncertain of the unfolding events. Yet, this was merely a moment of venting. He was acutely aware of Ouyang Tian's character. He would never act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Very well. Then you shall accompany me. As for the three of you, make your way to Zhou Yingying's residence. Mo issued a straightforward directive. Four individuals simultaneously stepped into the random teleportation array, and with a flash of light, they vanished within its confines. Xinyu, once again, revealed an enchanting smile, reminiscent of a scheme well executed, though regrettably, no one was present to appreciate it. During these days of seclusion, Ouyang Tian had concocted a considerable number of elixirs, sufficient for sale by the Tianjian Merchant Guild. At that moment, Murong Yuyan, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. This implies that the imperial youth issued his decree not long ago. Perhaps we can still arrive in time. She gazed at the anxious Wei Sheng as she spoke. This journey marked the grand commencement of the lives of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, while Tej was destined to become a pivotal figure in the future of the Yaze continent. More content is loading. Please hold on. As they drew nearer, Tej's spiritual web became increasingly attuned to his surroundings. He could ascertain that their target lay not far ahead. Their gazes toward Gretchen transformed from a dazed stupor to one of skeptical scrutiny, as if attempting to discern some hidden intricacies from her exquisite form. However, the curious stares of the patrons, directed at the confidently seated Gretchen at the bar, remained oblivious to her intentions. The more she experienced the benefits of her blood essence, the stronger her avarice grew. The primordial spirit and soul of the divine phoenix were exceptional supplements. Damn it, that individual was indeed a fourth-tier martial artist. And his celestial radiance fist was impressively formidable. Fortunately, all of her allocated attribute points had been invested in strength. Otherwise, she would not have stood a chance against him. Emerging from the subterranean cave, standing atop the mountain and gazing over the Blood Sea Prairie, one could truly grasp the might of the Blood Sea Array. As the energy arrow was about to collide, a brilliant explosion illuminated the surroundings and the flames surged forth, sending ripples of shockwaves across the protective barrier. It remains true that all threads, those of the underworld, the demon realm, the asylum, and Mount Shu, will intertwine, revealing a logically coherent causality behind all enigmas. Kai Yun deftly evaded Qi Shuani, thrusting his spear once more with deadly precision. The force of his strike carved through the ground, leaving trails like lightning. Qi Shuani soared into the air to evade the spear's fierce assault, his sword spinning in his grasp, unleashing the power of the spectral bone sword. Long Qingchun was hurled away, crashing beside Sieme Zhuang and Li Filiu, struggling to rise but faltering and collapsing once more. In the next instant, those dark blue flames transformed into fiery birds. Chen Yuan, while speaking, gritted his teeth and relinquished Zhangguo, initiating a video call to Zhou Sitong via WeChat. Chapter 95. Encounter with Bandits. Look. Is that not Tungwen Town? Shouted Gongzi, his voice brimming with excitement, a jubilant crescendo reflecting the arduous journey nearing its destination. Upon hearing this, the group felt invigorated, as if infused with adrenaline, hastening their pace towards the outlined silhouette. As they drew closer, it became evident that they indeed stood at the outskirts of Tungwen Town. However, the sight before them chilled their hearts. The entire town lay in eerie silence, terrifyingly still. They had fled, this time out of sheer fright. Even the sole conductor remained, but upon the appearance of the three Yama kings, they were all driven away in terror. Returning to the grass beneath the waterfall, Lu Mao hefted a bag filled with meat and stepped forward to extinguish the campfire that had just been kindled by Tang Yushi. A crimson sun gradually ascended from the eastern river, casting its warm glow upon the vibrant, multicolored clouds that leisurely stretched from east to west. The morning mist shrouding the river began to dissipate, revealing several flatboats gliding across the shimmering white surface. Observing the blonde Adonis, Andre, attempting to project an air of superiority, Han Zheng graciously indulged his desire, making it clear to this seemingly humble yet profoundly arrogant individual that he was equally no match for him. This extraordinary spectacle left many in a state of astonishment, while Shi Feng furrowed his brow. Feng Yunyan did not believe she possessed the prowess to resolve the current predicament with mere words. She had only articulated the facts today. Meanwhile, Ningyang remained oblivious to the thoughts of the fourth prince, yet his own intention was clear. He would not easily let this prince off the hook. There were conditions, though they would be unwelcome. Indeed, it was not that they could not accept them, but rather, they simply did not wish to. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian regarded the trio with a faint, mischievous smile. Subsequently, Zhuozhi wrapped herself in a blanket, descended from her bed, and headed straight for the bathroom, where she indeed found her coat and sweater hanging on the drying rack. His words were strikingly sharp and ruthlessly undermined the pride of those present. Instantly, every strong individual trembled slightly, their faces betraying a hint of shame, while the defiance and fury in their eyes began to simmer and intensify. At the street corner of Nannan, beneath a willow tree, Xiao Ling leaned sorrowfully against a nearby stone pillar, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the pathway leading south from Phoenix Lake, ever hopeful for the appearance of Sha Banxian and Pei Feng. Each step she took upon the withered bones emitted a creaking sound. These bones, having endured the passage of time, appeared unremarkable at first glance, but in truth, they were all hollow, likely consumed by some insect within the Changbai Mountains, resembling hollow bamboo. It seemed this method might prove effective. After walking 2 or 3 miles, Luo Chen gradually emerged from the peach blossom grove, only to discover several pavilions appearing around her. Although they could not compare to the fiery maple that had crossed the 10th level of the Dragon Gate, they were likely among the 6 who had succeeded in breaching the 9th level, as mentioned by the clan leader. He did not recognize her. Why then did she persist in claiming he had wronged her? Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? I dare not. My sole intention is for the prosperity of our great Xing, for our royal family. I do not wish to commit an act that would dishearten our subjects, for that would truly be irreversible. I implore you, your majesty, to reconsider. The queen spoke steadily, unperturbed by the cold demeanor of the Empress Dowager. Chapter 96. Dealing with Bandits. Seizing the moment while everyone was preoccupied with moving their belongings, a rope was passed to Qi Yanqing with a hushed voice. Use this. It's sturdy and can entrap them. Qi Yanqing understood, taking the rope and, along with Old Cat and Gongzi, stretched it across the entrance of the church. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands, and what is more, this spade had far more than merely 4 hands. Under the multifaceted and comprehensive assault from the adversary, Joan felt as though she were confronting several legendary demons simultaneously, rendering her somewhat overwhelmed. Why do you appear utterly unfazed? Lin Lanxing assumed she would be anxious upon learning this, only to discover her remarkably composed demeanor. The other members of the Zhang family, witnessing this scene, believed that Lu Jun was surely doomed this time. They finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Utilizing an almost unfair ability to manipulate plants, Xu Guan completed all the furniture arrangements before nightfall. Luo Fun, unable to evade in time, was struck by the heavenly thunder technique, causing his body to be hurled backward. Severely injured, Electo clutched Ethan, seemingly believing that this would alleviate his condition. While Ethan insisted she should leave, his grip tightened around her arm, his nails digging into her skin. This will be your residence from now on. Rest early, good night. After Su Yu spoke, he prepared to depart. Yuan Shan and Yi emerged wrapped in towels, a faint blush on their faces, a consequence of the steam from the bathroom. It was precisely Sister Xiangxiang's earlier remarks, which bordered on acerbic, that stirred Wang Feng, prompting him to alter his decision. The disciples of the North Xian sword sect now find many warriors holed up within the sect, idly passing the time. Even those at the transformation realm seldom venture out, spending their days in meditation and cultivation, voluntarily squandering their potential with no noticeable advancement. A year ago they were at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and a year later, still the same, even after a decade. More content is loading. Please hold on. Apart from the workers' stadium, Samleton has transformed into a sanctuary for the youth of the capital. I have only heard tales of it, never having visited, and my curiosity has been piqued by friends' discussions. At last, I managed to ensnare a wealthy fool. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, startling us as we rushed towards the heart of the village. The source of that harrowing cry, which sent shivers down our spines. Do you possess martial skills? Zhou Shen seemed to be in awe, as if he had discovered a new world, gazing at Qin Fun with astonishment. He had a penchant for hoarding essential resources, finding solace in their mere presence, even if they were not immediately needed. I do not intend to trouble the immortal of longevity, said the master of Lu Valley, reassuringly. Yuji also intervened to mediate. As we conversed, a few graceful figures rushed in, their entrance almost frantic. Could it be that the malevolent entity has taken control of the city lord, forcing him to aid in wicked deeds? I speculated, sensing that something was amiss with the city lord. My instincts have always proven accurate. Qin Fen lowered his gaze to Zhou Shen, who was crouched and glancing around apprehensively. Though he felt sympathy for Jian, he refrained from expressing any negative emotions at that moment. The scene before Peng Yi was utterly breathtaking, towering mountains, flowing waters, the melodious chirping of birds, and even an array of exotic creatures soaring through the sky. Early summer seemed to have caught a whiff of the faint hostility emanating from Wanro. She ceased her probing of Hui Neng, instead narrowing her almond-shaped eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Wanro. After binding the group of bandits, several individuals dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Gongzi wrinkled his nose and was the first to leap onto the vehicle, commencing his search. He discovered a considerable amount of provisions, bedding, and clothing, and, surprisingly, a few boxes of ammunition. However, our weapons were not compatible. As Gongzi rummaged through the items, he conversed with Wen Chaoyue, indicating that the selection of individuals was indeed a matter that allowed Gu Ziyan to exercise his own discretion. Fortunately, Tuan Jishin did not let her down. Jiao, you need not elaborate so much to him, Gao Yan remarked coldly, asserting that dealing with such individuals did not warrant excessive effort. A Shu, entwining her arm with Professor Shen's, stood at the end of the red carpet in the floor-length wedding gown tailored for her by Gu Rugi from abroad, feeling inexplicably anxious. Zhao Mingyue averted her gaze, internally acknowledging that she had resorted to using lines from her gentle sister-in-law to provoke this fellow, which was quite a commitment on her part. A glance revealed that Jian Wei bore a similar expression. Her hairpin swayed precariously, yet she was oblivious to it. Surrounding them was a flurry of maids and servants, also hurrying along. As for the rest, this fellow had already begun to engage his imagination. Ziyan had undergone special training from the instructor and had been in constant proximity to the handsome commander. Surely, he had learned a thing or two, making him capable of handling these individuals, right? The sink's drainage was inherently small, and given that the photograph's material was not ordinary paper, the likelihood of causing a blockage in the sewer was exceedingly high. Xiao Baoyin realized that he would find it difficult to digest and accept the secret he had just revealed. He regarded him with a loving yet guilty expression, already bracing himself for the consequences that would undoubtedly follow. I hastily picked up the piece of human skin and discovered, indeed, an ancient brass coin affixed beneath it. Strangely, 4 indistinct characters were etched around the coin's perimeter. After Demei departed, Suyin gazed at the serene stream and sighed. In truth, the original owner was not so unfortunate, for at least they had such a sincere friend. These thoughts had long been bottled up within Xiaoyan. Ever since her father's release from prison, she had yearned to uncover the truth and to ask who had abandoned whom first back then. Running towards the east, I spotted an aircraft destined to retrieve us, as Hiroshi Yano shouted nearby. After perusing the map of the hidden fortress, I finally exhaled in relief. Earlier, I had exaggerated the relationship between Tan Yu and the lecherous Ling Yun, even going so far as to display jealousy before Song Yiyu, all to convince her that Ling Yun had provided Tan Yu with a substantial supply of antidote. If you do not emerge soon, I shall devastate this place. Let us see how far you can hide. Such individuals are unworthy of attracting so many ancient powerhouses. You think that by recoiling like a tortoise, you can deceive the heavens. My eyes sparkled like lightning as I interrogated the earth. Amion, come to your mother's side. The valiant lord who hurriedly beckoned to Ji Shangxia. The evening guest was a remarkably burly and rugged man, who upon arrival, brought along Su Zhen Tian for company, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed auntie, while she assumed the role of a professional firewood attendant. Initially, the words of His Highness the Crown Prince bore no implications in this regard. However, in retrospect, each word now seems imbued with meaning. Even the esteemed Kun Wu, in such circumstances, could not compel his subordinates. He fully understood this sentiment. Chapter 97. a fortuitous reunion when Chaoyue felt a surge of joy in her heart. It seemed her mother and the main force were likely safe, merely continuing on their journey. She hastily inquired, "Elder, do you know the direction they are headed?" The elder raised a hand, gesturing towards the north, and replied, "They are proceeding in that direction. According to that child, they are moving quite urgently, so they should not have ventured far." Qi Yanqing glanced at the sky, calculated the distance, and said solemnly, "We must hasten our pace while the daylight lingers." Tian Chao removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, leaving himself clad in only a short-sleeved shirt. There was no fault in Rongrong, nor in Liao Jinghong, however. She remained so innocent and pitiable. Shang Guanyun felt the fierce wind rush towards him and quickly stepped back, drawing his sword as he proclaimed, "Gong Sun Ba. Were it not for you, Yingying would not have been taken by those masked men. Today, I shall seek justice for her." In a flash, the exquisite techniques of the Biluogen method were unleashed. At the age of 24, Zhou Jiao was at an age where he acted decisively. Upon Ling Mo's agreement, he called upon his companions to change their attire. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ruo Ishue produced a white cloth and said, "Wrap it around your eyes. Do not open them until the moment of the injection." Li Zichen nodded, allowing Ruo Ishue to bind the cloth around his head. Zhao Kaiying's garments were inadvertently swept away by the current, and in a moment of panic, she stamped her feet in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless. After a brief moment of carnage, the earth was stained with blood amidst the yellow sands, while the guardians of the Qi family fell one by one, lifeless upon the ground. Yet the elderly man remained unscathed, devoid of any bloodshed. Observing the silence of the second master, the second mistress resembled a statue of Buddha. Both seemed to compete silently to see who would speak first. Considering the second master's summoning of the second mistress, it was evident that there was a matter of significance at hand, prompting her to softly break the silence. "Drive. Stop feigning this cowardly demeanor. Slow down." "I shall rest my eyes for a moment," Su Qing exclaimed, his irritation dissipating somewhat. He decided to search for a foldable sofa within the vehicle to lie down and close his eyes for a brief respite. On Earth, the ancient tree Ronalin Puke stood as an immovable recluse for millennia, while Wenmingzi continued to recuperate his injuries in the Kunlun cave. The mind of the ultimate being also fell into a profound silence. With the gun aimed at one of the phaeton heads, his fingers slightly tensed, when suddenly a voice pierced the air. "Let them pass." The voice belonged to Fu Donghai, prompting Su Qing to release his grip on the trigger. Fu Donghai intended for these two phaeton to proceed, likely serving as scouts. As bullets struck the surface of his protective aura, their speed diminished. Su Qing swept his left palm, deflecting 3 bullets, while his right hand raised the Desert Eagle, pulling the trigger towards the dense forest. All 4 remaining bullets in the magazine were discharged, after which he tucked the gun into his waistband and unsheathed the Long Yuan short sword with a reverse grip. With an exceedingly intricate amalgamation of emotions, Arong opened the envelope, revealing a handwriting so immaculate and orderly that it was almost infuriating. It resembled something printed, perhaps even more aesthetically pleasing. Perhaps, after several years, this would be regarded as a work of art. As the government intensifies its crackdown on dark forces, Du Yongxiu and his family gradually begin to cleanse their reputation. Many perceive they understand Jean Bradley's intentions, primarily out of a desire to witness the downfall of this arrogant individual. Chapter 98. The arrangement of Little Bean. At this moment, darkness had enveloped the sky entirely, and the blizzard raged on without a hint of respite. Qi Yanqing surveyed the heavens and the surrounding environment, remarking, "The storm tonight is too severe. We cannot continue our journey and must set up camp here." The group quickly encircled their vehicles, providing mutual support, taking turns to stand guard to ensure their safety. They swiftly acted, positioning the RVs and off-road vehicles closely together, constructing a simple yet sturdy barrier. Shen Xian's assertions were met with consensus, and the group continually praised the strategist for his profound knowledge, effortlessly inventing a new script. Shen Xian's gaze swept over Zhou Huijin and Yuziki, noticing their vigilant demeanor, and with a smile, he retrieved 2 items from his pocket and tossed them over. Having debuted 9 years ago, Jiang Qingfeng had experienced both peaks and troughs. His journey well observed by many. Jiang Qingfeng had to concede that Huang Zhanbo possessed an exceptional ability to twist and turn. effortlessly evoking screams from his fans that pierced through the night sky. Due to a wound that refused to heal, her essence continued to leak. And even as a formidable figure in the fusion realm, she was nearing exhaustion. Under Bai Jing Tian's threats, temptations, and relentless brainwashing, Bai Ji abandoned everything to master the heart demon spell. Due to the first level of the advanced body refining technique, abilities such as strength, speed, and sensory perception have surged exponentially, resulting in difficulties in controlling one's own body. Du Den summoned a Legion demon at the cost of 3 points. This card possesses an attack of 2 and a life value of 2, evidently not exceedingly formidable. Su Taishan's punch is terrifying. The number of adversaries he has vanquished nearly reaches 1 million, reflecting the might of a 2-star Do god. His sole intention now is to embrace Ling Qing tightly, imparting her the utmost strength, for he cannot bear to witness her sorrow. Generally, bars differ from other nightlife venues in that payment is required up front after ordering. However, since Wang Chunyao was drinking with Qingshan, it was certain that no payment would be made. Thus, I had no choice but to insist on settling the bill now. The old master lowered his voice and admonished, his gaze towards Lung Lingyun filled with wariness and caution. Even my mother could think of providing you some relaxation, yet as your husband, I failed to consider such things. The more Quan Shaochen spoke, the more remorseful he felt towards Su Yiqing. Meng Jingyi fixed her gaze intently on Ding Qintai. At the moment he collapsed, darkness enveloped her vision, and she too fainted. Yet he truly did not anticipate that Liu Nian would descend to such shameless depths, a level of endurance that she simply could not tolerate any longer. I apologize for my tardiness. At that moment, the expert entered the CAF, looking quite weary from the journey. The words of Lan Fei rendered me utterly speechless. My connection with Fei Fei had long been established, yet she failed to seize it, and as for myself, like an utter fool, I remained blissfully unaware. Had I been cognizant of the truth back then, I believe I would have undoubtedly been with Lan Fei, and consequently, I would not have encountered so many experiences with Shan Shan. Upon entering the cave, Huang Xianling did not immediately cease her cultivation. Instead, she continued to delve deeper into the mountain range. The closer she approached the heart of the mountains, the more potent the spiritual energy became. While excavating the cave, Huang Xianling even unearthed a substantial quantity of high-quality spirit stones. Chapter 99. Route Alteration. Qi Yanqing nodded slightly, his expression serene and his voice resolute. I have also contemplated this issue. Given the current circumstances, this may well be the most feasible approach. Our manpower is limited, and our ammunition is not particularly abundant. Should we encounter an avalanche in the mountainous terrain, the consequences would be dire. In contrast, although the town presents its own dangers, we can still plan ahead and prepare ourselves. Wen Chaoyue weighed the pros and cons repeatedly in her heart, her mind racing as she considered every possible outcome. Such an old-fashioned sentiment. Are you subtly rejecting me? Su Yi endeavored to make his voice sound less burdened. Yet, Changmen found himself at an impasse. He understood that if he wished to take that step, to venture further, or even to ascertain the reason behind his current state, he would need to leave this place, a transition that might require some time to adjust. In the year of 1974, a sovereign wealth fund was established with a capital of $70 million, setting Singapore's state capitalism firmly on its course. As Long Ying called out for his mother, the enchanting beauty approached gracefully, her finger delicately pressing against the space between his eyebrows, her movements fluid and ethereal, as light as a feather, breathtakingly beautiful yet strikingly fierce. Sister, had it not been for urgent matters, why would I have lingered at the palace gates for so long? The moment the gates opened, I made my exit. She would typically be indifferent to such restrictions, but today she wished to avoid trouble. Should she alarm the emperor brother, it would surely complicate her presence here. Dressed in a slender, form-fitting silk gown, Huizi glided through the corridor, arriving at his tightly shut bedroom door, poised to enter. At the moment when Madame Xiang's jade palm pressed against Long Ying's forehead, he let out a soft groan and instinctively reached for her waist, seemingly driven by urgency. In truth, he intended to thwart her meticulous examination, for despite any celestial powers he might possess, he was ultimately feigning. Who could truly know if he could deceive Madame Xiang? On that day, A carriage rolled along, with Feng Qian and Jin Yang seated outside, exchanging laughter, while within the carriage sat a pair of individuals, each enveloped in silence. The unexpected appearance of Lin Tianyao undoubtedly struck them like a thunderbolt, especially as his subsequent performance left them utterly astounded. After 2 failed attacks, Lei Yanlong, unwilling to concede, roared in frustration, his voice reverberating as blood continued to spill from beneath his dragon scales, resonating in waves as he searched for the elusive He Lily. Mu En slowly approached him, gently brushing his hand over the wound where the knife had pierced. His garments lay in tatters, yet his skin bore only faint white lines, with beneath the surface, scales reminiscent of dragon hide prominently visible. The force exerted by Qin Yu upon the chopsticks was minimal, barely a fraction of strength. However, this fraction greatly depended on the recipient. To opponents of similar realm or those slightly weaker, such force would naturally be insignificant and incapable of inflicting any harm. He then stripped him of his clothing and stuffed a drug-laced handkerchief into his mouth. Huan Ji ignited a candle and picked up a gold hairpin from the table, inscribing characters upon his body. Loras floated in the air, mockingly observing Jing Qi's frantic flight, akin to watching a captivating circus performance. A casually dressed man from the Yen Kingdom, with tousled hair obscuring his brow, slightly curled his lips, offering a semblance of a smile. Yet, the cliff was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the massive molten core giant standing silently below, the leader of the Molten Heart, the incinerator Guillemang. This was not the sound of total annihilation, but rather the lament of the red dragon, mournfully howling after succumbing to the flame's torment, following a calm demise within 20 seconds. Chapter 100. Qingping Town. At this moment, Qi Yanqing approached, holding a newly drawn route map, meticulously detailing the paths they were to traverse and the towns they might encounter along the way. Chaoyue, is everyone prepared? Qi Yanqing inquired. Wen Chaoyue nodded, affirming that all was in readiness. I have also conferred with my mother and the members of the Zhuang family. They have all consented to follow this route. Qi Yanqing unfurled the roadmap, pointing to several marked locations. As soon as Yun Yuhong entered, she rushed to the bedside, anxiously gazing at Bai Ziyu. His complexion was devoid of color, his cheeks sunken, with only a slight rise and fall in his chest, signifying the mere existence of life within him. Lin Fan was engaged in a phone call with a contact from the National Cybersecurity Bureau, someone with whom he had not been in touch for a considerable time. It was indeed true. Anyone present could strike you and receive a reward of 10,000 star power, said the aloof young master of District 7. This shocking revelation nearly cost him his life. Qi Gong, a man of discernment, understood well that a true nobleman was vastly different from the transient county officials. Even the highly favored third madam had no choice but to bow her head before the formidable second madam's ruthless nature. The scene was a sea of humanity. Throngs of people surrounding a large amusement attraction. Amidst the cacophony, a melody played, a song that Wang Hao had just performed. More content was loading. Please hold on. At last, they came to a halt amidst cheers and commotion, the burlap sacks atop their heads removed for the first time. As they squinted to adjust to the surroundings, they discovered themselves nestled within a valley, flanked by mountains on 3 sides. At that moment, Li Shuyuan took a moment to tap his waist pouch and produced the brocade box containing the millennia-old lotus-burning grass.
He
expressed that he was quite occupied and had visited several times. However, due to the inability to perceive the true internal circumstances, the externally accessible portions had become rather monotonous, and he found the prospect of returning unappealing. Yet, he hesitated to voice such sentiments, recognizing their inappropriateness. At this moment, whether 10 million could secure a mere 10 stake in Chenggong education remained debatable, yet astonishingly, someone sought to acquire 60 of Maoyu's shares for the same sum of 10 million. At such a price, to claim that Maoyu lacked discernment was indeed an affront. Throughout the discourse, Xianzhe exhibited impeccable decorum and measured responses. After he took his leave, the Empress Dowager praised Xianzhe to both me and Jingyi, noting his maturity and composure, as well as his profound respect for me as a mother and consort. Meanwhile, Xu Yunfei, during his century of cultivation in the sect, through relentless effort, successfully broke through his bottleneck and entered the Golden Core stage. He was entrusted with the position of Spiral Peak Master in a sect ravaged by dwindling talent, succeeding his master, Luo Wuji. Like a colossal silver statue, he cast a considerable shadow over the now diminutive tent beneath his expansive wings. It seems Yi Yong comprehended this very notion, prompting him to issue such a timely command. Shang, he was even more formidable than this esteemed gentleman. "So, you intend to forsake Xiamen?" Zhu Li remarked with a leg crossed, her gaze towards Li Chao tinged with hostility. In contrast to the rumors of the crown prince's erratic behavior, the scholars evidently held a more favorable view of this royal. 3 feet above the ground lies a trench, where water flows year-round. No cattle or sheep graze here. Only monks come to wash their hair. For instance, when the populace is enamored with wealth, they may venerate a historical figure as a deity of prosperity. Gradually, through the accumulation of history, a spiritual entity is formed within their beliefs, thus creating a posthumous divinity. The footprints of the wild man are distinctly evident before long. He follows these traces to locate the lair of the wild man. A tremendous life signal emerges on the screen, originating from the computing star. As time progresses, another anomalous life signal manifests atop the original, engaging in frenzied replication and spreading, eroding each computational module of the computing star. Following the unification of the Dragon domain, this island became the stronghold of the Dragon's sole pirate crew. All the island's inhabitants relocated to other islands, leaving only the Dragon's sole pirate crew behind. It was during this moment that Robin, Annie, Lucci, Weevil, and Enel witnessed the transformation of the towering figure into its battle form for the first time. They beheld as this entity advanced, surrounded by the resonant roars of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants, with faint shadows of dragons and elephants looming in the background.
Exuding an overwhelming aura.
At that moment, they were struck with terror, realizing the formidable strength of Lin Shan, someone they had previously overlooked.
Yi Cheniu,
at the age of 41, had preemptively ascended to become the god of war, thereby naturally assuming control of the Ji family and becoming its head. Yet, before they could devise a strategy, a sudden surge of potent psychic waves emanated from outer space, swiftly invading the minds of a significant portion of humanity on Earth. Although the Eagle King's anger had somewhat abated, it had not completely dissipated. He wished to avoid another glance at Yunshan and did not desire to hear her speak again. Turning to exit, Yunshan pursued closely behind him. The Americans are preoccupied with igniting chaos in their backyards, while other nations, recognizing the firm stance of Huaxia and their inability to find any weaknesses, have wisely retreated. In the heart of an ancient castle, there lies a throne upon which sits a man cloaked in black, who, with arms outstretched, speaks. Upon witnessing Artoria's demeanor, Li Lin felt no particular surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment all along, leaving him devoid of any sense of disappointment, his calmness almost unnerving. From Zhao Lin's slurred speech, I discerned that she had indulged too much in drink, her words stumbling forth. This man, strikingly handsome, seemed to have taken an interest in Zhao Qin. I wondered, would she be captivated by his allure? The Dragon King waved his hand, casting a spell. As a superlative being at the pinnacle of the stellar realm's 10th level, he had no difficulty in wielding such power. More content is loading. Please wait. At the moment I came online, I glanced at my backpack, noting that my other 2 companions had arrived as well. As this thought crossed my mind, Song Sisi suddenly moved again, dashing towards me like a bolt of lightning. At last, the final drop of Tony Parker's blood was shed, his increasingly labored breaths abruptly ceased. A sign that his life had reached its inevitable conclusion. Luo Feng was acutely aware that he was unfit for this imperial artifact. Upon first laying eyes on it, he found it utterly grotesque, and the compatibility with the artifact was entirely reliant on that initial impression. The 3-headed lion scorpion approached slowly, its terrifying aura enveloping the surroundings, rendering all present too fearful to even breathe. To the left, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere, while Zhou Chuyun succumbed to a frenzied state. Anyone who crossed his path was left in a state of utter disarray. Those who possessed the wisdom to navigate their way forward would retain some semblance of wholeness. The audience was in a frenzy, fervently waving their glow sticks and shouting in excitement, while fans of Sui Qian brandished LED signs emblazoned with his name, their voices rising to a fever pitch. In that case, why not take advantage of the situation and indulge in a complimentary feast? Lu Yifan suggested. Just as they managed to escape from a distance, they were captured once more, only to be gripped tightly by an enormous ethereal hand. Unlike Xing Tianming, who was simpler in nature, Wen Chaoyue had traversed many trials and tribulations. He understood that no kindness existed without reason, and an instinctive apprehension arose within him. Sensing that the youth before him harbored ulterior motives, a maiden clad in black struck the ground with her palms, causing a vast pit to materialize. With a swift motion of her sleeve, a cascade of corpses plummeted into the abyss below. In a state of disorientation akin to being pressed by a ghost, Chi found herself unable to move. Despite her desperate attempts to call for help, only a series of faint clucks escaped her throat. Even with Feng Qing's cunning intellect, he found himself momentarily stunned and at a loss for words, a surge of excitement and eagerness bubbling within him. Shangguan Ling internally critiqued the organization's FAAD, yet her anger directed at Lin Chen rendered her speechless. The youth was in a state of frantic urgency, aware that his sister was afflicted by the poison of the golden toad and that the imperial physician would have the means to remedy it. Yet, he remained helplessly anxious. If defying fate incurs divine retribution, then why, 3 millennia ago, was the immortal-seeking monarch powerless? What makes one think that solutions would emerge 3,000 years after his demise? If a remedy truly existed, surely he would have sought to alter his own fate first. Listening to the sound of the Dharma, she took on the role of a caregiver, feeding the fish and explaining thoroughly to her elder brother. Yet, all of this may merely be an illusion. She still required further information. The warmth within the room contrasted starkly with the harsh cold outside. A delicate layer of frost adorned the windowpane, obscuring the view beyond. "Dear girl, do have something to eat," Aunt Zhang said, approaching with a steaming bowl of wild vegetable soup, in which a few scattered leaves floated. Most importantly, after this conflict, Chen Ran's prestige would undoubtedly reach its zenith. It was indeed an awkward situation. Rather than causing the coalition to falter, it had significantly bolstered Chen Ran's standing. Upon seeing Shuer emerge in disarray, Li Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet his heart tightened once more. He grasped Shuer's hands and pulled her from the threshold. Li Jie cared not whether she truly understood. With a flick of his hand, akin to brushing off dust, he shook off the black hawk from his shoulder and stepped forward in pursuit of Shuer. These matters, Shuer contemplated almost instantaneously. However, she wondered, what relevance did her affairs in the Shadow Moon Palace and Royang City hold for her? She even envisioned that if Chaoyue did not arrive, perhaps the dragon spirit pearl, with which she once shared an unspoken bond, might come to her rescue. Among the refugees, 30,000 able-bodied young men had been gathered, bringing the righteous army's strength to 150,000 troops. According to her, Su Xuanling could not cultivate due to her constitution, and this very trait would cause any practitioner who engaged with her to have their cultivation devoured. As more content is being loaded, please hold on. Su Qian tended to his wounds, bandaging them carefully and administering a few sips of dragon saliva to ensure he was out of danger. He instructed him to remain in the corridor for the time being. However, the tasks assigned to a captain would undoubtedly prove to be more challenging, requiring more powerful equipment,
tools, and skill enhancements.
Would they possess sufficient bonus points to return to the starting island? A vast expanse of brilliant white light spread across the heavens and the earth, creating a scene of profound sanctity. Yet, at the very center of this resplendent light floated a fairy, one pierced through the body. Tian Marin gasped in astonishment at the sight of Anan. "And Master?" She hurriedly glanced at Liemo, who still knelt on the ground, his hands trembling. With a flick of her fingers, a surge of spiritual energy swept through, causing the ethereal serpents of energy to evade. Those unable to dodge were instantaneously reduced to nothingness by the force of the spiritual power. Upon observing the gathered citizens of the Tang dynasty, Zhang Yichao instructed his soldiers to heighten their vigilance, ensuring that all civilians were relocated to the rear for assembly. Once the city of Shengzhou was captured, they could return to their homes. Thus, 200,000 citizens were safely sheltered by Zhang Yichao, all receiving food supplies. Upon hearing this, Zi Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had been discovered, and this time it would not end well. "I didn't mean to." He lowered his head, unable to meet Ziyu's gaze. Qing Ji offered no further explanation. Yet he understood that although the innate talent of Gu Luo had not been measured, it was undoubtedly of prodigious caliber. Such individuals are far from ordinary. With just a hint of turbulence, they can transform into dragons soaring high, their future achievements far beyond the comprehension of those with a narrow vision like Qin Yuanling. The two vehicles, with a mere gap of less than 3 seconds, saw Guan Nianfei barely rounding the bend when the opponent's car emerged. Upon entering the straight path, Wang Kuang began to accelerate. The performance of the Koenigsegg is undeniably exceptional. Shan Cheng remained calm. Yi Ying has been by my side all along. How could she possibly betray us? Said Hu Qiong. Lan Sheng and his companions had already retreated, yet their gazes remained ensnared by the intertwining worlds before them. Within each layer of time and space, two factions were engaged in combat, with the wills of Zhuang Jian and the Sea Demon manifesting upon the beings involved. That is old Li, and Zhang pointed to a frail, white-haired elder, deliberately lowering her voice. His son was brutally slain by bandits in the first year of the apocalypse, while protecting the town's granary. Now, he and his wife struggled to survive with their grandson. Wen Chaoyue silently nodded. This seemingly tranquil town harbors tales of survival amidst the apocalypse that are far more profound and tragic than she had imagined. The town committee building appeared somewhat dilapidated. Suddenly, a beam of azure light interposed itself before the vase. The sword pellet collided with the light, causing it to dissipate and reveal the Taiching sword, which trembled slightly, effectively blocking the sword pellet. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I was subjected to a relentless assault, enduring 2 strikes in quick succession, which drained nearly 400 of my magical energy. Astonished, I dared not engage in close combat any longer, disregarding the fact that I was lost within the jungle. In an instant, I cast a teleportation spell, whisking myself to safety, grateful that such magic would not lead me astray again. I believed it more honorable to incinerate the bodies of my 2 masters rather than leave them here to be devoured by wild beasts, thus allowing me to erect a memorial in their memory. A deafening sound resonated in the void as sword energy surged forth, radiating brilliance. The Taiching sword and the white jade ruler clashed, their auras dimming momentarily before colliding fiercely. Before it could flee, the golden light pierced its body, subsequently erupting from within and shattering it into countless fragments. The fact that such an obsession has endured for over 100,000 years indicates a profound entanglement, one so deep that it cannot be easily relinquished. Reflecting upon this, it seems that the management of the G&T tree by the Silent Extinction sect holds greater plausibility. As more content loads, please hold on. A resounding dragon's roar echoes from the heavens, accompanied by the might of thunder, commanding all creation to bow in reverence. Falling Cloud Nian, out of sisterly concern, attempted to offer her guidance, yet she remained obstinate, foreboding trouble ahead. In that moment he feigned indifference, adopting a demeanor of cold detachment, but within his eyes lay a burning desire for her. After all, should he truly win Xue Nan's heart, he would prefer to share the vast fortunes of the Xue family with her rather than seize them from Xue Hanfeng. If there were but one option, Miley could accept it. However, upon presenting two, her doubts about life would commence. The Crimson Skull, having uttered these words, vanished into thin air, leaving Jiang Chun and his companions in a state of utter bewilderment. If the simulator claimed this was a golden talent, even he would be inclined to believe it. Could a mere dog rival 300 people? The indignant citizens, incited by Qian Dazhuang, erupted in fury, seizing whatever they could find and shouting loudly. In this world, no matter who wields power, as long as they do not rebel and manage their affairs properly, they will forever bask in wealth and glory. Lin Feng, cease your actions. What are you doing? Chun Mingjie exclaimed anxiously, hastily grasping Lin Feng's arm. She was all too familiar with Chen Kaixing. Should they offend him, the consequences could prove dire. That day, when Sun Yi went to Hongshi Valley for a meal, he inadvertently overheard Lu Yan sternly reprimanding his eldest disciple, Zhu Ju. This struck him as unusual, for Lu Yan was rarely prone to anger. Noticing the other disciples' awkward expressions, he discreetly pulled Lang Ming aside to inquire about the situation. The last individual, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic, causing him to falter momentarily. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, when Zhao Yue seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful sidekick that sent him crashing to the ground. Qi Yanqing's squad collaborated seamlessly with the town's militia, effectively cornering the vulture's men at the town's entrance. The masked man, sensing the impending doom, shouted a command to retreat. The remaining thugs hastily leaped onto their vehicles. Forget it, taking it seriously only leads to defeat. After all, having seen aircraft carrier-like mirages, what more is there to be curious about with multiple submarines? To assess the value of a magical artifact, one must consider all aspects comprehensively. Thus, while the Chaos Tower possesses the highest defense, it can only rank third overall. Do you have any good advice, Senior? Chun Fan inquired, casting a glance at Xue Chongfeng, certain that he would have some valuable suggestions. Eventually, Kitagawa did not completely dismiss Yang Ping's dignity, granting him a brief period of approval. With the clock striking 4, an hour later would be 5. After Yang Ping finished his bath and meal, it would not hinder the meeting. His concerns were not unfounded. El Shu and the head of the Sun family were not benevolent individuals. Having suffered such a significant loss today, they were likely on the brink of madness, and one could not predict whether they would target the Ho residents. At present, the Ho residents lacked the capability to contend with these two advanced Qi practitioners. In that case, I grant you a 10-day leave. We shall discuss matters further after your wife is laid to rest, Yin Tong declared. Shuffle. Place the card you have seen back into the deck and shuffle at your leisure. Li Tong handed the entire deck of playing cards to the temple. More content is loading. Please wait. The moment the attack commenced, Shursan vanished from his position. As the tide of chaos spread, he reappeared in the air. The earth is in your hands. Should you encounter an insurmountable force, retreat to Longmen or seek assistance from the Spirit Institute. Chun Fan imparted his final instructions, having arranged everything that needed to be arranged. Old Master Hua and the matriarch had been longtime friends, having fought side by side for their fortunes. Now, in retirement, they were not necessarily more outstanding than their descendants, but simply more prolific in progeny. Emperor Qing remarked, "There are indeed methods available, but should we employ them immediately?" He then turned his gaze toward Gu Yi. The association possessed a dedicated activity venue, known as the Association Activity Building, located adjacent to the Spiritual Energy Teaching Building. Watching an arrow pierce his chest, Old Du instinctively lowered his gaze to the shaft embedded in his flesh. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth as he spoke, when suddenly another arrow struck his brow, and he succumbed to his fate in the northwest, oblivious to the identity of his assailant. Meanwhile, the siblings were tasked with completing a test paper, during which she also graded their previous work from the new year. Remarkably, there were hardly any mistakes. Much of the content she had yet to cover had already been self-studied by them. Lan Tian made a compelling argument. With a mere word from Sima Chao, her desires could be fulfilled. Although Luo Fu was reluctant to seek Sima Chao's assistance, her affection for her cousin stirred a sense of urgency within her. The relatives initially intended to offer remarks that would irritate Zhang Danqin, but to their surprise, she complied with all their expectations, leaving them feeling as if they had struck a cotton pillow. Consequently, they chose to remain silent. It was evident that the remaining 10 million was of a peculiar nature. Even with the 400 monthly city points reward, reputable assassin organizations dared not lay a finger on them. Upon hearing the news, the officer's expression darkened, and he cast a glance back at Huzheng, who remained impassive, offering no further instructions. However, Xianger, your unique physique and innate talent are remarkable. Once I channel my mystical powers to open your meridians and restore you to a normal constitution, I shall impart all my lifelong knowledge unto you. Wen Chaoyue shook her head, accepting the water cup, but merely observing it without drinking. Her brow furrowed in concern as she anxiously remarked, "Mother, I have a foreboding feeling. The vultures will not relinquish their pursuit so easily." She lowered her gaze to the gently rippling surface of the water in her cup, and an involuntary flash of the masked man's icy stare crossed her mind, akin to a venomous serpent, sending shivers down her spine. They had tracked them down based on the location data on the hard drive, though it was unclear when the deafening explosion erupted, causing the very space around them to tremble, a powerful wave of force striking directly at Bag. Who would have thought that your elder brother was still a nostalgic soul? Alas, we cannot fight alongside you in this 7 schools competition, but when you depart, we shall surely see you off. Leaving school always evokes a sense of reflection. And Chun Fei found himself at a loss for words. Seeking death. The fervor for battle ignited completely within Liu. Brandishing his massive axe, he shielded himself, preventing the adversary from closing in. Enough. Get the hell away. After a hesitant pause of several seconds, the young man referred to as Xingge suddenly shouted to the crowd. Feng Xiaowu contemplated for a moment before making his way towards Lian Tai. Though his movements appeared somewhat awkward due to the binding divine rings still encircling him, Jesse, Horrendo, and others exchanged glances, standing by, as it was their first time witnessing their leader's amicable demeanor. While this group was not their arch-rivals, they clearly were not to be underestimated. Niarong's two major avatars and the earthly embodiment of the Lord of the Wilderness simultaneously vanished from the summit of Beast God Mountain. The knights engaged in battle resembled clusters of blazing flames, their swordsmanship emanating an aura that caused brilliant flames to separate and reassemble into new formations around them. Despite being poisoned and harmed to such an extent, the most pressing concern for Jiang Cheng is the multitude of enemies he has in Jiangnan City. Upon learning of his comatose state, his adversaries took immediate action, brutally breaking his limbs while he lay ill. Fortunately, timely medical intervention prevented what might have resulted in a lifelong disability. "Uncle, what troubles you?" Zhou Xing inquired, noticing her uncle's prolonged silence, which sparked her curiosity. In the realm of artifacts, distinctions are drawn among various classifications: magical tools, spiritual implements, divine artifacts, holy relics, and imperial treasures, each possessing its own subtle hierarchies. With remarkable prowess, she tore through the oncoming radiance of the sacred light, elevating her path to an extraordinary zenith, embodying a celestial power that seemed to transcend the heavens and the earth. Three ordinary masters from the mortal realm, caught up in their fervor, remained blissfully unaware of the vast chasm separating them from Qinlang, and recklessly charged forward once more. Shun Gongbao, already incensed, found his fury exacerbated by the bald man's incessant insults, leading him to shove the man into the slightly deeper waters in a fit of rage. On a particular day, she observed numerous sea vessels engaged in fishing, capturing a bounty of marine life, from countless fish to an array of aquatic creatures, indiscriminately hauling in whatever they could. And Hung had long lamented that he had but one son. Should anything happen to him, as someone who had aged without descendants, what purpose would his existence serve? However, everyone was taken aback to see Lady Meng brazenly occupying the host's seat, nonchalantly crossing her legs, her demeanor exuding an air of complete disregard for the circle of guests surrounding her. Among the illustrious attendees of the soirée, only Qinlang shone as the singular star of the evening. If I were to mention two more individuals, they would undoubtedly be the middle-aged man and Director Jack. At that moment, the flesh and blood altar seemed akin to a cauldron simmering a rich broth, transforming not only the blood and flesh of those practitioners, but also their resentment, fear, anger, and a myriad of other negative emotions. The Spirit Coordination is merely a grassroots organization. Should its members find themselves in peril during a mission, they are unable to swiftly mobilize official forces for rescue. In the unfortunate event of a tragedy, the notion of posthumous honors is nothing short of a distant dream. She was aware of the truth, yet the harsh reality rendered her speechless. The Vulture's modified vehicle was specifically designed for snowy terrains, boasting exceptional performance, gliding through deep snow as if it were solid ground. In contrast, their RV struggled immensely in the deep snow, each meter traversed proving to be a monumental challenge. The convoy laboriously navigated through the dense forest, branches scraping against the vehicle, producing a jarring sound reminiscent of sharp nails against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. Wen Chaoyue closely followed the snowmobile of Gongzi ahead, each turn nearly causing the RV to lose control, the vehicle swaying violently, causing the items inside to tumble chaotically. Xiaoduzi, unable to maintain his grip, collided with the door several times, stifling any sound. When Guanyu held Lin Xiaoyang tightly, while Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, refraining from making any noise that might distract Wen Chaoyue from driving. Behind them, the Zhuang's RV also lurched along, struggling to keep pace. Just 500 meters ahead lay the river surface. Gongzi's voice crackled through the intercom, tinged with urgency, the ice thickness being sufficient for passage. When Chaoyue abruptly slammed on the brakes, witnessing through the windshield the thick smoke billowing from behind, a dense column of black smoke soaring into the sky. The trap laid by the old cat was triggered, but this also signified that the pursuers had drawn dangerously close, casting a shadow of death that swiftly enveloped them.
Do not stop. Press on.
Qi Yanqing bellowed, his voice resonating sharply through the intercom, infused with urgency and resolve. Old cat, Gongzi, cover the convoy as we cross the river. Wen Chaoyue gritted her teeth and pressed the accelerator, the RV jostling violently as it surged toward the riverbank. The vehicle trembling intensely. Just as they were about to reach the icy surface, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the right side of the forest. Bullets whistling past and slicing through the air. Ambush from the right. Someone screamed over the intercom, the voice piercing and filled with terror. Instinctively, when Chaoyue ducked, and several spiderweb-like bullet holes suddenly appeared on the windshield, cracks spidering outwards in a shocking display.
Duck.
She shouted, wrenching the steering wheel to evade another wave of bullets. The tires carving a deep arc in the snow. The RV finally surged onto the river, skidding perilously on the smooth ice, the vehicle swaying from side to side, on the brink of overturning. As the RV skidded violently across the ice, beads of sweat dotted Wen Chaoyue's forehead, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as her entire being tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit. She continuously adjusted the direction, striving to steady the RV. Yet the wheels behaved like untamed stallions, completely beyond her control. In the rearview mirror, she caught sight of Qi Yanqing's off-road vehicle trailing closely behind, its body riddled with bullet holes, a testament to the chaos. Further away, Old Cat and Gongzi took cover behind the trees, returning fire at the pursuers. The sound of gunfire erupting in a cacophony, flashes of light illuminating the smoky air. Is everyone all right? Wen Chaoyue panted, her voice resonating with concern.
I
am fine. The voice of Wen Guanyu trembled as she clutched Lin Xiaoyang and Xiao Duzi tightly. Lin Xiaoyang's petite face turned ashen, rendered speechless by fear. Xiao Duzi, though visibly alarmed, endeavored to assist Wen Guanyu in steadying Lin Xiaoyang. At that moment, the voice of Qi Yanqing crackled through the intercom. Everyone, stay calm. Old Cat, Gongzi, provide suppressive fire to secure time for the convoy to cross the river. Wen Chaoyue inhaled deeply and restarted the RV. On this treacherous ice, every meter forward was fraught with peril, yet retreat was not an option. She could only grit her teeth and press on. Qi Yanqing's off-road vehicle followed closely behind, its body marked by harrowing bullet scars and the windows shattered, allowing the biting cold wind to invade the cabin, stinging his eyes. However, he paid no heed to these discomforts, focusing intently on driving while coordinating the group through the intercom. Zhuangmingxi, keep your family's vehicle close. Do not fall behind. He endeavored to maintain his composure, reassuring his family inside the vehicle. Mom, Dad, Mingxiang, don't be afraid. We will cross the river soon. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the roar of engines, the convoy struggled to advance toward the opposite bank. The Vulture Gang, sensing their attempt to cross, intensified their assault. Bullets raining down like a torrential storm upon the ice, sending shards flying. Suddenly, a bullet struck the RV's tire with a dull thud. The vehicle lurched violently, its speed diminishing in an instant. This is bad. The tire has burst. Wen Chaoyue's heart tightened, realizing the situation had become increasingly dire. Yet she remained remarkably composed. Swiftly retrieving a spare tire and tools from the trunk, she called to those inside the vehicle, Mom, you all stay safe. I will change the tire. With that, she flung open the car door, and a biting cold wind rushed in, nearly suffocating her. However, she had no time to dwell on the chill. She leapt from the vehicle and commenced the tire change. Meanwhile, Lao Mao and Gangzi's ammunition was rapidly depleting, and their pressure was mounting. Captain, we can barely hold on.
Lao Mao Edgar Lim Ansioli.
Qi Yanqing glanced at the RV still stranded before the river, his heart racing. He quickly resolved, Lao Mao, Gangzi, you retreat first. I will come to your aid. With that, he drove the SUV towards Lao Mao and Gangzi's position, firing to draw the vulture's fire while shouting, get in the car. Seeing this, Lao Mao and Gangzi dashed towards the SUV, struggling to climb aboard amidst the gunfire. On the other side, Wen Chaoyue, amidst the tense operation, finally succeeded in changing the tire. She jumped back into the vehicle, restarting the RV with all her might, heading towards the opposite bank of the river. Just as the convoy was about to cross entirely, a modified vulture vehicle recklessly charged forward, attempting to block their path before they could cross. Qi Yanqing's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he drove the SUV to confront it. The two vehicles collided violently on the icy surface, producing a thunderous crash. Qi Yanqing's SUV was spun sideways on the ice, obstructing the vulture vehicle's advance. "Captain!" Wen Chaoyue cried out, her heart racing with urgency. "Don't worry about me. You all must go," Qi Yanqing shouted, enduring the intense pain coursing through his body. As Wen Chaoyue gritted her teeth, she understood that hesitation was not an option at this moment. She pressed down hard on the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. Just as the RV was about to reach the opposite shore, a chilling cacophony of cracking echoed from the ice beneath them. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized this was a harbinger of the impending ice fracture. The RV raced wildly across the icy surface, its speed escalating. Yet the ominous sounds of cracking ice intensified, resembling a countdown to death pursuing them relentlessly. At last, in a climactic moment, the RV successfully surged onto the bank. When Chaoyue exhaled deeply, her taut nerves beginning to ease. However, before she could fully regain her composure, a thunderous crash erupted behind her. The modified vehicle belonging to the vulture sank directly to the riverbed, disappearing without a trace. A surge of dread gripped Wen Chaoyue, and without a second thought, she flung open the car door, intent on rushing down to rescue the imperiled. "Chaoyue, don't go. It's too dangerous," Wen Guanyu cried out in terror, reaching for her but only managing to grasp the hem of her clothing. At that moment, Old Cat and Gongzi were struggling to crawl out from the partially submerged off-road vehicle, the frigid river water soaking through their clothes, numbing their limbs and slowing their movements. Qi Yanqing was trapped in the driver's seat, his forehead gashed, blood streaming down his cheek and staining his collar. Wen Chaoyue's heart raced with urgency. The ice beneath her feet was cloaked in snow, wet and slippery. Each step she took was cautious, fearful of triggering a more extensive collapse of the ice. The wind howled in her ears, as if sounding a tense clarion call for the rescue, and her breath came in quick, heavy bursts, the vapor dissipating into the frigid air. Zhuang Shuangxi, glancing through the rearview mirror, discerned the dire situation on the ice and, without hesitation, retrieved a bundle of hemp rope from the back of the vehicle before alighting. The other team members, who had initially driven ahead, swiftly turned their vehicles around. At the edge of the ice hole, Lao Mao and Gongzi struggled to crawl out, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ice surface, gasping for breath. Each inhalation mingled with ice shards. The biting river water had thoroughly soaked their cold-resistant attire. In the frigid temperature of -30 degrees, the moisture rapidly froze, leaving their limbs painfully rigid. When Chaoyue rushed to the brink of the ice hole, her heart sinking at the sight before her. The SUV was mostly submerged, with only the rear stubbornly protruding above the surface, swaying precariously in the biting wind. Through the shattered window, she faintly discerned Qi Yanqing's figure. Trapped by the severely deformed door, his face a mask of determination as he gripped a military knife tightly, straining to pry open the doorframe. Zhuang Mingxi was acutely aware of the perilousness of the situation, yet he wasted not a moment, swiftly securing one end of the climbing rope around his waist. He then passed the other end to Wen Chaoyue, his face etched with concern as he cautioned, "It's far too dangerous. The ice is exceedingly fragile and could crack at any moment." With nimble precision, she wrapped the rope twice around her waist and expertly tied a knot. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the icy chasm. The frigid river water engulfed her instantly, the cold piercing her skin like 1,000 needles. When Chaoyue gritted her teeth, stifling a scream as the air in her lungs was nearly crushed to the brink of explosion. Forcing herself to open her eyes, she searched through the murky waters for the silhouette of Qi Yanqing. The underwater visibility was alarmingly low, compelling her to navigate towards the off-road vehicle solely by memory. Upon her fingers grazing the frigid metallic surface, when Chaoyue was overcome by a wave of dizziness, the biting cold had begun to numb her limbs. Inside the vehicle, Qi Yanqing caught sight of Wen Chaoyue, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He forcefully gestured towards the door that had trapped him, then pointed to the water seeping into the cabin. Wen Chaoyue comprehended his intent. The vehicle was rapidly sinking, and oxygen was dwindling. She fumbled for the door handle, tugging with all her strength, yet the deformed metal remained immobile. Qi Yanqing extended a military knife through the window's crevice, and Wen Chaoyue seized the blade, thrusting it fiercely at the lock. The resistance of the water rendered each movement exceedingly arduous, her lungs aflame with agony. Just as she felt on the verge of collapse, the car door suddenly loosened. Qi Yanqing rammed his shoulder against it, finally creating a narrow opening. Wen Chaoyue grasped his arm and pulled outward, the two of them ascending towards the surface. "Pull the rope!" Wen Chaoyue shouted hoarsely as her head broke the surface. On the shore, Zhuang Mingxi and the others immediately yanked on the rope with all their might. The ice beneath them emitted ominous cracking sounds, with new fissures continuously spreading. Wen Chaoyue felt a constriction around her waist as her body was abruptly yanked towards the edge of the ice. Just as they were about to be hauled onto the surface, a resounding crash echoed behind them. The off-road vehicle had completely submerged, creating a whirlpool that nearly dragged them back into the depths. "Faster! Hurry!" Zhuang Mingxi's face turned crimson, veins bulging. When Wen Chaoyue and Qi Yanqing were finally pulled onto the ice, both collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Wen Chaoyue's lips had taken on a distressing shade of bluish-purple, her fingers entirely devoid of sensation. The vehicles, the convoy. Qi Yanqing weakly gestured towards the opposite bank of the river. Wen Chaoyue, with great effort, lifted her gaze and observed the vulture's men gathering, seemingly preparing to pursue via an alternate route. "We must vacate this place immediately." Struggling to rise, Wen Chaoyue found her legs numb and collapsed back to the ground. Old Cat and Gongzi assisted Qi Yanqing, while Zhuang Mingxi swiftly hoisted Wen Chaoyue onto her back, declaring, "I will carry you." The group stumbled and hurriedly retreated towards the shore. Clinging to Zhuang Mingxi's back, Wen Chaoyue noticed that Qi Yanqing's condition was far worse than hers. His forehead was still bleeding, staining much of his face in crimson, and his breaths came in short, irregular gasps, clearly indicating internal injuries from the collision. "Let me down. I can walk." Hearing Zhuang Mingxi's increasingly labored breaths, Wen Chaoyue gently patted her shoulder. Her legs regained a modicum of sensation. Though each step felt akin to treading upon blades, she was at least able to move independently. On the shore, when Guan Yu, the Zhuang family, and the remaining members of Qi Yanqing's team anxiously awaited. Across the river, the vulture's men had already mobilized their vehicles, scouring the riverbank for a suitable crossing route. The nearest ferry point lay at least 2 kilometers away, granting them precious time. "Everyone, get in the vehicles. Depart immediately," Qi Yanqing commanded, his voice weak yet resolute. The convoy reassembled, though it had suffered grave losses. One off-road vehicle had sunk to the riverbed, and another had been left behind on the opposite bank. The remaining 3 vehicles struggled to accommodate all personnel. Wen Chaoyue quickly devised a plan. "My mother's RV can squeeze in 4 more, and the Zhuang family's RV can accommodate 3 additional people. Captain Qi, you, and the injured should take our vehicle." Qi Yanqing wished to voice his objections, yet he was abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing. The old cat unceremoniously thrust him into the mobile home of Wen Chaoyue, insisting, "Captain, do not overexert yourself. You need to attend to your wound." Inside the vehicle, Wen Guanyu had already prepared dry towels and a first aid kit. Upon seeing her daughter drenched to the bone, her eyes immediately reddened, though she said nothing, swiftly assisting Wen Chaoyue in removing her frozen outerwear and wrapping her in a blanket. "First, let us tend to Captain Qi," Wen Chaoyue stammered, her teeth chattering. A 5-centimeter gash adorned Qi Yanqing's forehead, exposing bone beneath. When Guanyu skillfully cleaned the wound with medical alcohol, Qi Yanqing's muscles tensed in pain, yet he remained silent. "It requires suturing," Wen Guanyu assessed. "But the vehicle is too jostling at the moment. I can only dress it to staunch the bleeding." Wen Chaoyue discreetly retrieved a tetanus injection and antibiotics from her storage, mixing them with the items in the first aid kit and handing them to her mother. "Use this." Understanding her daughter's intent, Wen Guanyu unobtrusively accepted the medication to administer to Qi Yanqing. Although weakened, Qi Yanqing's keen gaze remained fixed on Wen Chaoyue's actions. a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he recalled that the first aid kit had not originally contained these medications. The convoy sped forward, striving to distance itself from their pursuers. Having changed into dry clothes, Wen Chaoyue squeezed into the driver's seat, replacing Wen Chaoyue. "You should rest. I will take over driving." Wen Chaoyue was merely a young girl, having only learned to drive in the past few days, and was still somewhat unskilled. "Sister Zhao, wet your hand." Wen Chaoyue observed her fingers, still tinged with purple, with concern. "It's nothing. They have warmed up already." Wen Chaoyue grasped the steering wheel, attempting to reassure herself of her composure. In truth, her fingers throbbed painfully, akin to being gnawed by countless ants. Yet this was not the moment to dwell on such discomfort. In the rear-view mirror, Qi Yanqing reclined in a seat, eyes closed in a semblance of rest. His complexion as pale as parchment. The old cat was reporting the situation. 2 vehicles had been lost, along with the majority of the spare fuel and 1/3 of their provisions, all submerged with the vehicles. In terms of weaponry, they had lost 2 rifles and a handgun, but fortunately their primary equipment was still with them. A wave of heaviness washed over Wen Chaoyue. The loss of supplies was more severe than she had anticipated, indicating that the journey ahead would be fraught with greater challenges. Stealthily, she glanced at the fuel gauge, which indicated less than half a tank remained. In such frigid conditions, fuel consumption was significantly accelerated, and this scan amount would not last long. She had just taken stock of their supplies and now found it difficult to discreetly retrieve more from their storage space. Why were the vultures so insistent? When Guanyu gazed at her daughter's slender silhouette and murmured softly, "Is that hard drive truly so vital?" A profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Through the rear-view mirror, Wen Chaoyue exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Yanqing. Both understood the weight of the question posed. "More content loading. Please wait." The ARC project. Qi Yanqing began to speak slowly, his voice hoarse from fatigue. It encompasses not only the design schematics of the shelter. It contains research data on global climate anomalies, forecasting climatic patterns for the coming years, as well as the key to humanity's continuation. Wen Chaoyue tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Finally recalling the vague impression from her past life regarding this plan, she had only heard of it during the latter part of the extreme heat period. During the extreme cold phase, she and her mother were striving to survive. In her previous life, it was precisely due to the leakage of this data that various factions scrambled for it, causing a delay in addressing the critical window of time for responding to climate change. When the extreme heat unexpectedly descended, the unprepared humanity paid a heavy toll. Thus, they pursued relentlessly. The old cat gritted its teeth, exclaiming that those brutes sought to monopolize the opportunity for survival. Suddenly, Wen Chaoyue slammed the steering wheel, and the vehicle made a sharp turn onto a side road. Zhuang Mingxi, trailing behind, nearly failed to react, the RV skidding dangerously across the snow, its rear kicking up a cloud of powdery snow. What is happening? When Guanyu, seated in the back, was jolted forward by the abrupt stop, her heart racing with unease. Just moments before, a fleeting glimmer had caught her eye in the rear-view mirror, a subtle reflection shimmering briefly across the distant snow. That glint vanished in an instant, reminiscent of the light refracted through a telescope or the cold gleam of a sniper scope. Whatever it was, it heralded potential peril ahead. Perhaps a group with ill intentions lurking in the shadows, watching them intently. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanqing, who had been reclining in his seat, forced himself to sit upright despite the pain coursing through him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He grasped the walkie-talkie, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Attention everyone, alter the route and proceed westward. There may be an ambush." The convoy swiftly responded, each vehicle gradually shifting their direction westward, making their way towards the dense pine forest. Upon entering the pine forest, the towering and dense trees encircled the convoy like a series of natural barriers. Although branches occasionally scraped against the vehicle, hindering their progress, they nonetheless provided exceptional cover, shielding them from the enemy's gaze, if only temporarily. When Chaoyue's taut nerves relaxed slightly, "Chaoyue," came the voice of Qi Yanqing from behind. When Chaoyue glanced at him through the rearview mirror and softly replied, "Thank you," he said, his gaze fixed intently upon her, filled with gratitude. His voice was deep and profoundly sincere. back there in the icy river. You needn't have risked yourself. Wen Chaoyue shook her head gently, her eyes resolute. We are a team. Qi Yanqing regarded her with an intensity that suggested he harbored numerous questions, yet he seemed at a loss for words. His lips moved slightly before he ultimately nodded in agreement. Wen Chaoyue understood that he harbored doubts about her extraordinary reflexes and survival skills. Yet he had refrained from voicing them. As dusk descended, the inky darkness enveloped the entire pine forest. The convoy finally located a relatively flat clearing deep within the woods and came to a gradual halt to rest. As soon as the vehicle stopped, everyone sprang into action. Each engaged in their respective tasks. Zhuang Mingxi and Wen Guanyu took tools in hand to meticulously inspect the vehicles, ensuring they would operate smoothly for the journey ahead. Meanwhile, Zhuang's family and several children gathered around a makeshift stove, busily preparing food and hot water. Wen Chaoyue excused herself to retrieve some items from the rear of the RV, discreetly extracting a few cans and provisions from her hidden stash, blending them into the communal supplies. Additionally, she placed 4 extra barrels of gasoline in the designated storage area, carefully concealing them with a folded blanket to mimic the appearance of previously overlooked items. She was acutely aware of the necessity to avoid drawing undue attention by producing an excess of food. Even a minor misstep could arouse suspicion. Nevertheless, these supplies would serve to alleviate, albeit temporarily, the pressing scarcity faced by the group. Strangely, little Dizzy was diligently counting the provisions, and as he pondered deeply, he scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself, I don't recall our ration of compressed biscuits being this plentiful. He nodded and took the hot water, bouncing away with a skip. The night in the pine forest was even quieter than anticipated, an eerie silence that sent shivers down one's spine. Wen Chaoyue crouched beside the makeshift campfire, carefully tending to the flickering flames with a twig, ensuring the dim light did not betray their position. The dancing flames cast a glow upon her face, revealing a visage marked by fatigue yet alertness. How is your finger healing? Qi Yanqing's voice drifted from behind, deep and slightly hoarse. She turned to see him approaching, the bandage on his forehead starkly illuminated by the moonlight, crimson stains having seeped through the outer layer. You ought to be resting, Wen Chaoyue remarked, her brow furrowing slightly in disapproval. Your wound may reopen. Qi Yanqing chuckled softly, a hint of weariness in his smile. As he settled down beside her, his movements noticeably slower than usual. Upon hearing these words, Wen Chaoyue's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, revealing no hint of a crack in her faade. I heard Mingxi mention that the gasoline was concealed under the blankets and had not been discovered earlier. Before our departure, I did load a considerable amount of gasoline onto the vehicle, though I cannot recall the exact quantity. As for the other provisions, there may have been an error in previous assessments. In extremely cold environments, one's memory can be significantly affected. Loading more content. Please hold on. The surplus food would allow our party to sustain ourselves for at least an additional 3 days, and there are 4 extra barrels of gasoline. All of this is your provision. Without your efforts, I cannot fathom how long my team could endure. Additionally, there's this. Qi Yanqing remarked, extracting a box of antibiotics from his pocket, precisely the kind Wen Guanyu had previously administered to him. Such medication was classified as controlled substances before the apocalypse and would not typically be found in an ordinary household first aid kit. The campfire crackled and popped, occasionally sending sparks onto Wen Chaoyue's hand, yet she appeared insensible to the pain. Qi Yanqing's gaze was akin to a sharp blade, piercing directly into her. My mother's closest friend belongs to a family of medicine. Wen Chaoyue's mind raced, ultimately settling on a half-truth. I have been on a business trip to Pengcheng and brought these along for us. Moreover, our family has always maintained a habit of stockpiling emergency medications. As for the other supplies, they may have been hidden within the compartments of the RV and went unnoticed. After a lengthy pause, he slowly diverted his gaze before speaking. Do you know the full details of the ARC project? The sudden shift in topic allowed Wen Chaoyue to secretly exhale in relief. Yet her heart immediately tightened once more. Weighing her words with caution, she carefully remarked, You mention it pertains to research on climate anomalies and human survival strategies, and it has forecasted the impending extreme weather. Indeed. Qi Yanqing lowered his voice, his expression grave. As the torrential rains commenced, It predicted the persistence of this global calamity, foreseeing the frigid conditions that would follow, including the abrupt onset of a global heat wave after the extreme cold. Wen Chaoyue instinctively interjected, only to realize with a jolt that she had misspoken. Qi Yanqing's gaze sharpened, piercing like an eagle's. As he fixed his stare upon her and questioned, "The authorities have never disclosed this information. How did you come to know?" Wen Chaoyue's fingers unconsciously grazed the hem of her garment. Those terrifying memories were indelibly etched in her mind, like a branding iron, the melting asphalt exuding a nauseating stench. Desiccated rivers with cracked beds, and the deranged souls driven mad by thirst under the sweltering heat, their eyes filled with despair and insanity. She had personally endured that searing heat that fractured the earth. "Have you forgotten? I mentioned that these are speculations from the laboratory where Mingxi resides," she finally replied, her voice barely audible above the howling wind. Moreover, a cursory review of the materials would reveal that extreme weather seldom manifests in a singular form. Following a global cooling, a violent rebound is highly probable. Qi Yanqing seemed not entirely convinced by her explanation, yet he refrained from pressing further. He skillfully retrieved a waterproof map from his pocket and unfurled it beneath the flickering firelight. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must hasten to the northern base. Following our current route, we should reach the Songha outpost by noon tomorrow, where an official supply point is anticipated." When Chaoyue leaned closer to the map, the fragrant scent of burning pine mingling with a faint metallic tang of blood emanating from Qi Yanqing, infiltrating her senses. She extended her finger, pointing to a prominent mark on the map. "The outpost is situated here, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only a single path for ingress and egress. If the vultures have set an ambush, this is precisely my concern." Qi Yanqing's finger traced the narrow mountain path, his brow furrowed in deep worry. Yet he declared, "We have no alternative. Our fuel and provisions are insufficient to sustain a detour." Chapter 110. Avalanche. The campfire deep within the pine forest gradually dwindled, the last wisp of blue smoke dissipating in the biting cold wind. When Chaoyue lifted her foot and forcefully kicked the accumulated snow towards the dying embers, her gaze fixed intently on the fire until she was assured that the final spark had been extinguished, bringing her a measure of relief. She slowly straightened up and gazed into the vast sky, noticing that the morning star had quietly risen, peeking through the heavy leaden clouds. It shimmered subtly, emitting a faint and cool light. "It is time to depart." Unbeknownst to her, Qi Yanqing had positioned himself behind her. The bandage on his forehead had been replaced with a fresh one, yet his complexion remained alarmingly pale. The convoy quietly set off in the darkness before dawn. When Chaoyue carefully followed Gongzi's snowmobile, guiding the RV with utmost caution. The pine forest grew denser, branches scraping against the roof and producing a harsh sound. Ahead lay the Pine River outpost. Gongzi's voice crackled through the intercom, "I see the watchtower." Wen Chaoyue squinted, peering through the frosted windshield, faintly discerning the silhouette of a gray structure standing atop the distant ridge. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a blinding reflection suddenly flashed from the top of the watchtower.
"Get down!"
She instinctively shouted at the top of her lungs, simultaneously slamming her foot down on the brake, causing the entire vehicle to lurch violently from the abrupt halt. Without hesitation, she lunged toward her mother in the passenger seat, shielding her with her own body. A deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the silent valley, the thunderous gunfire reverberating through the air. A bullet, propelled by immense force, pierced the windshield directly. With a whoosh, it whizzed past Wen Chaoyue's head, leaving behind a smoking bullet hole in the seat above her, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the atmosphere. "Sniper!" Qi Yanqing's voice echoed through the intercom. "Everyone take cover." The convoy erupted into chaos. Zhuang Mingxi's RV skidded sharply into a snowbank, sending clouds of powdery snow swirling. Lao Mao and Gongzi swiftly dismounted their snowmobiles, utilizing the trees for cover as they retaliated toward the outpost. When Chaoyue rummaged beneath her seat for her compound bow, her fingers numb with cold. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. The sniper atop the watchtower had evidently been waiting for an extended period, indicating that the vultures had arrived ahead of us. Qi Yanqing crouched low and swiftly dashed to her vehicle. Beads of sweat formed densely on her forehead, starkly contrasting against the frigid landscape, revealing that they had anticipated our arrival at this supply station. Although the tracker on the hard drive had been successfully dismantled by Qi Yanqing's comrades, logically, we should no longer be pursued due to that. However, the routes leading to the northern base were limited, and this supply station was an unavoidable waypoint. No one expected the vultures to arrive so swiftly, catching them off guard. Their gazes met in the air. A mere glance was sufficient for both to discern a resolute acceptance of death in each other's eyes. Wen Chaoyue, you lead the main force to break through. I will divert their attention. Absolutely not. Qi Yanqing grasped her wrist tightly. It's too perilous. Wen Chaoyue wriggled free from his grip and discreetly retrieved a backup communicator from her space. I have a plan. Take this, switch to channel 7, and await my signal. She paused momentarily. Trust me. Then, adeptly rolling in the snow, she drew her compound bow. The arrow shot forth, piercing the wooden pillar of the watchtower with precision, inciting a commotion. There! Capture her! A coarse shout echoed from the outpost. She deliberately slowed her pace, ensuring the pursuers could spot her silhouette. Once she confirmed that the majority of the enemies had been diverted, she pressed the communicator. Now! The voice of Qi Yanqing emanated from the communicator, accompanied by the sounds of fierce gunfire. Received. The convoy is breaking through. When Chaoyue took refuge behind a towering pine tree and retrieved a prepared decoy from her spatial storage, a backpack tied with old clothes. With a forceful throw, she hurled the backpack into the distance and stealthily ascended the tree. The pursuers, indeed, fell for the ruse, shouting as they chased after the direction of the falling backpack. When Chaoyue held her breath, watching as 5 or 6 fully armed thugs rushed beneath her. At that moment, a cold object pressed against the back of her head. Don't move, little mouse, a hoarse voice taunted. Hand over the hard drive. When Chaoyue felt her body stiffen, she recognized that voice. It belonged to the masked leader. The hard drive is not with me. She feigned calmness, her voice steady. Simultaneously, her fingers discreetly moved behind her, preparing to retrieve her weapon from the spatial storage, awaiting the opportune moment to counterattack. The masked man did not believe her words. He roughly yanked the backpack from her back and began to search through it with brute force. Don't try any tricks, he warned. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly cut off. A strange rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the distance, growing louder, reminiscent of a million bees buzzing in unison. When Chaoyue felt the snow beneath her feet tremble slightly, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. What the hell is that? The masked man exclaimed, looking up with heightened alertness. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Chaoyue delivered an elbow strike to his abdomen while simultaneously turning to snatch the gun from him. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, rolling and wrestling in the snow until the masked man's disguise fell away, revealing a face marred by scars. You seek death. Upon witnessing the removal of his mask, the scarred man erupted in a furious rage, indignation fueling his actions as he brandished a glimmering military knife and lunged menacingly towards Wen Chaoyue. Reacting swiftly, she deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly strike, though the blade grazed her shoulder, causing a cascade of crimson blood to spill forth, staining the pristine white snow with vivid red. Just as the scarred man prepared to strike again, an eerie roar suddenly became deafening, reverberating as if it were right beside her. A chilling crack echoed from the direction of the valley. When Chaoyue looked up in terror to see the snow on the distant ridge tumbling down with astonishing speed. An avalanche! She cried out in alarm. The scarred man, too, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Chaoyue delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling, and turned to flee. Behind her, the man's furious roar mingled with the ominous rumble of the approaching avalanche. She ran desperately, her lungs burning with agony. The avalanche surged with a speed that far exceeded her expectations, closing in on her within moments. Spotting a protruding rock ahead, she summoned her last ounce of strength and lunged toward it. The world was suddenly engulfed by a wave of white. Bitter cold and suffocating darkness enveloped her. Chapter 111. Splitting up. When Chaoyue felt herself being swept away by the raging snow, her body uncontrollably tumbling. She desperately shielded her head while attempting to retrieve an oxygen tank from her belongings. Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a hand suddenly grasped her collar. With a violent tug, she was pulled from the snowdrift and met with a pair of anxious eyes. "Grab on," Chen shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice rendered hoarse by the howling wind and snow. He leaned far over the cliff's edge, extending a sturdy branch towards Wen Chaoyue. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned all her strength to grasp the branch tightly. Her fingertips turned pale from the exertion, and she felt as though the branch might sever her hand. But she dared not relent even slightly. Gritting his teeth, Chen's arm pulsed with strain as he gradually pulled her to safety. As soon as they landed, they collapsed onto the snow, utterly drained, their chests heaving and gasping for air. After a considerable pause, Wen Chaoyue managed to prop herself up, surveying their surroundings, only to discover they were perched on a protruding rock ledge. Her heart sank as she gazed downward. The once familiar valley was now entirely concealed by an avalanche. A vast expanse of white. The convoy. The others. Her voice was barely a whisper, strained and hoarse. Chen gestured into the distance. Safe. Old Cat led them around to the back of the mountain. He paused briefly before continuing. Aside from the section you diverted, a dozen or so thugs in the outpost were buried by the avalanche. Wen Chaoyue let out a long breath, suddenly recalling something. That scarred-faced man is here. Old Cat's voice echoed from above. He appeared, dragging the bloodied, scarred-faced man along. The scoundrel had attempted to flee, but was shot in the leg by Gongzi. "Where did you place the tracker?" Wen Chaoyue asked, her voice deliberate and as frigid as the wind sweeping across the tundra. The tracker on the hard drive had long been removed, and the hard drive was securely stored away. However, the vultures seemed perpetually capable of tracking them. Either a tracker had been placed elsewhere, or there's a traitor among them. The scar-faced man grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "Little girl, do you think I would divulge anything?"
Bang!
The gunfire erupted violently across the silent snowfield. The scar-faced man's had jerked back violently. A gaping wound, now oozing blood, appeared on his forehead. Wen Chaoyue turned in shock, witnessing Chen's hand tremble slightly as he held the gun, a wisp of smoke curling from its muzzle. There was no time for interrogation. His voice hoarse, the bandage on his forehead seeping more blood. The convoy needed to relocate immediately. Wen Chaoyue gazed towards the valley, her heart sinking. In the place where the avalanche had buried the outpost, several dark figures writhed upon the snow surface. The vulture's men proved to be more formidable than anticipated.
Go!
Chen urged, pulling her arm. The two stumbled through the pine forest, each step feeling as if they were treading upon blades. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached a clearing, where the convoy had regrouped. When Guanyu had been anxiously scanning the area, upon spotting her daughter, she rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Trembling, her hand found the wound on Wen Chaoyue's shoulder, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Mom, it's nothing, just a surface injury." Wen Chaoyue forced a smile. Turning to the others, "Is everyone all right?" Zhuang Mingxi was tending to her sister's scraped arm, and Wenyan looked up with a wry smile. The vehicle suffered significant damage. "But everyone is fine. Thank goodness you drew them away." There's the sound of a vehicle. Gongzi, responsible for keeping watch, suddenly shouted. Everyone instantly tensed their nerves. In the distance, the roar of engines could be heard, not just one or two, but at least a dozen vehicles. When Chaoyue dashed behind a rock and raised the binoculars she had seized from the scar-faced man, she observed a cloud of snow rising at the edge of the snowfield. An armed convoy was racing towards them. The main force of the vultures, her voice tightened. At least 30 individuals, fully armed. The air became thick with tension, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet that one could hear the sound of snowflakes descending. When Chaoyue's mind raced, as the situation turned dire. They had only 3 vehicles left, 2 of which were RVs with minimal defensive capabilities, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. Moreover, the team included injured individuals, elders, and children. This was nothing short of a desperate predicament. Split up, Qi Yanqing suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly calm. Gongzi, Xiaobei, you two lead the main group northward. When Chaoyue and I, along with Old Cat and Alai, will stay behind to hold them off.
No.
When Guanyu grasped her daughter's wrist firmly. If anyone is to stay, it must be me. When Chaoyue took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within her. She met Qi Yanqing's unwavering gaze and nodded resolutely. All right, Let's proceed as planned. She swiftly organized her thoughts on potential strategies. Although their remaining group was significantly outnumbered, each member possessed unique skills and combat experience. With proper coordination, they might buy enough time for the main group to retreat. Old Cat flexed his wrist, chambering a round into his submachine gun, and grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. It's been a while since I've felt this exhilarated. Come on, you bastards, today? Let them know our prowess. Excitement shimmered in his eyes, untainted by the impending peril. Alai silently inspected his weapon, though few were his words. Each movement exuded a steady and practiced grace, radiating a reassuring strength. Qi Yanqing surveyed the group, his expression grave yet imbued with trust. Listen closely. Our objective is to buy time. We must not linger in combat. Utilize the terrain, fire a shot and shift positions, creating as much chaos as possible. Once the main force has safely retreated, we will seize the opportunity to break through. Gongzi and Shabe swiftly mobilized the main contingent, racing northward. The wheels crunched over the snow, producing a muted thud before vanishing into the vast white expanse. Wen Chaoyue and her companions dispersed quickly, using the trees and rocks as cover, silently awaiting the arrival of the vulture convoy. The cold wind howled, sweeping through the treetops with an eerie sound, as if heralding the imminent clash. The roar of engines grew increasingly near, when Chaoyue crouched behind a snow-covered rock, drawing her composite bow to its full moon shape. The frigid metal pressed against her cheek, her breath forming a fine frost on the arrow fletching. At 11 o'clock, the lead vehicle emerged. Qi Yanqing's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by static. The first modified off-road vehicle burst into view, a machine gun mount welded to its roof, a menacing face visible behind the windshield. When Chaoyue held her breath, the arrow poised to strike as the vehicle approached. Now, with a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced through the shattered window of the passenger seat, eliciting screams from within. The off-road vehicle spiraled out of control, colliding violently with a pine tree. The rear convoy hastily veered, carving chaotic tracks in the snow. Splendid! The old cat gave a thumbs up from behind another rock, swiftly raising his submachine gun to unleash a barrage. Bullets erupted in the snow, sending plumes of white skyward, compelling the enemies to leap from their vehicles in search of cover. When Chaoyue quickly repositioned, her boots sinking into knee-deep snow. Just as she dove into her new refuge, the rock she had previously sheltered behind was pelted by bullets, sending shards flying. The firepower of these desperados was more ferocious than anticipated. Alai! Qi Yanqing suddenly barked. When Chaoyue turned to see Alai staggering backward, clutching his shoulder, blood gushing between his fingers. She was about to rush over when a piercing electronic voice crackled through her communicator. This is the northern base, Kanjing team. All parties in combat must cease fire immediately. Repeat, cease fire immediately. The thundering of helicopter rotors resonated above the snowy expanse as 3 olive-green helicopters swooped down like colossal eagles over the treetops. At the cabin door, the glint of a sniper's scope caught the sunlight.
Damn.
It's the military. Someone from the Vulture squad shouted. The remaining thugs instantly erupted into chaos, some leaping into vehicles in a desperate bid to flee, while others simply knelt and raised their hands in surrender. When Chaoyue stood frozen, her arrow still nocked. She watched as the helicopters cast enormous shadows over the snowfield, the whirling rotors whipping up the snow like a sudden blizzard. Are we saved? She murmured, her voice swallowed by the roar of the engines. The shockwave from the helicopter's landing blew off when Chaoyue's hood. She squinted, observing fully armed soldiers disembark from the cabin, frost clinging to their cold-weather masks. Drop your weapons. The leading soldier raised his assault rifle, executing the command from the Northern Base Command to take control of the area. Qi Yanqing immediately signaled for everyone to lower their weapons. When Chaoyue noticed that the bandage on his forehead was once again seeping blood, which quickly froze into icy shards in the extreme cold. Reporting to the commander, Qi Yanqing stood tall and saluted, introducing himself as Qi Yanqing from the former Eastern Theater's Special Operations Brigade, tasked with escorting the core data of the ARC project to the northern base. The soldiers visibly froze at his words. The leader lifted his mask, revealing a weathered face. Captain Qi, the command center has been searching for you for 2 weeks. He turned sharply, shouting, Medic! Hurry! Wen Chaoyue watched as a lie was lifted onto a stretcher, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Agonizing pain erupted from her shoulder. She stumbled against the wall of the cabin, only then realizing that her cold-weather suit was thoroughly soaked in blood. Mother! She suddenly recalled the convoy that had retreated ahead, struggling to grasp the officer's arm, knowing that others were still on the northern road. Don't worry, the officer assured her. 2 helicopters have already been dispatched for extraction. He handed her a satellite phone, and she heard Wen Guanyu's voice, trembling with tears. Taking the satellite phone, Wen Chaoyue's eyes warmed as her mother's cries pierced her heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Mom, it's me. I'm fine. We are safe, she choked out, her voice filled with the relief of having survived. Wen Guanyu, on the other end, was sobbing uncontrollably. Chaoyue, are you really all right? You scared your mother to death. Everything is truly fine, Mom. The military personnel have arrived, and the vultures have been subdued. How are you all holding up? Wen Chaoyue endeavored to steady her emotions as she anxiously inquired about the well-being of the others in the convoy. We are well. We just encountered a military helicopter. They assured us they would escort us to reunite with you. After hanging up the phone, Wen Chaoyue leaned against the cabin wall, feeling an overwhelming tide of fatigue wash over her. The pain from her shoulder wound surged sharply, making her acutely aware of her utter exhaustion. Medical personnel promptly surrounded her, cautiously cutting away her blood-soaked cold-weather gear to examine the injury. The wound is somewhat deep, but fortunately, it hasn't affected any vital areas. One of the medics remarked as they skillfully cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged her injury. Old Cat and Qi Yanqing were also receiving examination and treatment from the medics. Qi Yanqing's forehead wound had reopened, and his condition appeared grave, prompting the medics to perform urgent suturing. Wen Chaoyue's wound was expertly bandaged, and although her shoulder still throbbed intensely, she could scarcely focus on the pain, her heart racing with concern as she longed to reunite with her mother and the main force. Before long, the distant roar of another helicopter filled the air. Gritting her teeth against the agony of her wound, Wen Chaoyue mustered the strength to rise and gaze out the window. She watched as the helicopter descended slowly, its doors opening to reveal Wen Guanyu, Zhuang Mingxi, and others stepping out. Tears welled in Wen Chaoyue's eyes once more, and disregarding the medic's attempts to restrain her, she dashed from the helicopter towards her mother. The two embraced tightly, tears streaming freely down their faces. Zhao Zhao, my darling, you are finally safe. Wen Guanyu gently caressed her daughter's hair, her voice trembling. Wen Chaoyue endeavored to muster a smile, comforting her mother. Mother, I am perfectly well. Zhuang Mingxi and the others gathered around, their hearts brimming with mixed emotions upon their reunion after the calamity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they followed the soldiers' guidance and boarded the helicopter bound for the northern base. The helicopter ascended slowly, heading towards its destination. Through the window, Wen Chaoyue gazed at the vast, endless expanse of snow below, her heart filled with myriad sentiments. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally turned peril into safety with the military's assistance, drawing ever closer to the northern base. A few hours later, as the helicopter approached the airspace above the northern base, a distant view revealed hundreds of military tents densely packed outside the base's entrance. Every few steps stood a soldier armed with a rifle, maintaining order amidst the throng of people, making it difficult to discern the expressions of the survivors. They likely felt numb and exhausted. Noticing Wen Chaoyue's gaze fixed outside, a young soldier beside her explained, the northern base is not yet fully constructed. Initially, we relocated some civilians from nearby cities, but as time progressed, more and more individuals made the long trek here on their own. The military ceased to mobilize personnel for organization, instead deploying more to conduct identity verification and health checks on the arriving survivors. Only those who meet the criteria are permitted entry into the base. Chapter 113. Arrival. Zhuang Ming, filled with curiosity, could not restrain himself from asking what exactly qualifies as meeting the standards. The young soldiers exhibited a friendly demeanor towards the escort of crucial data, freely sharing information within the bounds of regulations. The identity verification primarily involves checking for any prior criminal records, as well as any heinous acts such as murder, arson, or robbery committed since the onset of the catastrophe. The health examination aims to confirm the absence of unknown viruses and bacteria. Survivors who pass the identity check will first enter a designated survivor concentration area for a week of health observation. Only after ensuring no issues arise from the health assessment will they be assigned accommodations. The lodging is complimentary for 3 months, after which points must be paid. Once you are within the base, the purpose and means of acquiring points will become clear. As the conversation unfolded, a helicopter gracefully descended onto the helipad of the northern base. A middle-aged officer, clad in crisp military attire, approached briskly. His stature was commanding, his gaze piercing, and his expression solemn as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the northern base. I am Commander Li Ming." With a swift salute to the assembly, he continued, "Captain Qi, your journey has been arduous. The core data of the ARC project is vital to the survival of the base. We are grateful for your successful escort." Li Ming nodded slightly, his eyes like flames as they scanned the group, ultimately resting upon Wen Chaoyue. A gentle smile graced his face as he remarked, "You must be Comrade Wen Chaoyue. We have heard of your heroic deeds. Truly, a remarkable woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts." Wen Chaoyue smiled modestly and softly remarked, "Commander Li, you flatter me. I have merely performed what was within my capabilities." Li Ming nodded in approval, then turned to face the soldiers behind him. His tone resolute as he issued orders, arranged for Captain Qi and his team to proceed immediately to the medical center for comprehensive examinations and treatment. It is imperative that their health is stabilized and that no errors occur. Subsequently, he looked at Wen Chaoyue and the Zhuang family, his demeanor gentle as he said, "You have assisted in escorting the hard drive and your contributions are invaluable. Unlike other survivors, you need not wait in line outside the base for verification. You may enter the temporary tents within the base to rest. Once your medical examinations are complete, accommodations will be arranged for you." Wen Chaoyue and the Zhuang family expressed their gratitude to Li Ming repeatedly and then prepared to bid farewell to Qi Yanqing and Lin Xiaoyu. As a soldier burdened with duty, Qi Yanqing had to report back for work before receiving treatment. Once Lin Xiaoyu and her brother completed their medical checks, they would be able to reunite with their grandfather. As she spoke, she instinctively took a step forward, intending to embrace Wen Chaoyue, but suddenly recalled Wen Chaoyue's shoulder injury, causing her to halt abruptly, her eyes filled with guilt and concern. Lin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, while her brother Lin Xiaoyang cautiously leaned forward, whispering, "Thank you, Sister Chaoyue, and Brother Mingxi." After bidding farewell to Qi Yanqing and the Lin siblings, Wen Chaoyue and the Zhuang family followed the soldiers, lead into the depths of the base. Throughout the journey, the base was abuzz with a fervent atmosphere as workers raced against time to construct the second and third phases of the dormitories. The cacophony of construction echoed incessantly, while vehicles transporting building materials flowed continuously, stirring up clouds of dust. The temporary tents within the base were divided into distinct areas, with Wen Chaoyue and the Zhuang family assigned to a relatively tranquil corner. The welcoming soldiers enthusiastically guided them into one of the tents, patiently explaining, "This space and the 2 tents to your right are where you will temporarily rest. You may allocate yourselves as you see fit. Once the medical examination is complete, your permanent accommodations will be arranged." Although the amenities within the tent were modest, they were clean and orderly. The ground was laid with thick moisture-proof mats, furnished with 2 sets of bunk beds, and supplied with several warm blankets, sufficient to fend off the chill of the night. Considering their party comprised 7 individuals from 2 families, they were allocated 2 tents. When Chaoyue sank onto the moisture-proof mat, feeling the tension that had gripped her for so long dissipate in an instant, as an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, she gently leaned against her mother's shoulder, basking in her mother's warm embrace, her eyes involuntarily glistening with tears. Having finally arrived at the northern base, a stark contrast to her previous life, the joy and relief swelling within her were beyond words, an intricate tapestry of emotions so profound it defied simple expression. "Zhao Zhao, you must be exhausted," Wen Guanyu said tenderly, stroking her daughter's hair. When Chaoyue shook her head gently, a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. "Mother, I am not weary. As long as our family remains safe and sound, all of this is worthwhile." Zhuang Fu cast a stern glance her way and replied brusquely, "You, always indulging in play. Do you not realize the time? It is best to rest well and rejuvenate your spirits first. Feng Shuilon approached Wen Chaoyue, clasping her hand tightly, her voice tinged with emotion. Chaoyue, thank you. If it were not for you, our family of 4 would never have reached the northern base so smoothly. Had you not invited us north, we might still be waiting at home for the government's relocation arrangements, uncertain of when we could reach the survivor base nearby. To their astonishment, they had indeed arrived at the northern base, 1,000 miles away. This kindness would forever be etched in their hearts. In Chapter 114, Points, when Chaoyue reflected inwardly that had it not been for the Zhuang family's assistance in her previous life, she and her mother would have never survived the severe cold of the early days. In this life, her contributions might be limited, yet she would strive to do her utmost. She spoke, "Let us dispense with such formalities. We have all supported one another along this journey.
Now,
It is essential to rest. Once we complete the inspections tomorrow and secure our accommodations, we must swiftly devise a means to earn points for the base. Captain Chi has relayed precise information that the extreme heat is imminent. We have little time left. We must accumulate enough points before the sweltering heat arrives, so that we need not venture outside in peril." Upon hearing this, the demeanor of the family shifted to one of grave seriousness. They all understood that in this apocalyptic world, wealth was akin to mere parchment, while points were the true currency of survival. As the extreme heat approached, the external environment would become fraught with peril, and every additional point offered a greater assurance of endurance. When Chaoyue's gaze then fell upon the bewildered little Dizzy, leaving her momentarily at a loss. If she were to keep Dizzy by her side, each retrieval of supplies from her space would require meticulous caution. Any misstep could easily alert the astute child. Yet, the thought of handing him over to the base as an orphan filled her with trepidation. She could not shake off her concern for this obedient and sensible boy. After much hesitation, she resolved to set the matter aside for the time being. She silently contemplated, one step at a time, first endure the challenges at hand, and then devise a plan. The sound of rhythmic footsteps outside the tent roused Wen Chaoyue from her light slumber. Instinctively, she reached for the dagger concealed beneath her sleeping bag, only relaxing once she discerned the footsteps belonged to patrolling soldiers. She emerged from her sleeping bag, noting that the wound on her shoulder, tended to by the base's medics, had ceased to bleed. However, any movement still sent sharp pangs through her muscles. Her mother, Wen Chaoyue, was soundly asleep on the upper bunk, while the Zhuang family occupied another double-decker bed. They appeared equally exhausted, undisturbed by even the slightest noise outside. The Zhuang father and son, along with little Dizzy, rested in the adjacent tent. Stepping cautiously out of her own tent, she found the base enveloped in morning mist, with the distant watchtower appearing hazy amidst the fog. When Chaoyue noticed that every 50 meters, an armed soldier stood guard, the level of vigilance far exceeding that of a typical survivor camp. Yet, everyone exuded a remarkable spirit. In stark contrast to the desolate and listless demeanor of the survivors outside, the entire base resembled a nascent sun, vibrant and brimming with hope. Unable to slumber and with others still in repose, Wen Chaoyue resolved to wander about the base, familiarizing herself with her surroundings and, incidentally, inquiring about ways to earn points. However, since she had yet to undergo a medical examination, her mobility was restricted to the immediate vicinity. She strolled along the passageways flanked by temporary tents, the soles of her shoes softly crunching against the damp earth, each sound resonating distinctly in the stillness of the dawn. As she passed a section where building materials were stacked, she observed a few workers gathered together, partaking in a modest breakfast. They held in their hands a coarse, dark brown bread, somewhat rudimentary in appearance. When Chaoyue had encountered such bread during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, it was crafted from newly cultivated rice. The flavor could hardly be deemed exquisite, with a rough and dry texture, yet it excelled in satiation. She was surprised that the northern base had managed to procure it so early. "Hey there, young lady, you must be new here," called out one of the older workers, lifting his head with a friendly smile, warmly greeting her. "You haven't been checked yet, so be cautious about wandering too far, otherwise, you might be mistaken for a suspicious individual, and that could lead to complications." The worker quickly finished the remaining morsel of bread, gestured to the vacant spot beside him, inviting her to sit, and then pointed to the bustling scene around them, saying, Do you see all this work? Participation in the construction of the base allows one to earn points. Tasks such as transporting materials and building shelters yield greater rewards the more one engages. However, this labor is far from trivial. It requires considerable strength, and not everyone is capable of performing such tasks. After a brief pause, he reflected and added, "There are also missions to procure supplies, which offer substantial points, albeit at a significant risk." The last team that ventured out encountered a blizzard, resulting in the loss of several members. Even now, the memory stirs an unsettling feeling within. Wen Chaoyue felt a sudden chill in her heart, yet her expression remained composed as she calmly nodded in gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you for the warning, uncle. By the way, is this bread distributed uniformly by the base?" She inquired casually, as if it were an inconsequential matter. "I haven't seen it before." "How is the yield of the new rice variety that has been cultivated?" "I find myself quite curious about these matters." When Chaoyue pondered thoughtfully, the anti-cold potatoes developed during the extreme cold period had seemingly vanished, suggesting that the government anticipated the harsh winter would soon pass and thus did not promote their cultivation vigorously. At that time, the first batch of anti-cold potatoes had just been harvested when the intense heat followed closely behind, disrupting all planned initiatives. After exchanging a few more words with the uncle, she rose to take her leave, following his advice to continue down the corridor. Before long, she arrived at a makeshift bulletin board, dense with an array of task information and regulations pertaining to the base. Upon closer inspection, the tasks listed encompass not only construction-related activities and the external search for supplies, but also include responsibilities such as the daily maintenance of the base and the care of the injured and ill. The point rewards vary significantly, ranging from a few points to dozens of points, with each task clearly delineated. At the top lies a handwritten document titled Point Management Regulations, characterized by neat handwriting that conveys a sense of rigor. Methods of earning points. 1. Basic labor. Construction worker 10 points per day. Physical fitness test required.
2.
Technical positions. Medical, mechanical, electrical, etc. Professional assessment required. For further details, please refer to the recruitment notice. 3. Supply redemption. 1 kilogram of rice for 5 points, subject to daily fluctuations. 4. External searches, valued at 50 of the material's worth. Special contributions will be rewarded separately. Housing section. Point expenditure. A single-room dormitory requires a monthly payment of 30 points, which includes utilities, with limitations on usage. A one-bedroom. One living room dormitory costs 80 points per month, including utilities, with limitations on usage. A two-bedroom, one living room dormitory costs 150 points per month, including utilities, with limitations on usage. Phase 1 housing for sale. One bedroom, one living room for 15,000 points. Two bedroom, one living room for 25,000 points. Three bedroom, one living room for 35,000 points. Phase 2 housing, under construction, will primarily consist of small villas, with specific point values available for consultation at the sales office. At the bottom, there is an aged announcement, likely the earliest posted, with slightly yellowed edges, detailing more comprehensive recruitment information. The primary focus is on hiring various technical personnel, including repair workers, construction workers, electricians, welders, and doctors. As long as one possesses a specialized skill, one is welcome to apply. The remuneration is generous, and upon successful employment, the base provides accommodation and meals. In this era of scarcity, the monthly issuance of points alongside food supplies renders such compensation exceedingly enticing. The second position available is for resource retrieval personnel, primarily tasked with gathering various materials such as timber, derelict vehicles, and precious metals like steel, glass, and bricks, all of which can be repurposed. The rampant infections and plagues that arise during sweltering times are predominantly due to the overwhelming presence of exposed corpses. When Chaoyue meticulously scrutinized the information on the bulletin board, contemplating suitable methods for her and her family's accumulation of points, while participating in the construction of the base could yield substantial points, she, her mother, and the Zhuang family lacked the physical prowess required. Moreover, her previous shoulder injury posed an additional hindrance. The perilous nature of venturing out to gather resources was undeniable. However, upon reviewing the resource exchange list, She discovered that scarce materials could be exchanged for considerable points, particularly metals, steel, and glass, with astonishing exchange rates. Wen Chaoyue privately calculated that merely exchanging the tools she had acquired prior to the apocalypse would suffice to procure a 3-bedroom apartment. Not to mention the hundreds of containers she had amassed at the dock, filled with various import and export goods. The steel obtained from just a single container could equate to the value of half a house. Regrettably, the sheer volume of containers had prevented her from compiling a detailed inventory, leaving her with only a general awareness of the categories contained within, alongside several vehicles stored in the space. The thought of vehicles brought to mind the 2 RVs belonging to her and the Zhuang family. They were exceptionally valuable tools for both travel and habitation. Discarding them would indeed be a tremendous waste. Moreover, the space is filled with delectable delicacies. Throughout the journey, she and her mother have primarily subsisted on dry rations to avoid drawing attention to themselves, and it has been quite some time since they last indulged in a cozy meal together. Such opportunities for intimacy are indeed rare. Most importantly, they must strive to acquire their home using points before the heat reaches its peak. As for the market makers, technical positions and routine maintenance tasks seem to suit them well. Before the apocalypse, Zhuang Mingxi was deeply engaged in laboratory work, with his research closely tied to the impending doom. And Wen Chaoyue even believed he had a high probability of joining the core team of the ARC program. As for little Dizzy being still quite young, his options for work are limited. However, he might consider assisting in the greenhouse with simpler tasks, especially since they are urgently seeking help there, possibly with more lenient age restrictions. The day has already brightened considerably. Otherwise, Wen Guanyu would surely be worried upon waking. Just as Wen Chaoyue turned around, she spotted Wen Guanyu hurrying towards her, wrapped in a military coat, her hair glistening with tiny ice crystals formed by the morning mist, shimmering in the dawn light.
Chaoyue,
why have you come out here alone? Her mother's voice trembled with concern as she reached out to check her shoulder, asking if the wound hurt. If she had rested well. Mom, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to take a stroll. Wen Chaoyue instinctively linked her arm with her mother's, her fingertips brushing against the calluses on her palm. Suddenly, she recalled that in her previous life, at this very moment, her mother was kneeling on the frozen river, chiseling ice for water, her nails stained with blood. With a catch in her throat, she smiled as she recounted the point strategy and observations from the bulletin board shared by the labor uncle. Look, we can arrange it this way. Upon returning to the tent, the Zhuang family was gathered around a military portable stove, boiling water, while a few base staff distributed black bread nearby. Zhuang Ming, eager to join them with his enamel mug, brightened at the sight of the steam, saying, Chaoyue, I heard there's a greenhouse at the base. I used to volunteer at the agricultural college. Perhaps I could apply. Indeed, there were vacancies for greenhouse cultivation. Wen Chaoyue nodded with a smile. It seems you've also been gathering information about the points. Zhuang Ming replied cheerfully, I just got up early and wandered around, asking a few people who came in a few days before us. I didn't gather much information. Wen Chaoyue invited everyone to sit together and detailed the news she had learned at the base. Points were the currency of survival, and we needed to find ways to accumulate enough points quickly. Otherwise, life would become exceedingly difficult when the scorching heat arrived. Zhuang Fu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. We cannot undertake construction work, and searching for supplies outside is too perilous. Zhuang Ming continued, I think we could try for technical positions. I have done research in the laboratory, and perhaps I could pass the assessment. Dad was a mechanical engineer. He might have a chance too. Feng Shuelon expressed her concerns. But we are unfamiliar with the technical requirements here. What if we fail the assessment? Trying is certainly better than doing nothing at all. Wen Chaoyue encouraged, noting that the bulletin board also listed daily maintenance tasks, such as caring for the injured and cleaning, which, although yielding fewer points, prioritized safety. She continued, My mother and I plan to apply for a mission to search for supplies.
What?
Zhuang Mingxi exclaimed, raising his head abruptly, his demeanor betraying his concern. It's too dangerous. Outside, there are not only the vulture-like individuals, but also this dreadful weather. I know my limits, Wen Chaoyue interjected, her voice calm yet resolute. We won't venture far, just around the base. She paused briefly, moreover. I have some ideas that require validation. The Zhuang family exchanged glances, but refrained from further comment. Chapter 115. Medical examination. Wen Chaoyue crouched down to meet Xiaoduzi's gaze, gently rubbing his frostbitten cheek with her palm. The greenhouse is in need of assistance. Would you like to give it a try? Watering and weeding should be a breeze for you, the little vegetable expert. Besides, Mingxiang will accompany you. Xiaoduzi's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. I would love to. I helped my grandparents grow vegetables back home. I can definitely manage. He lifted his face, snowflakes clinging to his eyelashes. Sister Chaoyue, please let me try. Wen Chaoyue felt a warmth in her heart just as the base's loudspeaker crackled to life, emitting a sharp static noise. Attention all personnel. A comprehensive medical examination will commence at 8 a.m. today. Please bring your identification and gather at the central medical tent. Repeat. Wen Chaoyue stood outside the medical tent in the northern base, the breath she exhaled rapidly crystallizing into frost in the biting wind. She appeared to be lost in thought. Yet in reality, she was quietly assessing the supplies in the space. Wen Chaoyue. It is our turn. Wen New York gently tugged at her daughter's sleeve, directing her attention towards the nurse who was calling names. The scent of disinfectant permeated the tent, where 3 makeshift beds were neatly arranged, and several doctors clad in white coats were diligently attending to their tasks.
Wen Chaoyue.
A cold feminine voice resonated. Wen Chaoyue raised her gaze, meeting a pair of eyes that concealed surprise. It's just a few scrapes. It's nothing serious, she replied with a faint smile, shedding her outer garment to reveal a shoulder bound in gauze. As Chaoyue's fingers pressed gently against the wound, the furrow of concern on her brow deepened. Signs of infection were already evident. In such frigid weather, any injury could pose a fatal risk. Before she could finish her thought, the crisp sound of metal vials clinking echoed, necessitating an immediate injection of antibiotics, which might sting a bit, bear with it. The moment the needle pierced her skin, Wen Chaoyue clenched her teeth. She recalled the stockpiled medications in their space. But it was evidently not the opportune moment to retrieve them. All done. Chaoyue efficiently disposed of the syringe, her gaze softening slightly behind the lenses. The command center has granted you permission to bypass the observation period. Once you complete the remaining examinations, someone will escort you to your dormitory. Wen Chaoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. This meant they would not have to endure a week of waiting in the temporary tents on the outskirts of the base like ordinary survivors. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the tent flap was abruptly lifted, and Wen strode in. Clad in a crisp and pristine military uniform, he nonetheless could not conceal the fresh bandage at his temple. He first nodded toward Wen Chaoyue, then turned to Sima Zhuye. Sister Zhuye. The command center is urgently requesting the recent medical examination failure reports. Sima Zhuye nodded and turned to Wen Chaoyue. You all go ahead with the other tests. We can discuss later. After about an hour, Wen Chaoyue underwent a comprehensive physical examination. Apart from some reports that would be available in the afternoon, everything else appeared satisfactory. As she exited the medical tent, she noticed that the Zhuang family had completed their basic checkups and were waiting in the designated area. Little Dizzy excitedly ran over, proudly holding up a brand new identification card. Sister Chaoyue. Look, I have a base ID now. The nurse said I can help in the greenhouse and earn 3 points each day. Wen Chaoyue affectionately ruffled his hair and turned to Zhuang Mingxi. How did your results turn out? All passed. Zhuang Mingxi adjusted his glasses. I just inquired. And the research institute is recruiting individuals with laboratory experience. I plan to give it a try. That's wonderful. Wen Guanyu exclaimed with delight. This way, both our families can settle down quickly. More content is loading. Please wait. Qi Yanqing appeared beside them at some point. The assessments at the institute begin tomorrow. I can provide a recommendation for you. After addressing Zhuang Mingxi, he turned his gaze to Wen Chaoyue. How is your injury? Nothing serious. Wen Chaoyue instinctively straightened her back. Dr. Sima mentioned we could be directly assigned to dormitories. Qi Yanqing nodded slightly, stating that the command center, acknowledging their contributions in escorting the hard drives, had specially approved 2 adjacent 1-bedroom apartments and a 2-bedroom apartment. However, due to the scarcity of accommodations at the base, they could only waive the rent for 3 months, after which they would need to pay the fees themselves. Wen Chaoyue was already aware of this from the notice board and was not surprised. We will find a way,
she said.
Renting was not a long-term solution. They still needed to strive for homeownership. Follow me, Qi Yanqing gestured, leading them to explore their new residence. The first phase of the residential area consisted of several six-story buildings, their gray-white exteriors appearing particularly drab against the snowy landscape. Yet, compared to the frigid world outside, these heated homes felt like a paradise. Buildings 5, Units 304 and 305, Qi Yanqing announced, handing over 2 keys. The apartments came furnished with basic necessities, and water and electricity were supplied during designated hours. The cafeteria was located in Zone 3, where daily rations could be collected using their ID cards. As Wen Chaoyue accepted the keys, the cold metal offered a tangible reassurance of their newfound safety. The rooms were more spacious than she had anticipated. The one-bedroom apartment, approximately 40 square meters, was simply adorned with wooden furniture, a double bed, a small sofa, and a folding dining table. Zhuang Mingxi had taken the little boy, Xiaoduzi, to their two-bedroom apartment, as it was not convenient for him to live with Wen Chaoyue and her daughter. To her delight, the kitchen even housed an old, small refrigerator. "Mom, we have a refrigerator now," she exclaimed, akin to a child, as she opened the fridge door, revealing its emptiness, yet feeling inexplicably joyful. Though she had several brand-new refrigerators in her space, this one held a different significance. It represented the stability they had fought so hard to attain. When Guanyu smiled and shook her head, beginning to organize their few belongings. "Once we settle down, Mother will prepare delicious meals for you." When Chaoyue approached the window, from this vantage point, she could observe the entirety of the base, with the ongoing construction of the second phase, the distant greenhouses, and the armed soldiers patrolling the area. Everything was orderly, a stark contrast to the chaos she remembered from her past life. "Chaoyue, Zhuang Mingxi is calling from outside. Shall we go to the cafeteria together?" The base cafeteria was a spacious bungalow with a long queue stretching from the entrance into the courtyard. When Chaoyue noticed the line was divided into 2, one for ordinary survivors and the other marked for staff only. "We possess special contribution identity cards, allowing us to use the express lane." Zhuang Mingxi waved the card in her hand. The scene inside the cafeteria left Wen Chaoyue momentarily stunned. Several large round tables were filled with people, most clad in matching gray uniforms. At the food counter, staff members were distributing meals, a bowl of thin porridge, half a loaf of dark bread, and a small dish of pickles. "This is the ration?" Zhuang Mingxi muttered quietly, unable to conceal her disappointment. Suddenly, an elderly man at the front of the queue turned around, his murky eyes glinting with a faint light. "Little comrade, out there, the refugees are gnawing on ice shards to count the days. To hold a warm meal is a blessing." When Chaoyue nodded silently, she understood better than anyone how precious a warm meal was in the frigid apocalypse. She took the tray and found a corner to sit down. The dark bread was softer than what she had consumed in her previous life, yet it remained coarse and difficult to swallow. As Wen Chaoyue delicately sipped her thin porridge, her thoughts wandered to the delectable provisions stored away in the confines of space. It was rumored that once the second phase of the project was completed, the food rations would increase. Zhuang Mingxi lowered her voice, mentioning that the base was experimenting with new frost-resistant crops. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously set down their utensils. The command center was housed within a 3-story building at the heart of the base, where fully armed sentinels stood guard at the entrance. Qi Yanqing was waiting in the hall and immediately approached them upon their arrival. The warmth of the command center enveloped Wen Chaoyue as she stepped inside, prompting her to shed her heavy winter coat and follow Qi Yanqing through the bustling hall. Staff members hurriedly moved about, with walls adorned with maps and charts, and the hum of antiquated computers filled the air. "This way, please," Qi Yanqing said, opening a door labeled conference room and signaling to the two not to feel apprehensive. Beside him stood several researchers in white lab coats, among them an elderly gentleman with graying hair who was intently perusing documents. "Report to the commander. The personnel have arrived." Qi Yanqing saluted with a precise military gesture. The colonel lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes scanning Wen Chaoyue and Zhuang Mingxi, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Please, have a seat." Wen Chaoyue straightened her back as she sat down, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the table. She noticed Zhuang Mingxi's Adam's apple bobbing, an indication of his evident nervousness. First and foremost, on behalf of the Northern Base Command, I would like to express our gratitude for your contributions in escorting the core data of the ARC project, the colonel began. Wen Chaoyue pressed her lips together, replying, "It is what I ought to do." According to the regulations regarding special contributions, the colonel slid 2 cards across the table, indicating that Comrade Wen Chaoyue was awarded 20,000 points and Comrade Zhuang Mingxi was awarded 10,000 points. These points have been credited to your identification cards. Wen Chaoyue's pupils slightly dilated. 20,000 points. This was sufficient to purchase a permanent 2-bedroom apartment. She glanced at Zhuang Mingxi and noticed a similar expression of astonishment on his face. Furthermore, the colonel continued, taking into account Comrade Zhuang Mingxi's professional background, the ARC project research team would like to invite you to join their ranks. He turned to the elderly gentleman, Professor Lin, and requested him to elaborate. Professor Lin, who was also the grandfather of Wen Chaoyue, adjusted his glasses and said, "Zhuang, I have reviewed your credentials. Your research in extremophile biology is of great significance to us. Should you agree to join, you will receive a base salary of 3,000 points per month, along with additional rewards for research achievements." Zhuang Mingxi's eyes brightened. "I accept. This is my field of expertise." Professor Lin nodded with a smile, then turned his attention back to Wen Chaoyue. "Comrade Wen Chaoyue, your demonstrated abilities in crisis management and wilderness survival have garnered our utmost admiration. The command center wishes to invite you to join the official rescue team tasked with material retrieval and intelligence gathering missions." Wen Chaoyue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such an invitation. Although undertaking external missions could yield substantial point rewards, the associated risks were exceedingly high. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Following the group significantly enhances safety. However, it precludes her from exchanging supplies for points. It is akin to holding a secure position with a steady income, occasionally receiving bonuses. This arrangement could swiftly accumulate sufficient points to purchase a home. Entrepreneurship offers a more rapid accumulation of points than a stable job. Moreover, accompanying the official team on expeditions not only involves the search for supplies, but also entails the gathering of intelligence, thus presenting even greater dangers. Professor Lin, I am grateful for the trust bestowed by the command center. Wen Chaoyue carefully considered her words, yet at this moment, I prefer to remain at the base. On one hand, I need to care for my injured shoulder. On the other, I wish to spend time with my mother. She has endured so much hardship on this journey, and I desire to devote more time to her. The colonel raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by her refusal. Comrade Wen Chaoyue, you should be aware that joining the official team not only grants substantial points, but also the privilege of priority access to supplies and medical resources. Furthermore, your abilities could be of greater utility outside. Wen Chaoyue resolutely shook her head. I understand, Colonel. However, I prioritize my family's safety over personal advancement. My mother is advanced in age, and the rigors of this journey have taken a toll on her health. I wish to ensure her well-being first. Once she recovers, I will contemplate other matters. Professor Lin nodded thoughtfully. I comprehend your perspective. Family is indeed paramount. Nonetheless, this invitation remains open. Should you change your mind, feel free to approach me at any time. Qi Yanqing stood nearby, observing Wen Chaoyue with a gaze full of complexity. He initially believed she would readily accept, for with her skills and experience, she would undoubtedly thrive in the expedition team. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that in this apocalyptic world, familial bonds are the greatest motivator for survival. After the meeting, Wen Chaoyue and Zhuang Mingxi emerged from the command center. Zhuang Mingxi exclaimed with excitement, Chaoyue, I never anticipated such an opportunity. Joining the ARC project research team is a dream come true for so many. Wen Chaoyue smiled and congratulated him. Mingxi, this is well deserved. With your expertise, you will undoubtedly make significant contributions to the research team. And what about you? Zhuang Mingxi inquired with concern. Are you truly not considering joining the expedition team? With your abilities, you could earn a substantial number of points. Wen Chaoyue gazed into the distance at the ongoing construction of the second phase project and replied slowly, I have my own plans. Although I cannot join the official team, I have my own means of earning points. Moreover, there is much I can accomplish by remaining at the base. Chapter 117. Mother-daughter dinner upon returning to the dormitory. The sunset painted the horizon in hues of crimson. Wen Chaoyue gazed out at the molten gold of the evening glow, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cold patterns on her identity card. 20,000 points lay dormant in her account, yet they paled in comparison to the far grander ledger in her mind. According to the bulletin board's housing prices, she needed to accumulate an additional 5,000 points to purchase a two-bedroom apartment. Wen Chaoyue had no desire to acquire such an apartment. Too many neighbors would impede her daily life, making it difficult to maintain her space for personal use. There were so many culinary delights to savor. She did not wish to deprive herself or her mother of the pleasures of good food. Thus, her aspiration was to acquire an independent villa. Even more concerning was the impending extreme heat wave. The demand for cooling devices and specialized supplies resembled an insatiable abyss, devouring her hard-earned points. These points were not only essential for housing, sustenance, and daily necessities, but also for procuring the official cooling apparatus deemed necessary. Although her space contained some related items, they were clearly inadequate compared to the official equipment in the face of the extreme temperatures soaring to 60 or 70 degrees. Moreover, should the items within her space be carelessly revealed, they would undoubtedly arouse unwarranted suspicion. Consequently, sourcing materials from official channels became the most prudent choice. She needed to devise a strategy to secure a house before the heat intensified, subsequently transforming it into a suitable refuge for survival during such oppressive conditions. The sky had fully darkened. After confirming that the doors and windows were tightly secured, Wen Chaoyue retrieved a dish of garlic vermicelli steamed Australian lobster, a basket of crab roast soup dumplings, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and 2 bowls of steaming white rice from her space. Finally, she presented an unopened bottle of red wine and a plate of cherries. "Zhao Zhao, this is." Wen Guanyu's voice suddenly choked with emotion. "Silly child. These can also be saved for points. Mom, today marks the first day of officially residing at the base. We must indulge in a splendid meal. Consider it a celebration. Do you remember when we vacationed by the seaside and you expressed a desire for king crab, only to find that the restaurant was fully booked? I couldn't secure the king crab, but the Australian lobster was packed from our favorite Cantonese tea house." When Guanyu's fingertips trembled as they brushed against the glossy shell of the lobster, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. At that time, she could hardly have imagined that the seafood, once so easily obtainable, would become more precious than gold in a world ravaged by apocalypse. She lifted her gaze to her daughter, whose pale face, illuminated by the dim light, had not yet fully regained its color.
Please sit down.
When Chaoyue urged her mother to take a seat at the folding dining table, presenting her with a steaming crab roe dumpling. "Do try it. The skin is so thin it's almost translucent, reminiscent of your favorite place." As the porcelain spoon scooped up the dumpling, rich broth spilled forth, spreading an enticing golden hue in the bowl. When Guanyu took a bite, the scalding freshness exploding on her tongue, yet tears uncontrollably streamed down into the bowl. She recalled the year her parents had passed away. One stormy evening, her young daughter had braved the downpour to buy her crab roe dumplings with her pocket money, only to return drenched and come down with a fever. "However, my space is filled with an abundance of fresh ingredients. You may prepare whatever you desire." When Chaoyue smiled as she poured red wine for her mother, the droplets on the glass reflecting the warm yellow light. It was enough to endure hardships outside. Now that they were at the base, it was time to treat themselves well. She savored a piece of lobster, the savory meat bursting on her palate. Yet a hint of bitterness lingered as she swallowed, reminding her of her mother, who had never experienced such a hearty meal until her last breath. Outside, the cold wind howled, while the room was enveloped in warmth. The clinking of their glasses resonated beautifully in the silence as the mother and daughter toasted each other. When Guanyu picked up a cherry and popped it into her mouth, the sweet and tart juice brought forth a long-lost smile. "It's truly sweet. Better than anything I've tasted before." After a satisfying meal, the mother and daughter nestled on the sofa, reliving the melodramatic family drama they had not finished watching at Jiuyu Longxi. Just as the plot thickened with unexpected twists, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their moment. When Chaoyue and her mother exchanged a glance, a flicker of caution passing between them, she swiftly tucked away her tablet, meticulously scanning the room for any suspicious items or unusual scents before rising to approach the door. Peering through the peephole, she was surprised to find Qi Yanqing standing outside. A slight frown creased her brow as she pondered the purpose of his visit. As she opened the door, Qi Yanqing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wen Chaoyue in her loungewear. The typically frosty demeanor she displayed amidst the frigid air was now softened. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her expression gentle, illuminated by the dim light, she exuded an air of warmth and grace. "I apologize for the intrusion." Qi Yanqing broke the silence. When Chaoyue shook her head lightly, "It's no trouble, Captain Qi. What brings you here?" After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yanqing replied, "I came to check on your recovery, and also," he paused, "I would like to discuss some matters regarding the base." When Chaoyue gestured for Qi Yanqing to enter, and they settled onto the sofa. "I understand that your refusal to join the official rescue team was to care for your mother. But I still wish to persuade you otherwise. The base is currently facing numerous challenges, particularly concerning supplies. Your abilities are invaluable to us. By joining the team, not only could you contribute to the base, but you would also gain access to additional resources to better protect your mother." When Chaoyue recognized the truth in Qi Yanqing's words, however, her consideration stemmed from her unique possession of space and the extraordinary resources she held within. "Captain Qi, I comprehend your sentiment," Wen Chaoyue gently articulated. "However, both my mother and I are currently in frail health and require rest. My mother is particularly concerned about me. I do not wish for her to be in a constant state of anxiety at home. Moreover, I have my own plans to accrue points and resources." Qi Yanqing, observing the resolute glimmer in Wen Chaoyue's eyes, realized the futility of persuading her and could only exhale a resigned sigh. "Very well, I respect your decision. But should you reconsider, do not hesitate to seek me out." Qi Yanqing rose from the sofa, preparing to depart, when suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a sealed bag from his pocket. Inside were several brown leaves from a newly cultivated cold-resistant herb, capable of hastening the healing process when crushed and applied to wounds. "Do give it a try." When Chaoyue accepted the sealed bag, her fingertips encountering a gentle warmth, likely from Qi Yanqing carrying it close to him.
Thank you.
The door softly closed behind Qi Yanqing as Wen Chaoyue approached the window. In the distance, the searchlights of the second phase project illuminated the darkness, accompanied by the faint mechanical hum and the synchronized footsteps of patrolling soldiers, composing the unique nocturne of the base. Chapter 118. The first outing. The first rays of dawn pierced through the curtain seams, casting a golden line across Wen Chaoyue's face. The electronic clock on the bedside table indicated 6:15, while the indoor thermometer registered a balmy 5 degrees above zero. Compared to the frigid landscape outside, this room, equipped with heating, felt almost like a spring sanctuary. When Chaoyue rose quietly, careful not to disturb her still slumbering mother, she approached the window and gently lifted a corner of the curtain. The base has awakened, and in the distance, shadows flit across the second phase construction site, where trucks laden with building materials form a long procession. Closer at hand, a squad of soldiers patrols along the perimeter wall, their rifles glinting coldly in the morning light. "Zhao Zhao," came the voice of Wen Guanyu from behind, raspy from just waking. "Why are you up so early?" "Mother, please sleep a little longer." When Chaoyue turned to see her mother propped up, a few silver strands of hair intermingling with her disheveled locks, glaring in the sunlight. When Guanyu shook her head and threw off the covers, "No more sleep. Are we really going out to scavenge for supplies today? Are we truly not joining the official team?" When Chaoyue retrieved 2 boxes of milk and several steaming meat buns from her space, the aroma wafting through the room. "Compared to following the larger group, we are safer acting independently. You know I have this." She gave a subtle shake of her wrist, where an invisible bracelet symbolized their mother-daughter code for spatial abilities. The enticing scent of the buns filled the air. Sipping her milk, when Guanyu surveyed the modest dormitory, 20,000 points sounds considerable, but to purchase a small villa would cost at least 60 to 70,000. Far more than a 3-bedroom apartment. "No way," when Chaoyue replied resolutely, the juices from the bun dripping down her fingers. "Once the peak heat arrives, the apartment will be crowded and chaotic, making it inconvenient for us to retrieve items from our space. A small villa has its own courtyard and could accommodate a basement renovation." Lowering her voice, she added, "Those solar panels and insulation materials in my space must have a legitimate origin. As Wen Guanyu gazed into her daughter's resolute eyes, she recognized that the decision had been made and thus refrained from further persuasion, her gaze brimming with trust and support. Mother understands. I will also strive diligently, and I shall not hinder you in the least. The frigid wind whipped through the air, scattering fine snowflakes against the gates of the base, producing a whispering sound. Wen Chaoyue tightened the collar of her winter attire and handed her identification card to the soldier stationed at the entrance. You are venturing out to search for supplies? Just the two of you? The young soldier furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wen Chaoyue and Wen Guanyu, his gaze lingering momentarily on the bandage adorning Wen Chaoyue's shoulder. Concern evident in his tone. It is 30 degrees below zero outside, and there are armed refugees. It is exceedingly perilous. Wen Chaoyue offered an innocuous smile. We will merely explore the vicinity. We shall not stray far. Understood. Thank you. Upon stepping beyond the gates of the base, the biting cold instantly permeated their winter gear. Wen Chaoyue hastened alongside her mother toward a distant grove of withered trees, pausing only when the lookout tower of the base dwindled into a mere speck. This will suffice. She surveyed the surroundings, ensuring they were alone, before retrieving a snowmobile and 2 sets of all-terrain protective gear from her spatial storage. Mother, we shall ride this to the abandoned factory district. There shall be no one there. The roar of the engine pierced the stillness of the snowy expanse in an especially jarring manner. When Guanyu clutched her daughter tightly around the waist, her voice muffled within the confines of the helmet. Zhao Zhao, will we truly go undetected? Do not worry. I have observed. The patrol range of the base does not extend beyond 5 kilometers. Wen Chaoyue deftly maneuvered her motorcycle, skillfully navigating around the ice fissures. The abandoned factory lay 10 kilometers away from the base, perfectly situated within a blind spot. Half an hour later, the ruins of a factory, half buried in snow, materialized before her eyes. The rusted steel framework loomed like the skeleton of a colossal beast beneath the ashen sky, with several discarded machine tools strewn across the frozen ground. Wen Chaoyue stowed her motorcycle and led her mother into the relatively intact workshop. She retrieved a diesel heater from her spatial storage, and the moment the orange glow ignited, Wen Guanyu let out a long sigh of relief, removing her gloves to draw near to the warmth. Holding a steaming cup of milk tea, Wen Guanyu's brow remained furrowed. Chaoyue, the bulletin board states that steel can be exchanged for 200 points per ton. How much should we take at once? Let us start with half a ton today to test the waters. When Chaoyue picked up a slice of fatty beef, mindful not to attract undue attention. I calculated that to accumulate enough points within 2 weeks, aside from steel, we also need to procure some items that are in short supply at the base. The spatial container held a diverse array of items, making it easy to gather sufficient points. However, avoiding suspicion proved to be the real challenge. Leaning against the wall, Wen Chaoyue closed her eyes to rest, yet her ears remained attuned to the slightest sounds from outside. Her past experiences of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had taught her that the greatest dangers were not the biting cold or hunger, but rather her own kind. Once she felt adequately rested, Wen Chaoyue retrieved the fitness equipment she had previously trained with at home. Observing her mother's pained expression, she felt no sympathy. Come on, Mom, you've been slacking for too long. It's time for you to train. As for herself, still nursing an injury, she knew she needed to rest properly. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Chaoyue and her mother meticulously organized and stored all their belongings, ensuring that no trace remained. Subsequently, they retrieved pre-prepared steel and copper wires from their supplies. After a moment's contemplation, they added 2 boxes of screws of varying sizes. In this desolate world where production lines lay dormant, even a tiny screw was of immeasurable value. During the construction of the base, it was often such crucial small components that were sorely lacking. She deliberately soiled the metallic surfaces, aging them artificially, and sprinkled them with snow to disguise them as if freshly unearthed from the ruins. Chapter 119. Exchange. The line of survivors was clad in patched cotton garments, their breath forming small ice crystals in the frigid air of -20 degrees, falling softly onto their frostbitten lips. When Chaoyue tightened her faded scarf, remaining vigilant, the staff, donning cracked heavy gloves, mechanically repeated the next instructions, their voices torn to shreds by the howling northern wind. She intentionally lowered her center of gravity, dragging the heavy sled forward. The metallic materials scraped against the snow, producing a piercing sound, and with each step, the old injury in her shoulder flared with excruciating pain. This precisely measured discomfort caused beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead, rendering her pale complexion the most natural disguise.
Steel?
The staff member abruptly lifted their head, their eyes wide behind thick lenses, as the mist of their breath crystallized on the goggles. Where did you unearth such treasures? The abandoned factory to the east. Wen Chaoyue replied in a hushed tone. My mother and I were fortunate enough to discover a warehouse that hadn't been completely emptied. Suddenly, the crackling sound of the intercom erupted. Old Zhang. Come quickly. We've struck gold. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man clad in work pants hurriedly approached. The sound of his military boots slipping on the icy surface, resonating with urgency. Upon catching sight of the metallic materials on the sled, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, this must weigh at least half a ton. He crouched down, expertly examining the quality of the steel, quite satisfactory, with minimal rust. Her deliberately trembling tone successfully diminished some of the skepticism in old Zhang's eyes. He picked up a piece for closer inspection and exclaimed, Ah, it's a standard part. I can offer you 70 points for these 2 boxes. That totals 430 points. Is that acceptable? A surge of joy filled Wen Chaoyue's heart as this exceeded her expectations. However, she maintained a weary demeanor, merely nodding in agreement. That works. Old Zhang swiftly operated the terminal. Identification card. Wen Chaoyue handed over her card. But old Zhang suddenly paused, exclaiming, Wait, you are? A special contributor? His voice involuntarily rose an octave, drawing the attention of those around them. Wen Chaoyue felt several inquisitive gazes upon her, prickling her senses. She subtly stepped forward, shielding her mother behind her, and replied in a calm voice, Yes. We participated in the hard drive escort mission. Old Zhang's expression immediately shifted to one of respect, and he lowered his voice. The command has instructed that the material exchange for special contributors be prioritized. He swiftly continued operating the terminal, and with a beep, Wen Chaoyue's identification card confirmed the transfer of 430 points. Furthermore, after a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a small cloth bag from his drawer, adding, This is an additional quota for special contributors, available once a week. Wen Chaoyue received the cloth bag, her fingertips brushing against the hard object within, chocolate, a veritable luxury in this apocalyptic world. She swiftly tucked the bag into her pocket, murmuring her gratitude. As she surveyed the distant line of people, she noticed a few survivors whispering among themselves, Yet we must seek a different location to exchange goods. Upon returning to her dormitory, Wen Chaoyue secured the door and drew the curtains before unveiling the small bag. Inside, besides the 3 pieces of chocolate, lay a folded note. It read, Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Warehouse Number 3, District B, Lin Weiman. Wen Guanyu leaned in closer. What is this? Professor Lin, Wen Chaoyue replied, incinerating the note. The ashes cascading into her teacup. It appeared our special treatment extended beyond mere tokens. The following morning, Wen Chaoyue ventured alone to District B. This area constituted the heart of the base, where the number of armed sentinels had noticeably increased. At the entrance of Warehouse Number 3, Professor Lin was engaged in conversation with a young man clad in a white lab coat. Comrade Wen Chaoyue, Professor Lin exclaimed upon spotting her, his eyes lighting up.
Come.
Allow me to introduce you to Researcher Ma from the Ministry of Agriculture. Researcher Ma, appearing to be in his early 20s, had bloodshot eyes behind his glasses. Miss Wen, I have heard that you discovered intact metallic materials? Wen Chaoyue felt a tightening in her chest, though her expression remained composed. Yes, in an abandoned factory. Splendid! Researcher Ma exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Our greenhouse is in dire need of support materials, yet the steel in the base's inventory is prioritized for housing construction. If you could locate similar materials again next time. Professor Lin cleared his throat, interrupting him. Xiao Ma, do not be hasty. Comrade Wen, let us discuss this matter privately. Inside the warehouse, a variety of supplies were neatly arranged, with rows of metal shelves being particularly conspicuous. Professor Lin led them to a small office in the corner and closed the door. Comrade Wen, I shall be forthright, he began, removing his glasses to wipe them. Our base currently faces two significant challenges: a shortage of construction materials and insufficient food production. Given your extensive survival experience in the wilderness, we hope you can assist us in sourcing specific supplies. Wen Chaoyue remained composed, such as steel, glass, electronic components. Researcher Ma eagerly enumerated a list, and seeds. Any seeds that can be planted. Professor Lin added, of course, the remuneration will be substantial. In addition to basic points, you will also gain priority in housing selection and eligibility for special materials exchange. When Chaoyue's heart raced, this was precisely what she needed. However, the question of how to legitimately acquire the supplies loomed. Naturally, Professor Lin said, retrieving a map from his drawer. The red markings indicated known danger zones, while the green areas represented relatively safe searching grounds. When Chaoyue meticulously noted the map's details, suddenly noticing a circled region. What is this place? The old industrial park. Professor Lin lowered his voice. According to reconnaissance reports, it may house the industrial equipment we urgently require, though it is currently occupied by a group of armed individuals. Upon leaving the warehouse, when Chaoyue's mind raced, the supplies within the space could adequately meet the majority of the base's needs, yet a legitimate source had to be identified. The industrial park may serve as a convenient pretext. Upon returning to the dormitory, when Guanyu always finds tasks to occupy herself with while tidying up her home. When Chaoyue carefully shuts the door, her voice a hushed whisper of excitement. Mother, we have devised a plan. She elaborates on her meeting with Professor Lin and reveals her scheme. We can feign the discovery of a secret warehouse in the industrial park, then gradually extract the supplies from our space for exchange. When Guanyu furrows her brow with concern, that is too perilous. If we are discovered. The following day, Wen Chaoyue submits an application to the base for an outing, citing the search for support materials for the greenhouse. With Professor Lin's endorsement, the approval process proceeds exceptionally smoothly. The snowmobile races through the howling cold wind. Wen Chaoyue deliberately takes a circuitous route, leaving a haphazard trail of tracks in the snow. On the outskirts of the industrial park, behind the dilapidated walls, shadowy figures emerge, those armed individuals mentioned by Professor Lin. She comes to a halt, shutting off the engine. From the space, she retrieves 2 bundles of steel and several bags of screws, intentionally dragging them across the ground to create traces. We must ensure everything appears authentic. The soldiers at the checkpoint, upon seeing the supplies, widen their eyes in astonishment, unable to suppress a loud whistle. My goodness. More metal materials? Your luck is simply extraordinary. As if you have some sort of cheat. This exchange yields 600 points. Even more to Wen Chaoyue's delight, researcher Ma rushes over upon hearing the news, presenting them with an additional voucher for greenhouse-exclusive vegetables. This is the first harvest of spinach, researcher Ma proudly states, though it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing. It is undeniably fresh produce. During dinner, Wen Chaoyue retrieved a portion of braised beef from her space, complemented by the rare tender spinach from the base. And both mother and daughter savored the meal with great satisfaction. The fertile black soil in her space lay idle. Whenever the thought occurred to her, she would scatter some seeds and let them flourish, harvesting them at will when the time was right. She could hardly recall the abundance of fresh vegetables and fruits within her space. However, it was not prudent to take them out openly. A sense of urgency gripped Wen Chaoyue as the extreme heat period approached, much like the timing in her previous life. She understood the implications clearly. Swiftly, she adjusted her plans. Tomorrow, they would apply to venture into a more distant region, taking out more supplies in one go. It was imperative to accumulate enough points to purchase a house within a week. At that moment, she could hardly afford to worry about attracting suspicion. If questioned, she could devise ways to gradually assuage others' concerns, but failing to resolve the housing issue before the extreme heat period would lead to unimaginable hardships for her and her mother. It would be nothing short of a nightmare. On the 3rd day, when Chaoyue submitted her application to head towards the northern mountainous region, the reviewing officer furrowed his brow at the map. That area lay over 20 kilometers from the base, posing significant danger. We've discovered a potential site of a metal processing factory, when Chaoyue calmly fabricated a lie, asserting that any findings could urgently alleviate the base's pressing needs. Perhaps her status as a special contributor played a role, for the application was ultimately approved. More content is loading. Please wait. The snowmobile sped northward. Once when Chaoyue ensured the signal had vanished from the base's monitoring range, she immediately altered her course toward a concealed valley. This was the perfect location for her to launder her activities, discovered during her reconnaissance 2 days prior. Mother, we have 3 hours. When Chaoyue extracted a substantial amount of steel, copper wire, and a small generator from the space, meticulously arranging them to resemble an abandoned warehouse, even sprinkling dust and rust for further camouflage. On their return journey, their sled was laden with spoils. The survivors queued at the base's entrance expressed their astonishment, with some even breaking into applause. The staff hastily summoned more helpers, while old Zhang excitedly patted Wen Chaoyue's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. This is sufficient to resolve the frame issues for 3 greenhouses." This batch of supplies earned an astonishing 2,000 points. Even more exhilarating was the news delivered personally by Professor Lin, in recognition of their contributions. The command center had specially granted them the privilege to select their Phase 2 housing ahead of schedule. That evening, the mother and daughter celebrated quietly in the dormitory. When Chaoyue spread out the blueprints for Phase 2, her finger resting on a small villa with a basement. This is the one, priced at 68,000 points. We currently have, adding today's total points. When Guanyu swiftly calculated in her mind, realizing they were still short by more than half. A determined glint sparkled in Wen Chaoyue's eyes. Tomorrow, we shall return to the warehouse. 3 consecutive days of intense searching had left her shoulder wound throbbing, yet the results were remarkable. Their points rapidly accumulated to 50,000, establishing them as the talk of the base as treasure hunting specialists. However, with this notoriety came an increasing number of inquisitive gazes. On the evening of the 5th day, just after Wen Chaoyue had redeemed the day's supplies, a tall figure blocked her path. "Comrade Wen Chaoyue," Qi Yanqing's deep voice resonated. "May I have a word?" His gaze caused a tightening sensation in Wen Chaoyue's heart, a piercing look akin to that of a hunter locking onto its prey. Qi Yanqing's office was even more austere than Wen Chaoyue had envisioned. A metal desk, 2 folding chairs, and several yellowed maps tacked onto the walls. The only indication of the occupant's status was the gleaming military insignia resting on the desk. "Please, take a seat." Qi Yanqing gestured towards the chairs, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Wen Chaoyue refrained from sitting immediately, instead surveying the surroundings, her gaze pausing momentarily on the surveillance camera in the corner. "What is it that Captain Qi wishes to discuss with me?" Her heartbeat quickened slightly, though she concealed it well.
"Just good fortune," she replied.
"Fortune?" Qi Yanqing suddenly lifted his head, his sharp eyes piercing like a blade. Reports from the armed personnel on the outskirts of the industrial zone indicate that no one has approached in recent days. Wen Chaoyue, from where exactly did your supplies originate? The air in the office seemed to freeze. Wen Chaoyue could hear the rush of her blood pounding against her eardrums. She sat down slowly, her fingers gently tapping on her knee as her mind raced. Was Captain Qi suspecting that I pilfered resources from the base? "I suspect you are concealing something." Qi Yanqing's voice was low. "Since Qingping Town, there have been numerous inconsistencies surrounding you. Your predictions regarding extreme weather, your extraordinary survival skills, and now these enigmatic supplies." Chapter 121. Confrontation. When Chaoyue suddenly laughed, but there was a glint of ice in her eyes. "So, what is your intention? To arrest me on the grounds of supplying the enemy?" Her slender fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, the documents beneath the lamp emanating a cold glow. "Do not forget. These supplies facilitated the repair of the greenhouse framework at the base. Professor Lin expressed gratitude to the donors over the broadcast yesterday." Qi Yanqing loosened the tie he had been fastening, the metallic clasp resonating distinctly in the stillness of the office. "I am not your adversary." His voice softened, imbued with a sense of helplessness. "As the security chief, I must ensure that the sources of supplies do not pose a threat to the base. If you possess special channels, the base can offer refuge and even establish a long-term collaboration." When Chaoyue rose, looking down upon him. "Qi Yanqing, do you know why I am reluctant to join the official search team? It is because I trust no organization. In this world, the only entities worthy of trust are oneself and family." As she turned to leave, the cold metallic doorknob chilled her palm. Qi Yanqing's voice called out from behind. "Wait." He retrieved a black box from the drawer, revealing a small communicator within.
Take this.
Pressing it will alert the patrol teams within a 5-kilometer radius. He paused. Whether you believe it or not, I am attempting to protect you. Wen Chaoyue hesitated for a moment, ultimately accepting the communicator and slipping it into her pocket. Thank you. However, this does not mean I will disclose the source of the supplies. Stepping out of the office, Wen Chaoyue realized her back was already drenched. Qi Yanqing was more perceptive than she had anticipated. She needed to hasten her plans. In the dormitory, Wen Guanyu was organizing the points vouchers exchange today. Wen Chaoyue shook her head and took a few vigorous swigs from a bottle of water she retrieved from her space. Qi Yanqing was filled with suspicion. He was aware that the matter concerning the industrial park was a fabrication. Wen Guanyu's face instantly paled. What should we do? Perhaps we could.
No.
The plan remains unchanged. Wen Chaoyue declared resolutely, tomorrow we will procure sufficient supplies at once and directly purchase that quaint villa. Afterward, even if suspicions arise, they will be powerless against us. She unfurled the map of the base, pointing to a corner of the Phase 2 project. Here, Building 27. Although it is somewhat distant from the main area, it possesses an independent courtyard and a basement. The patrols consistently pass by, alleviating any safety concerns. Priced at 68,000. We currently have 52,000. A flicker of determination crossed Wen Chaoyue's eyes. I have a batch of rare metals in my space. I originally intended to reserve them for future use, but now there is no time to hesitate. But that would be too conspicuous. When Guanyu grasped her daughter's hand, what if they investigate? When Guanyu fell silent, she certainly recalled her daughter's vivid descriptions. Asphalt melting under extreme heat, crowds driven mad by thirst, and mountains of corpses. Very well. She finally nodded, but we must devise a plausible explanation. Wen Chaoyue quickly took out a notebook and began to jot down notes. Let us say we discovered a military abandoned transport vehicle, buried under the snow. It was filled with construction materials. She looked up. This explanation should suffice for now. Once we purchase the house, we can prepare to face the extreme heat with peace of mind. The following morning, as the gates of the base swung open, Wen Chaoyue set off with her mother. She deliberately showcased the empty sled under surveillance before steering in a direction entirely opposite to that of the previous day. 2 hours later, they paused in a dense thicket. After ensuring they were not being followed, Wen Chaoyue retrieved the meticulously prepared cargo from her concealed space, 1/2 ton of rare metal alloy, 3 pristine solar generators, and even 2 crates of invaluable medical supplies. The rare metal alloy was imported, its purpose unknown, marked only by a simple label on the container indicating its name and weight, originating from the Eagle Nation. This is an overwhelming amount. When Guanyu gasped in astonishment, as Wen Chaoyue sprinkled snow over the materials for camouflage, Wen Yan chuckled softly. If we are to undertake this task, we must commit wholeheartedly. After today, we shall move into our new abode. On the return journey, Wen Chaoyue remained ever vigilant of her surroundings. The sound of the snowmobile engine pierced the silence of the forest with an unsettling sharpness. Mere 5 kilometers from the base, she suddenly braked. What's wrong? When Guanyu asked anxiously. After a brief moment, she exhaled in relief. It was merely a snow hare. Restarting the snowmobile, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Perhaps it was the anxiety of this being the last supply exchange during the sweltering season, always fearing an unforeseen complication. At the base S supply office, a young soldier on duty, unfamiliar to them, gaped in astonishment upon witnessing their haul. These are titanium alloy, Wen Chaoyue stated calmly. Discovered in the Northern Valley, likely a part of some scientific apparatus. And these medical supplies are sealed exceptionally well. The soldier, flustered, hastily called for his superior. 10 minutes later, not only did old Zhang arrive, but also Professor Lin and several high-ranking military officials hurriedly made their way there. It was astounding. Professor Lin examined the solar power generator, his voice quivering with excitement. These were precisely what the base urgently required. Comrade Wen, you have accomplished a great feat. Wen Chaoyue humbly smiled, attributing it merely to good fortune. We discovered a military transport vehicle buried under the snow. Suddenly, An officer resembling a colonel spoke up. The transport vehicle? What is its precise location?
Wen Chaoyue was well prepared.
Approximately 42. 3 degrees north latitude and 118. 7 degrees east longitude. However, after locating it, we scoured a 1-kilometer radius, but found no additional supplies. She deliberately provided coordinates that were far from the actual site. The officer nodded thoughtfully, signaling the staff to continue their inventory. Ultimately, this batch of supplies earned an astonishing 23,000 points. Coupled with their existing balance, their total points reached 75,000, ample enough to purchase their desired small villa with some left over. Can we select a house now? Wen Chaoyue inquired. Old Zhang nodded with a smile. Certainly. I will personally escort you to the sales office. The sales office was located in a temporary prefabricated room within the second phase of the project. Upon seeing Old Zhang lead 2 affluent clients inside, the sales manager immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. Building 27? Excellent choice. The manager's eyes sparkled with delight as he deftly flipped open a leather-bound catalog. This building is a model from the first phase of the project, with walls infused with advanced nano-insulation materials, a basement that has undergone triple moisture-proof treatment, and even a water reservoir equipped with an intelligent purification system. Wen Chaoyue meticulously examined the floor plan and 3D model. The house was modest, encompassing a total of 120 square meters across 2 levels, yet its layout was astutely designed. Most importantly, there was a 30-square-meter basement and an enclosed courtyard. This was the one. She handed over her identification card. The transaction was completed swiftly. 70,000 points were promptly deducted from her account in exchange for a brass key and a certificate of ownership. When Chaoyue caressed the gilded words Northern Base on the document, a weight finally lifted from her heart. Congratulations to both homeowners. The supervisor's handshake was fervent, yet routine. Utilities had been fully connected, and they could officially move in by 8 o'clock the following morning. As they exited the sales office, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the snow-covered ground. When Guanyu wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, Chaoyue, we truly have our own home now. She leaned against the jeep, seemingly awaiting their return. When Guanyu cast a worried glance at her daughter, but ultimately nodded and departed. Qi Yanqing straightened, only speaking when Chaoyue approached. Congratulations on your new home.
Thank you.
When Chaoyue regarded him warily. Is there something else? Qi Yanqing suddenly sighed. I am not here to question you. He extended a document pouch. This contains the architectural plans for Building 27 and the surrounding terrain map. I thought it might be useful to you. When Chaoyue did not take it. Why are you helping me? Because I investigated the location you mentioned. Qi Yanqing met her gaze unwaveringly. There are no transport vehicles there at all. Your materials have an unclear origin, yet they have indeed been of great assistance to the base. He paused. Therefore, I have chosen to trust you. Finally, when Chaoyue accepted the document pouch. Are you not afraid that I may be a spy for a hostile force? The response came with a hint of irony. A spy would not risk bringing their mother along, nor would they surrender precious supplies. A faint smile graced Qi Yanqing's lips. Nonetheless, I remain eager to uncover the truth. When Chaoyue chose silence in reply, Qi Yanqing continued, your and Zhuang's vehicles are expected to arrive at the base tomorrow. You will receive a notification when they do, allowing you to take possession of the many supplies aboard. I encountered Zhuang Mingxi today and mentioned this matter to him. He confirmed that both vehicles belong to you and should be handled by you. The extreme heat is fast approaching, and I suggest that after retrieving the supplies, you consider exchanging the vehicles for points. Unfortunately, they are of no use at present. Regrettably, under the watchful eyes of many, the base is already aware of the 2 vehicles, leaving little room for discreet acquisition, and the fuel is ostensibly depleted. Starting tomorrow, when Chaoyue intends to refrain from venturing out, coincidentally, she requires points to procure additional cooling materials. Thank you for the information. I shall contemplate it. When the time comes to transport the supplies, she could discreetly include some food for her and her mother, thus ensuring a more reliable source for their sustenance. In the distance, the sound of a shift change echoed. When Chaoyue tucked the document bag into her embrace. Perhaps after the extreme heat period. I will share more with you. She turned to leave but paused, adding, by the way, Thank you for the communicator. Qi Yanqing watched her depart, his gaze laced with complexity. He was aware that he had just crossed the boundaries of professional ethics. Yet an instinct whispered that Wen Chaoyue harbored secrets vital to the survival of the base. That evening, Wen Chaoyue and her mother busied themselves in their dormitory, packing the last of their belongings. Most items can be directly stored in the space. They only brought along some inconspicuous, simple luggage. "Zhao Zhao, look at this," Wen Guanyu said as she pulled a small box from under the bed. "I exchanged it at the base's trading market." Inside the box lay a finely crafted small pistol and 2 boxes of ammunition. Wen Chaoyue looked up in astonishment.
Mom.
"When did you yesterday?" "While you were taking a shower," Wen Guanyu replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "I traded 2 pieces of chocolate for it." The soldier said he needed food more. Wen Chaoyue inspected the firearm, noting its well-maintained condition. "Hide it well. When we settle into our new home, I will teach you how to use it." She walked to the window, gazing at the distant lights of the second phase project. Tomorrow, they would move into a true sanctuary of their own. Yet, Qi Yanjin's skepticism, the impending heat wave, and the supplies concealed from light within their space loomed ominously. The challenges were only just beginning. When Guanyu seemed to perceive her daughter's thoughts and gently held her hand. "It will get better, Zhao Zhao. At least we have a home now." When Chaoyue nodded, drawing the curtains closed. Outside, the lights of the northern base defiantly shone in the cold night, akin to a beacon of hope amidst darkness. As the first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the gaps in the curtains of Building 27's second floor, Wen Chaoyue was already awake. She lay on the pristine mattress, listening to the soft pecking of unknown birds on the roof, momentarily forgetting that this was a post-apocalyptic world. "Zhao Zhao, are you awake?" When Guanyu softly knocked on the door. "I've made some porridge." When Chaoyue stretched, the wound on her shoulder had scabbed over, leaving only a faint lingering ache. She grasped the thermometer resting by her pillow. It read -18 degrees outdoors and 5 degrees above indoors. Compared to the tents and dormitories she had previously inhabited, this quaint little house felt like paradise. As she descended the stairs, she noticed her mother had tidied the kitchen with meticulous care. A steaming bowl of millet porridge sat on the table, accompanied by a small dish of pickled radish. "Where did the radish come from?" When Chaoyue inquired, astonished. When Guanyu winked mysteriously, "I traded our last piece of chocolate with the lady from Building 26 while moving yesterday. She received an internship quota from the Ministry of Agriculture and gets some scraps each week." A warmth spread through Wen Chaoyue's heart. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, her mother maintained such wisdom and zest for life. Sipping her porridge, she began to plan her tasks for the day. Setting down her bowl, her brow furrowed slightly. In her past life, the extreme heat had arrived abruptly and ferociously, soaring from below zero to over 40 degrees in a mere 3 days, resulting in the demise of many unprepared survivors. We must hasten our efforts. Today, we need to complete the basement renovations and the roof sun protection. Chapter 123. Assistance from the Zhuang family. The blueprints meticulously detailed how to convert the basement into a cold storage room, circulating cool air to the upper floors via ductwork. The roof required 2 layers of insulating materials, along with a reflective membrane. This was an enormous undertaking. When Guanyu looked at her daughter with concern. "Just the 2 of us. That is why I sought assistance," when Chaoyue replied, blinking as she stood and walked toward the door. At the moment the door creaked open, Zhuang Mingxi's hand was still suspended in midair. Behind him, Zhuang's father held a rolled-up blueprint, while Feng Shuilan carried a basket from which wafts of wheat aroma escaped. Zhuang Ming, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace reminiscent of sunlight. "Zhao Yu, this house is absolutely marvelous." As he released her, his eyes sparkled with wonder as he surveyed the surroundings, far superior to our cramped apartment. The moment Zhuang's father entered, he eagerly unfurled the blueprints he had brought along. "Zhao Yu, I hear you intend to renovate the house?" "Last night, I sketched a few designs based on your ideas. Take a look."
Dad.
Zhuang Ming interjected with a hint of exasperation. "At least let her finish her breakfast first." When Guanyu poked her head out from the kitchen, "Shuilan, have you all eaten?" "I made porridge." "We've already eaten," Feng Shuilan replied cheerfully, raising a basket. "But I brought you some delightful treats." These are steamed buns made from experimental wheat allocated by the agricultural sector. They may be a bit tough, but they are fresh staples. Wen Chaoyue accepted the basket and lifted the cloth to reveal 6 neatly arranged brownish buns, exuding a subtle aroma of wheat. She picked one up and tore it apart, discovering that the inside was considerably softer than the exterior. These were specially approved by Professor Lin, Zhuang Ming explained, his gaze lingering on the renovation blueprints laid out on the table. There are certain perks since I joined the research group. Wen Chaoyue finished the bun in a few bites, brushing off the crumbs from her hands. All right, let's take a look at the renovation plan. The group gathered around the dining table. Zhuang's father's blueprint showcased clearly defined colored lines indicating the layout of the pipes and the distribution of insulation, with critical data adorned by dense annotations. He had even calculated the efficiency of air circulation. Here, I recommend using double-layer aluminum foil insulation material. Zhuang Fu's fingertips traced the schematic of the basement ceiling, indicating that there were materials available at the base supply depot, priced at 50 points per roll. Although costly, their efficiency surpassed that of ordinary materials by 30%. When Chaoyue's eyes sparkled with delight, this was precisely what she needed. She planned to transform the basement into a cooling chamber, storing cold air during the day to circulate back upstairs at night. Brilliant! Zhuang Fu exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. We can employ the principle of rising hot air by installing a miniature fan here, creating natural convection without the need for additional electricity. Zhuang Mingxi adjusted his glasses. Dad, during extreme heat periods, power outages may occur. We should devise a backup plan that does not rely on electricity. I have solar panels, Wen Chaoyue blurted out, immediately realizing her slip. She hurriedly added, I saw solar equipment at the supply depot yesterday while exchanging for materials. We could. Zhuang Mingxi abruptly interrupted her, his serious gaze sweeping toward the window, implying that some matters did not require elaborate explanations. A subtle silence enveloped the dining table. Wen Chaoyue's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the blueprint, the paper whispering softly. At that moment, Feng Shuelon broke the silence. Mingxi and I can take responsibility for the sunshade layer on the roof. Mingxi works in the greenhouse and is quite familiar with insulation materials. As more content loaded, when Guanyu approached with a teapot, pouring each person a cup of hot tea. Let's discuss this slowly, without haste. Zhao, your shoulder injury hasn't fully healed. Don't overexert yourself. When Chaoyue took the teacup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic to her fingertips, she gazed at the individuals gathered around the table, a long-lost sense of reassurance washing over her. In the memories of her previous life, the extreme heat period was marked by solitude and desperate struggles. Yet now, at the very least, they had each other. I have compiled a list. When Chaoyue extracted a folded piece of paper from her pocket, categorizing the materials into 3 classes, those that must be resolved today, those that could be postponed for a couple of days, and those for which better alternatives had emerged. Let us first address the initial category. Zhuang Fu took the list, his eyebrows arching higher with each item: aluminum foil insulation,